Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video and welcome to the start of Season 3 of our F125 Driver Career Mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here in the land down under, of course back in Albert Park, Australia. If you missed out the video that went live at the end of last week, obviously with the season finale, Aston Martin versus McLaren, it was certainly one that I think you should go back and watch. But of course, obviously, we managed to win both championships, admittedly by the skin of our teeth, when it came to the Constructors' Championship at the end of last season. 1 point in it between McLaren and Aston Martin. But we carried Fernando Alonso right to the top. Admittedly, he did win the very last race of last season as well. But yeah, really happy with the way that campaign went. But you guys kept asking me in the comments of those videos, like whether I was going to stay with Aston Martin, what I was going to do for Season 3 of this career mode. I made it quite clear, like halfway through last season, if I won the championship, then we were going to be moving, and especially obviously having all those secret meetings with Red Bull, it seemed like the next logical step. Of course, obviously in recent years, they've fallen off their perch as the dominant force of Formula 1, so I think it only makes sense that we're going to go back and try and bring them to the top of the sport, and also, of course, go up against Max Verstappen as well. So yeah, this is going to be a very exciting campaign. Now, obviously, we've got a few little admin bits and pieces to have a quick look at before the start of this season. I mentioned, obviously, out in Abu Dhabi that, you know, Fernando Alonso, you know, that might well have been his last race in Formula 1. And post last season, he decided it would be. So Fernando Alonso went 13 years without winning a Formula 1 Grand Prix, won one more, and immediately decided to call it a career. And honestly, I think that's sensibly the best way he could have bowed out of the sport. Of course, we have left Aston Martin as well, so they were in search of two drivers. So Lewis Hamilton and I have done a straight swap, so he has got our ride obviously ready for this season. Esteban Ocon, weirdly, has taken the other Aston Martin seat, and then Lance Stroll has replaced Esteban Ocon down at Haas as well, which is kind of a move that I think makes a bit of sense. You know, maybe Haas desperately needs some money. Maybe Lawrence Stroll is going to pour some funds into that organisation as well. So, yeah, as we head into Season 3, Hamilton effectively now is driven for 4 teams in 4 years. But Aston Martin do come into this new campaign theoretically as the top performing team currently inside the sport as well. We've got a custom 16 race calendar. No, we don't. Sorry, I've got still a 24 race calendar, but Miami is gone. We've got the two Austrian Grand Prix, the 2 British Grand Prix. Zandvoort is gone, but Zandvoort Reverse is still in. And then the Hungaroring is the other race I've taken out, mainly because those 3 I just find like the most boring, and the ones where the AI are like the most OP as well there. So yeah, obviously 24 races still. I want to try and keep it that way inside this series. Please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel as well. At the time of recording, we are mighty close to 13,000 subs, and obviously we want to try and, you know, get as close to 20k as we can before the end of the year as well. But yeah, without further ado though, let's return here to the Australian Grand Prix. Can we kickstart life as a Red Bull driver with a win? Well, normally I don't tend to show too much from free practice sessions inside this game, but of course, yeah, with a new team and everything like that, it is always interesting to kind of get like our first thoughts and feelings in the car. Obviously, I believe this is like the first time I'm going to have properly driven the Red Bull powertrain's engine inside these games. Now, if you didn't know, all of the engines do kind of behave a little bit differently inside the F1 games as well. So, yeah, there are kind of some nuances. It does affect the way you have to drive the cars a little bit, which I'm sure over the course of this season we are going to slowly pick up as well. But I'm kind of hoping, you know, with the way we were able to dominate towards the end of last season, depending on, you know, whether Verstappen really gets his act together, you know, maybe Lewis Hamilton and Esteban Ocon, Aston Martin do have a small advantage in terms of vehicle performance. We are also using one of the R&D scenarios this season, which basically means that every weekend the highest performance ranked team loses an upgrade for that weekend to hopefully obviously try and keep things a little bit more of an even playing field as we head into this season. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Obviously, this Red Bull, I'm sure, handles a lot better than it does IRL in 2025, but maybe we'll end up with some beef between Verstappen and I as well then. Apart from one mistake down at turn 3, that is going to be a perfect lap and not a bad way to start. I'll see you guys in qualifying.
And a warm welcome, everybody. We're here in the heart of Melbourne. It's Albert Park, and it's qualifying for the Australian Grand Prix.
Well, I know we've still got quite a lot more races of this year's Formula 1 World Championship, but I am looking forward to, that getting up early for Australia next year, and that huge step into the unknown when they return it to Albert Park as well. But, right, that's a lot of curb immediately through turn 1, though. I've accidentally downshifted. This first lap might immediately be a bit of a write-off then. Clearly struggling to get to grips with all the new controls of my Red Bull car. But of course, I've kept the short qualifying format this season. I do quite like it. But for sprint weekends, we're going to go down to one-shot qualifying. Just because otherwise the videos end up being quite long. And of course, especially for the AI, they end up being one-shot qualifying sessions anyway. So hopefully it's going to give the AI a bit of a better chance, because we've historically been very, very good in the sprint qualifying sessions. As who is this? Not on a run just in front of me. Big wobble there as you try and get the power down through the exit chicane. It's Andrea Kimi Antonelli, who just about will move out of the way. Making our way, though, through the final couple of corners. Hopefully this first lap is going to be a decent one then, as we make the run back around towards the checkered flag. It is going to be a 1:14.8. We go half a second away from Lando Norris. Carlos Sainz again running up in P2. He had a really good race here last season. And with a minute on the clock then, we're going to head back out ready for a final run here in qualifying. We are still ahead of Max Verstappen. Only P7 provisionally for our teammate there, but I was expecting the Aston Martins to be the quickest car. Ocon's not done a bad job, but Hamilton is down right on the fringes of the top 10 as well then. Let's see how much time we can find, though, on this second run there, as we know we dropped a load of time through the first couple of corners, and immediately 2/10 up by the time we get on the brakes ready for turn 3 there. Could we start our life as a Red Bull driver with a pole position? Going to be a very, very big test, but would be absolutely fantastic there. But of course, we don't know how much some of the AI might improve by the end of this session as well. They're nice and tidy as we get the power down out onto the back straight. You can see now 4/10 up as we try and activate the DRS. So at the moment then, Verstappen improves, temporarily goes up to 7th again, but Ollie Behrman seems to go even quicker. Someone else has gone quicker than us, though. We are seeing a few more times come through as Leclerc then rockets up the order as well. Ocon down to P5. Well, I believe it is still Lando Norris who is up at the top of the order at the moment. Hamilton immediately slots in just beneath me, so he'll be disappointed that he's not able to get that car higher up the order. Verstappen improves, Ocon goes to the top of the board. Where will we end up, though, as we try and get the power down out of the final corner? 4/10 up near enough. I think we're going to end up about 4th. Well, there we go then. I didn't think we'd be saying that. Esteban Ocon on pole position here for the Australian Grand Prix, just ahead of Lando Norris. Carlos Sainz will line up 3rd, just ahead of myself, but 4 cars from 4 different teams are covered by less than 2/10 of a second. Alex Albon just ahead of Charles Leclerc. Verstappen up in P7. Nico Hülkenberg, a brilliant effort in that Sauber to go P8 ahead of Hamilton and Ollie Behrman there. Andrea Kimi Antonelli, Franco Colapinto and George Russell will all be left scratching their heads as to what went wrong. The same can be said for the local lad Oscar Piastri. He is still the fastest Australian in qualifying, but 15th for him. Especially when Lando Norris was in the fight for pole, a lot of questions will be asked down at McLaren. Let's put all of that behind us, though, and let's head into the race.
Months of rumour and speculation all come to an end today as we return to racing for the opening event of what promises to be an enthralling season. Welcome along then to round 1 of this year's Formula 1 World Championship. We go racing today then in the state of Victoria, where the drivers have 14 corners and 3.28 miles to navigate at an average lap speed of around 120 miles per hour. The close proximity of the barriers make accidents inevitable, and recent history shows us that a safety car is not at all out of the question. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting race. A fantastic effort from Esteban Ocon yesterday, and it's put him on pole. And Lando Norris lines up alongside. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Sainz, Mr. Monaco, Alex Albon and Leclerc, Verstappen, Hülkenberg, Hamilton and Ollie Behrman, Antonelli, Colapinto, George Russell and Bortoletto, Piastri, Stroll, Liam Lawson and Jack Doohan, Gasly and Isaac Hadjar rounds off the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track. And alongside me for this afternoon's commentary, Naomi Schiff. Good afternoon, Gnomes. As much as I like testing, and I do love testing, and I've really enjoyed the build-up here and all the speculation, I really want to see some action. And finally today, we get some proper action on the track.
This is always such an exciting time in the season. First of all, it's the first time they'll be racing their new cars. So that's always an exciting thing for drivers to look forward to. But also, they've had a long time off during the winter break. So it's about dusting the cobwebs off, getting the rust off of their bones, and really getting their elbows out there and having some fun.
Well, will we be the driver to lead the Red Bull charge over the course of this season? Only time will tell. But I'm looking forward to it. 29 laps ahead of us here from the Australian Grand Prix, of course. I missed the old Australia layout, but this new one I think does give some better racing as well inside the games. Gonna give myself a little bit of spare fuel in case this Red Bull has a drinking problem. It is 5 red lights though here, down on the grid. On, lights out, and away we go then. Esteban Ocon immediately trying to go defensive. He's going to try and cover Lando Norris off in towards someone there, as we had someone trying to look around the outside as Carlos Sainz there in the Williams will get around the McLaren, as Alex Albon will do exactly the same thing to me. Can we try and follow Lando Norris back to the outside in towards turn 3 and turn 4 there? Albon still trying to get it hooked up. Just gets that car a little bit wedged over the curbing. So we will slam the door shut on the exit the corner there. Norris makes it back through as well. So your top 5, I believe, remain unchanged from what we saw in qualifying. But Esteban Ocon already streaking away into an early lead then out of the first few corners. Can we try and get a bit of a run on Carlos Sainz? Of course, we know just how good that Williams is in a straight line inside these games. I don't think, yeah, unless we start using a fair bit of battery, I don't think we've quite got the momentum over him there through those first few corners there. Oh, a little bit of a wobble from the Spaniard on the exit as we make our way down in towards Sector 3. So we will put alongside him and maybe find the room around the outside in towards the final sector. Yes, we will. So gaining a place there. Maybe Williams 1 lap pace. Ever so slightly better than their race pace here. Only time will tell. Whoa, as we get a huge snap of oversteer through that final corner. And Carlos Sainz, he will say thank you very much then. All very, very scary stuff at the start of the race, as we will again try and get a run back to the outside of the Spaniard in towards that first corner. And, well, up we move once more then into 3rd place here. Want to try and leave those Williams in our dust. There's already Lando Norris trying to go in hot pursuit of Esteban Ocon. Also winning the first race of the year. No guarantee that you're going to go on to win the World Championship, but often in the past has been a pretty good omen. Here we go, Lando Norris immediately trying to make a move though and swoops around the outside of Esteban Ocon by the time they get down towards the end of the back straight. Just saw Lando committing to that move, and that's a big move to make on lap 1 of a Grand Prix. Of course, McLaren walked away with no championships come the end of last season. Lando Norris, of course, a one-time world champion inside this alternate timeline. But will he make it to this year? I'm already wondering if Esteban Ocon has been told not to sit in the dirty air of Lando Norris too close, because he's immediately lost about 2 seconds to the McLaren man. I don't think he's got any damage or anything like that, but just, yeah, Lando getting all the way around his outside there. Maybe it's just spooked him a little bit. So we're going to try and push this Red Bull nice and early on. You know, especially when you're in a new car. You kind of either have to try and push to find the limit and see what you can do, or of course, you know, slowly build it up and see what happens over the course of the campaign. But I would love to win 2 World Championships for different teams there. I mean, look how early Ocon was on the brakes. I wasn't even trying to go for a move there, but Esteban Ocon will basically wave me through. I mean, I'm not going to complain, but yeah, he basically just let me by. Well, especially up towards the front of the order then. Looks like things are spreading out a little bit. Carlos Sainz has dropped back. Esteban Ocon has dropped back. But Alex Albon still making some good progress there. So, yeah, Albon up then into the podium places as Carlos Sainz in that second Williams still looking pretty competitive. But Lando Norris knows he needs to try and build up a gap over myself. The DRS so important around here. 4 DRS zones, of course, now around this Albert Park circuit. And where they're, you know, 2 at the start of the lap, 2 in the middle, it can be so easy just to reel someone in and then obviously pounce when they're not expecting. Or just trying to get a little bit closer to Lando Norris then, and finally we have made it into his DRS as we get towards 1/3 distance. I've been steadily watching Verstappen as well. I think our teammate's pace is looking pretty good here. The same can be said for Lewis Hamilton. So as Albon and Ocon just continue to battle, we are starting to see more of kind of the heavy hitters you would expect to be fighting at the front, slowly getting towards the front. But yeah, now Norris and I have got about a 5-second lead over everybody else. I think this battle is going to be between us two throughout a lot of the afternoon. Just got to be very, very careful with track limits. We are getting closer to the pit stop window. I think it's important that we try and claim that track position over Lando Norris if we possibly can. Of course, this Red Bull pretty good in a straight line when you've got that DRS working as well. And you can see that McLaren, it's so much bigger just in front of us. Can we get a run then to his outside as we make our way down in towards Sector 3? Wheel to wheel for the lead of the Grand Prix there. And Lando Norris, he doesn't want to fight for it either. Not too sure why the AI being so kind of placid to kickstart the campaign, but up into P1 we go then. Can we stay here? Oh, here we go, Lando Norris then. Trying to have a look. Oh, I thought about it. Back down the inside at turn 1. So we get a little bit squirrely there trying to defend the position. So surely that might open up the door then. Round the outside he'll go in towards turn 3. So all we want is try and keep the nose there, but Lando Norris gave me a big old squeeze. And will re-inherit the lead of the Grand Prix. So yeah, this I was wondering for a split second whether we might just be able to start pulling away from the McLaren man. But I don't think that's quite going to happen there, as Verstappen still trying to close in on those podium places as well. Can we get another run though around Lando as we make our way down this back straight there? Can we have a look towards the outside? We've got a big amount of speed. Will we make it work? Yes, we will. So Lando Norris made that move on Esteban Ocon earlier on. We will now make that move on Lando Norris. We've got yellows, George Russell gone out of the Grand Prix then. That was a bit sudden.
Okay, they're out of this race. Box, we're coming in this lap.
So Team 1 is in then at the end of this lap. But yeah, George Russell, Mercedes nightmare weekend looks set to continue there. And like I said, questions will be raised back at the factory. Neither car making it inside your top 10 in qualifying. And Russell, our first retirement of the all-new season. Oh, no, I was meant to pit. Well, that's a good reminder that these tyres are going off. Well, I don't know how I keep doing that at the moment. That's about the 3rd Grand Prix in the last 2 weeks that I seemingly have forgot to dive into the pit lane. And of course, I won't be able to come in this lap because Verstappen will be in. So we're going to have to try and take these tyres 2 laps extra in this Grand Prix. Tyre wear warning light is already on. 65% on that rear left. So we might be in a little bit of trouble then in this race. If we can get these to that pit stop without any issues, then we might still have a chance. But Lando Norris has come out 16 seconds behind. I'm just honestly a little bit lucky we didn't lose the wing on the wall or anything. I could have been so tempted to pit then, but I don't want to risk screwing Max Verstappen over. Potentially making myself an enemy very, very early on in this race. You can already see, though, Lando has taken over a second out of me on that first lap. I wish there was a little bit more adaptability with the way the AI, you can kind of force them onto strategies and things like that. But, maybe that's too much to ask for in a modern Formula 1 game. But, yeah, we are definitely going to get undercut by Lando Norris here. It's whether we'll stay ahead of Albon. Making sure that we definitely dive into the pit lane then at the end of this lap. This ended up being a bit of a drive till the tyres explode challenge. 73% on those rears. Just make sure we get the car slowed down then on the way into the pit lane here. Set of hard compound tyres going on. I mean, we did pretty well to hang on to these as well as we did. But Lando Norris here is going to be comfortably out in front. Lewis Hamilton as well seems to have had a pretty good recovery drive so far, up now into P5.
These tyres now, we want to finish the race on this compound.
I think we are hopefully just about going to come out ahead of Alexander Albon there, as that pit lane exit is so awkward. What cold tyres as well, as Albon might immediately say thank you very much then. Not going to try and fight him too hard for the place for now. We'll get some temperature into the tyres and hopefully get a run on him down the back straight. And then surely Albon going to be still a little bit of a sitting duck here as we make our way down in towards turn 9 and turn 10. Around the outside we will go And up then back into P2 of this Grand Prix. I got a little bit more DRS as well down the second part of the straight, but 13 laps remaining then in this race. We've got a 6-second gap back to Lando Norris. We need to average half a second on him a lap, but of course we do have fresher tyres. Well, 10 laps to go then. That gap to Lando Norris down to 4.5 seconds here, so we are pretty much taking exactly what we need out of him to get to him by the end of the Grand Prix. Further behind, it looks like most cars now are covered, or kind of separated, sorry, by about 2 seconds. So everybody seems to have found a bit of stability in this Grand Prix. But how fascinating would it be if Williams, if Aston Martin can both remain kind of in the championship fight? I think Verstappen is just having a bit of an off day, but for Charles Leclerc and Ferrari, maybe Franco Colapinto is going to be more of a hindrance than anything else over the course of this campaign. But yeah, we've just got to focus on that gap to Lando towards the end. I would love to start the campaign with another win. 5 laps to go then of the Australian Grand Prix, and Lando Norris, I believe, is beginning to struggle on his set of hard compound tyres.
We need to look after the tyres. We won't be making another pit stop.
I mean, the mediums didn't... they felt pretty bad, obviously, in those last couple of laps, but they didn't feel too bad throughout the entirety of the stint. So I'm surprised the AI are beginning to struggle as much as they are towards the end of this race. But once we get into that DRS range, surely there's not going to be a lot that McLaren man can do. But we are just getting closer and closer. I'm trying not to overwork these tyres, though. Albert Park isn't, you know, a track that's particularly notorious for kind of like tyres overheating inside F125, but it's not impossible either around here. Oh, just... It's that horrible thing occasionally where, obviously, the dirty air on this game is a little bit funky in the way it works, but occasionally when you're already on the brakes, you'll suddenly get a wash of dirty air from the car in front of you and just go straight on. Luckily, we didn't end up putting it in the gravel trap, and I think we've still somehow stayed within the 1 second of Lando Norris. Surely there's not going to be a lot he can do to stop us getting by, but has he just been trying to look after his own tyres, so if we do make it through, he can come straight back at me. I must admit, it's much more difficult to follow the car in front on the hard tyres than it was on the mediums earlier on, despite the low fuel, despite everything else late on in the day. It is still very, very tricky to stick behind Lando Norris here, but 2 laps to go of the Australian Grand Prix. Obviously, your 2 champions from this series so far battling for Grand Prix victory, for glory this afternoon. There is a big moment of wheel spin through that final corner. We are on slightly fresher tyres than Lando, but will that be enough to try and overhaul the McLaren? I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting it to be us 2 teams fighting for the win today. I really did think Aston Martin was going to dominate this one. Oh, Verstappen's gone! Surely not. A 3rd mechanical failure for Red Bull. Obviously 2 at the end of last season, well, 2 in the finale last season, 1 in Qatar as well. And it looks like Verstappen then, late on in the day, is going to be out of the season opener. A heartbreak for our teammate then, but is that going to... Well, that's not going to help us win this race. But are we at least going to bring Red Bull something to smile about? I can't remember when the last time the Dutchman won last season, but it certainly wasn't in the final couple of Grand Prix as well. There is Orlando, just leaves the door open at the last second to the inside there. I thought we'd just show the nose and see if we can try and upset his rhythm, but apparently not that time round, as obviously we won't be able to do anything down through the final couple of corners because of Verstappen's stricken car there. Happy that the FIA haven't brought out VSC or a safety car or anything like that towards the end of the Grand Prix, because that would have been so disappointing as a way to end this afternoon. But there is Verstappen's stricken Red Bull blocking the pit lane entry, so I assume the pit lane will be shut then in these final couple of laps. 1 more lap to go, though, of the Australian Grand Prix. Are we going to be able to do anything against Lando Norris here? We've got a good run out of the first couple of corners. Lando is going to swing defensive. Can we try and go the long way around the outside there in towards turn 3? Yes, we can. The inside line ready for turn 4, but we are not home and dry just yet, because of course we know how good a run the AI can get out onto the back straight as well. Will Lando Norris be able to try and come back at us here? Have we timed that move at a bad point around this circuit? Only time will tell, as we will try and get the power down out onto the first of the back straights there. Here comes Lando Norris, though, gaining. He's got plenty of battery still at his disposal. He'll sit in behind through the chicane there. So we get a little bit of a moment on the exit. Lando Norris again then trying to get a run right the way around the outside. He's got so much speed. Down in towards the final few corners here. Still wheel to wheel though we will go. Make sure we give the McLaren man some room around the outside. We got the inside line for the next corner. And in towards the final few turns. A last lap pass might be enough to seal us victory on our debut for a Red Bull Formula 1 team there. Oh, we slapped the wall through the final corner. Lando's going to get a run on me. Surely he's not going to do it. He has.
Yes, mate, I'll take that. Well done. We're really happy with the podium down here, so well done. Yes.
Here's the checkered flag. The fans rise to their feet. It's Lando Norris for victory.
Well, they kept us guessing during pre-season testing. We all wondered who it was going to be, and to have them drawn out here today, that they are the ones to beat, just goes to show that all the work they put in has really counted.
It's time to bring out the bubbly and spray it around. It's our podium celebrations. He holds the trophy aloft, and why shouldn't he? A richly deserved win today for Lando Norris.
Well, there we are then. A mistake at the final corner. Bottle Job 212 is back. And it'll be Lando Norris that claims victory by less than a tenth of a second here in Albert Park. We come through for P2 just ahead of Alexander Albon. Neither Aston Martin gets on the podium with Ocon down in 4th and Hamilton a decent recovery from 9th to 5th in the end. Sainz as well, he'll be a bit gutted. Obviously just did not have the pace to keep up with the front runners. And Oscar Piastri a decent recovery drive as well. And then a big gap back to Nico Hülkenberg, who was holding up an almighty train throughout a lot of that Grand Prix. But points to kickstart the year for Sauber. I'm sure they won't complain about that as well. Franco Colapinto down in 10th for Ferrari ahead of Andrea Kimi Antonelli. Lance Stroll on his return to Formula 1 comes through for 12th ahead of his teammate Ollie Behrman. And it was just Verstappen and George Russell that failed to see the checkered flag. What does that do to our World Championship? Of course, drivers exactly the same as the race results. Constructors-wise, though, McLaren lead Aston Martin there. Williams still ahead of Red Bull with Ferrari and Kick Sauber on the board. Yes, Kick Sauber ahead of Mercedes inside this game. I'll be interested to see how long that lasts inside this career mode as well. But yeah, really, really disappointed there. Just got a wobble out of the final corner. The AI, their traction out of that final turn on this game is utterly ludicrous as well. But a stupid mistake by me. If we lose the World Championship by less than 7 points, well, then we know what to blame it on. Thank you all so much for watching, though, nonetheless. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon ready when Formula 1 returns, ready in Shanghai. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video and welcome to round 2 of season 3 of our F125 Red Bull driver career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Chinese Grand Prix out in Shanghai. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live yesterday from Albert Park, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. We kickstarted the new season with a bang. It was a rather decent race, obviously battling it out with Lando Norris at the front of the order. I think we all expected Aston Martin to be a little bit quicker. They unfortunately just didn't quite have the pace with their all-new lineup of Esteban Ocon and Lewis Hamilton. But of course, yeah, returning this weekend though to the Chinese Grand Prix, of course, we didn't host a race here last season, so Esteban Ocon, technically inside this game, has a perfect track record of the Chinese Grand Prix inside this series. Admittedly, it's only one, but he might be able to try and bag another victory this weekend as well. Taking a look at the vehicle performance though, it is still Aston Martin at the top of the table as well. We are basically tied with McLaren and Williams of all teams as well, so it is quite good to kind of see more and more teams shaking it up right at the front of the order. Of course, if you're new around here, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed. At the time of recording, we are mighty close to 13,000 subscribers on the channel. But yeah, without further ado though, obviously it's a sprint weekend. We've got a slightly revised format this season. It is going to be one-stop qualifying during the sprint weekends as well. So let's just get out there. Well, I'll be honest then, as we head into sprint qualifying here from Shanghai, this was a bit more what I was expecting the Red Bull to handle like. It is a handful around this circuit so far, as immediately we are seeing that through the first couple of corners. Of course, we know Shanghai, one of the strongest circuits for the AI inside these games as well. So yeah, only time will tell as to how we get on over the course of this weekend. Will Williams maintain some of their speed? Will Aston Martin get back into the fight as well? Looks like Carlos Sainz seems to be the man flying along early on in this one-stop qualifying session there, as apparently, according to the live timing, we are up in second, but a little way back behind the Spaniard. Of course, obviously one of Max Verstappen's former teammates in Formula 1 there as well, just struggling to get the car down to that apex exactly where I needed it. Get the throttle down nice and tidy though off the exit of the corner. And we're doing alright then through this first part of the lap. 4 tenths down by the end of Sector 2, so I think had we nailed it, we could have been a little bit closer to Carlos there, but trying to get on that throttle nice and early as we make our way out onto the back straight. Normally the sprint races, I don't get much luck inside F1 games, so hopefully today maybe this can go our way a little bit more. There is trying to run quite a low downforce setup to give us the speed to fight in towards the braking zones, but yeah, you can still see Sainz though absolutely dominant over this qualifying lap up to this point. Through the final corner, it is going to be the Spaniard on pole position, and we will join him on the front row. Well, there we go then. Take a look at that Carlos Sainz pole position. We were less than 2 tenths away, but Alex Albon lines up third, 6 tenths slower than his teammate there. So I think everybody was really struggling to kind of find the grip over the one-shot run there. Happy that we got the lap hooked up in the end, and we could have been a little bit closer. I think the car had the potential to line up on pole. Last weekend's winner, Lando Norris, down in P7. Lewis Hamilton down in 8th place, just ahead of the Ferraris. And Esteban Ocon, who of course won this race a couple of years ago, all the way down in 15th. Let's head though into our sprint.
Forget pit stops, forget fuel management. It's pedal to the metal all the way here as we get ready for today's sprint. We're here in the Yangtze River Delta today, home of the 16 corners that make up the Shanghai International Circuit. 54% of this 3.3 mile lap is taken at full throttle, and we'll be getting up to speeds of around 200 miles per hour with DRS assistance down the back straight before the cars brake into the tight hairpin at turn 14. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting sprint. An immense lap from Carlos Sainz yesterday puts him in pole position, and Mr. Monaco completes the front row. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Albon, Piastri, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, and Verstappen, Norris, Hamilton, Colapinto, and Charles Leclerc, Gasly, Hulkenberg, George Russell, and Behrman, Ocon, Stroll, Gabriel Bortoleto, and Jack Doohan. Lawson and Isaac Hadjar rounds off the grid. Which of these drivers will get pole position today? We'll soon find out.
Well, after narrowly missing out on the victory last time out, could we get a sprint win inside F1 25? 10 laps ahead of us, all of them are hopefully going to be done on the medium compound tyre, but we have seen some chaos here in Shanghai before. Plenty of spinners, plenty of crashes, and who knows what else might go down this weekend. Ready on the grid though, waiting on those 5 red lights. And the Chinese Grand Prix sprint races go, go, go there, and a blistering start by Carlos Sainz there. We're going to have to try and defend from Alex Albon on the run in towards turn 1. But can Williams immediately make it a 1-2 in this Grand Prix? No, they can't. We will get the elbows out ahead of the Thai driver there. Sainz will be hoping that his teammate can maybe act as a bit of a rear gunner, as Antonelli still just ahead of Oscar Piastri in that Mercedes car. As here comes Albon again. That Williams just seems to have tremendous traction off of the corners, as we've already got yellow flags out further back. That looks to be a V-carb going slowly then, so I don't know if they picked up damage or a puncture or what's happened there. They seem to have got back going again, but maybe just ended up in the gravel trap at the start of the Grand Prix. I'm sure we'll have a replay up on your screens right now. But Sainz then trying to build up a little bit of a margin up at the front of the order as well, as we just want to try and hang on ahead of Alex Albon just behind. DRS is going to be critical in this sprint, so we've got to make sure we stick within a second. Well, I would be so interested to know just how little downforce the AI are running around this circuit. Like I said, I'm opting for a really low wing setup here. Matt212 Racing, if you need setups for F125, as always, there's a link down in the description. But even then, we are still gaining time through the corners and losing it down the straights there, as we have stayed in the range of Carlos Sainz just in front. Albon seems to have pulled away from Piastri, as Verstappen now up to P5, so Antonelli maybe beginning to struggle in a Mercedes that is still very, very weak early on. But yeah, Carlos and I, just like we did in qualifying then, starting to pull away from everybody else. But I don't think anybody was expecting that Williams to be as fast this weekend as it is so far.
There appears to be an issue. We're currently investigating.
Oh no. I see, I've had one of these before now inside this game. I know what to expect when it comes to a mechanical failure. But surely Red Bull, this will be 4 races in a row that one of their cars has gone bang. Obviously, Qatar for Hamilton last year, both of them in Abu Dhabi. Verstappen had a failure last weekend, and now we have got no ERS then. I've never had this glitch or mechanical issue inside this game.
Isn't functioning. The guys are working on a fix.
So immediately then, Carlos Sainz is going to be able to rocket away from me, and now it's going to be about trying to manage the gap to Alex Albon just behind. Of course, it seems to be frozen at 89%. Now, I believe, obviously, it'll be switched off. Yes, it is. But suddenly, yeah, getting all these mechanical issues in F125. Took me 3 months to get any of them, and now I seem to be getting all of them. So there we go, it's back on.
ERS, it should be back online now.
How odd is that then? There we go. I guess we've experienced something new on this game. Annoyingly then, I don't want to speak too soon, but I think that ERS issue might just have cost us any opportunity we had to try and stick with Carlos Sainz here. It seems like the Red Bull and the Williams so evenly matched around this circuit that now Verstappen has worked his way up to 4th. We're all kind of just stuck exactly where we are. It might be a rather lonely end to this sprint race, but hopefully something can happen. Well, maybe I did speak too soon then in this Grand Prix. We are just staying inside the DRS range now of Carlos Sainz towards the end of this sprint race, and well, I'm hoping the Red Bull will have slightly better tyre wear than the Williams would have. Albon behind seems to be closing in just a little bit as well, so I think unless, yeah, Sainz and I really start to get the elbows out, I don't think Albon is going to be able to get into this fight, but it is all very, very useful information when we head into the real Grand Prix, as we look at that, how much grip we've got down at turn 1, but just can't go anywhere with it. So we've got yellows further back. That seems to be an Aston Martin breaking down. I believe that's Esteban Ocon then. And that will likely mean he'll take some grid penalties ready for the main event. That V car that obviously had the issues lap 1 did carry on. So yeah, nothing major there. But is that Ocon? I assume it is. It's got to be Esteban Ocon. Yes, there we go. Out of the Grand Prix. And yeah, our winner here a couple of seasons ago. Well, as we head into the race, he might have to do a last question mark challenge. Well, I think Sainz now might have some issues towards the end of this race because Albon's closing in.
Less than a second. They're on old mediums. Time last lap, 1:35.5.
2 laps to go at this Grand Prix. And I mean, yeah, look at that. Albon has closed in rapidly on the pair of us here. So we're going to try and have a bit of a look down the inside of Carlos there through the first couple of corners. Not quite going to get it hooked up through the first part. We might just have to sit behind him again, but he seems to be really struggling to get the power down off of the turns. Can we have a look down the inside into the hairpin? Oh, I thought about it, but I think we'll just sit in for now. But, yeah, all this is doing is bringing Albon closer and closer to the fight. So, I mean, you just see we use any kind of battery, and Sainz has got nothing against us. Has he just completely depleted his charge? Has there been a bit of a weird glitch with the ERS usage, where obviously when it glitched out, I mean, look at that, we've got 100% battery. I don't believe, yeah, I'm running it on medium and we're just not draining it. This is a really, really odd bug that at first I thought was going to hinder us, but maybe now has saved our race as 4 tenths back behind Sainz as we make our way out to the back straight there. Albon now has really closed in on the pair of us, and with just over 1 lap to go, Is this Red Bull starting to come alive here? Let's just wait and see what we can do as we make our way down the back straight. I mean, look at that. Sainz has got nothing. He's going to try and swing to the inside, but it might be a pretty futile attempt, as down the outside we will go in towards the final lap of this Grand Prix there, round the Williams, and up into P1 then. For the first time today, one more lap to hang on to it, and like I said, Sainz could be under pressure from Albon towards the checkered flag. Verstappen trying to close in as well. But you can look at that, barely with the DRS. Is Sainz closing in on me on the run in towards turn 1? Well, look at that. I mean, Sainz has dropped back 1.4 seconds in a single lap. So both our front runners have had issues in this Grand Prix, but it seems to have affected the other one far more than it has me. Carlos Sainz, it looked like he was going to claim victory in the sprint race today throughout most of this event, but as we get towards the last lap, he might only finish in 3rd place there. Alexander Albon trying to get a run on his teammate as they make their way down the back straight. James Vowles, I'm sure, will be hoping, no matter what happens, that they don't come together, and I think Albon's going to do it. Down the inside, at the hairpin he goes. Sainz trying to fight back around the outside in towards those final through corners. For us, though, at the front, it is going to be our first victory for Red Bull. It is going to be P1.
Yes, mate, I'll take that. Well done. We're really happy with the podium down here, so well done. Yes.
That was a brilliantly executed race. You made it count at the beginning.
There we go then. P1 in the end ahead of Alexander Albon. Carlos Sainz, he will be looking for revenge as we head into the main Grand Prix. Verstappen just ahead of both McLarens. Lando Norris, a decent recovery drive to P5. But it looks like, yeah, Red Bull and Williams are going to be the teams to beat here. Lewis Hamilton comes through for 7th ahead of Charles Leclerc. Championship-wise, it means we are now just 3 back from Lando Norris there, as Albon still not a million miles away either. Ocon and Hamilton now tied in 4th place, the pair of them. Verstappen gets his first points of the year now ahead of Nico Hulkenberg, and constructors-wise, still Mercedes yet to score a point. Red Bull now down to 3rd, as Williams now trying to apply some pressure to McLaren, but let's head into real qualifying.
Welcome along to Shanghai, ladies and gentlemen, where it's Chinese Grand Prix weekend. But before we can race, we need to qualify. And who's going to take that coveted pole position? How will our grid line up? We're about to find out. Welcome to qualifying.
Well, no complaints about the car then after the sprint race, so no need to change the setup as we head into the main event proper then. Let's see what we can do, though, in one-shot qualifying. Will it be Sainz once again? Will it be the other Williams of Alexander Albon that potentially will claim pole position here? He looked to be very, very fast towards the end of sprint race Saturday, so just struggling to get the power down out of those first couple of corners. I would expect Ocon to be starting from the back of the field. I don't know, though, whether Williams would have had to make some tweaks to Carlos Sainz's car as well there, but Albon so far looks to be in control throughout the early parts of this one-shot qualifying. Let me know down in the comments below whether you prefer this format, whether you'd rather we just leave it as like a normal session. What I always find, especially with the sprint qualifyings, is that it's basically one shot anyway for the AI, and then we've just got a huge advantage when I go back out towards the end of the session. So yeah, it's a little bit peculiar the way it works inside this game, but trying to get the power down there, a little bit of a swapper as we make our way out to the back straight. I don't think this lap has been much worse than my one in sprint, but it just seems to be that a lot more of the AI getting it hooked up there as Albon streaking away as we make our way down the back straight. We're down to 8th place, though, so we're going to need to be very, very brave through those final couple of corners as Lando Norris out of nowhere currently up to top spot then. So McLaren clearly have found a bit of a pace as we get ready for Sunday's Grand Prix. Albon, though, through the final corner will snatch it back, and we will end up 4th. Well, there we are then. Alexander Albon means that Williams have locked out both pole positions this weekend, just ahead of Lando Norris. Red Bull will lock out row 2 ahead of Lewis Hamilton, and Ollie Bearman there up in P6. I tell you what, this season so far, we have seen some fantastic surprises. Ocon down in 12th, just behind Carlos Sainz, so they will both be pretty disappointed. George Russell, P15 again in that Mercedes car, so he is really, really struggling at this stage of the campaign. But the V-Carbs again will lock out the back row, a second slower than anybody else.
It's time again then for Formula One in Shanghai. Northwest of the thriving city of over 24 million people is a circuit that first featured in the championship calendar back in 2004. It played host to Formula One's 1000th Grand Prix back in 2019. Shanghai International Circuit then is a 16-corner high-speed thrill ride. The long and ever-tightening right-hander at turns 1 and 2 tests a driver's patience, and the flat, open to the elements location, test their skill in a crosswind. 2 DRS zones will assist passing, and they're available into turn 1 and down the kilometre-long back straight into turn 14. Alex Albon leads us away from pole position, edging out Lando Norris, who'll start from P2. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Verstappen, Mr. Monaco, and Sir Lewis Hamilton, and Behrman, Stroll, Piastri, Gasly, and Andrea Kimi Antonelli, Sainz, Ocon, Charles Leclerc, and Colapinto, Russell, Hülkenberg, Jack Doohan, and Gabriel Bortoleto, Hadjar, and Liam Lawson rounds off the grid. And with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down to the track.
Well, here we are then, down on the grid, ready for the Chinese Grand Prix proper. We got a little bit more work to do today, but we know the car feels good, especially on those mediums towards the end of stint 1. Lando Norris ahead of us, though, obviously our main championship rival. It wouldn't surprise me if we end up in a world championship battle between him and I. Verstappen looked good, though, in the sprint. Alexander Albon certainly cannot be counted out either. There is a lot that can happen as we head into this race, as Verstappen's gone softs. What a bold choice by our teammate. The 5 red lights are out, though. And it is going to be green flag racing as Verstappen, rather unsurprisingly, will make it 3 wide immediately on the run in towards turn 1. Norris forced to back out of it on the inside line. And Verstappen powering his way through up into top spot there. Alexander Albon has opted for hard compound tyres, so your top 3 on the grid, all on different tyre strategy. Going to be very, very interesting to see how that pans out as we get into this race. But we've done a good job then and are now front of the medium runners. Hamilton up to P5. So a good start by him as well in that Aston Martin. They need to desperately showcase their pace early on this season. Otherwise, questions will be raised after losing Fernando Alonso and myself. But making our way through this middle sector then on lap 1. Albon just in front of me, but hopefully we're going to be able to try and capitalise and get past him nice and quickly, because he is on those harder tyres. A Red Bull 1-2 early on would be absolutely fantastic for us, but surely, yeah, Verstappen, he's going to have to two-stop this Grand Prix. I'm almost convinced of it, because those soft tyres will do about 6 laps here, if you're lucky. It is Max Verstappen, though. I've seen him do crazier things, and he's already got nearly a 2-second lead by the end of lap 1. Well, let's see then if we can try and get past Albon at the first chance with DRS here. Like I said, obviously on the harder compounded tyre, you would expect those to really come alive sort of around lap 10. But yeah, Verstappen, 3 seconds clear now up at the front of the order. So I want to try and get past Albon as much to find out what Max's strategy is as anything else. Normally, we probably could have just gone teammate status, couldn't we? But where would be the fun in that? As round the outside of Albon we will go down the end of the back straight. Let's listen in.
And the time last lap, 1 minute 35.8. Okay, gap ahead, 3.3 seconds. They're all fresh softs. Okay, we think they've got 2 stops remaining. 2 stops remaining.
There we go then. Official confirmation that Verstappen does have 2 pit stops in this Grand Prix. Is Hamilton even now up to P4. There is Gasly also on softs up to P5. This season, I know we're only 3 laps into the second race, but it could be an absolute banger. There we go. Albon, I don't believe, has been able to stay in my DRS range, so Hamilton then going to make easy work of the Williams driver as well. It's a big strategy gamble by that Williams team because they're hoping that Albon doesn't lose too many places early, and of course are relying on him trying to make his way back through towards the end of the Grand Prix. The overcut can work on F125, but it is not easy. Yeah, Hamilton is flying along though at the moment, but Verstappen already, those soft tyres probably aren't the ones you want to be on. That's just how quickly they fall apart here. Well, I'll give Verstappen credit. He's done very, very well to take these soft tyres as far as he has done in this Grand Prix so far. In fact, even now, we still haven't got back inside his DRS range. I would assume he'll go medium. towards the checkered flag, but I've honestly got no idea. As we make our way down in towards the final couple of corners, will our Dutch teammate finally pit at the end of this lap? No, he won't. So Verstappen then trying to go another one. So 8 laps on the softs, 10 on medium, 10 on medium. Very doable. But we might be able to get past him this lap. The only other issue I've got is, of course, I was so used to having so much ERS in the sprint race because of that weird little bug that we've got into the main event and I am draining through it rather fast. Know just how bad Max Verstappen's tyres are when he can't even pull away from me out of the snail sections here in Shanghai. 6/10 back though as we get ready to open up that DRS. Will we be able to make the move before our teammate dives into the pit lane? Oh, he goes for a little bit of a late move to block the inside line there, but if anything, he's going to trip himself over on the exit. To the outside will go as Verstappen gets really squirrely. So there we go, immediately dives into the pit lane then. So whether the team told him not to hold me up or what, I don't really know. But we've got a few more laps before we dive in for our pit stop in this race. But Verstappen, he could still be a threat by the end. Their warning light has now flashed up then as we get towards the end of lap 11. And Lewis Hamilton has always been a bit of a tyre whisperer in Formula 1. And he is beginning to close in that gap as well. I think we were a bit too obsessed with trying to get back to Verstappen early in this race, and we've got about a 20-second lead now over our teammate, each of us with 1 pit stop to go. But we need to try and get these tyres to the end of 13 there. I'd rather take the pain now and hopefully have a bit more speed later on in the Grand Prix. As you can see the back end trying to kick out. But still we drive. Oh, we've got yellows. That's one of the V cars slowing down then, so a safety car now wouldn't be too bad for us. As Isaac Hadjar, disaster in the sprint race, a disastrous weekend, to be honest, for the young Frenchman there. He is going to be our first casualty of the day, but doesn't look like we're going to get a safety car for our troubles. I just spoke about Hamilton being a bit of a tyre whisperer, and suddenly we seem to be pulling away again. Albon on those hard tyres hasn't made much of an impact, so he will be really home with a fly in the second half of this race. Well, even on wrecked tyres then, we've still been pulling away from Hamilton and Alex Albon then towards the end of this stint, which, yeah, has really surprised me. Especially with Albon, I thought he'd be kind of really chugging along and getting that gap back down a little bit, but maybe having to nurse his tyres as well. Don't know how good that Williams is over the course of an entire stint. Clearly, as we've seen from qualifying, fires up its tyres very well. But Albon then will reclaim the lead of the Grand Prix for the first time since turn 1. I'm hoping we won't get held up by Hamilton through the pit cycle. Yes, we did. That's a bit annoying. So Hamilton will have taken just a little bit of time out of me. As Verstappen, I'm sure, is going to come through and be comfortably ahead of us, but still don't think that was the right strategy for our teammate. So yeah, I mean, he is getting stuck behind other cars quite badly at the moment. Leclerc, I mean, look at that, yeah, about 6 laps, and the undercut's only been worth 2 seconds for him. Verstappen is in big trouble. Well, maybe Verstappen and I need to work together then, as he's going to try and make a move on Charles Leclerc. Ferrari and Mercedes both had a pretty disappointing campaign so far, as all contact between our teammate there. And we'll get around the outside of not one, but maybe the pair of them down in towards the final corner. 2 was he squabbling with each other. Contact with Verstappen as well. I'm sure he will not be happy with that. But around the outside of the pair of them then down at the hairpin. Looks like we've only got 3 cars out ahead of me, and Williams put all their eggs in the hard tyre basket at the start of this Grand Prix alongside Ollie Behrman and Charles Leclerc, but as we cross over half distance, we're in a pretty good spot. Then Ollie Behrman hopefully isn't going to hold us up too much either down this back straight there, as Verstappen already really struggling to even keep up with me. I mean, those medium tyres shouldn't be destroyed by the end of this stint, but they're not going to be particularly fun to drive on either, as that Haas car is very racy in a straight line, but around the outside we will go, and up then into 3rd spot once more. Williams currently with a 1-2 in this Grand Prix, but not for long, as Carlos Sainz there dives back into the pit lane. Albon 11 seconds up the road. He might be in trouble towards the end. Look at that then, in the course of just 1 lap, we've gone over 2 seconds clear of Alex Albon, so he's going to need a rapid undercut, or overcut, sorry, I should say, towards the end of this Grand Prix. Into the pit lane we'll go with the Williams car, and, well, Williams had a 1-2 just a lap ago. Now it looks like it's going to be Red Bull with a 1-2 yet again. As new personal best of the day. Hamilton closing in on Verstappen just behind, of course, former teammates inside this series. I wonder if that's meant they've got any more respect for each other. We've got yellows, a safety car now. That would work well for Verstappen, as it looks like it's one of those Williams cars again then. Carlos Sainz looks to be out of the Grand Prix today, so a tough odd weekend for him. Showed so much promise, but he's not going to walk away with a lot there, as, I mean, that's quite a big yellow flag zone, but I think he's safely off of the circuit, and we won't get a safety car. Hamilton now trying to find a way around Max Verstappen, and our teammate can't do a lot to help us in defending from his old teammate. Could Hamilton still be a threat by the end? Albon 15 seconds behind. He's going to have to pull out his finger if he wants to get towards the front again, but he might still bag a podium. There we go, Verstappen back into the pit lane then. So where is our teammate going to re-emerge late on in the day? Hamilton now, Norris and myself. So it's a British 1-2-3 at the moment. And Albon, of course, grew up in the UK. So not a bad day for the Brits so far. But yeah, Verstappen, he's going to re-emerge then quite a lot further down the order.
We've got a full battery, which means we can use more of it to
We don't quite have a full battery, but okay, Mark. But yeah, Verstappen, I don't even think he's in the points at the moment then. He must be out, I think, 11th. So this strategy has not worked out for our teammates. We've got yellows again then. Someone maybe has gone for a spin down at the final corner. I believe that's Oscar Piastri. So disappointing moment for him then. And could that be a safety car late on in the day? That would certainly throw up a bit of a surprise. I think he's been able to keep going there. So yeah, that's just going to be a disaster for McLaren though, as they are not going to score many points in the Constructors against Red Bull and Aston Martin today. Hamilton, though, still dropping away, and he's actually falling into the clutches of Norris and Albon. But we are just dominating this. Well, to be fair to Oscar Piastri, I will give him a little bit of credit. Going back and watching this incident, it looks like he actually had a left rear puncture, so that will explain why he had to pit. He didn't just spin it out by himself. Actually did a very good job to save it down that back straight, because that blew up at about 200 miles an hour there. But yeah, disappointment for the Australian, as he's going to have to try and limp to the flag. Well, there we are then, 5 laps to go. Just been watching the dots running around behind us in this Grand Prix, because we haven't got much to report up at the front. Norris, though, and Albon have moved past Lewis Hamilton late on in the day, so once again, Aston Martin do seem to struggle with tyre life towards the end of a stint. We saw that out in Australia as well then, but could Albon get another second place finish after his result in the sprint race? It was Sainz third, that's definitely not going to happen, but we could end up with an identical 1-2. Ending the final corner then to start the last lap of the Chinese Grand Prix. I've got to be honest with you all, I was a little bit nervous as we came into this one. The car fell all over the show during free practice, but obviously as more rubber gets put into the circuit, a bit like what we've seen with Verstappen many times before IRL this year, the car seems to be a bit of a handful on Friday, but you get into the qualifying, you get into the races, and it really does seem to come alive. Lando Norris and I, for the second weekend in a row, are going to be 1 and 2, starting the last lap of the GP, but I don't think we're going to see a swapper this time round. 15 seconds clear of the McLaren man, who really kind of came alive in the second half of this race there. Slow burn of an afternoon for him, as Hamilton, I think he's had mechanical issues because he's been dropping like 2 seconds a lap towards the end of this race. Esteban Ocon, his teammate, he's going to be right on him by the end there, as tyres just beginning to give up on this last lap of the Grand Prix as well. But making our way in towards the final few corners here in Shanghai. Obviously, we left Aston Martin, our home, after narrowly missing out on a Chinese Grand Prix victory in what was just our second ever Formula 1 Grand Prix at the time. We've come to Red Bull this season. We probably should have won last weekend in Albert Park, being completely honest. But we are going to get redemption today. Sprint victory and real victory, neither of them coming with a pole position. This car has come alive on race pace and race pace alone. Through the final corner, we are definitely a World Championship threat still. It is going to be victory here in the Chinese Grand Prix. Get in there.
It's a performance to be proud of from our Chinese Grand Prix winners here today. The drivers are en route to the podium as we speak. What a fantastic win for the Red Bull team. They performed exceptionally today, keeping us firmly on the edge of our seats throughout the entirety of the race. Congratulations to everybody at the team.
Well, there we go then. That is one way to silence the doubters. To anybody that thought I could only deliver with Aston Martin, P1, the maximum points from this weekend. Very, very happy indeed there. Taking a look at our final race results, though, Lando Norris, a brilliant drive to finish in P2 after a bit of a slow start to the Grand Prix. I thought he was going to be on the back foot for a lot longer there. Albon, ultimately, I think Williams cost him a chance at second place there. The alternate strategy was not the way to go. Ocon did jump Lewis Hamilton on the very last lap of the race there. Verstappen recovered to P6 in the end. But yeah, the two-stop was definitely not the play today. Charles Leclerc ahead of both Mercedes, and Ollie Behrman rounds out your top 10 there. And Nico Hülkenberg, after scoring a point last weekend, narrowly misses out here as well. Maybe Kick Sauber aren't going to be so slow this season. Carlos Sainz, Isaac Hadjar both failing to see the checkered flag. Oscar Piastri claims fastest lap there, but down in P17 will come as very little solace to him. Championship-wise then, we've got a 4-point buffer now ahead of Lando, as Albon's still in third there ahead of Esteban Ocon and Lewis Hamilton. 4 drivers from 4 different teams inside your top 4. Charles Leclerc ahead of Verstappen, Sainz, Piastri, Russell and Hülkenberg just ahead of Antonelli, with Colapinto and Behrman, all with points on the board there. Just Stroll, both Alpines, both Kick Saubers and Bortoletto yet to score. Constructors-wise, Red Bull 10 ahead of McLaren, who have got a further 5-point lead over Williams, with Aston Martin in P4. We could definitely see a big fight between our top 4 teams this season. Ferrari a long way back in a bit of no man's land ahead of Mercedes. Kick Sauber and Haas all with points now. And yeah, just waiting on Alpine and VCarb to get off of the starting blocks. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready out at Suzuka. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 3 of Season 3 of our F125 Red Bull Driver Career Mode. Yes, we return this weekend to the Suzuka International Racing Course. Of course, the home of the Japanese Grand Prix. If you missed out on the video that went live a few days ago from Shanghai, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. 2 races down so far this year, and it has been very, very interesting to see the pace of our rivals. We've had some teams now delivering a lot higher than expectation. Other teams certainly not delivering up to the hype we would expect from them so far, but yeah, we've been doing pretty well so far. Of course, we narrowly lost out on the win out in Melbourne, but we did claim victory last time out in Shanghai. Of course, we actually won both the sprint and the main event. So it means Lando Norris and I have both finished 1 and 2 in the opening 2 Grand Prix. Alex Albon has finished 3rd twice. Ocon has finished 4th twice, and Hamilton has finished 5th twice. I hadn't even noticed that by the end of last weekend as well there. So safe to say there's some patterns already beginning to form. We have a 10-point lead in the Constructors' Championship as well, ahead of McLaren. But yeah, Williams and Aston Martin, neither of those teams are a million miles away. So as we return to Suzuka, though, I'm expecting this to be a strong track for our teammate Max Verstappen. It's definitely one of the tougher venues inside F125 as well. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed. We're trying to hit 15k on the channel. A massive thank you to everybody. We have just ticked past 13,000 as well. But yeah, without further ado though, let's return here to Suzuka.
A warm welcome everybody from a venue that has seen plenty of sensational laps over the years. Remember, Verstappen in 23, Vettel in 2019, some phenomenal pole laps. But whose will it be today?
Well, I felt like Shanghai last weekend was going to be a pretty big test for the car and team, but we passed with flying colours. Suzuka, though, I think is going to be an even bigger one. This circuit, you always feel compromised inside F125. Do you run a bit more downforce and have the speed through the S's, or do you run a bit less downforce and unable to keep up with the AI in a straight line? It is a tricky balance to find. around this circuit. But of course, back to the normal qualifying format. Obviously not one shot, but it is just the single session as Verstappen immediately does a 25.3. Honestly, immediately, I feel like I'm going to struggle to match that. We need to try and get a good first lap on the board there, a nice tidy banker run. But I'll be honest, I was aiming for like high 25s this session. I said Verstappen will be good here, and well, hopefully he's going to prove it. As long as we don't end up getting out-qualified by the V-Carbs, that would be quite bad. Imagine I get relegated at some point this season. I mean, currently we're leading the World Championship, so I hope not, but anything is possible inside F1 25 there as we try and tip the car through the final chicane. This first lap, though, has felt pretty decent. Nothing special, but pretty decent. 25.8, we go P2, but we are still half a second adrift of our teammate. Well, looking at the margins then between ourselves and Verstappen, it looks like we're pretty much even in Sector 2 and Sector 3. It was just Sector 1 where I lost out quite badly, so as long as we get a much better run through the final corner, hopefully we're going to be able to find a little bit of time here. But this just seems to be a circuit where the Red Bull might absolutely come alive then. Can we snooker away a pole position from Max Verstappen? Of course, haven't taken one in the opening 2 Grand Prix, but maybe third time's the charm there, as not quite meeting the apex through the second part of the corner, but we get pretty good drive on the exit. Let's try to chuck the car up into the S's, down 1 gear through the third part there as well. Again, struggling with the understeer. The front end, it almost feels like kind of air gets underneath it, and it just washes out a little bit on the exit, but we still found a fair bit of time by the end of Sector 1. Nice and tidy through the Degners. There's Carlos Sainz there in the Williams. Rockets up to P1, so once again then, it could be Williams versus Red Bull as Verstappen finds a little bit more. Too busy looking at the times though has cost me through the exit of the hairpin there. We were about 3/10 up previously, and by using a lot of battery on the exit, we have pretty much been able to maintain that gap, but we know now we're going to be compromised through Sector 3. Again, not quite meeting the apex through Spoon. It is very, very tricky to try and get this car planted exactly where you want it. Leclerc has gone faster than myself as well then, so we do need this improvement. We know how difficult it's going to be to try and overtake when we get into the Grand Prix there. Down in towards the Casio Triangle, leave the car in third gear, attack the first curb, attack the second curb, get the throttle down on the run back towards the line, half a second up. Will it be good enough for pole? I think it is. Out of nowhere, we have done it. There we go then, pole position by just 1/1000th of a second ahead of Max Verstappen there. No wonder I was so surprised by it. I knew it was close when I saw the time flash up at the finish, but I didn't think it was going to be that close here. We have done it though. Red Bull have got a front row lockout. Carlos Sainz, another brilliant effort to line up just behind in P3, but surely there is a huge opportunity this weekend for the team to open up the gap at the top of the constructors.
No fewer than 12 world champions have been crowned at Suzuka, but who will be tasting glory today at the checkered flag? We're approaching lights out, and we can't wait for the Japanese Grand Prix. We're southwest of the city of Nagoya today at the unique figure-of-8 Suzuka circuit. 3.6 miles and 18 corners make up a lap here, with average speeds approaching 136 miles per hour. DRS will be available, of course, into the potential passing opportunity at turn 1, although the best place for overtaking will be through 130R and into the final chicane. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks like for today's race. Mr. Monaco lines up on pole position, edging out Max Verstappen, who'll start from P2. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Sainz, Leclerc, Oscar Piastri and Hamilton, Albon, Russell, Norris and Franco Colapinto, Behrman, Stroll, Gabriel Bortoleto and Ocon, Hulkenberg, Antonelli, Isaac Hadjar and Jack Doohan. Gasly and Liam Lawson rounds off the grid. With preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track. And alongside me today, former Formula One driver and former world champion too. See, told you I'll give you a big intro. Anthony Davidson, hello. Now you'll remember back from your racing days, Ant, working with the team and getting to know them is oh so important. And that's what this driver's going through at the moment.
Absolutely, Crofty. It's, it's new for yourself when you arrive maybe into a new team, or you might be an established driver or a rookie. It doesn't matter. Getting to know a whole group of people, a team that works around you, it's vital to get the best out of each other. And in that return, your performance on track improves as well.
Okay, this is our engine supplier's home Grand Prix, which means there's a lot of very important people here behind the scenes. I'd love to give them a strong result to watch today, plus a good result might make my post-race meetings a little bit easier.
Well, there we are then. Obviously, after a front row lockout yesterday, I'm sure Honda are pretty happy with that, and I'm sure with just how small the gap was, probably made a few headlines as well there. Verstappen, though, he won't be happy about that, and obviously I was so distracted by how close the gap was at the top, I didn't even realise my closest championship rival, Lando Norris, is way down the order in P9. 27 laps ahead of us, though, here from the Suzuka circuit. I'm looking forward to this one. Qualifying has given me a little bit of belief as the 5 red lights come on. Verstappen's gone to softs. Nice lights out, and away we go then, and not really surprising at all then that our Dutch teammate is going to get the launch on me in towards that first corner. We've just got to focus on trying to keep some of those cars a little bit further back at bay there, as Sainz thought about it as well, down through turn 1, but that's quite a surprise to them. I didn't expect the AI to take that risk here, and I don't know whether Verstappen is therefore going to be doing a 1-stop or a 2-stop in this Grand Prix, so we'll obviously have to get confirmation in just a moment. Tried the 2-stop last weekend in Shanghai, really didn't pay dividends for the Dutchman, so in many ways I kind of hope he isn't trying it again, but it can create some intrigue, especially if you get a safety car or a red flag or something like that then. But yeah, Sainz obviously got very, very close by the end of qualifying. Will the Williams have the pace though today, or is this just going to be the Red Bull domination show? Only time will tell, as already trying to get the Spaniard out of the DRS. These medium tyres have fired up pretty well. In fact, the car honestly feels better than it did in qualifying on this opening lap. Able to meet more apexes and things like that. But clearly, yesterday, we were able to maintain speed off of the corners, and that obviously allowed us to still get the jump on our Dutch rival there, as making our way through 130R. Nice and tidy, despite being in the dirty air. We've just got to get on to lap 2 before I can request the team as to knowing what Verstappen's strategy is. But look at that already, a 2-second gap back to Sainz.
DRS enabled.
Let's have a listen in then. What is our teammate doing?
Max is ahead of you, and the time last lap, 1 minute 29.2. Okay, the gap is less than a second. They're all fresh softs. Their tyres are just 1 lap old. Okay, we think they've got 2 stops remaining. 2 stops remaining.
So again then, Verstappen trying to make the 2-stop strategy work here. That is quite a big surprise. I would assume that Leclerc and Sainz then are going to be doing the same thing a little bit further back. But yeah, for Verstappen though, he needs to try and bolt nice and early. You can tell he's definitely pushing, just like we saw in Shanghai. But again, I would argue Suzuka's way more difficult to overtake on than China, so if it didn't work there, why on earth does he expect it to work here? Once again then, just like we saw in Shanghai, Carlos Sainz very, very quick over 1 lap, but for some reason his Williams seems to really struggle in race pace there. He's already lost the place to both Charles Leclerc and Oscar Piastri, as that gap has just continued to open up further behind. Now, I assume that Oscar Piastri is kind of my biggest rival early on in this GP. Verstappen's bolted, but now I know he's on the 2-stop. I don't have like a desperate need to try and keep up with him here. We've just got to think about our own race and play it quite sensibly. I hope for his sake he's the one calling the strategies, because otherwise I think Red Bull are very quickly completely screwing him over. But he might be able to get a decent, if he can get a good run through this first stint, he could still come out quite high up the order. I think that's going to be the big thing for him, is whether he gets stuck in traffic. But I mean, yeah, look at that already on the minimap. Albon closing in on his teammate there. So Sainz, rapid over 1 lap, terrible over anything longer, it would appear. There we go. Oscar Piastri now has made the move on Charles Leclerc, and Alex Albon looks to have made the move on Carlos Sainz as well then. So could Oscar be a little bit of a silent rival in this one? Didn't show great qualifying speed, but we know just how good that McLaren is over a race stint. Definitely going to have to monitor that gap over these next few laps as Verstappen almost 3 seconds clear. Yep, okay, Mark. Just setting me random challenges. That's always what you want, isn't it? I think the soft tyres for pretty much everybody have already hit the cliff then. We thought we'd see this in Shanghai, but then Verstappen did alright to hang on to him for a little bit longer than we were expecting. But Leclerc then immediately after losing the place to Oscar has fallen away and back into the clutches of Alexander Albon. I mean, Albon could be on for another podium if he can just keep it clean and tidy. So our first real mistake of the day. So easy to do here, as long as you gather it up and you keep going. It costs us about half a second. Well, Verstappen then has got to be getting close to his pit window here as we get towards the end of lap 8. But he does seem to be the only soft compound runner who's been able to hang on to those tyres pretty well so far. Albon and now Lando Norris have popped up ahead of Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz. So yeah, they are both just falling down the order. Sainz there, disastrous start for him. As there we go, Max Verstappen into the pit lane then. So for the first time today, we're going to take the lead of the Grand Prix. But where will our teammate filter back out then? I think he's going to be somewhere obviously in the second half of the pack, of course. But I just don't know how many cars are on the mediums. So it's very, very peculiar. There you go, Leclerc and Sainz both dive in as well, so at least for Max, he knows he won't have to try and jump them. I think he is going to come out in a little bit of clear air. He's going to come out right around one of the Saubers, but just about stays ahead of him, so he's got a few seconds of clean air to work with before he closes in on that Aston Martin. But there we are then. By the time we get to lap 12, I apologise, this race probably hasn't been the most exciting in the world so far, but we have got confirmation of Verstappen's strategy then. Soft, medium. So he's really trying to push on at the moment. In fact, that gap now down to about 16 seconds here. So he still needs to average over a second a lap between now and the end of the Grand Prix. And of course, there will be a short period where we have probably got the freshest tyres. But looking at the gaps further behind, we seem to be maintaining the pace over Oscar Piastri. I think the McLaren is a very quick car here. But it's actually Lando Norris behind him that seems to be a little bit quicker. So maybe that qualifying effort might really cost Lando an opportunity today for a second win of the year. But either way, it's looking like a pretty decent recovery drive so far. As Verstappen this lap, he's gone 2 seconds faster than me. That's just how much our teammate is pushing. He could very easily still end up back on the podium as well. Yellow's got yellows. It's Verstappen! Max Verstappen, is he out or is he just spun? Please don't say he's had a mechanical failure. He literally just set fastest lap of the Grand Prix. Hasn't shown up that he's out, so I think he's just stacked it by himself then. I'm sure I'll have a replay up on your screens for you all, but Max Verstappen pushing hard to try and get himself back in the fight. If he's not careful, he might get disqualified in this Grand Prix for being parked in a dangerous location. I think he has been able to get it going again, but immediately, any hopes today of a win for our Dutch teammate are completely gone up in smoke. Well, yet another issue then for Max Verstappen this season, but I'm far more interested to see which McLaren driver is going to get priority when it comes to pit stops here. Lando Norris is really closing in on Oscar Piastri right now. He could still be a threat for the win, depending on what our pace is like on the harder tyres. Oscar stays out there. Lando is in. So McLaren then might be giving Lando Norris the undercut in this Grand Prix, as Alexander Albon also diving into the pit lane. I'm going to be intrigued to see where we come out relative to, the likes of Leclerc and Sainz. I think we're going to be out ahead.
Back into the race. That was a fantastic stop, faster than we were expecting.
I mean, Lando was like 5 seconds behind me. How on earth did I get held up trying to get into the pit lane behind him?
Penalty for dangerous driving if you cross onto the track.
Very, very weird, but it's definitely allowed the McLaren man to close in a little bit more then, as he's going to come out right behind Andrea Kimi Antonelli in this Grand Prix, but Leclerc and Antonelli providing us a little bit of a buffer. But Lando now, yeah, that gap down to 4 seconds. This is the thing with Suzuka, just how difficult it is to make overtakes. Andrea Kimi Antonelli beginning to struggle, and that means now Norris is just stuck right up his diffuser as they try and make their way through the final few corners. Oscar Piastri into the pit lane then, so he should reclaim the lead of the Grand Prix at the end of this one. We have been a bit quicker than him on this lap, as you would expect, but obviously we did lose a good couple of seconds through the pit cycle, so I think he's going to stay out ahead of Andrea Kimi Antonelli, as I reckon McLaren were hoping that Lando would come out ahead of him. Antonelli, though, into the pit lane. But look at that. He's cost Lando near enough 4 seconds in a single lap. That's brought Albon right back into his clutches. And it's meant that, well, I think they were hoping to undercut Oscar Piastri. That has not happened. And this is a reminder as to just how important track position is around this circuit. Now, again, Oscar Piastri trying to close in on us, but he's just been stuck behind Charles Leclerc for an entire lap. As the Ferrari man, I think he's starting to prepare for his second pit stop of the day. Oscar Piastri should be able to get the run on him once more, but honestly, up to this point, with 10 laps to go, I don't think we've been the quickest car here. I mean, Verstappen certainly has for the most part, but we have been the most consistent one. Haven't been caught up, haven't been slowed down, and that makes a huge, huge difference now. Oscar Piastri will have fresher tyres to the end, and we know that McLaren is slightly better as well at looking after its tyres towards the end of a stint, but surely we can manage a 6-second delta towards the checkered flag. Like I said, I apologise, it hasn't been the most interesting race on track, but the way the strategy has all worked out has made it fascinating. Verstappen 23 seconds behind, and he's still got a pit stop to make, which I'm sure is about to happen now. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be a good job for Max if he can even score points by the end of this Grand Prix, because I don't even know if he was back inside the top 10 yet before he made that final stop. Colapinto's having a pretty good drive up in P5. There is Leclerc. He's not going to come out in a bad spot either. I think he's running around in P7 then, just as long as he stays ahead of that Aston Martin. So I don't know which Haas car it is as well in 6th, but they're having a pretty good drive. I just think, yeah, a lot of the guys that obviously started on the softs have really screwed themselves over. Seems to be quite a large portion of the field, though. But for McLaren, for myself, for Alexander Albon, I mean, we've got 20 seconds over them with 10 laps to go. It just hasn't worked. Oh, we've got yellows. Someone towards the rear of the field. Don't say it's Max Verstappen. Oh, I'm too busy looking at the minimap than where I should be going. It is Max Verstappen. After the mistake earlier on, it looks like our teammate is going to be out of the Grand Prix, and that means in the last, 5 Grand Prix, a Red Bull car has DNF'd in 4 of them. And we had a mechanical issue in Shanghai as well. Luckily, it didn't end up costing us anything. But Max Verstappen, our first retirement of the Grand Prix, his second retirement of the year, he will surely not be happy with Red Bull right now. But 3 laps to go then, and of course, with Verstappen out of the Grand Prix, Charles Leclerc is kind of our best reference as to how well the 2-stop strategy would have worked. Now, I'm not going to say that either he or his car is as quick as Verstappen, but we're actually pulling away from Charlie Boy with just a few more laps to go here. The gap now up to about 29 seconds, but a Red Bull leading home 2 McLarens here at Suzuka. Where have we seen that before? As Lando now right up to the gearbox of his teammate Oscar Piastri, because he would love to try and make it yet another 1-2 between myself and the McLaren driver. I like the fact, yeah, obviously apart from Shanghai, we haven't really battled each other though so far this year. It could be a very odd championship fight, similar to that. I think, was it Villeneuve and Schumacher back in '97 that never shared a podium throughout the entire season? Obviously, the only time they were going to was going to be Jerez, and then obviously Schumacher hit the wrong part of him, my friend. But yeah, at the moment though, Lando having to sit behind his teammate. As, well, Alexander Albon, he's having a pretty lonely race in P4. Just doesn't look like Williams have had the pace to match the McLarens today, but he's done a better job than his teammate. Rounding the final corners then to start the last lap of the Japanese Grand Prix there. The gap to Oscar now up to almost 10 seconds here. But let's just see if we can bring it home. Let's see whether Oscar can hang on ahead of his teammate Lando Norris for what would be his first podium of the year. Obviously, 3 of our top 4 cars have finished every race inside your top 4. But, yeah, I mean, it has been a rather interesting start to the year. I just don't think the final results really show it. I mean, how fascinating is it that 3 cars from 3 different teams have shared the podium in the opening couple of Grand Prix? McLaren are going to be our first team this year to get both cars onto the podium in a single event. I'm just hoping Verstappen can pull his finger out and finally showcase some speed and some skill over the entire race distance. Maybe on a weekend where he doesn't get screwed over by tyre strategy as well. But of course, Bahrain next weekend, that is going to be a very tough one for tyre management for everybody. So the 2-stop there might actually be rather viable. But for us today, Like I said, I apologise, it hasn't been the most interesting race in the world, but honestly, for me, it's nice just not to bottle some of them from time to time as well. That as we make our way down in towards the final couple of corners. 2 wins in the opening 3 Grand Prix. I'm still a little bit nervous, though. Obviously, because we've seen in pretty much every series I've done, Red Bull start the year strong and then completely fall off. Out of the final corner, though, it is going to be victory here at Suzuka for Honda. Very happy with that.
Well done, Max.
That's it then for another fantastic Grand Prix here in Japan. A brilliant victory that has thoroughly earned the applause of the sellout crowd here today.
And that's 2 wins in a row now. It's the start of potentially something special, but they can't get ahead of themselves just yet. It's a long way to go.
Red Bull are our winners today after showcasing some incredible driving. There's been a huge push from them lately to stay competitive with the other teams, and they're certainly proving themselves.
Well, there we go then. It is going to be victory here by 12 seconds come the end of the Japanese Grand Prix. But I've got a much bigger issue. Christian Horner called me Max. It's like calling your current girlfriend your ex-girlfriend's name. I know that Max is still on the team, but that one hurt a little bit, that he clearly thinks I'm the Dutchman there. So maybe already that has created a little bit of tension within the team as well. But yeah, we were followed home even by both McLarens there. Albon in 4th ahead of both Ferraris, Hamilton in 7th, Nico Hülkenberg a brilliant drive to 8th in the end on that one stop, ahead of Russell and Carlos Sainz there. So Hülkenberg beat George Russell on the same strategy. That is rather impressive by the German as well. Andrea Kimi Antonelli misses out on points there ahead of Ollie Behrman, but it was just... Oh, Ocon broke down on the last lap as well. But yeah, Verstappen should have been the only driver not classified come the checkered flag there. And I mean, we tried to push for fastest lap on that last lap. We were only a 10th out from Verstappen's time as well, and I probably could have found that just with a little bit more effective ERS management. Taking a look, though, at the World Championship, we open up the gap now to 14 points ahead of Lando Norris. The ever-consistent Alexander Albon still in a rather lonely P3 now, it must be said, with Hamilton ahead of Piastri, Charles Leclerc ahead of Esteban Ocon, and Verstappen now tied with Carlos Sainz all the way down in P8. Franco Colapinto just ahead of Nico Hülkenberg, who is ahead of both Mercedes in this championship so far. It has been a tough start to the year for them. But Lance Stroll, Jack Doohan, Gabriel Bortoletto, Gasly and both V-Carbs yet to score a point. Constructors-wise, Red Bull now the gap 2 points ahead of McLaren, as Williams still ahead of Aston Martin there. Ferrari ahead of Mercedes, Kick Sauber, Haas, Alpine and V-Carb, all with, obviously Alpine and V-Carb with 8 points on the board there. Thank you all so much for watching, though. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Bahrain Grand Prix. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 4 of Season 3 of our F125 Red Bull Driver Career Mode. Yes, we return this weekend here to the Sakir circuit and the Bahrain Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the last video that went live a couple of days ago from Suzuka, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. 3 races down so far this season, and although the championship might not show it so far, it has been a fantastic and fascinating contest so far. We've seen a lot of drivers kind of have some really standout performances. A lot of drivers get some bad luck as well, but it has been Lando Norris and I that have been the consistent ones early on this campaign. 2 wins for myself, though, means that we have now got a 14-point lead at the top of the table, as Norris is slowly getting worse every weekend. First in Australia, second in Shanghai, third Japan, so he's obviously going to finish 4th this weekend as well. Alexander Albon, very consistent in that Williams, still in 3rd overall, and Oscar Piastri, yeah, got his first proper points of the year to now see himself tied with Charles Leclerc. Max Verstappen, 2 DNFs in the opening 3 Grand Prix have left our teammate very, very unhappy with Red Bull at the moment, but despite that, we are still top of the Constructors' Championship by 2 points over McLaren as well, so I think we're going to be in for another Red Bull versus McLaren rivalry over the course of this season. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed. We're trying to hit 15k subs here on the channel, but yeah, without further ado though, let's return to this Kia circuit.
Well, as the sun goes down, the speeds go up. It's almost time to get underway for this shootout for the fastest time and the best possible grid position for tomorrow's race. Let's get on with it. It's qualifying for the Bahrain Grand Prix.
Well, as we head then into qualifying here from Bahrain, it's really our first look to have a look at what the Red Bull car is like under the floodlights then. And well, I think all of the cars look pretty good inside this game when the sun sets. Not quite as good as my Cadillac, it must be said. But this livery, yeah, still looks fantastic. But so far this weekend, a bit like what we saw with Red Bull IRL this year. If you remember, Verstappen, it was the first weekend where they properly kind of fell off in terms of pace with the Dutchman's car. Of course, he's had a pretty tough time so far this year, so he will not be hoping for a repeat of that this weekend. But yeah, this circuit now, though, inside these games, really feels like a circuit you can really kind of attack. It's going purple there through the first sector, despite a little bit of a wobble. I mean, look at that, the S is pretty much entirely flat out. Purple in Sector 1, purple in Sector 2 there, as we just run a little bit wide up over the top of the hill. Once again, this Red Bull seems to struggle in free practice, but we get to qualifying, and it really does come alive there. It's just trying to keep it clean and tidy through that final corner on the quick run back towards the start-finish line. It is going to be a 1:25.5. We go to the top of the board. Well, at the moment then, we are only a tenth quicker than Lando Norris, but he's gone back out and done his final run a little bit before everybody else. So our nearest rival then, I guess now, is going to either be Verstappen or Lewis Hamilton. Alex Albon not too far away either. You never count out the tie driver, especially with how good that Williams looks over 1 lap pace this season. But will we need to chase any more, or was that first run going to be enough to put this Red Bull car on pole position then through the first couple of corners? Nice and tidy once again, but immediately dropping a tenth of a second, so maybe the circuit now just getting a little bit cooler. Have to wait and see, like I said, if anybody else improves there, is hopefully, or with a little less of a ragged run up through the top of the circuit, we can find a bit more. I just don't think the circuit's got the grip anymore. We are really struggling to kind of get this car where we want it. Is everybody else then coming to the end of their laps? Are we going to see any more improvements by any other drivers? I think we've done it. I think this is going to be pole position. Meanwhile, we are nearly 0.3 of a second down on my previous lap. Will it slowly start coming back towards us? Maybe it just took the tyres a little bit longer to find some grip on this final run, but very, very peculiar as we climb up the hill. We're now down to about a tenth away. I just want to go quicker again. To be completely honest, I want to kind of find just how quick this car can go around this circuit. But we took pole position last weekend by just 1/1000th of a second over our teammate Max Verstappen. The margin is going to be a little bit bigger this time, though, as we attack the curb through the final corner. A little bit squirrely on the exit. We are going to improve again by next to nothing, but 2 laps that are good enough for P1.
Yes. Excellent lap. We're all very, very pleased with that one. Nice work. Come on, I'll see you back in the pits.
Well, overall then, a very, very weird qualifying session, but not going to complain with the fact we line up on pole position once more. Lando Norris in second ahead of Verstappen there, with Hamilton, Charles Leclerc and George Russell inside your top 6. A bit disappointing for Williams. They seem to have dropped down the order ever so slightly here as Mercedes look to get more competitive. Oscar Piastri, though, a disastrous run down in P14. Franco Colapinto P16 in his Ferrari. That's a little less surprising for the Argentinian. But I guess it's race time then here from Bahrain. Can we make it 3 wins in a row?
We're here again then at a circuit famous for its stunning visuals and thrilling battles for glory. Who will take the spotlight in the Bahrain Grand Prix today? There's no shortage of passing opportunities around the 3.36 miles of the Bahrain International Circuit, with the best, of course, at turn 1, and then another soon after into turn 4. 15 corners here, 6 to the left and 9 to the right, and we could see 1 or 2 flat spots into that tight left-hander of turn 10. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks like for today's race. Mr. Monaco lines up on pole position, and Lando Norris lines up alongside. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Verstappen, Leclerc, George Russell and Albon, Sainz, Antonelli, Gasly and Esteban Ocon, Behrman, Hulkenberg and Sir Lewis Hamilton, Doohan, Colapinto, Bortoletto, Liam Lawson and Lance Stroll. Hadja and Oscar Piastri rounds off the grid. That's it then, it's time to go racing as we head down trackside for today's race.
Well, a few grid penalties then up and down the order. Lewis Hamilton, after a decent qualifying effort yesterday, will start down the order, and Oscar Piastri clearly wants to stay out of trouble on the run in towards turn 1. May as well open up some extra components for himself in the pool. But Red Bull, McLaren, Red Bull inside your top 3. The team absolutely believe the 2-stop is going to be the way to go this afternoon, and although it hasn't worked for Verstappen in either Suzuka or Shanghai, we have got to try it today because ultimately Bahrain is such a high-wear circuit inside these games. I don't want to try, I just don't believe the 1-stop is going to be worth the risk here tonight. Everybody around us on soft, so a lot of drivers with the same idea. It is 5 red lights. Oh, and a ridiculously long hold there, but it is lights out and away we go then for the Bahrain Grand Prix. Lando Norris immediately will get the jump on me there as Verstappen thought about it to the outside as well. Whoa, Leclerc there trying to give me a big old squeeze, and we make just a little bit of contact with our teammate through turn 1. Luckily for us though, we'll squeeze out for the Ferrari on the exit of the corner there as lots of yellow flags out through that first corner, so I think there was a bit of bumping and bashing. And maybe a few cars coming together as well then, as Lando Norris already streaking into an early lead here. 1.5 seconds ahead of Verstappen as he kind of got the jump on myself and bolted from everybody through those first couple of corners. Will Verstappen make it to the checkered flag? That's probably a bigger question early on this season. Can Red Bull go an entire weekend without at least one of their cars suffering mechanical issues? It's been exactly the same in the last 5 Grand Prix. I just, touch wood, I have been pretty lucky with it so far over the course of the season. But Verstappen then trying to settle down into a rhythm. I'm happy just to see if he can drag us along for a few laps and act as a bit of a rear gunner. But if that gap to Lando keeps opening up, then we'll have to make the move. We'll start Leclerc immediately though as we start lap 2. Thinking about having a look for a move there. We'll just try and cover him off. He seemed convinced he was going to try and have a look to the inside, so again, like I said, I'm happy to act as a rear gunner for Max very early on in this race, but only if it looks like he's got some pace over Lando. Looks like he took a couple of tenths out of him at turn 1, but we need to see good, consistent gains. Oh, Verstappen! Huge moment up at the top of the hill, and I think immediately then that gives us a good idea of just his speed in the car. Haven't had to use much teamwork so far, because ultimately we haven't actually been around each other very much this season, but Verstappen clearly struggling early on, and will the team make the call that he's got to let me by? Is Fernando faster than you? It's probably a radio message that Verstappen's probably hasn't had in, nearly 10 years in Formula 1? It absolutely blows my mind that Verstappen's been in the sport now for 10 years. I feel so old, but yeah, the Dutchman though trying to hang on just in front of us, but that gap to Lando just opening up by a few extra tenths, not helped of course by that huge oversteer moment. So let's see if we can get a run on him back down in towards turn 1. I'm still happy to try and work with him, but yeah, I just feel like he's slowing us down a little bit. I feel like we could go quicker than the McLaren man, who of course is my main championship rival early on this season. Bit of a swapper as we try and get the power down out of that final corner, but let's see what we can do then. Is Verstappen going to go defensive? Yes, he will. 250 miles an hour though as we're up on the wheel tracks. Dutchman tries to keep it down the inside there. We'll give him a bit of a squeeze, and we are back through and into P2. Well, I probably should have been a little bit more careful as to where I went for the move on Verstappen, because ultimately I've had no ERS even, so I haven't really been able to keep him at bay.
We can't let them hold us up for too long, so let's try and get past as soon as possible and crack on. Push.
That Mark trying to give us team orders whilst we're wheel to wheel with our teammate up through the top of the hill. Absolutely hilarious. F125, those little moments never fail to make me chuckle. And again, here comes Verstappen. I just don't think we can fight him at the moment. Seems like Charles Leclerc able to hang on to both of our coattails as well. So, yeah, Leclerc, I believe, if we were together, we could get away from And hopefully then he wouldn't be a bit of a threat. But Red Bull seem to be the only team with both drivers battling at the front so far. And that'll make tyre strategy really, really awkward. Verstappen, he might struggle as this stint carries on, because I believe we've been given priority. Obviously, if he ends up with track position like he does right now, I'm sure that won't best please him. I'm going to try and charge up the pack, though. So we're just going to sit in behind. If by magic, then, we've basically got a full charge of battery once again, and just about staying inside the DRS range of our teammate Verstappen. But yeah, these tyres are feeling rather wrecked, to be completely honest, quite early on in the race. Now, I don't think we're going to get a run here on our teammate, so we'll just try and sit in still, see if we can throw him off his line ever so slightly, and then maybe go for a switch of turn 1 and turn 2 there. We've had some really good battles with him so far today. For the first time this season, as to the outside we will go. And again, getting the run up the hill then and back into P2. I was hoping we could just be close enough to Lando that when he pits, we can maybe hold him up in the pit lane, just like he did to me back at Suzuka. But honestly, I'm not going to hold my breath. And there we go, immediately. This is exactly what I wanted to do. We have got Verstappen out of the DRS range as well then. And the gap to Lando actually coming down rather rapidly. Now again, I have used a lot of battery to make this happen. But if Verstappen and Leclerc get stuck battling each other, I've only just noticed Albon's on hards. So Williams then have gone for a very, very different strategy early on in this race. Are they trying to one-stop it and are just keeping the two-stop open for themselves? As yeah, those hard tyres now, probably the ones you'd want to be on at this stage of the Grand Prix. But that is going to be fascinating to see how they get on. Albon, once again, though, seems to have better race pace than his teammate, as Verstappen and Leclerc now battling behind. It's giving us quite the gap. Will we see Lando Norris then into the pit lane as well come the end of lap 9? Honestly, I could have been so tempted to box the end of last lap, but I just know it won't give us the strategy later on in the day. So a little bit wide there out of the final corner. You can see how hard we're pushing. Make sure I don't get done for speeding then, as there come the McLaren pit crew out into the pit lane. So, yeah, I think we are going to hold up Lando a little bit. In fact, I don't even think we've held him up. I think we were close enough that it made no difference. As Charles Leclerc into the box as well then. So Albon now up to 2nd. Sainz now up to P3 then. So it is going to be fascinating to see where those Williams end up come the checkered flag. As Lando, I think, is just about going to come out ahead of Colapinto and Lewis Hamilton. So Piastri and Bortoletto having a bit of a battle as well just behind. Going to try and slot in where possible, but hopefully we can get a run on the young Brazilian there. Has got like so much speed off of the corner because of how much extra grip we've got. But Bortoletto still able to carry the speed up the hill then. We're going to try and look around the outside of Piastri. Definitely not enough grip there to make that happen. But we do move up then into P8. We have got to be very clean and very decisive with these moves. Oscar, I'm sure, will be told, obviously hold me up as best as possible, help his teammate Lando Norris out, who definitely came out in a more ideal situation than we did. Can I do the old Fernando Alonso trick? Yes, we can. To the inside, down at turn 9 and turn 10, and we will get by the McLaren. Verstappen into the pit lane there, but I feel like he's going to have been undercut very, very badly at this stage of the GP, as Hamilton also on the hard. So yeah, there are some interesting strategies. I wonder if I can radio in and find out what he's doing.
And the time last lap, 1 minute 33.1. Their tyres are 9 laps old. Okay, we think they've got 2 stops remaining. 2 stops remaining.
Well, there we go then. So despite starting on the hard compounded tyres, it's clearly Aston Martin, and I would assume Williams are doing the same thing there. Don't believe that they can do a one-stop strategy this afternoon. Let's see then. We need to get a run on Lewis as we make our way up the hill. He's going to swing defensive nice and early. But again, 10 lap fresher tyres, softer tyres to add to that. Round the outside we will go, and back into P4.
Okay, the gap to the car ahead is 5 seconds. Let's see if we can bring it down.
Yeah, you can see how much time we lost. Obviously stuck in the dirty air there. Lando Norris, a much, much bigger gap. Kind of feels like this is payback for Suzuka. Well, there we go, Carlos Sainz then. That's rather early to be coming off a set of hard tyres, so definitely, yeah, Williams are two-stopping this race, or at least with Carlos's car. I mean, the hard tyres should be able to go at least kind of 14, 15 laps. That's a big, big surprise, unless Williams have been really worried about how well their tyres are making it through a stint in practice. But again, it just is another car that immediately is out of the way for Lando. We go Alex Albon then into the pit lane from the lead of the Grand Prix, so I believe he's the last of the hard compound runners to peel in. So Verstappen, he's gone double softs then. So he's running very, very well behind us.
Pushing hard now. He's put in the fastest lap of the race.
Yep, I can see that, Mark, as long as you don't beg me to get out of his way. Because you might struggle for the answer you're looking for. It is a bit of a shame that the undercut is so OP inside F125, because it does often mean that the first stint of a Grand Prix, everything is quite obviously everything, is quite close together, and then as soon as everybody pits, you know, over a couple of laps, it does become increasingly strung out. I think the best way to fix it would obviously make the cold tyres a lot less forgiving on the outlap. You know, you can still extract pace out of them, but they might, say, be a lot more twitchy, a lot more sensitive, obviously trying to get them fired up. Otherwise, yeah, you just end up in this scenario where you know if you can undercut the guy in front, you're probably going to get a decent jump on him. That's what I'm just debating in my own mind, though, with Lando Norris. Do I try and pit a lap early, maybe get a couple of seconds closer to him, and then have all the harder tyres towards the end of the Grand Prix? Or do I just play by Red Bull's strategy and hope I've got the speed to close in? We are taking a little bit out of him each and every lap, but it is going to be fine margins towards the flag. But there we go then, as the team requests that I pit at the end of this lap. Max Verstappen has dived back in again then, so yeah, the gap to Lando down to about 2 seconds here. But I really do think we can afford to stretch these another 2 laps. Try and obviously work the overcut on him, and then use a set of soft compound tyres to the checkered flag. I think that's going to be the way to go, because I can just take a little bit of time out of him. We always seem to lose some once I've been through the pit lane there, as Alexander Albon on a very, very weird strategy today. Hard medium, I assume he's either going to go, well, it must be either medium or soft again, won't it, towards the checkered flag, but I expect we're going to see Lando Norris into the pit lane at the end of this lap. I'm not going to dive in with him, but we've just got to monitor the gap there. I'm just a little bit worried about getting caught out behind those Williams again, and effectively having to try and close back the gap to Lando, basically from exactly where it was at the start of this stint. There we go, Lando Norris into the pit lane then, so this is where we've really got to try and fly over these last couple of laps before those Williams cars dive in. Yeah, Gasly as well, having a really good race out in his Alpine. After that team, I don't believe has scored so far this season, have they? I think it's Alpine and VCarb that are yet to get off of the starting blocks, but getting the power down then through those first couple of corners. Will Lando get held up? He's also gone softs.
Save up some ERS, so let's focus on charging it up, please.
Yeah, really not interested at the moment, Mark. But yeah, Lando Norris then on his set of the soft compound tyre as well, as he will just come out behind Carlos Sainz then. So I think we would have been held up behind Albon in this race, as Verstappen now on his set of hard tyres to the end. Verstappen, that might not be a bad call from our Dutch teammate. Know full well Lando will get the run on Carlos back in towards turn 1, despite being former teammates. Clearly these two, you know, they aren't going to work together. Carlos Sainz isn't going to do Lando Norris any favours today. In fact, he's going to peel straight into the pit lane as well then. So Verstappen now tucked up behind Alex Albon, but we've gained a little bit of time on Lando there, or he hasn't undercut me by as much as we would expect him to. Gap now floating at about 20 seconds, but Verstappen could still be a threat towards the end. You can see Norris then has got the bit between his teeth there. That gap already has come down by a second this lap. As our tyre wear warning light flashes up, I feel like we've had a pretty good stint. It's just not quite getting in the range of the Haas car in front. But this is going to be critical then. Red Bull need to give us a good pit stop. So that was a little bit close on pit lane entry. But come on, team, we need a good stop here. We want to try and get out ahead, or at least close to Lando Norris in this race. At the very worst, ahead of Albon and Verstappen here. Or maybe we can drag our teammate back to Norris by the end. Here comes the McLaren man, new fastest lap of the day, as Albon peels into the pit lane there. So will we come out ahead of the Dutchman?
Tyres now. We want to finish the race on this compound.
Well, Verstappen will have temperature in his tyres, but we've just still got track position over him, so maybe we can drag him along. But yeah, Norris, we know his tyres are going to be pretty worn out by the end of this Grand Prix. 7 laps, 5 seconds. It seems like a highly unlikely task, but come on, if anybody can do it, surely it's us. Right, come on then, let's see if we can try and claim fastest lap. I know there's no longer a bonus point for it, but it will send a message to Lando in these final few laps that we are trying to chase him down. Not too sure what's happened to Leclerc in this Grand Prix. He seems to have dropped back quite drastically kind of through the second and final stint. think, honestly, it was just Ferrari Leclerc did a very good job qualifying that car, because Ferrari haven't been all that competitive so far this year. I believe 4th place would be his best result of the year, but he could still get jumped by Sainz by the end. In Sector 1, purple in Sector 2. I'm pretty certain Lando Norris did have DRS assistance when he claimed that fastest lap just a few laps ago. Are we going to be able to claim it back from him here through the final corner? It is so fun when you get that final corner hooked up. Just the way the camber kind of drags you in towards the apex. But a 27.8 then, that's a new fastest lap of the day that will hopefully stay to the flag.
3.3 seconds.
Yep, I'm not so interested in the gap to the driver behind. I'm more interested in the gap to the driver ahead that is now dipped below 3 seconds here. 4 laps to go then of this Grand Prix. The gap to Norris now under 2 seconds here. And I honestly think McLaren just got far too invested in the idea of he had to try and get the undercut on me again. Bolted on those softs maybe a lap or two too early. And I think Norris, he's going to start feeling the pain towards the end of the afternoon. Little bit of a wobble there from myself, as we will throw away about half a second. Hopefully that won't make the difference come the checkered flag. But with 3 laps to go then, I'm just getting a little bit worried. We've actually come up to a lapped car that seems to be a Haas. It's not something we deal with much inside the F1 games, especially doing these 50% career mode races, but are they potentially going to help or hinder Lando and I, or could it help one of us and hinder the other one here? I'm hoping that we're going to be close enough to the McLaren that whether it's Ocon, is it Ocon and Behrman? I can't even remember who's in the McLarens. Oh no, it's not Esteban Ocon, is it? Who's in the Haas car anyway? I should be saying there, but through the top of the circuit, of course, it's Lance Stroll, isn't it? That has joined Ollie Behrman this year, and the Canadian is just about going to get out of the way of the McLaren man, and he's going to let me by as well then. But that's really good because we've now got the DRS off of Lando Norris here, so we've got 1 lap to try and charge back up the battery pack here. As you can see immediately how much Lando pulls away. No, Lance, this is not what I wanted you to do. Lance Stroll there, trying to immediately look for a move again back on us in towards turn 1. But luckily, we'll back out of it. 1 more lap then of the Bahrain Grand Prix, and we're now all over the back of Lando Norris here. We have charged up the battery. We've got the car now up in hot lap mode. But will it be myself making it a 3rd straight victory this year? Or will Lando Norris be able to get the jump like he did back at Albert Park and make it 2 apiece so far this year? He is really beginning to struggle on those soft compound tyres. We've stuck to our strategy. We've stuck to our guns. And hopefully we're going to reap the rewards right at the very end of it there. Diving down in towards the hairpin. Orlando, big wobble. Are we going to be able to get a run to the outside of him? Not quite able to there. Could we do the Fernando Alonso style attempt? No, we just lock up the front brake. Almost right into the back of the McLaren man as we make our way down the hill there. But again, we've got effectively now 1 and a bit more DRS zones between now and the checkered flag. I'm sure Lando Norris's soft compound tyres are screaming at him. They surely have got no more grip, as we've still got plenty more charge in the battery pack. Tyre wear warning light has just now flashed up. Can we get a run though on Norris down in towards the final corner of the Bahrain Grand Prix? It's happened before this year that we have had big battles with the McLaren. We can't quite get there. We give him a little bit of a push in towards the final corner. Can we use the battery on the run back to the line? For the 2nd time this year, Lando's going to pip us.
And that's a podium. Excellent drive. The whole team have worked especially hard this weekend, and that, my friend, is a fantastic reward. Well done.
And here he comes. It's all go, go, go for Lando Norris as he takes the checkered flag and wins.
It was a joy to watch today, honestly, because the driver was clearly able to read the conditions well on track, to use the information properly from the team, and usually come up with the right solution at the right time.
It's time for our podium celebrations. And as ever in Formula One, 3 is the magic number. He raises the trophy over his head. Lando Norris, head and shoulders above the rest today.
Well, for the second time this season then, less than 0.2 of a second in it between myself and Lando Norris. But for the second time this year, it is going to be the McLaren man that will walk away with the victory there. Brilliant drive by him. Like I said, I don't know how he hung on to that last set of soft compound tyres. They must have been absolutely wrecked. Max Verstappen comes through for third ahead of Charles Leclerc. Carlos Sainz beats home Alexander Albon in another great race for Williams there, with Gasly getting points for Alpine. Hamilton, a good recovery to P8. Hulkenberg again in that kick Sauber, picking up some points there ahead of George Russell. Franco Colapinto narrowly misses out ahead of Ocon and Gabriel Bortoleto, and it was just, Lance Stroll that failed to see the checkered flag. Oscar Piastri must have retired on the very last lap, so for the second weekend in a row, the driver that's won the Grand Prix, their teammate has failed to see the checkered flag. What does that do to our World Championship? Well, it means now the gap at the top has been cut back down to just 7 points between myself and Norris. Albon's still in a very distant P3 there ahead of Charles Leclerc, who just is dragging everything he possibly can out of that Ferrari car. 5 drivers from 5 different teams now inside your top 5 in the World Championship. Verstappen now back ahead of Piastri as he gets his first podium finish of the year. Oscar still ahead of Esteban Ocon, Sainz and Colapinto still inside your top 10 as the ever-consistent Hulkenberg now back ahead of George Russell as well. Gasly ahead of Antonelli with Behrman there just ahead of Stroll, Doohan, Bortoleto and both of those V-carbs. Constructors-wise, Red Bull, we build up a 10-point buffer ahead of McLaren once more, as Williams still in third ahead of Aston, Ferrari, and Mercedes still yet to reach double digits, barely ahead of Kick Sauber, and of course now a maybe resurgent Alpine as well. Haas still with a point on the board, leaves just V-carb on nil points. Thank you all so much for watching though. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Jeddah Corniche, of course, the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 5 of season 3 of our F1 25 Red Bull Driver Career Mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here at the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix on the Jeddah Corniche, of course. If you missed out on the video that went live a couple of days ago from Bahrain, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. 4 races down so far this season, and all of them have been a little bit interesting for very, very different reasons. Last weekend, we were locked into battle once again with Lando Norris for the race victory, but of course, McLaren, one of their home Grand Prix, kind of-ish, inside F1 25. Lando just about able to squeak away the victory by barely a 1/10 of a second over myself. It means the gap now down in the Drivers' Championship is back to just 7 points between the pair of us after 2 wins apiece. I can just take a bit of solace from the sprint race success we saw back in, obviously, Shanghai. And then, of course, Lando finishing 3rd in Japan as well has given it a slightly better buffer. I've not finished lower than 2nd so far this season, and I look to hopefully try and continue with that on for as long as we possibly can. The ever-consistent Alexander Albon still in 3rd overall at the moment. His results are steadily just getting worse early on this year. 2 third places, a 4th and then a 6th. Charles Leclerc, again, very, very consistent, just ahead of Lewis Hamilton. Max Verstappen bagged his first podium of the year as well in Sakir, but, that with 2 DNFs still means he's quite the way down the championship order. A lot of you guys are already theorising that maybe the team want to get rid of the Dutchman. I honestly don't know just yet. We'll have to wait and see if there's some Red Bull antics at play. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed. We're trying to hit 15,000 subs here on the channel as well at the moment. But Jeddah, this can either go really well or really badly for me. I'm not expecting it to be a track that suits the Red Bull car, though. Well, it can often be a little bit difficult to predict which cars are going to go strong and where on F1 25, but usually I seem to get it wrong. So maybe that's a good omen, that perhaps this Red Bull car is going to be quite quick around this circuit. We'll have to wait and see. One car, though, on paper I do expect to be quick here is going to be that Williams, though, of Albon and Carlos Sainz. Of course, we've already seen them bag a pole position. We've obviously had the last 2 in a row, so I would love to make it 3. But, Sainz, of course, took that pole in Shanghai ready for the sprint. Albon, of course, took that pole then ready for the main event. Neither of them could sadly convert it, but I would love to see Williams win a race this season. Purple through the first sector then, but that is normally where I'm very, very strong inside this game. But picking up big speed by the time we get towards the end of Sector 2. Maybe Liam Lawson in the sister car can provide us with a nice healthy slipstream as well. It looks like he is. Thank you very much, Liam Lawson. As we will get around his outside there, almost 220 miles an hour down in towards the final corner of the lap then. And, well, I know a lot of people question whether Red Bull should be allowed 2 teams in the sport. If they keep doing things like that for me, I won't complain too much. There is a 125.4 that even with that slipstream, still not enough to go quicker than Carlos Sainz. Is everybody heading back out then for their final runs here of qualifying? Albon has gone even quicker than Carlos Sainz once again then, so Williams look to be absolutely unstoppable around this circuit at the moment, but we have clutched up before this series. Obviously 2 pole positions in a row, surely the money is going to be on us to try and make it 3. We only need about half a tenth at the moment, but of course Sainz could find a bit more on these final runs as well. Of course, I don't think there's any circuit more exciting to try and do 1 lap around than here on the Jeddah Corniche. As long as I don't hit that inside wall there, very, very close on the way through turn 4, but we keep it just about away from it. Let's make our way, through the rest of the S's. It's over. We're not going to make it 3 pole positions in a row. There is a big, big mistake through the exit of the corner. Williams, by the looks of it, are going to have a front row lockout, but which way around is it going to be? I think, whoa, there we go. Sainz has done it. Carlos Sainz on 125.2. I believe Albon has already finished his final run. We'll wait and see if anybody else is able to go quicker than myself there. But a little bit of an anticlimactic end to qualifying for us. We will line up 3rd, though, on the grid. Williams, our front row lockout here. James Vowles, I'm sure, is ecstatic to see that. Well, there we go. I'm sure Williams will be absolutely celebrating that one. I think Red Bull, to be honest, we've done a pretty good job to get a 2nd row lockout as well. Mercedes, they look to be a bit resurgent here in 5th and 7th place there with Ollie Behrman just between them. A brilliant effort in that Haas car. But our main championship rival, Lando Norris, all the way down in P9. So there is going to be a little bit of intrigue as we head into the Grand Prix. Ocon and Hamilton, 13th and 14th. What on earth is going on down at Aston Martin?
So here we are then, welcoming you today to one of the jewels of the Arab world, Jeddah. One of the biggest cities in Saudi Arabia, second only to Riyadh, gateway to Mecca, and one of the biggest ports in the region. And now, host to the Saudi Arabia Grand Prix. So let's take a look at the topographical map of the Jeddah Street Circuit. As you can see, a number of challenging corners for the drivers to master here. We'll see just how much the teams have benefited from their time spent in practice this weekend. And like many street circuits, this track has the potential to punish drivers that get it wrong. Let's hope we avoid any safety cars today. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks like for today's race. An immense lap from Carlos Sainz yesterday puts him in pole position, just edging out Alex Albon, who'll start from P2. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Mr. Monaco, Verstappen, George Russell and Behrman, Antonelli, Piastri, Norris and Charles Leclerc, Bortoletto, Stroll, Esteban Ocon and Hamilton, Hülkenberg, Colapinto, Pierre Gasly and Jack Doohan. Lawson and Isaac Hadjar rounds off the grid. Now it's almost time for lights out, so let's go down to the track.
Well, happy to see then that none of our front runners taking any grid penalties today, because I think we could be in for a fantastic fight with the Williams duo. We've seen them very, very quick early on in races so far this year, but then tend to struggle a little bit more with race pace as the stint continues. But Jeddah is not a tough track on tyres, so I'm hoping it's going to give them a proper chance to fight. It's just always interesting when you get different drivers fighting for the wins inside this game. But ready then on the grid here for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. Looks like even Verstappen is going to one-stop this one. 5 red lights. That's lights out, and away we go then. It's off to a fairly tidy start. Sainz has done a very good job and will remain unattested in towards that first corner. As Verstappen immediately tries to have a look around the outside of myself there. We had a little bit of a wheel-to-wheel battle with our teammate last weekend. As the Dutchman wants to try and keep it down the inside through turn 4 there. A little bit awkward for the pair of us. He could have potentially tried to help me out a little bit more in that scenario, but immediately it has allowed those Williams cars just to scamper away a little bit, but it's definitely still through that first sector But we just have a bit more downforce, a little bit more speed as here comes Verstappen again. Or thought about it. I thought he was going to try and commit to that move, but clearly not there. So we ran wide and basically handed him the place anyway off the exit of the corner. Verstappen up to P3 then, but I think already we are outside the range of those Williams cars. So for the second weekend in a row, Max and I might just need to work together a little bit early on here. That didn't end up working out very well in Bahrain. He just made a couple of mistakes a little bit too early, so never really helped us out. As I'd seen on the minimap, one McLaren had a good start. That would appear to be Oscar Piastri, not Lando Norris. So Norris actually, I don't think has made any real progress off the start of this race. As here comes George Russell to the outside of us in towards that final corner. Mercedes, so far this year, have really struggled, but it does look like their cars have good power right towards the top end. Williams still lead at the end of lap 1. Here goes Albon, though, trying to have a look to the outside of his teammate back towards that first corner. Will he make it happen? As we're going to go wheel-to-wheel with a former Williams driver in towards turn 1. Sainz will hang on for now. Well, there we go now. As soon as the DRS has been enabled, those Williams cars again having to start playing the games together. Sainz knows he can't really put up much of a defense against his teammate, but both of them have got Verstappen reeling them in early on here. I think Ollie Behrman had a great qualifying effort, but seems to be struggling already, as Verstappen will set a new fastest lap of the race as well. But yeah, because he's right now up on that Williams gearbox. His Sainz again. If you let them through down to that, in towards that final corner, you can normally get a run back on him in towards turn 1. We saw Lewis doing that to Lando, didn't we, at the start of this year, back in Jeddah. I've only just remembered that. That was absolutely hilarious. Well, I'm trying to rack my brains. I don't really think we've ever seen Williams versus Red Bull in a battle for the lead of a Grand Prix. I mean, Williams, I think, have only won one Formula 1 race since Red Bull came into the sport all the way back in 2005. Of course, never forget Pastor Maldonado's win in Barcelona there, but Verstappen able to get past both Williams temporarily there. Carlos Sainz will get back around him, though, on the run in towards turn 1. So Williams, Red Bull, Williams, Red Bull. I mean, this is just goes to show how interesting this season has been so far. See, we've had no impact on Williams inside this game, and they have legitimately built a front-running car.
Okay, stand by. We see a problem our end, and we're looking into it.
Oh no, we had this back in Shanghai, and luckily it ended up being nothing. In fact, if anything, it helped me out in that race. But obviously, last weekend, the first time in forever that both Red Bulls made it to the checkered flag without any major problems. Please don't say we're going to have a mechanical failure today.
It's not good news, I'm afraid. Seems like an engine issue.
Oh no, I don't know what that's going to mean. Is the engine going to go pop? We're stuck in lean mix, and we've got nothing off of that final corner. No idea what that was about. Carl still seems to have power, but yeah, stuck in lean mix then, so we're going to be a little bit down on the straights. But hopefully not too much as Verstappen takes the lead. How bad is Red Bull's reliability in this game? There we go. That issue does seem to be fixed then, and luckily it only really cost us through Sector 1. So, yeah, luckily we're not going to lose too much time through there anyway against the AI. So, yeah, we've got Lando Norris now right up my trumpet. You can see Verstappen taking the lead of the Grand Prix and is immediately trying to bolt it away from those two Williams cars. I don't know if Sainz has stayed in the DRS. I don't think he has. So maybe Carlos Sainz already beginning to struggle in that lead Williams car. Will Albon try and go for a run on him down in towards the final corner? I mean, the early stages of this Grand Prix are going to be all about the slipstream. As here comes Lando Norris trying to look around my outside.
We didn't get what we needed there,
yep, love that.
But head down, chin up, and let's focus on the rest of the race.
Even if the other car pulls alongside you, it immediately just assumes you failed that challenge, which is rather annoying. Even though Lando, unable to make the move that time round, but just tucked in behind those Williams cars at the moment. As Sainz locks up again. That might allow Verstappen now to get out of the range of those Williams behind. And our Dutch teammates starting to pull away. Here we go, though. Albon trying to make the move again around the outside of Carlos Sainz. We really tried to squeeze Norris there down in towards the final turn. I want to keep my main championship rival behind us for as long as I can then, as there goes Sainz again, back around the outside of Alex Albon. Can we finally get between those two Williams cars? Whoa, in this Grand Prix, that is a big send on Albon down in towards turn 1. I think we took him and myself by surprise. But back up then into third.
Nice move. Keep going.
Or finally, well, I guess we were running in third earlier on behind both Williams, weren't we? But ahead of a Williams car in this race. Right, well, let's see if we can be a bit strategic here with Carlos Sainz. Let's see if we can get a jump on the Williams. I probably want to go for it back in towards turn 1, unless we're coming under increasing pressure from Albon, which we are. As Sainz then immediately is going to try and go defensive from his teammate, but all this battling is not helping any of us out. The only one it is Max Verstappen. But I want to try and get a run then round the outside of Sainz and try to slingshot our way back into the range of our teammate. Big speed as we make our way in towards turn 1. But we still need to overhaul another half a second. But it maybe isn't as bad as we've seen at other venues so far this year. But once again, it looks like that story reigns true. Williams, fantastic over 1 lap. But still lacking race pace there. And I mean, now we've got past Sainz. Hopefully we are never going to see him again. What do Red Bull do, though, in terms of tyre strategy? I believe we have been given first choice because we out-qualified Verstappen. Will he want that back from the team? I don't think he'll be able to be completely honest, but track position might be critical as we get towards the pit-in lap. Well, all I'm hoping is that those Williams cars can keep Lando Norris at bay for a little while longer in this Grand Prix. Verstappen really didn't struggle to find a way past them. But I would argue that the Red Bull is a slightly better car this weekend than the McLaren here. As to the outside of our teammate will go, we'll try and work with him. But that is why I've tried to make the move. Track position ready for the pit stop cycle is going to be very, very useful. Well, I don't know if Verstappen just took a little bit more out of his tyres during the early laps, but I've got past him and immediately our teammate is beginning to struggle here. The gap already up to over 2 seconds. Maybe he's been told not to sit in the dirty air of the car in front, but I mean, look at that. Norris now has got past both Williams cars and might pretty much immediately get inside the DRS range of our teammate. How has Verstappen lost 2 seconds in a single lap, unless it's yet another mechanical issue? Looks like he's going to fall back into the clutches of Carlos Sainz instantly, so it is just not working for Max. I mean, Verstappen, he's got to have some kind of issue again on that Red Bull. He's losing 2 seconds a lap. The AI, I mean, Sainz now is stuck behind him in this Grand Prix, so at least our teammate perhaps helping us out stretch a little bit more of an advantage at this stage, but surely Sainz, Norris and Albon are going to be able to try and find a way around him pretty quickly. Tyre wear, oh yeah, those right-hand side tyres aren't looking particularly good at the moment, but I think that's more been down to nudging walls and things like that, as Verstappen will lose 2 places down at the final corner. He'll try and get one of them back off Lando Norris, and he might get the other back off Sainz on the run back in towards turn 1, but all of those guys squabbling now behind. There we go, Team 1 is in at the end of this lap. But yeah, Sainz though will hang on for now. But Verstappen really making Lando Norris's life quite awkward. Sainz there now has been able to get away from Lando Norris, but it looks like Norris has been able to get away from Alexander Albon as well as Verstappen. So our teammate really struggling. I forgot to pit! Oh no! Oh, that's the second time I've done that this season. Too busy watching what was going on further behind, and well, Verstappen stayed out as well then, alongside Alex Albon, so Sainz and Norris are going to peel into the pit lane there, and we're going to have to extend this stint another 2 laps as the tyre wear warning light now just flashes up, but obviously, yeah, we cannot afford to box this lap. Could I go to softs, though, to the end of the Grand Prix? That'd be quite the risk here, but I think if we kept it out of the walls, we should be alright. I mean, 14 laps on mediums, 11 laps on softs doesn't seem ridiculous. And I think it'll be a good way to kind of get ourselves back in the fight at the front. Sainz has come out without any traffic. Lando Norris has come out behind, I believe, that's Charles Leclerc's Ferrari. So Sainz here suddenly has got an golden opportunity. There we go then, Albon and Verstappen into the pit lane. Pretty much everybody else into the pit lane then at the end of that lap. So Sainz now has come back out 20 seconds behind us. I believe a pit stop here. Whoa, only costs you about 18. Oh, no. Just could not quite catch it the way I needed to. And I thought originally we were going to get the save there, but as he tried to get the throttle back down, it has cost us. We got yellow flags out a lot further back, so I don't know whether we've got a driver retiring. I think that might be Andrea Kimi Antonelli at the Grand Prix in his Mercedes, but we might now need a new front wing as well then in this Grand Prix, as things going from bad to worse here for us. We finished top 2 in every race so far. As there we go, confirmation Antonelli is our first retirement of the afternoon.
Car, we can't sustain this level of damage.
I mean, 93% tyre wear as well. I just don't want to get a puncture on the way. Oh, back to the pit lane there as, yeah, really struggling. I mean, Sainz has taken so much out of me on this lap. We're going to lose bags of time. I think we're probably going to come out around Albon and Verstappen here, probably behind them. And when you factor in the front wing change as well. But into the pit lane, we are going to try and limp. Just about kept it off the wall through that final corner. But Carlos Sainz now looks like he's going to be comfortably out in front in this Grand Prix. Make sure we don't get done for speeding. That would be like the cherry on top of the icing, on top of the disaster cake that those last few laps have been for us in this Grand Prix. There's new wing going on the wagon. Come on, team, we need a good tidy stop. 7.6 is not bad. So there goes Norris. There goes Albon and Russell. I mean, Verstappen is just sinking like a stone at this stage of the race, but we're going to come out behind him and maybe Charles Leclerc. Try and get a nice tidy pit lane exit there as well. Leclerc almost crashes into the side of us. Nowhere else I could really go in that scenario, but we are going to enjoy softer tyres right the way through to the checkered flag. We can definitely recover some places later on here, but we've got to try and find a way around Max nice and quickly. As you can see how much extra grip we've got. Even struggling in the dirty air behind our teammate, who has just got no straight line speed off of the corners. I wonder if he's had the same issue we had earlier on, but just seems to be affecting him for a lot longer. Well, tucking up then to the gearbox of George Russell once again then. P4 for him at the moment. It's been a pretty good race so far for the Mercedes man, as you can see how much more straight line speed he's got over what we had on Verstappen. Down the inside in towards the bank turn 12 there, and well, as long as we keep it out the wall. Maybe that wasn't the best place to go for the move, because of course we'll give him the DRS again. But I'm not too worried. We've definitely got a lot more grip through the corners. I've got to stop hitting that wall. That's always the bad one for me. Oh, Russell? Why is Russell pitting? We didn't have any contact with him or anything like that. So is George Russell on a 2-stop? That is very peculiar. Hulkenberg's in as well. I think... No, he definitely didn't start on the hards, did he? I think some of the AI are 2-stopping this, which is a rather peculiar strategy choice in this Grand Prix, but I'm not going to lose sleep over that then. I just thought Hulkenberg was having a pretty good day out. Yeah, thanks for reminding me, Mark. Got to look after it towards the end of the afternoon, but we are still the quickest car on track. Hopefully we're about to get back in the range of Albon. I've just sat behind Albon here for a lap or so, just to try and recharge at the battery pack. I want to be able to try and get past Albon and immediately springboard our way in towards Lando Norris's DRS range again. I mean, the DRS, we know just how ridiculous it is around this circuit, but getting the power down then out of the final corner. Hopefully we can try and get a run to the outside or maybe the inside of Albon. Nope, he will go defensive.
So push now, push.
Yeah, I'm definitely not pitting again in this Grand Prix, Mark. The tyres are probably not going to be that comfortable right towards the checkered flag, but it is not worth doing. In towards the final 5 laps then of this Grand Prix. Lando Norris is taking a little bit of time out of Carlos Sainz. Albon and I, though, are taking a lot of time out of Lando Norris. So here goes Albon trying to look round my outside in towards turn 1. Again, just has not quite got the grip there, but already getting a little bit nervous about these tyres. We're putting about 7% wear a lap through them. Got to be even more careful on the rears. Make sure we don't start sliding around, but... yeah, I said at the start of the weekend this could be a track Red Bull struggles at. We had good pace early on. It's mad to think we had a dominant 1-2 at some point during this Grand Prix. And it might well be that neither of us even finished on the podium. I mean, we've got to try and find a way around Norris, otherwise Albon is going to try and find a way around me in towards the final corner yet again. Alex Albon, really trying to go for it. It's 4 laps now remaining of this race. Lando Norris is taking about a 10th or 2 a lap out of Carlos Sainz. It's not a huge amount. It's definitely enough there as Norris. I thought just for a split second after I committed to it for it that he was going to try and put me in the wall. Luckily we will get around him, but we need to nail these first few corners. Oh, that's not good. Tyre wear warning light is already on. With 3 laps remaining of this Grand Prix, 3.5 laps to go of this Grand Prix, the tyre wear warning light has flashed up. I don't know whether that's through nudging walls or anything like that. I have tried to be better in these last few laps, but those rear tyres are taking an absolute beating here. We cannot afford to pit again. We have got to try and drag them to the end, but will they make it?
We're leading our teammate
no, here
by
goes Lando.
9.3 seconds.
We are completely powerless there to Lando Norris's attack back in towards turn 1, and well, I was hoping we could try and get in the DRS range of sights, but I think he might just be safe now. Towards the end of this Grand Prix, I want to stay in the DRS of somebody, because the extra speed will be very, very useful, but look how much more grip the AI have got now. Oh, through those first few corners, sliding around, nudging the walls again. Come on, let's just try and stick with Lando. Oh, Lando, oh. Little lock up there from Lando Norris as we start the penultimate lap then of this Grand Prix, but our rear tyres are completely shot at the moment. What are they up to? 71% on that rear. The dirty air of the car in front. Mark's told me to go past, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Down the inside, back at turn 1. We know if Lando Norris sees a Red Bull in his mirrors, he's going to jump out of the way. But Sainz now, yeah, beginning to stretch that gap out of the front. The back end broke free there in towards turn 4, and that could have been the wheel gone. Missing it by literal millimeters there. But we are still just trying to hang on to this car, but you can see how twitchy it's becoming. This tyre strategy was definitely not the right one today, but we have got to make it work. Lando again, a huge run, but he just didn't go past me. Is Albon now stacking up as well? I mean, this is almost like bump drafting. Coming from Alex Albon in towards the final corner. But one more lap to go then of the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix there. We just squeeze out Lando Norris through that final corner. And now we're going to have to try and take the shortest run back in towards turn 1. Here comes Norris to the outside once again. But Williams, it looks like for the first time in over 13 years, today might finally be their day. It was Pastor Maldonado at the Spanish Grand Prix that took the Grand Prix victory. Today, though, it looks like it's going to be their Spanish driver, Carlos Sainz, that is going to claim glory for the team rounding this final lap of the Jeddah Corniche. I said that car was going to be strong this weekend. He's been a little bit lucky in the fact that both Red Bulls have had a bit of a strategy collapse throughout this Grand Prix. Verstappen running into problems yet again. We both ran into problems in this Grand Prix, but a couple of little mistakes from myself there. And we are just trying to hang on. We are definitely in puncture territory now on that rear right-hand tyre. So we've just got to be super, super careful as we get the power down the back straight there. We know the AI won't go for anything down here unless they've got hilarious amount of top-end speed. So we will try and save just a little bit more battery. Oh, in towards the corner. Norris looked for it. Oh, I was definitely not on through there as Lando Norris tried to make it happen. But that's actually given us a little bit of safety. Through in towards the final corner, though. It is going to be Carlos Sainz and Williams back on the top step for Formula 1 podium after leaving Ferrari a couple of years ago. People thought his career of winning races was over. Not for Carlos Sainz, though. He will come through for the victory. We will hang on for yet another P2.
Yes, and that's a podium. Excellent drive. The whole team have worked especially hard this weekend, and that, my friend, is a fantastic reward. Well done.
And Carlos Sainz sees the checkered flag and wins.
They led from lights out to the flag at the end, and their race victory was never in doubt, was it? Brilliant stuff by them.
It's time for our podium celebrations. And as ever in Formula 1, 3 is the magic number. But there can only be one winner, and that winner today is Carlos Sainz. The top step awaits.
Well, there we are then. Carlos Sainz and that whole Williams team, they have proven time and time again this year that they've got the pace over one lap. But finally, everything has come together. They got a little bit lucky in this Grand Prix. I'm not going to argue against that, but they've got the job done, and Carlos Sainz is yet again a Formula 1 Grand Prix winner there. We somehow hang on for P2, so we keep our streak alive. Lando Norris, a brilliant recovery after another tough qualifying in his McLaren there to come through for third. Albon just ahead of Perez Perez. Verstappen ahead of Piastri, with Stroll there finishing P8 ahead of Lewis Hamilton, and George Russell only able to pick up a point for Mercedes on a rather odd two-stop strategy. Further down the order, Esteban Ocon couldn't make much of an impact throughout the Grand Prix. Andrea Kimi Antonelli, the only driver though that failed to see the checkered flag, and Ollie Behrman a real fall from grace. P6 in qualifying, P17 in the race. Hassel wonder just what went wrong this afternoon for him. We now have a 10-point lead though back at the top of the table ahead of Lando Norris. Albon still in third there ahead of Carlos Sainz, who leapfrogs past both Leclerc and Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton. So yeah, Carlos Sainz there leapfrogging 11 World Championships, or 14 if you were looking at our other career mode as well. Oscar Piastri still in 8th ahead of Ocon and Colapinto. Hulkenberg there still ahead of George Russell, with Gasly on the board there now with Lance Stroll. It just leaves Doohan, Bortoletto, Lawson and Hadjar yet to score a point this year. Constructors-wise, Red Bull, we've still got a 15-point buffer ahead of McLaren, but Williams reined that gap in quite dramatically this weekend as well. Aston Martin 2 points ahead of Ferrari in that battle for 4th, with Mercedes still ahead of Kick Sauber, Alpine and Haas. Still just VCarb yet to score a point. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 6 of season 3 of our F125 Red Bull Driver Career Mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here at the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix, back at Imola of course. If you missed out on the video that went live a couple of days ago from Saudi Arabia, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. 5 races down, 19 more to go. Over the course of this season, we have still got a long way left of this World Championship, but already it is pretty clear that it looks like it's going to be a 2-horse race between myself and Lando Norris there. Alexander Albon, though, up to P3 after a pretty decent 4th place finish last time out, but it was Carlos Sainz that stole the show, claiming his and Williams' first win in quite a while there. 10 points, though, the gap between myself and Lando, as both of us have still finished on the podium in every single race so far this year. We have only ever finished 1st or 2nd, and I want to try and keep that going for as long as we possibly can. Further down the order, Verstappen had another pretty torrid time out last weekend, but Red Bull now we are 15 points clear of McLaren in the Constructors' Championship. You can see a few other interesting ones. Williams there, they could be in the fight for the Constructors as well, if Albon and Sainz can maintain that consistency so far this year. There's a big drop back to Aston Martin and Ferrari, and then of course Mercedes pretty much nowhere early on in this campaign. George Russell and Andrea Kimi Antonelli, only 10 points between them from these first 5 Grand Prix. It has been a brutal start to the year for Toto Wolff's organisation. But yeah, of course, if you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourselves subscribed. At the time of this video going live, if you're watching this like as soon as it's released, we are currently live right now with the season finale of Gary and I's F125 Co-op Career Mode as well, or an hour after this video goes live, so come join us, check it out, it's going to be a good one. But yeah, let's return though here to Imola. Well, every single season I come back to this circuit, it feels like it gets just a little bit tougher. The AI get a bit more competitive, and especially now as I'm obviously trying to shift the meta of my setups on F125. Imola as well becomes a circuit where you really want to run more downforce around here, but it just doesn't make sense to, especially if you're doing league racing. As always, there's a link in the description below over to Matt212 Racing, where I post all of my setups for F125 then. But let's try and make our way through the first few corners without too much problems. Of course, as always, first lap needs to serve as a bit of a banker, and then the second run will be where we really try and go for pole. Sometimes that first lap ends up being good enough. I don't think that's going to be the case today. I think this might be a circuit where Red Bull really struggle. Then at the final corner, this first lap I'm really focusing, so I haven't even had much time to think about commentating. P4, honestly, is better than I thought we'd do there. I would assume it's both McLarens and then both Red Bulls at the top of the field. Well, if this World Championship is going to be a 2-horse race between myself and Lando Norris, looks like the other horse is going to be the quicker one this weekend. Half a second clear of me by the time we got the first runs out of the way. Let's see if we can find something a little bit special here as we make our way back around the Autodromo Enzo Idino Ferrari down in towards turn 1. Want to break just past the 100-meter board. Attack the first curb. Try not to take too much through the second one. And attack the curbing on the exit once more there. 300ths of a second up. But I think it's going to be a little bit later on in the lap that we find a bit more time and hopefully a bit more confidence. There we go, 2/10 up by the end of Sector 1. As we get a little bit squirrely through the exit Tosa. Car really almost gripped up there and then just got a little bit overzealous on the loud pedal as we try to carry the speed up the hill. Nice and tidy through the top of the circuit and then plunging back down in through Aqua Minerale. Little bit of curbing through the entry and through the exit, but 3/10 up at the moment. Even if we can just put ourselves up to the front row, I'd be rather happy with that, as it really doesn't look like anybody's improving at the moment. Running slightly wide off the exit of the corner. We are seeing more times come through, though. Sainz now goes quicker than me. Esteban Ocon now goes quicker than me, as we try not to outbrake myself through the final couple of corners. Get on that loud pedal nice and early. Is this going to be yet another pole position this season? Yes, it is. Well, there we go then, right at the death yet again. We have snookered away pole position there. Just 600ths of a second covering your top 3, but we will claim P1. Lando Norris will join us on the front row, though, ahead of Oscar Piastri and Max Verstappen. But yeah, that felt like almost a Verstappen's-esque qualifying run, where right at the end, we go just that little bit quicker than both of those McLaren cars. Obviously, last weekend's winner, Carlos Sainz, brilliant effort by him to go 5th ahead of both Aston Martins. Charles Leclerc, the sole Ferrari-powered car inside your top 10 as well there, as Albon and Russell will round out your top 10. Under there, Kimi Antonelli, home Grand Prix for him, disaster P17, and Franco Colapinto, of course, flying the Ferrari flag, P18 for him. And then, of course, yeah, the V-Carbs, their home Grand Prix. Liam Lawson at the back of the field. A lot of people, I'm sure, are going to be very disappointed.
This race has gone by several former names. The Italian Grand Prix, the San Marino Grand Prix, and now the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. It's race day. We're at Imola. Welcome. One lap of Imola, anti-clockwise of course, unlike most Formula One circuits, will take our drivers round 3.1 miles of track. 19 turns, 9 right-handers and 10 to the left. Drivers will need to be precise at the hairpin at turn 7, given the subsequent uphill section. Without a good exit from that corner, they'll lose a lot of time on that stretch. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks like for today's race. Mr. Monaco lines up on pole position. Edging out Lando Norris, who'll start from P2. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Piastri, Verstappen, Carlos Sainz and Ocon, Leclerc, Albon, Russell and Ollie Behrman, Doohan, Gasly, Isaac Hadjar and Stroll, Antonelli, Hamilton, Franco Colapinto and Nico Hülkenberg. Lawson and Gabriel Bortoleto rounds off the grid. It's almost time for those 5 red lights to go out then. Let's see who can prevail today.
Well, until we were already off the exit of that final corner yesterday, I was not expecting to claim pole position here, but I just knew we were going to be mighty tight with Lando. I was trying to do the delta maths in my head on the run back towards the flag, but anyway, we have got 32 laps ahead of us then. Imola is one of the longer races, I think, inside the F1 game in terms of time taken. It's obviously quite a low-speed circuit, but the Autodromo Internazionale Enzo Idino Ferrari, of course, has so much history in and around the sport. Ferrari, though, I don't think they're going to be in with a shot of the victory today. It looks like it is going to be McLaren versus Red Bull. The 5 red lights are on here at Imola. Oh, a mighty long hole, but it is finally lights out and away we go there. And being on the outside line, Lando Norris has immediately said thank you very much. So will Oscar Piastri on the run in towards someone there, as we're going to have to cover off from Sainz and Verstappen. Our teammate going to try and do what he did IRL, but we will slam the door shut on the exit of the corner. Not sure how Verstappen would cope being a number 2 driver in a team, but already after just 5 races, almost an 80-point deficit to myself. I was really hoping, honestly, that we could have a good championship battle against our teammate this season. That was why I joined Red Bull, was obviously to see who could come out on top. After obviously been, talking a little bit of trash about me last year, talking about how that Aston Martin was easily the car that everybody wanted to have. So yeah, I've come into his back garden, and well, so far so good, as obviously the end of this weekend will mark 1/4 distance of this World Championship. But Lando Norris, though, immediately trying to build up a bit of an early lead. Of course, his McLaren teammate, Oscar Piastri, he's had a pretty terrible start to the year as well. So, yeah, McLaren and Red Bull, do they put all their eggs in one driver's basket? I mean, no Red Bull, we've seen it before, how they will quite happily sacrifice a Constructors' Championship to help one of their drivers, but McLaren, maybe not the same. Although, to be fair, actually, when you look through their history, they've had a pretty reliable track record of doing the same thing. Here comes Verstappen, though, round the outside in towards turn 1. Huge speed from my teammate. But again, we will slam the door. We've got yellows. Someone a bit further behind, maybe with some issues.
Let's get back up to racing speed. Come on.
Definitely has not been cleared. I believe that's a Haas car then falling to the wayside. So just lap 2. A Ferrari-powered car then breaking down. And that is going to be Ollie Behrman, who's going to be our first retirement of the day. Oh, VSC! Had that come 2 seconds earlier, I could have been tempted to dive in and go to hard compound tyres, but we will not get that luxury. There we go, about to go green flag racing once again then, and we've done alright off of that restart. In fact, we might just have had Max Verstappen caught napping there as the gap immediately opens up to a second. The one I'm really interested though, Carlos Sainz, what's he going to be able to do on those harder compounded tyres here? How far is he going to be able to extend them? Of course, you know, a safety car at the right time might really help him out in this Grand Prix. As, yeah, Verstappen definitely out of our DRS range. But I don't seem to be able to get much in terms of straight line speed over those McLarens. Can Oscar Piastri try and get a run on Lando Norris? I think he might be just a little bit too far back. So we make the long run back towards turn 1. He's gaining though, and to the outside of his teammate. Lando Norris, will he put up much of a defence? No, he won't. And the Australian up into P1. Got more yellows. That might be a red flag. I think that's Franco Colapinto that's gone around in another VSC safety car. Is that going to be all of them? I mean, there's a roadblock down in that corner, but everybody apparently is slowly moving their way through. No idea what's happened. I think we're going to need to take a proper look. Well, let's ride on board then with Jack Doohan here as we make our way in towards turn 1. He's got one of the V-carbs having a look around the outside there of Isaac Hadjar. Gets himself up on that curb and then just tries to rejoin in the path of other cars there. So quite a few drivers with front wing damage. Doohan then would subsequently retire from the Grand Prix, so must have sustained big suspension damage on that Alpine. But what a weird little moment early on in this Grand Prix. And, well, with front wings absolutely everywhere, I'm not surprised we ended up with a safety car. And all of that, then, Jack Doohan has retired from the Grand Prix. But, yeah, for one of those Aston Martin cars, that has provided a huge lifeline because they'd already dropped way back from the rest of the field. We're going to take the opportunity, though. We're going to peel into the pit lane here and just bolt on a fresh set of boots. I'm going to opt for the hards. If we can take him to the end of the Grand Prix, fantastic. If not, then I'm not going to worry about it too much either, because obviously we'll have a tyre advantage right towards the checkered flag. Into the pit lane we go, though. This is a bit of a gamble early on. Imola isn't the easiest circuit to overtake at, but of course you lose so much time by pitting under green that I just think, you know, it's worth a punt. It's worth trying to see if we can make it happen here, as I think we're going to re-emerge. Oh, there you go. Colapinto obviously into the pit lane as well. That doesn't come as a surprise to anybody. I think we're going to come out just ahead of that Aston Martin towards the back of the field. Hulkenberg also in.
Receive a penalty for dangerous driving if you cross onto the track.
We're only on lap 5, and it feels like we've had a lot of chaos so far. Well, if you took a look at the performance chart and then looked at this race so far, a Mercedes, a Red Bull, a Ferrari, and an Aston Martin all right at the back of the field, this race would be absolutely chaotic, but that just goes to show how unpredictable this season has been so far, as Oscar Piastri then is going to lead the way out of the final couple of corners. But we've got to try and take these hard tyres 25 laps to the checkered flag in this Grand Prix if we want to make this one stop still happen here. That is not going to be easy. I'm going to try and take it, you know, fairly comfortably in the early laps, just see if it's even going to be possible. As Hamilton, well, immediately tries to have a look around my outside in towards turn 1. Banging wheels a little bit. I said I'm going to take it easy. Never said I'm just going to let people by. Medium tyres that have only had a few laps on them probably are no worse off than a fresh set of hard compound tyres that we're trying to get some temperature into. But to the inside of Andrea Kimi Antonelli, the homeboy, See, yeah, I suppose the Italian Grand Prix last weekend went fairly well for him, but hasn't had a huge amount of luck this season. It's certainly been a trial by fire for the young Italian, but I still think he's going to be a future Formula 1 world champion in years to come there as well. Lots of wheel-to-wheel racing back in towards Turn 1. That bodes well. Bortoletto, that kicks Albuquerque. Maybe struggling a little bit. It's why on earth are we not going, lads? 3 wide up the hill. That's a little bit scary as Hadjar and Lance Stroll there go wheel-to-wheel just in front, but that's got to be the weirdest double overtake I think I've ever made inside F125. Was completely not intentional. What a Stroll as well. Why aren't these guys getting on with it? He's having a tea party on the exit of the corner there. Hadjar, maybe he's got some issues as well in that V-carb. Either that or I've just kind of forgotten how slow some of these backmarker cars are inside this game. That's to the inside of Lance Stroll. I said I was going to try and ease these tyres into this stint, but apparently I can't really do that at the moment, as I'm hoping, of course, the V-carb driver won't cause us too many headaches. To the outside, we will try and have a look.
Ahead, 5.5 seconds. Okay.
Listen to that, then. We're only 5 seconds behind Max, but we are back up into the points. Tyre wear as well. Doesn't look perfect, but looks pretty good. Oh, car's into the pit lane then. Why is Ocon in so early? Both Aston Martins then having to make early pit stops in this Grand Prix. I can only assume Ocon is trying to two-stop this race, but even then that seems very odd. As Carlos Sainz now getting between those McLarens. Williams seem to have done an inverse this weekend. Normally they're rapid over 1 lap and struggling race pace. Here though, seems to be the opposite. Pierre Gasly, let's see if we can try and get a run, despite the fact both of us have got the DRS. I mean, what is that? Pierre Gasly saw me moving to the inside. I didn't try to be like uber aggressive with it or anything, but just slowly shoveled me out. Really not a fan of that one then, and I'm sure we will be trying to, not retaliate by any stretch of the imagination, but certainly going to remind him what we are capable of. There is to the inside in towards Tosa. And I might just, slowly roll the car out towards the exit of the corner. Luckily for Pierre, he backed out of it, but I mean, that is just hilariously stupid, as again, trying to have a look at the top of the hill. So we will park it on the apex. Here we go, Leclerc out to the outside of George Russell. And that'll be a fairly simple move for the Ferrari. I've noticed there's a lot of drivers that have opted to start this Grand Prix on hard, so it really does seem like the medium tyre wasn't the way to go at the start of this race. So hopefully the AI knows something I don't, and these tyres will be able to go all the way. 20 laps still remaining. We're already up to 15% wear. Go, George Russell. Again, trying to get the power down up towards the top of the circuit, in towards the chicane. And we will get right around the outside there of our fellow Brit. Big power move. But already, yeah, those medium tyres beginning to struggle. Won't be long before we see those McLarens diving into the pit lane. And then we will know just what our gap is in this race. Because I don't know which McLaren it is that isn't leading. But they are beginning to struggle here. As Charles Leclerc, I don't think, again, he's going to be able to put up much of a defence. Ferrari, pretty terrible time so far this year. Not quite as bad as Mercedes, but certainly not fantastic. Oh, there we go. There we go. Lando Norris into the pit lane then. So he was leading this race then. Obviously, we'll get that priority call down at McLaren. So we're going to have a big, big lead over him, though, at this stage of the Grand Prix. And like I said, obviously, if we can take these tyres all the way, I think it's going to be tight towards the checkered flag. But if we can make this happen, we'll have gained ourselves a huge advantage. He will be quicker, understandably, right the way through to the very end. But he makes his way out the pit lane as I make my way into Sector 2. Well, there we go. Rather unsurprisingly, Verstappen and Piastri then into the pit lane at the very next lap. So Williams temporarily here will have a 1-2, just like they did, obviously, out last time out in Jeddah and in Shanghai. A 1-2 here, though, lasting a lot less time, is around the outside of Albon by the time we get into T1. But yeah, Norris will have a pretty healthy undercut. So I think, once again, it could be just between him and I. And it just depends on what Sainz's pace in that Williams is going to be like towards the flag. Oh, I just heard a Williams go around behind me. Alexander Albon, definitely heard him just light it up. And, well, if the safety car came out now, I think we'd be calling for Crashgate there. Alexander Albon, I think he's been able to get it back going again, though. Not yet, actually. Oh, he's going to come out, I think, just after Lando Norris goes by. So Alex Albon's race then suddenly now in a much worse place than it was. But it doesn't help Carlos. Oh, there we go. Finally, Carlos Sainz then into the pit lane. So for the first time today, we will take the lead of this Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. We've got to be, what are we, 1 lap under half distance in this stint? We're already up to nearly 35% wear on this tyre. I think it should make it though, but it will not be fun towards the end of the afternoon, as Lando Norris now only 13 seconds behind. He needs to average 1 second a lap on me between now and the checkered flag. Or obviously we could pit and turn the tables back against him. I think we've got to try and stay out here, as it is now Red Bull, Haas, Ferrari, McLaren, Sauber inside your top 5. Well, Franco Colapinto then becomes our last driver into the pit lane. Tried to battle with Lando Norris for as long as he could, but definitely not able to try and withstand the pressure from the McLaren. So Lando, he's going about 1.3 seconds a lap faster than me, which would certainly be enough by the end of the afternoon, as Gasly, out of nowhere, new fastest lap of the day. But yeah, I'm just beginning to wonder how well these tyres are going to hang on. We saw that big moment I had down at the Gilles Villeneuve chicane. But yeah, Lando flying along, and the McLaren, we know it's a very good car on its tyres.
Remember to pit this lap.
Yep, team desperately want us in, but I refuse. Well, I guess our only real hope then, with less than 10 laps remaining, is that, of course, that everybody's tyres are going to be getting worn out. So I've got to hope that Lando Norris, obviously the advantage he can take out of me each lap is going to be less and less. The other one I'm a bit nervous about, Carlos Sainz, 16 seconds back, but on a much fresher set of mediums. He is flying along, and if he can find a way around Verstappen and Piastri quite quickly, he could still be a threat towards the end of the afternoon, as Piastri now trying to make a move on Verstappen. Sainz now trying to make a move on Verstappen as well then, and our teammate loses 2 places in 1 corner. And Sainz, I'm sure, will be able to pick off Oscar pretty easily as well. Well, with 6 laps to go then, Lando Norris, every single time he is taking just a little bit less out of me. The problem is he's still going a second a lap faster. Obviously, these wins, how many times? Obviously, well, every single time we've finished both of us on the podium so far this year, but it's, of course, who beats who, which is what really matters at this stage, especially, you know, very quickly, this is looking like a 2-car dogfight. Nice to see both Piastri and Verstappen, though, back towards, you know, where we would expect them to be this season, but still, Carlos Sainz and Williams, they continue to impress me. Oh, no, that's not good. Tyre warning lights flashed up. We've still got 5 laps to go. Oh, this does not fill me with confidence. This is now genuinely looking like it's going to come right down to the very last lap of this Grand Prix, and we are trying to keep Lando Norris out of the range as best as I can here. 3 laps remaining, the gap down to just 1.8 seconds. And if we can just keep the car on the island, it's becoming a lot looser through the corners. It is really trying to slide around underneath me, but if we can keep it out of trouble and keep just dumping battery down the front straight, just like we've seen IRL a couple of times, catching is one thing, passing is another here at Imola. I think Lando Norris now, though, it looks like he's going to be in our DRS range with 2 laps to go of this Grand Prix there. So what are we going to be able to do on the long run back towards turn 1? We've just got to park it through the apexes of these final couple of corners. It looks like he doesn't even want to wait until we get back around to that DRS zone there. Try and have a look down the outside in towards the final corner. But as we get the power down out of that final turn, can we scamper away back in towards turn 1? We've got nothing. Lando Norris there, an absolute missile in a straight line. Surely there's not a chance I can stick with him inside the DRS range over the course of this lap and maybe get the run back on him in towards turn 1 next time round. That is what we're going to have to try and do, because we are certainly not going to be able to stick with him at the moment. Through those first few corners there, through the Gilles Villeneuve chicane, you can see now, especially combined with dirty air, we get a big wobble on. But this race has honestly felt a little bit like Hamilton versus Verstappen back in 2021. If you guys remember, of course, the amount of times where one of them would try a different strategy, but this time round it has not worked out well for Red Bull. We will go for a bit of a half spin up the top of the hill. We will try and get back on the road. Oh, as there goes Oscar Piastri as well. For the first time this year, are we potentially not going to finish a Grand Prix inside the top 2? As we just did not have the grip through the top of the circuit. That rear right-hand tyre is absolutely beyond the brink. So we've just got to keep trying to drag the car around. Max Verstappen's going to be the next one behind us. Will the team tell him on the radio, just sit behind? I mean, there's not a chance Verstappen would actually listen to that, is there? But Lando Norris then, with 1 lap to go, he has reclaimed the lead. He hasn't led many laps today, but he is going to lead the one that matters more than any other. And I mean, for us, we took the gamble. We had to try it, but honestly, I'm just not convinced we have the speed to beat McLaren today. They have come to Imola this weekend, a much higher downforce circuit than any we've been to so far this year, and they have looked like they've been in control. A banzai effort in qualifying from me gave us a chance to start this race from pole position, but ultimately, yeah, I think, you know, a circuit like this, a Monaco, or even a Barcelona, we are going to really struggle against them there, as now Sainz suddenly is going to be the car applying pressure up the hill. There goes Carlos, trying to get himself back on the podium as well. At the very worst, I want to try and make sure they bring home a trophy from this Grand Prix, but in towards the final few corners, though, of this Grand Prix, Lando Norris, it has not been plain sailing. He had to chase me down right towards the very end, but dumped his battery at exactly the right time. We were powerless to defend from the McLaren man today. Out of the final corner, on the run back to the line, Lando Norris, he is going to win the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. McLaren are going to bag the first 1-2 for any team so far this season. But as we get squirrely through the final corner, will we be able to hang on ahead of Carlos Sainz on the run to the line? Only just.
Yes, mate, I'll take that. Well done. We're really happy with the podium down here, so well done. Yes.
Here's the checkered flag. The fans rise to their feet. It's Lando Norris for victory.
Well, it's never easy and straightforward to put a race like this together today, Crofty, in changeable weather conditions, but they did the best job out there. They used the information wisely, and they stayed on the track. That was the most important thing.
What a day it's been for Formula One, and what a day it's been for these 3 drivers. Time for the podium celebrations. Time for our drivers to celebrate. He holds the trophy aloft, and why shouldn't he? A richly deserved win today for Lando Norris.
Well, there we are then. Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri, they trusted McLaren's process this weekend, and for them, it has paid dividends there. 2nd and 3rd on the grid, 1st and 2nd come the checkered flag. Had we not made that mistake right at the very end, I could have denied them a 1-2, but ultimately I think those last couple of laps we were desperately trying to hang on to the tyre, and there wasn't going to be a lot we could do against Oscar Piastri. We will come through though for our 6th podium finish of the year, so again, Lando and I maintaining our podium streak, but Carlos Sainz there narrowly misses out behind us. Max Verstappen, he'll be disappointed in P5 after looking like he could be in the fight for the win. Leclerc, brilliant drive to 6th for him ahead of Russell, Gasly and Colapinto on a 2-stop strategy, finishing all the way up in P9 there. He might honestly be my driver of the day. Lewis Hamilton in P10 ahead of Stroll and Albon. There you can see a little bit further back, but yeah, both Aston Martins on a 2-stop strategy. Very, very weird. Jack Doohan, though, and Ollie Behrman, your 2 retirements from the Grand Prix. What does that do to our World Championship? Well, it means it is all square now at the top of the table. Lando Norris ahead of me by virtue of countback, but a 58-point buffer ahead of Alexander Albon come this stage of the campaign. Sainz still in 4th ahead of Leclerc, who's just been brutally consistent. Oscar Piastri now back ahead of Verstappen, as Hamilton and Ocon and Russell, they're just inside your top 10. Any other movement a bit further down the order? I don't really think so by the looks of it. Constructors-wise, though, McLaren back on top ahead of Red Bull by just 3 points, though, as we leave the first European race of the season. Williams still way ahead of Ferrari, Aston Martin there, and yeah, Mercedes still ahead of Alpine, Kick Sauber, Haas, and VCarb yet to score a point. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready. I believe we're next out back at, is it Monaco? I honestly can't remember. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video and welcome to round 7 of season 3 of our F125 Red Bull Driver Career Mode. Yes, we return this weekend here to the jewel in the Formula 1 crown, of course the Monaco Grand Prix. If you missed that on the last video that went live from Imola, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. It was quite a dramatic race from the Emilia-Romagna GP. We went for a big tyre strategy gamble early on in the race. With 3 laps to go, it looked like it might pay off for us, and then in the final 2 laps, it sadly didn't, but it was still a fascinating race. But it does now mean at the top of the World Championship, Lando Norris and I are tied on 127 points apiece. We've got a 58-point gap back to Alex Albon in P3 in his Williams there, just ahead of Carlos Sainz. Constructors-wise, Red Bull now 3 back behind McLaren as well, so it is very much looking like it could be some interesting fights over the course of the campaign. But of course, if you guys remember the Monaco Grand Prix last season, I announced what I call the Monaco Super Prix inside F125. Well, I start from the back, we do a 35% race just to try and make it a little bit more interesting. Sadly, last year it rained here, so the AI were a lot quicker than originally anticipated, so I'm hoping this weekend that that's not going to be the case, because I am committed to trying to make the Monaco Super Prix work inside this game. So once again, we're going to be diving in, we're going to be starting from the rear of the field and trying to see how far we can climb through the order. Otherwise, I'll just take pole and probably walk away with it, because the AI at Monaco are terrible inside F125. Leave a like, get yourself subscribed if you're going to enjoy. We're trying to hit 15k subs here on the channel at the moment, and yeah, let's do this thing.
A proper road race, and in the true meaning of the word. That's how Mr. Monaco, the late great Graham Hill, once described this iconic event. The cars we drive have come a long way in the intervening half-century, but still we race on those same public roads beside the Mediterranean. There's no victory more coveted than that of the Monaco Grand Prix. We're on the French Riviera once more this weekend at the 2-mile-long Circuit de Monaco. The cars will climb around 40 metres up the hill, past the casino, and then descend towards the harbour through Sector 2. It's a very short run from pole position to the first of 19 corners, and don't expect to see much overtaking here today. It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. An immense lap from Carlos Sainz yesterday puts him in pole position, just edging out Alex Albon, who'll start from P2. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Ocon, Verstappen, Charles Leclerc and Stroll, Behrman, Russell, Norris and Oscar Piastri, Hamilton, Bortoletto, Franco Colapinto and Antonelli, Doohan, Gasly, Nico Hülkenberg and Isaac Hadjar, Lawson and Mr. Monaco. And now it's time to head down to the track. And alongside me a man, well, what more can I say? But he's a legend, Anthony Davidson. Now you're the racing driver in this partnership, so tell us about this racing driver. Put us in their shoes. How are they going to be feeling?
Well, you've got to be prepared, Crofty. Before you even step foot inside the car, you've got to know, you've got to have a pre-race game plan. You've watched videos before you get into the car of previous races gone by. You know where you have to place your car if X, Y, or Z happens in front of you or behind you. So having this clear game plan is absolutely essential before you get in the car.
Well, here we are then, down on the grid, ready for the Monaco Grand Prix, and I must admit, a very, very mixed up grid then. Williams looking out the front row this afternoon. How will they fare today? Team 1, obviously we have to do the 2-stop strategy, so I think just sticking a set of softs on early on, trying to make a bit of progress in the first few laps, and then diving into the pit lane is going to be the way to go here. 27 laps ahead of us. We can play a bit fast and loose with the strategy. A set of hard tyres will do the whole race if we needed them to. To be fair, I reckon a set of mediums would probably run pretty well as well. But ready on the grid then, 5 red lights. And with 3 Red Bull pack cars at the rear of the field, I'm just hoping we come together, but absolutely none of them down in towards turn 1. Liam Lawson immediately trying to look for a move on Isaac Hadjar, as I'm sure the Williams up the front of the pack will try and stay all out of trouble there, as I thought I might have found an avenue. There we go, already moving past 1 V-Cop with 3 wide as we make our way up the hill as we are sliding down the wall This is not quite where I wanted to be at the start, and we will end up backing out of that one then. As I thought Hadjar on the outside line hadn't got the run, but immediately, trying to go back past them both then. We would have picked up a little bit of wear on that tyre as well, down in towards the hairpin. Then it is just a tea party at the back of the field. Try to find a gap, get around the outside of the Alpine of Pierre Gasly. And there we go, we've at least gained another one then. It's all nudging the wall on the inside down the hill there as Doohan got a little bit hung out to dry behind Nico Hulkenberg. So we will try and power, down the inside of the pair of them. This Red Bull, this is kind of more how I expected it to drive all season. It's got so much front end here at Monaco, but it is still a little bit crazy to try and get it planted exactly where you need it there. But up 5 places then on lap 1. We cannot complain about that. And of course, Williams there looks like one of their drivers has lost out. So Albon dropping down to P3 behind the Aston Martin then by the end of lap 1. So a Williams 1-2 here doesn't look as likely, but with Red Bull and McLaren both struggling, so definitely going to see some surprises. And of course, the big question is, how many places can I gain? Oh, here we go. I've accidentally done a switchback on Gabriel Bortoletto. Surely he won't give me the room around the outside. Yes, he will, as we'll try to make sure that we give him space there so he doesn't hit the inside wall. Have you ever seen a move around the outside down at Portier? I don't think I ever have. But we're past another one then. Next up, Antonelli and Franco Colapinto. Now, that Merc, we know, hasn't been very good this year, but Colapinto and that Ferrari might be difficult to navigate. Come on, then, are we able to get a run on Antonelli back in towards turn 1? We've still got pretty good, straight line speed in the car, as Antonelli will try and make that Mercedes as wide as he possibly can. A little bit of rear locking there as we got in towards that first corner, but we basically need to make, on average, an overtake every lap and a half. Now, we've made good progress early on, but of course that's when the field is a little less spread out there as Antonelli wanted to move into the apex, and luckily he'll just about give me the room. Try and go around the outside through the hairpin there. Don't hit the outside wall. And we're up another one then. You've got to be creative when you go for the moves here. But honestly, this Red Bull feels pretty good. Franco Colapinto then. Maybe this is going to be a circuit that suits Ferrari a little bit more. I don't actually think the car has been that terrible this year. Definitely has struggled a bit over 1 lap pace. But Leclerc has pretty reliably been able to get it right up towards the top of the order. So can we try and get a run then out onto the tunnel? So we have got very good straight line speed there, and you can see now Colapinto, I don't think he really wants to defend this too much. Down the inside we will go, and up then into P12. 4 laps in, we are almost up inside the points. Well, to be fair then, obviously for Aston Martin, Monaco is normally probably one of Lewis Hamilton's worst tracks on the F1 calendar, but Pierre Gasly often goes well around here. I think people were expecting a lot more from that team so far this campaign, but yeah, Esteban finally maybe living up to some of the hype as down the inside of Hamilton will go. Of course, a straight swap between us this season, and a straight swap in terms of position as well in this race. Oscar Piastri then, it has been a topsy-turvy season for him so far. Of course, finally got a big result last weekend out at Imola. But yeah, up to that point, it had been a very, very testing start to the campaign for the young McLaren man. A bit unlucky on a few occasions as well. We got yellows out. That looks to be a Williams of Alex Albon out of the Grand Prix. So yeah, we got an engine failure then, the first one of the day, and Williams, sure, that makes them a little bit nervous there, as of course Carlos Sainz still out in front. Maybe that explains how we lost the lead at the start of this race then, as we will dive into the pit lane, maybe hoping that we could get a safety car or something like that in that moment. But tyre wear hasn't been an issue. I'm just thinking if we bolt on a set of soft compound tyres again, hopefully we can try and get an undercut on a few cars. Just got to be careful that I don't get held up behind Hadjar and Liam Lawson here. But yeah, with Albon out, we're going to kind of resume this race from the back of the field down in P19.
All right, we'll be doing one more stop today. 1 stop left in this strategy.
Yeah, so ideally I want to take these tyres probably about 10 laps, and then we'll bolt on mediums at the end. But I'm hoping, yeah, we can get a big undercut. And then maybe, obviously, the AI, they should be pitting in the next sort of 3 laps or so. Well, purple in Sector 1, V-Carb, I mean, they are just having a stinker of a time here. This was one of their best tracks, IRL so far this campaign, but the same cannot be said inside F1 25, as immediately then getting another overtake done on Isaac Hadjar in this Grand Prix. Bit of a shame that it seems like in every series I do, V-Carb are pretty woeful. As I'm hoping, obviously, we could try and claim fastest lap this time round, as hopefully Lawson won't get in the way too much either. To the inside, I mean, yeah, barreling through. Or keep it out the walls, though, on the apex and on the exit. No cars into the pit lane yet. But Haas, look at that, up to P5 and P6 for them, as despite making 2 overtakes... Oh, new fastest lap of the day. We go Gasly into the pit lane, as well as I'm sure of a handful of other cars. So I think we were hoping we'd get out ahead of the Ferrari there of... Yeah, there we go. There's Sainz even. So we're not quite going to get Sainz on pit lane exit, but we might be up into a very good spot then, as I don't know whether the Williams got held up. Obviously trying to get out of his box, but immediately then, we're trying to fight for the lead of this Grand Prix. Oh. Big snap of oversteer, but I would expect those mediums to hang on a lot better through these next few laps than our set of softs. But with Jack Doohan right in the way, we know obviously Sainz still with cold tyres. This is going to be our chance to attack against the Williams at this stage of the event there. Can we get the power down? Oh, rattling up against the wall on the exit of Portier. Sainz, I mean, he won't be able to do anything against Jack Doohan, surely. Slots in behind as we lock up the rears just behind there. But you can see now Leclerc immediately starting to close in on us all. So this might mean Esteban Ocon, if he's been able to get the hammer down, which he is, he's going to try and stay out another lap here. And this might be disaster for Carlos Sainz in this Grand Prix, because he might be about to lose the net lead of this race. Around the outside of Sainz will go Doohan into the pit lane. So we will get around the outside of the Williams man. Up then into what will now become P3. But Ocon and Verstappen still hanging on out there. There we go, Ocon into the pit lane. So I'm sure Verstappen is going to be diving in as well then. So will we go from the back of the field to the front here in just 12 laps of the Monaco Grand Prix? I think we should. But it's going to be interesting to see where Carlos Sainz can come back out once, obviously, all these guys have made their stop. Ocon, though, might still come out right around us. Yeah, we will move up then into P1. It looks like Sainz and even Leclerc's actually made good progress. So Ocon there maybe has been caught a little bit with how good the pace was once that Alpine got out of the way. I think if Ocon had pit a lap earlier, he might have been ahead of at least Charles. Definitely is still the quickest car on track right now, but these soft compound tyres fall apart pretty quickly. Like 3-second gap now over Carlos Sainz, but we're going to box in. I think we're going to try and stay out another 2 laps at least here. Try and get to the end of 16 before I peel into the pit lane. The only thing I'm worried about then, of course, is when we box, will Sainz be able to get an overcut on me in case we come out in some traffic further back? I was hoping to have the gap over those Haas cars, but I just don't think it's going to happen. Well, I guess by the time we get into the pit lane then, the worst thing that could happen would be a red flag or something like that. Not long after in this Grand Prix. I don't know how red flags work when it comes to AI tyre strategy. Do you have to come through the pit lane twice in this race? Is it just you've got to use 3 sets of tyres in the Grand Prix? I've honestly got no idea then, but after leading this race for the last few laps, we are going to relinquish that lead and bolt on a set of the medium tyres to get us to the flag. See a load of cars making their way through the final couple of corners, but I think we're going to be close with Ollie Behrman on pit lane exit there. Lance Stroll on its return to Formula 1 as well. Not doing too badly at the moment. As Behrman will get through, Lance Stroll will almost crash into the side of me. Will we be able to get the jump on him? No, we won't, but we will, importantly, come out ahead of my main championship rival, Lando Norris, as well. So I'm hoping it looks like we're going to be able to reclaim the lead of the World Championship come at the end of this weekend there. But again, got to try and get tyres up to temp. Got to wait to see when the AI dive into the pit lane, but hopefully they're going to be able to make a move on Lance Stroll before it's too late. It's Orlando actually there, I think, just ran into the back of me. I don't know if he picked himself up some front wing damage, but if he did, that could be rather costly towards the end of the afternoon. By the time you get through Portier, though, the tyres have kind of found the grip, found the speed. Which way is Lance Stroll trying to go? Moving this way and that through the bottom of the hill, but we will find a way by once again. It's Ollie Behrman. Oh, I mean, look how slow they are through the final corner. I thought Behrman might have been pitting then. He was that slow making his way through the final turn. But yeah, as long as we get past these guys, we should be good. Max there, 10 seconds up the road. He's had a bit of a quiet, lonely race. But again, he's ahead of both McLaren, so this does us a lot of good in the Constructors' Championship as well. There's see how much Behrman is trying to push that car to keep himself at the front of the order. But yeah, will it be us claiming, what, win number 4 of the year? Could it be Sainz claiming win number 2? We are definitely getting slowed down a lot by Ollie Behrman. We might have to try and look for a run at exactly the same place we got the run on his teammate last time round. That's out of port here then. We just got so much grip on these fresh tyres there. It's one of the only places on this game where I actually feel like we can keep up with the AI in the traction zone there. But down the inside again we will go. Down in towards 40 seems to be one of my favourite places to make moves today. But by the time the AI pit, which is going to be now then, will we come back out ahead of Carlos Sainz? Or will the Williams have got the overcut on me there as Verstappen and Ocon both opt to stay out yet again? But we are just going to try and do our thing there through the final couple of corners. Will we get the jump on Sainz? Yes, we will. And back into P1 we go. Well, apologies there that my face cam, of course, decided to die during the most critical moments of this race, but hopefully we're back. Hello, can you see me?
Keep them behind, please. This is super critical for our strategy.
Yeah, Lance Stroll actually now ahead of Carlos Sainz as well in this Grand Prix, but of course he still needs to make a pit stop before the end of the afternoon, but we should be able to get the jump on Ocon and Verstappen. But how much time will Sainz lose? Is this Esteban Ocon's chance to get back to the front of the field? We shall wait and see. There we go, Ocon back into the pit lane then. This is going to be moment of truth time for him, as I think Verstappen maybe just staying out there if we get a red flag, if we get a safety car. You know, he's got no real reason to pit at this stage of the Grand Prix. He's really got nothing to gain. But he could still lose out if he gets a bit screwed over towards the end of the GP there. But making our way back through turn 1, it looks like Ocon, once again, has stayed behind Charles Leclerc. Aston Martin, a bit like what we saw IRL in 2023. They have botched their strategy today. One more lap to go then here from the Monaco Grand Prix. And, well, I was kind of hoping this might end up being the final result from today. Always a little bit risky when I try to promote something a bit different here. And then if I look a bit stupid, come the checkered flag. But, yeah, today, though, we've absolutely nailed the strategy. And, I mean, the big one, isn't it? The AI just suck around this venue. I mean, last to first in 27 laps. With a 12-second lead come the checkered flag against the 110 AI. I still like putting the Monaco Grand Prix in this game occasionally. And like I said, I think by doing it like this, it does make it a bit more fun. Maybe next season I have to limit myself on, like, I have to pit when the AI do or stick to their strategy or something like that. I've got no idea. But, yeah, once again, though, it is going to be a pretty good day for us inside this career mode. It's been a little while since I got my last victory. Of course, I believe that came back at Suzuka, if I remember correctly. But through the final few corners today, though, we might even be about to lap Liam Lawson there. The boats in the harbour sounding their horns, but we've seen it a few times before on F125. I desperately hope in the patch coming soon that they fix the AI around here. Through the final corner, it is going to be P1 at the Monaco Grand Prix. I think the Monaco Super Prix has been a success.
Absolutely awesome. Just amazing, mate. Well done.
Very controlled race. Well done, mate.
They've done it then. They've won here in Monaco with an emphatic performance and a victory they can be proud of for many years to come.
And this really is, as we know, Crofty, a team game. And a performance from the driver like this today gives the team energy moving forwards. It's closely fought in the Constructors' Championship, and this will go a long way to boosting that energy as we move forward.
Red Bull put up an outstanding fight for the front position today, and it's great to see it paid off for them. They do so much for the sport that you can't help but be delighted by today's race win.
Well, there we are then, the end of the Monaco Grand Prix. From the back of the field, 13 seconds clear come the checkered flag. I don't think we can complain too much about that one. Carlos Sainz, I'm sure a little bit gutted to lose out when all is said and done. Could have been his and Williams' second win of the year. But yeah, big disappointment for Williams, of course. 1-2 on the grid. Didn't even win the Monaco Grand Prix. Charles Leclerc, though, the home hero, gets his and Ferrari, I believe, their first podium of the year. Esteban Ocon on a good drive to P4 ahead of Verstappen. Ollie Behrman, solid points in P6, just ahead of Lando Norris, George Russell, Stroll, and Lewis Hamilton there. And Oscar Piastri in that second McLaren, failing to even finish inside the points. Hulkenberg, a pretty lonely drive, but a good drive to P12, just ahead of Franco Colapinto and Andrea Kimi Antonelli. Gasly, Bortoletto, Doohan, and Hadjar there, all finishing on the lead lap. Liam Lawson, one lap down, and Alex Albon failing to see the checkered flag. What does that do to our World Championship? Well, it means immediately we've got a healthy 19-point buffer back at the top of the table. Sainz still in P3, then ahead of Leclerc and Albon. Charles Leclerc, been brilliant so far this year. It cannot be argued against. He has just been fantastic in that Ferrari. Max Verstappen now back ahead of Oscar Piastri. Ocon and Hamilton now tied with double the points of George Russell just behind them. Colapinto ahead of Gasly. Ollie Behrman now ahead of Hulkenberg, Stroll, and Andrea Kimi Antonelli with all points on the board. Doohan, Bortoletto, and those V-carbs yet to score. Constructors-wise, 26 back ahead of Red Bull as well. 26 ahead of McLaren even as well. Williams still in third ahead of Ferrari. Aston Martin make good gains as Mercedes. Yeah, they could come under threat from Haas in the not-too-distant future. Thank you all so much for watching. Let me know down in the comments below if you think the Monaco Super Prix is something I should continue inside F125. But we will be back very soon with a normal race out in Barcelona. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video and welcome to round 8 of season 3 of our F125 Red Bull Driver Career Mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Spanish Grand Prix at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live a couple of days ago from Monaco, of course, the Monaco Super Prix, go back, check it out. It was a rather interesting one, and, you know, Monaco is not the easy, well, it's a very easy track for me inside the game. It's not a very easy circuit for the AI inside F125. So we decided we would do a 35% race, try to win it from the back of the field, and that was exactly what we did. Last to first in Monaco in 27 laps. You guys have told me next season what I need to do is do a 25% race to obviously give myself less time to try and get to the front of the order. But with that result, though, it means we are now the only driver that has finished on the podium in every single race so far this campaign. Lando Norris, a disappointing P7 result for him, means we have now got a healthy 19-point buffer as well at the top of the table. Carlos Sainz, his second podium in the last 3 Grand Prix. It still seems like that Williams team have got a lot of momentum behind them. But Alex Albon, very unlucky to have a mechanical failure out in Monte Carlo. But yeah, heading back to Barcelona though, it's a bit more of a traditional circuit inside F125. It's a track that I really actually enjoy on the more recent games as well. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed. Obviously, we're trying to hit 15k subs here on the channel as well. But yeah, without further ado though, let's return to Barcelona.
It's a Catalonian qualifying for you today. Welcome along to Spain, to Barcelona, and wherever you are in the world, do you feel the need? The need for speed?
Well, here we are then, back in sunny Spain, of course, already now 1/3 distance so far this season, and, well, it's safe to say we've had quite a lot of intrigue and surprise over the course of the campaign, but with a healthy little buffer in the World Championship, again, during such a long season, consistency is gonna pay dividends there. Let's see what we can do with our first run in in qualifying, of course. Now, obviously, with the return of the mighty... oh, series on the main channel as well. I got to remember that obviously we've got different qualifying formats in different championships. Apologies there for the sneeze. Just really needed it. Maybe that's the key to trying to get a pole lap. I need to go for a sneeze. Not with lines like that. Well, a little bit of a wobble then down at the bottom of the circuit as well. Means we are not that far up on Liam Lawson's time at the moment. I believe it is the home hero though, Carlos Sainz, that is currently fastest on the board, as again getting a little bit shaky through those final couple of turns. As always, this first lap though is meant to be a bit more of a banker, just to obviously learn how much battery we can use, everything like that. 1:11.2, P11. Yeah, that's not good enough. As everybody heads back out then onto the circuit right towards the end of qualifying then, we need to find about another second at the moment, and that doesn't even factor in whether the AI are going to be able to improve anymore. The pressure is on as we get ready for our final last-ditch run here in qualifying. And I've got to make sure I don't sneeze this time as through the final corner we will go. Try and use a little bit of battery off the turn to give myself the run over the line, but make sure I don't use any battery when we get the lap started there. Immediately losing close to a tenth of a second on the run in towards turn 1. Brake at the 75-meter board though, nice and tidy through those first couple of curves. It's so important that you keep it planted, you keep it tidy there. Take the line, take quite a tight line through turn 3, just to give yourself less mileage before we get to turn 4. And then maybe just going down one gear too many, but the time is slowly coming towards us. Sainz, Verstappen, Lando Norris, even Alex Albon and Esteban Ocon, all in the fight for pole position today. So who will claim it? Are we going to be able to spring out of nowhere to potentially try and get this time on the board? 7 tenths up by the time we get through Campsa there, as we just run a little bit wide on the exit. 8 tenths up as we make our way onto the brakes. Try to attack those curves as best as you can. There hasn't been the greatest lap in the world, but even if it just puts us somewhere near the front of the order, I think I'm going to be happy with it. Oh no, and after well, I deliberately started at the back at Monte Carlo last weekend, almost a second up, trying to chase the time right towards the end of it. It looks like Carlos Sainz, he's going to be on pole position. Is he going to be able to dip though into the 109s? Yes, he does. A 109.6. So he definitely were not going to bag pole position anyway. But 16th place on the grid here. Ready for the Spanish Grand Prix. That has been an utter disaster. Well, there we are then. Carlos Sainz, he will claim pole position here, just ahead of Lewis Hamilton. 1/1000th of a second in it between Lewis and our teammate Max Verstappen. Luckily for me, again, it looks like McLaren have had a bit of a stinker. Lando Norris all the way down in P7. Oscar Piastri down in 9th. Hulkenberg inside your top 10. But we could have easily been kind of back up at least with Lando by the end of that lap had I got it hooked up. I just think we're lacking a little bit of speed here, and that's going to make the race even more difficult.
Welcome along, everyone, to sunny Spain, specifically to the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. So many great moments in Formula One history have been written at this very track over the years, including Michael Schumacher's first win for Ferrari back in '96. That win was in the rain. We might have better weather here today, but we're just as overjoyed to be at the Spanish Grand Prix. It's an updated track at Catalunya, and we welcome the removal of the chicane in the final sector, shortening lap times and reducing the total running to 2.9 miles and 14 turns. This was actually the original setup for the track, but it hasn't been used since 2007. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting race. An immense lap from Carlos Sainz yesterday puts him in pole position, and it's Lewis Hamilton alongside. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Verstappen, Ocon, George Russell and Norris, Leclerc, Piastri, Hulkenberg and Lance Stroll, Antonelli, Behrman, Liam Lawson and Colapinto, Albon, Mr. Monaco, Jack Doohan and Pierre Gasly. Bortoletto and Isaac Hadjar rounds off the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track.
Well, we don't just want a points finish. I'm hoping at the very minimum we can get a points finish here. But as soon as I mentioned trying to keep that podium streak alive, of course we have an absolute disaster in qualifying. I want to go with the alternate strategy though. It's high risk, high reward. If we get a red flag or something like that early on in the day, then we are in a lot of trouble. If we don't, well, I'm hoping obviously we're going to be able to try and fight back towards the end of the afternoon. But Carlos Sainz though, if he can chalk up a victory today, you know, he's doing very, very well this year and could still potentially wiggle his way back into a championship battle, of course, if Lando Norris and I start to trip over each other a little bit. But goal number 1, stay out of trouble at the start of this one. Lining up on the grid, P16, it's 5 red lights. And it's the lights out, and away we go then here in Barcelona, getting a little bit of a wheel spinny getaway, but that's to be expected. I think we are the only car opting to start this race on the harder tyres, so everybody is going to try and find a way around us in towards turn 1. We will get back down the inside of Isaac Hajar, though, through that first corner. So I just thought about trying to look around the outside. Whoa, Bortoletto there as Jack Doohan clearly not aware that there's cars behind him at the start of this one as he tries to get back on the line a little bit aggressively. Everybody having to kind of jump out of the way to avoid him there as Bortoletto will hang on to the spot, but not for long. Yep, immediately knew I broke too late, so just try to lock the rears and try and stay out of trouble. I am not having fun with this Red Bull so far this weekend, and, well, maybe I am very swiftly becoming the Red Bull number 2. Again, though, I've avoided damage, everything like that, but, yeah, so far qualifying in lap 1, they've been an absolute stinker for us. Luckily, the AI will still kind of trip over each other quite a lot.
But it's not over yet. Stay focused.
This looks like Verstappen has made the move on Carlos Sainz then nice and early, so hopefully our teammate is going to be able to try and apply some pressure to the Williams driver. But yeah, we need to try and get back in the DRS of Hajar soon, otherwise the AI might just start to pull away. Well, I have tried to set this car up so that it would be a bit better over race stints, would look after its tyres a bit more than maybe some of my competitors are able to. Of course, as always, Matt212 Racing, there's a link down in the description if you want to head over to my dedicated setups YouTube channel. But at the moment, though, we're doing alright. We've almost closed back in on Isaac Hajar. If anything, it's actually quite nice to get these hard tyres up to scrub, not in the dirty air of everybody else. But, I mean, this train basically extends all the way up to Lewis Hamilton, who I believe is still running in P3. Don't know what tyre strategy everybody's going with. I don't know if they might be 1 stopping, or 2 stopping, sorry.
Last lap, 1 minute 15.0. Okay, so gap to the car ahead, 1.4 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. Their tyres are 3 laps old. We think they've got 1 more stop.
Yeah, so most of the runners then are 1 stopping anyway, so we can't really kind of bank on the AI 2 stopping around this circuit. Maybe a couple of the soft compound runners, maybe like a Nico Hulkenberg, but if we're battling with Hulkenberg towards the end of this race, I think something has gone terribly wrong. Well, we are also in a very lucky position where we can basically take that final corner completely flat out, even in the dirty air of the car in front. Activate the DRS, though, up over 220 miles an hour in towards turn 1. You'd hope in the V-carb Isaac Hajar wouldn't hold us up too much. We've made it back through then and up into P19. Can't help but feel a lot of overtakes today are going to come down that front straight. So I've got to hope this Red Bull has got good top-end speed. Oh, we've got yellows. Someone then maybe breaking down early on. I believe that's a Haas car that is out of it. Is that going to be Ollie Behrman? No, it's Lance Stroll, who's our first retirement of the day. Pierre Gasly, I think, is already beginning to struggle on those softer compounded tyres just a little bit. I mean, they're normally only good for about 10, 11 laps in a race like this. So to the inside. Oh, Gasly there, just trying to move out slightly at the very last moment. Luckily, we'll make it happen anyway. Looks like Doohan then battling with Bortoletto. They have both lost the DRS. Right, come on then, Bortoletto. Let's see if you can get a run on Jack Doohan, and let's see if we can get a run on you then, as clearly that final corner not as easy flat as I'd originally hoped. So Jack Doohan does still have the DRS on the cars in front of him, so that's pretty good. So a big late dive bomb there, a little bit too late on the brakes. But Bortoletto does a pretty good job to avoid me there. We're a little bit aggressive down at turn 1, but another lap and another overtake. Those soft compound tyres are really struggling on those soft compound tyres. I mean, look at that round the outside, up through the top of the circuit. Can't find the grip around there, but Doohan again just about gives me the space, and we will get around his outside and up then into P15. So at least we're not making every overtake down this front straight, as again Hulkenberg in that kick salvage shouldn't be much of a challenge. Around the outside we will go then in towards turn 1 and up into P14 of this race. Liam Lawson is currently the target the team set for me, but we've got to try and take these tyres, I would have thought, at least to the end of lap 18. Ideally I'd want to go 19 or 20, but we have got to be a bit careful. The undercut later on will be very good. We're not that far behind P3 though still. Verstappen and Sainz are gone. But P3 is still not that far ahead. See the AI, I think, beginning to struggle with tyre fall-off. And our hard tyres are really starting to come into their own now. So this is what I was hoping for. That, you know, if we could just survive those first few laps, which we kind of did. Not as well as I think I originally would have hoped for, but we have done. You know, we've been able to fight back up through pretty quickly. And there we go, to the inside of Liam Lawson. Again, another one I wouldn't expect to fight us too much.
There's a long way to go in this race, so let's keep it clean.
To be fair, Alex Albon obviously had a grid penalty as well, started in P15. He's done pretty well to slowly move his way through. Williams are a genuine front-running competitor. Ollie Behrman, don't know why, all the rookies, well, they're no longer rookies, of course, inside this series, but a lot of drivers are still struggling. Try and get the power down, up through that corner. It's around the outside again, just like we did to Jack Doohan. Annoyingly, though, that means we've just given Behrman the DRS rather than keeping it for myself. So will the Haasman be able to get a run on me back towards turn 1? I think he's gaining on me, but he just won't quite be able to get there by the time we get in towards turn 1. Colapinto and Albon battling for that final points position. I mean, Colapinto at Ferrari, it seemed like a dumb move originally. It seems even dumber that they kept him on. I mean, he's just through here. I don't know what it is, but we seem to be able to get on the power way earlier than the AI. I think where it's just that slow transition through the corner that they are really, really struggling with. There's Alex Albon. Must admit, I was a little bit worried about trying to get around him as wheel to wheel. Oh, he put up much more of a fight than any of the rookies before him did. But we will still get around the outside there down to that final corner. And goes to show the grip, the confidence we have got in this car. As I mean, 221 miles an hour in towards turn 1. These things aren't as fast as the My Team cars from the all-new season over there, but they're still pretty quick. Whoa, hello. I think we're going to have a look to the inside of Franco Colapinto then. Yep, just a little bit earlier on the brakes than I was expecting, and for the first time this afternoon, up into the points in this Grand Prix. Really does seem like, again, McLaren struggling in a similar vein to what we saw back at Monte Carlo. I mean, around there, though, it was pretty simple. You don't get the lap in qualifying for the AI. You just can't do anything when you get into the Grand Prix. Unless you're me. Then, obviously, we're able to fight our way back through the pack nice and easily. As to the inside of Andrea Kimi Antonelli as well. Piastri locks up just in front. I think that almost distracted both the Mercedes and myself, as we will make it down the inside of T1.
Behind. It is critical for our race.
I think we should be okay trying to stay ahead of Andrea Kimi Antonelli at this stage of the afternoon, but Piastri and Norris, though, when are they both going to dive into the pit lane? I assume it's going to be within the next couple of laps, but so far, I plugged Matt212 Racing. This setup, it is my own, but it feels pretty good. I feel like the Barack Obama meme where I'm putting a medal around my own neck. But yeah, it's a good setup. Dare I say that? It's a good setup. Try it. Well, if Lando Norris can't get a run then on Oscar Piastri, we are going to try and get a run on Lando Norris in towards T1. Battling with my main World Championship rival there as to the outside of one McLaren, to the outside of both. Around the outside of both McLarens down at turn 1. I don't think you can say that too often inside F1 25, but a huge move at the first corner. And if that doesn't go to show our confidence at this stage of the Grand Prix, I don't know what does. Crazy scenes. Carlos Sainz, Max Verstappen into the pit lane then. I'm pretty certain Verstappen has just been hanging on to Carlos throughout the first half of this Grand Prix. Luckily, of course, we're going to be taking our set of tyres just a little bit further than, like I said, end of lap 20 is kind of the first goal, but I think we might be able to go slightly further than that if I need to. So, Esteban Ocon then, going to take the lead of this race. We will obviously hopefully relinquish him of that by the end of this lap. Yeah, these tyres still working very, very nicely. There you go, Esteban Ocon into the pit lane then, as I'm sure as well as everybody else that had made it this far into the race on that first set of tyres. So, I mean, to be fair, Sainz and Verstappen, they're only about 6 seconds behind me right now. We've just got to be a little bit careful about the undercut that the AI might be able to get. I mean, a red flag now, that would be just chef's kiss perfection for us at this stage of the race. I'm not going to hold my breath, though. Well, I've just been monitoring the gaps then to Lewis Hamilton and George Russell, and they seem to be squabbling with each other, which has meant that they haven't been getting as much of an undercut as maybe some of the other drivers have been in this race. I'm also just trying to help out Verstappen a little bit, staying out here a bit longer. Maybe just will give Carlos Sainz some extra dirty air. That might affect his tyres towards the end of the stint, but we are going to peel in at the end of this lap onto a set of the soft compounded tyre. We need to be fast towards the end of this race. I do still think a podium is going to be possible, but I would expect we'll probably come out around that lead McLaren. We'll have Charles Leclerc to navigate, and then both Astons, and of course George, so it's not going to be easy. Sainz has got to stay cool, calm and collected then at the moment. He knows obviously we will be getting out of his way pretty soon. Not going to completely sacrifice my own race to try and help Verstappen win. It was Mark there. You can just hear a little bit of franticness in his voice there as he makes sure that I get into that pit lane. Make sure I don't speed either. Just like get the car slowed down. Is will Verstappen now get a run on Carlos in towards turn 1? No, he won't. I mean, we've seen time and time again how quick that Williams is in a straight line. It's fairly tidy stop, not too bad. As, like I said, I'm hoping we're going to come out around Oscar Piastri in this race. Charles Leclerc there is going to move by. I think we might come out ahead of Oscar.
Stay clear of the white line on the exit. We'll receive a penalty for dangerous driving if you cross onto the track.
There we go then. Yep, we have come out just ahead of Oscar Piastri still. So with, what, 12 laps remaining, we need to close in a 6-second gap down to Esteban Ocon just up in front. We can definitely still get a podium here, but just wonder, had we not had the issue in qualifying, skill issue, had we not had the skill issue in the first lap as well, could we have potentially got to Verstappen and Sainz by the end? I'm not convinced. But I think we obviously could have been a whole lot closer. It hasn't taken us long then before we've rocked up to the back of Charles Leclerc, but it's also not been helped by the fact George Russell and those Aston Martins have been really squabbling in and amongst each other there. Has thought about having a bit of an opportunistic look around the outside of Leclerc up towards the top of the circuit, but yeah, just trying to make sure we keep as much of that front wing in clear air as we can. Of course, all of these guys now are going to be very, very quick in a straight line, but look how much speed we've got through that final corner. Will Leclerc be vulnerable? Let's wait and see as we make the run back in towards turn 1, as there goes, I believe that's Hamilton again, around the outside of George Russell. We will go to the inside of Leclerc, so who says he can't overtake here at Spain? We've done a pretty good job of it so far today, but can we continue to do so? As I'm hoping, obviously, we can try and get past this group and then just manage the tyres to the end of the race here. It looks like Sainz again just starting to inch away from Verstappen up the front of the order.
Car in front, but we need to look after the tyres. We won't be making another pit stop.
It seems like Aston Martin a little bit of a resurgence this weekend. Obviously, they did pretty well at Monaco, but the first time they've looked truly competitive with both cars so far this season. They have been a big disappointment. I was really hoping they could obviously try and fight for the championship. You know, maybe I could go up against my old team over the course of the campaign. As we look at that round the outside of George Russell, surely not. Just got a bit lucky with where he turned in, but we'll have the inside line for the next corner. And up into P4 we go, so making light work of our competitors at the moment. And if we can get past Hamilton then, we should be home and dry for P3 come the checkered flag. Use that DRS, use the remaining battery.
On the car behind by around a second a lap.
Yep, Hamilton can try to fight it as much as he wants, but we will swoop through up into P3. 20 seconds the gap to Verstappen and Sainz up the road. But with 8 laps remaining, tyre wear's looking pretty good. Of course, we won't have to deal with any more dirty air, I hope. Let's just try and bring this thing to the flag. Making our way then through the final corner to start the last lap of the Spanish Grand Prix. And well, if you look at that gap to Sainz and Verstappen up the road, it hasn't come down. Honestly, I think P3 sensibly was all we were going to be able to do here. I'm just not convinced we would have had the pace to match our teammate or Carlos this afternoon. But for him, it is going to be an emotional final lap here. Of course, for some reason, the Spaniards always do well at the Spanish Grand Prix inside F125. It's not the first time I've seen Sainz get a podium in a Williams around this venue, but just like his hero, Fernando Alonso, he will claim glory here at Barcelona. And well, for Carlos Sainz, it could have been 3 wins in the last 4, had just a few things gone slightly differently. Williams, they are a serious championship threat this year, and I can't wait to see how far Carlos Sainz can bring that car, bring that team through the final corner. Carlos Sainz is going to be a Spanish Grand Prix winner. Adds to his already pretty impressive list of Grand Prix victories after winning out, of course, in Saudi Arabia earlier on this campaign. Williams, a much better team than Ferrari as well at the moment, so it wasn't a bad move for him. Through the final corner, Verstappen will come through for P2. We will get another podium, this time from the back of the field. Very happy with that drive.
Yes, mate, I'll take that. Well done. We're really happy with the podium down here, so well done. Yes.
Here's the checkered flag, and here's our race winner today. What a smooth operation it was for Carlos Sainz.
And you can just see how much this means to the fans as well, the energy that they were giving the driver all day today. A race win at home feels like 10 race wins elsewhere.
What a day it's been for Formula One, and what a day it's been for these three drivers. Time for the podium celebrations. Time for our drivers to celebrate. But there can only be one winner, and that winner today is Carlos Sainz. The top step awaits.
Well, there we are then, El Matador, Carlos Sainz. He will claim pole position, fastest lap. He led nearly every lap this afternoon as well, and was able to hold off his former teammate in Max Verstappen. 16th to 3rd for us, honestly, doesn't look, well, I mean, it still looks pretty impressive, but considering where we were at the end of lap 1, very happy. You know, we kept our head down, we got the effort, we got the work done, was very, very consistent throughout the rest of that Grand Prix. Esteban Ocon in 4th, just ahead of Charles Leclerc, who again gets another fantastic result. Hamilton, Albon, Piastri, Russell and Antonelli there inside your top 10. Lando Norris, P12. I think he had some kind of issue later on in that race as well, because, yeah, our main championship rival really beginning to struggle. Hulkenberg ended up 1 lap down. Lance Stroll, the only driver that failed to see the checkered flag. What does that do to our World Championship, though? Well, it means we have a 34-point buffer now ahead of Lando at the top of the table. Carlos Sainz only 30 back behind the McLaren man as well, as Charles Leclerc still hanging on in P4. Albon now 1 point ahead of Max Verstappen there, as Piastri still ahead of Esteban Ocon and Lewis Hamilton, with Russell inside your top 10. And then further down the order, it is still just doing Bortoletto and those V-carbs yet to score a point. Constructors-wise, Red Bull, we are cementing our lead at the top of the table, but McLaren now only 8 points clear of Williams. That is going to be a battle, I think, that's going to rage on. Aston Martin now 1 ahead of Ferrari, thanks to their solid effort this weekend. And Mercedes, 23 points so far this year. Pretty diabolical. If they keep going like that, they'll average 69 points by the end of the year. Yes, funny number. Thank you all so much for watching, though. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns, ready for, I believe, the Canadian Grand Prix. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 9 of Season 3 of our F125 Red Bull Driver Career Mode. Yes, we return this weekend here to Montreal, and of course the Canadian Grand Prix. If you missed out on the video that went live a few days ago from Barcelona, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. It was a rather interesting one, and as McLaren seem to be beginning to struggle with Lando Norris, we are just continuing to ride on the momentum we have built early on this season. Taking a look at the current championship order, we have now got a 34-point buffer over Lando. We had a pretty good recovery drive from the rear of the field to keep our podium streak alive. Lando Norris, just, yeah, the last couple of races, 7th in Monaco, 12th in Spain. Are we starting to see McLaren have a bit of a downfall, or will he be able to bounce back this weekend? Carlos Sainz, of course, took victory at his home race as well, able to fend off my teammate Max Verstappen throughout the entirety of the event for his and Williams' second win of the campaign as well. So Williams could definitely still be a dark horse as we make our way through the campaign. Constructors-wise, we've got a pretty healthy 55-point lead, I believe, over McLaren there, as they have only got an 8-point buffer now ahead of Williams. Aston Martin and Ferrari, 1 point in it between them, and, well, the Mercedes downfall inside this series needs to be studied as well. I mean, you can just see Mercedes, they're not even ranked that badly inside this game. They just seem to be having a terrible time early on so far this year as well. But yeah, of course, if you're new around here and you aren't already, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed. We're trying to hit 14k subs here on the channel. But without further ado, let's return to the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Well, heading out then into qualifying here from Montreal. Honestly, I think this is going to be a tough one for us. We had a bit of a stinker out in Barcelona, but that was my own doing. Here, though, in Montreal, I just don't think the car has really got the one-lap speed. Combine that with the fact this is a circuit where the AI are very, very good inside this game over one lap. And yeah, I'll be quite happy, honestly. I think if we end up anywhere inside the top 5, Carlos Sainz is already almost down into the 107s here early on in the session. Sector 1 is where we're normally pretty quick, but it's the rest of the lap where we seem to lose out. Of course, as always, this first lap is a bit more just like getting a banker in, as there you go, Lando Norris seems to be back up to speed here immediately, dropping into the 107s. I mean, lap times, they're not as quick as they are in the My Team series, but they are still ludicrously quick inside this game, as trying to keep it clean and tidy through the wall of champion chicane there. Slap the wall on the exit, run to the line though. We do an 8-4, and I said I wanted the top 5, and that's exactly what we've done. Well, for whatever reason, we seem to be losing pretty much all the time down in Sector 3, so not really too sure why. But as we get ready then to start our last lap of anger here, I've got to make sure I get a really good run out of that final corner. We're still 4 tenths up on our teammate Verstappen at the moment, but yeah, we need to keep it clean and tidy through Sector 1. There was definitely a little bit more time to find there as the back end trying to break away as we make our way out of Turn 2. Nice and tidy through the chicane there, through the exit. So we actually nudged the wall there slightly through the end of Sector 1. And then again, making a bit of a hash of the run out onto the back straight there, taking too much curb too early. And that has ultimately cost us again just a little bit of speed there, slightly down as we make our way through the next chicane. That was good though. You've got to really try and maximise the run off of that corner. And now we're a 10th up as we make our way down in towards the final sector of the lap. I don't know where we're losing so much time around this part of the lap. I know there's definitely a bit more to find through the exit of the Wall of Champion chicane, but we need 0.6 of a second at the moment if we want to even get anywhere near Lando Norris. We found 3 of those tenths, and there's definitely a bit more through the final chicane there as well, as again just slap the wall, actually getting stuck on the grass slightly on the exit. 4 tenths up on the run to the line. We end up P4. Well, in another weekend then when Verstappen seems to be struggling, Lando Norris on pole position there, 2 tenths clear of Carlos Sainz and Oscar Piastri. McLaren almost getting a front row lockout here. We will take P4 though. Honestly, very happy with that. We could have definitely got onto the front row had I not made that mistake through the final turn. Just, yeah, trying to maximise the run off the corner. Got a little bit stuck to the grass, and it kind of drags you out. Andrea Kimi Antonelli, decent effort to go 10th in that Mercedes, just ahead of Gabriel Bortoletto. But George Russell, who often does really well here, down in P17. Franco Colapinto on the back row of the grid. Why are Mercedes and Ferrari struggling so much this series?
We're back once again beside the St. Lawrence River here in Montreal for the Canadian Grand Prix. The event first moved to the variant of this track back in 1978, and it was won by none other than Gilles Villeneuve, the first Canadian to ever win his home race, and in whose honour the circuit would be renamed. It's one of the fastest races of the season here at the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, with around 60% of this 2.7-mile circuit taken at full throttle. There are 14 corners to navigate, the very last of which has its very own infamous history and could be the cause of a safety car today. It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. Lando Norris will lead us away from pole position, and the smooth operator Carlos Sainz completes the front row. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Piastri, Mr. Monaco, Esteban Ocon and Hamilton, Behrman, Albon, Verstappen and Andrea Kimi Antonelli, Bortoletto, Stroll, Charles Leclerc and Gasly, Hülkenberg, Hadjar, George Russell and Jack Doohan. Colapinto and Liam Lawson rounds off the grid. It's almost time for the lights to go out, so let's head down to the track where preparations are underway.
Well, like I've said before, I want to try and keep our podium streak going for as long as I can inside this game. But yeah, I think with Williams and McLaren looking to be up to speed today, that is going to be rather difficult. Red Bull again, though, want me to go on the alternate strategy. So I'm happy to try and make it work, as long as obviously we stay out of trouble early on in the race. Often this could be a circuit where the 2-stop happens, but if you take a look at the weather, if we get a red flag, we get a safety car, rain could be rolling in after the end of today's race. So let's see what we can do then. We need to keep it clean and tidy off the start. Both McLarens also on the hard. It is 5 red lights. Oh, and a mighty long hold there before it is finally lights out and away we go. And Carlos Sainz immediately then will try and get the jump on his former teammate. We're going to be under pressure from Esteban Ocon down in towards turn 1, but we should be able to withstand the pressure from him. As Sainz then immediately is going to try and streak away into an early lead there. That is critical for him on that slightly softer compound tyre, and he will want to try and get the run away from Lando Norris. Break that DRS before it ever becomes an issue for him. Like I said, these hard compound tyres should be able to do over 20 laps, but they are very, very sketchy in the first couple. Trying to get temperature into them can be not an easy feat inside this game, especially, you know, if you make a little mistake, you slap a wall, pick up a little bit of front wing damage, then you're in for a world of hurt throughout the rest of the afternoon. They're also, of course, not as responsive in kind of those quick changes of direction that are so important around this venue. Is almost into the back of Oscar Piastri as we make our way through the hairpin, and again then that is going to leave me vulnerable to Esteban Ocon, who's going to try and look round the outside in towards the final corner. And I've said before, we're struggling with straight line speed this weekend, and Esteban Ocon has just gone and proved it there comfortably around the outside. Obviously this is being done on the new patch on F125. It's actually the first career mode race I'm doing on the all-new patch as well. So it is going to be interesting. While both Aston Martins then opting for the same strategy as Carlos Sainz up at the front of the order, going with that medium tyre early on then, and already Ocon trying to apply some pressure to Oscar Piastri, as everybody's going to have the DRS though as we make our way down this back straight. But here goes Esteban Ocon round the outside of the McLaren man. We're just going to try and back out of it a little bit early and maybe get a run on Oscar out of the final corner. But Esteban then getting a decent run up into third place, as we will have a look down the inside of the Australian at that first turn as well. So immediately then trying to go around the outside off the exit of the corner and up then back into P4 of this race. Sainz is gone up front, but it will come down to the second half of the afternoon. How long will those mediums be the better tyre, and how well can we manage our ERS? Well, this race then just beginning to stabilise out a bit early on here, and well, for the first time this season, looks like Aston Martin have got some real speed to challenge up at the front, maybe with the exception of Monaco. But of course, Monaco is always a weird track. And to be fair to him, Esteban Ocon actually goes very, very well around the venue as well. But Esteban just making a little bit of a mistake there. That might take him out of the DRS of Lando Norris in front. I believe that will, as we've now got an engine warning light flashing up early on. So hopefully that isn't going to be too much cause for concern. But hopefully we can try and move past Esty Bestie then as we make our way down the back straight. Oscar Piastri has really struggled behind me to match the pace of your front runners. As there we go, back up then into third spot this afternoon. So I'll really try to attack that curbing through the final chicane. Obviously you get the second use of DRS as well, just to give yourself that breathing room. But yeah, Lando and I now starting to close in on Carlos Sainz here again. The mediums, they are very good, but just maybe not for that long. Well, Lando Norris then, he's steadily bringing in this gap to Carlos Sainz. In fact, he's almost back inside the DRS then, as Esteban Ocon had been able to hang on to our coattails for a good few laps, but seems to have dropped away now into P4. I think I want to get past Lando though before he gets inside the range of Carlos, just so we can be the one to attack the Spaniard. As around the outside we will go then, when we use the battery against the car. With 0 DRS. We're able to make it happen there, as just clipping the rear wheel on the grass through that final corner. Lando will go back by, and so will Esteban Ocon.
Quite meet our targets. Not to worry, get your head down and chin up, and let's focus right the way into the checkered flag.
So easy to do around this venue, but immediately look at that. Ocon, he's got no power off of turn 2 then, so we'll make the overtake back again almost immediately. But yeah, I think that did cost both Lando and I just a little bit of time. And now I've got to try and get back in his DRS range again. Lando just getting a little bit of a wobble then, as we finally caught back up to him. And now we might be vulnerable before we even get to the DRS zone there. And the McLaren trying to swing defensive, or we will run ourselves a bit deep through the corner. And immediately try and get this old up and under on him then. And off the exit of the corner, similar to what we saw between the McLaren duo IRL, we are now able to hopefully get the move done on Lando Norris once again. He's just trying to hang on in there, but we finally get by. Carlos Sainz immediately into the pit lane, and I've been completely distracted by that and thrown off again. How on earth have I not picked up damage as we will try and get the car going again? No idea what happened there then, but Verstappen's going to go by, Albon's going to go by. Luckily, I think we're only going to lose a handful of spots, but most importantly of all, how did I not get front wing damage? Must have hit the wall at exactly the right angle, but really, really struggling then through that final chicane once more. Like I said, all it was Carlos Sainz there pitting. I was so kind of distracted by that that I just did not spot my braking point. And now again, we have got even more positions to try and climb. As the hard tyre is already feeling very, very slippery. Well, Carlos Sainz then, he must be on a two-stop strategy here, as I think, yes, so is Esteban Ocon and Alexander Albon then, both peeling into the pit lane as well. So this is going to be really interesting as we get towards the end of the afternoon. It is now McLaren 1-2 then, with Red Bull P3 and P4. But hopefully we're going to be able to go quicker than our teammate. There is rumblings going on inside Red Bull at the moment that Verstappen is not best pleased with me being his teammate, especially I think because we are showing him up. So yeah, could there be a bit more Red Bull rivalry as we make our way over the course of the season? Only time will tell. But unless I decided to switch to a two-stop strategy today, we have got to get much better at looking after those rear tyres, and that is not the way to do it. Huge drift down in towards the hairpin. Just pretty much kept the car completely on opposite lock right the way through. I mean, you can already see those Sainz only 6 seconds back after making his first pit stop of the day. So, of course, if he gets back to us, he's probably still going to be quicker towards the end of the afternoon. Can I get a run on Verstappen? I don't think so this time round. So we'll try and recharge the pack and go for it again when I get the chance. I mean, Sainz just on this lap alone has gone about a second quicker than me. So definitely the Williams man. Obviously, maybe not on the most, orthodox strategy here, but still flying along then to the outside of Verstappen we will go. And I think our teammate there wanted to give me a big old squeeze down at the final corner, but goodbye, Max Verstappen. Up then into P3 once again. Looks like we've got good pace still against those McLarens, but I'm getting the lines nailed. But I think, yeah, Carlos behind is still going to be a big threat by the end of the afternoon.
Okay, mate, car behind is Max. They are faster than you. Do you understand? They are faster than you. Let them through, please, mate.
I mean, I already said that Verstappen, yeah, apparently not happy with the team at the moment, obviously, with the fact I'm doing better than him. And, well, clearly Red Bull are perhaps trying to repay the favour to him, try to win good graces of the Dutchman once more. Apparently, we have got to let Max Verstappen by. That will not be happening. Oh, there you go. I didn't know that was possible inside the game. So if Verstappen drops far enough back then, the team tell me I don't need to let him by anymore. Would have been useful a couple of times, obviously, when Fernando Alonso was applying the pressure to us. But, yeah, Max Verstappen maybe losing this psychological battle down at Red Bull. But, of course, yeah, obviously, we know how much kind of say he has within the team. See, maybe this is going to be the only year I get to drive for the Red Bull organisation. This Red Bull then starting to light up like a Christmas tree as we finally get to our pit-in lap. Engine warning light, tyre wear warning light. Everything's going on at this stage of the race, but happy that we're going to be able to bin off this set of the hard compound tyre. With Lando Norris into the pit lane.
Really good job.
Oh, we will just get the car slowed down on the way in then. Really did not want to lock up the rear tyres there, as Oscar Piastri will inherit the lead of the day. Carlos Sainz, Esteban Ocon, and of course Verstappen all going through. So we get a little bit held there trying to get the car dropped back off the jacks. Will we come out ahead of Lance Stroll? Yes, because he's diving into the pit lane as well. So then it's Behrman, one of the Mercedes, and one of the Ferraris. So out onto the circuit we will go once again then. I know I've still got to look after these medium tyres towards the flag. But Lando Norris, 2 seconds up the road. Come on, we've got to try and chase him down. Oh, we've got yellows, Looks like an Aston Martin span, and could that cause some chaos here? Are they okay? Yep, Esteban Ocon seems to have been able to get going again then. So, yeah, really at a critical stage of this race as Esteban Ocon made an error there. And I think Lando Norris maybe just got the DRS as well as the free position. So Ocon having a really good day out in that Aston Martin so far, but immediately has put pay to that as Oscar Piastri and Max Verstappen into the pit lane. We should have the jump on Oscar, I would hope, as Esteban diving back in then, or slapping the wall through that final corner as well. But yeah, we should be comfortably ahead of Oscar Piastri then in this race. Williams now with both cars on the podium temporarily, and Hamilton Always used to go well around here. He is up to P2.
It looks like we might have an issue. Hang in there, we're attempting to manage it.
Oh, that is not good. I know we've had an engine warning light on, but please don't say that is going to be the difference maker.
2.1 seconds.
Just trying to get the car rotated in then. Maybe it's an issue with the aerodynamics on the car, but is this engine about to go bang?
ERS software glitch.
Well, this happened back in Shanghai and ended up being okay for us.
ERS is offline. We're currently looking into the problem.
Should be okay. I mean, it's going to make the car very, very slow for a couple of laps. But then after that, weirdly, in Shanghai, we ended up with more ERS than the AI are able to use.
Back online now. The guys have fixed the problem.
Look at that. It's recharging down the straight. Oh, it's because we were on none. But yeah, we might now actually be quicker. Well, Sainz then as well has just peeled back into the pit lane and come back out only 4 seconds behind us. So he's going to be very, very quick towards the end of the afternoon. But weirdly, he's actually opted for a set of the hard compound tyre again. So clearly enjoys those harder tyres. But yeah, will he therefore have the speed in that car to close back in towards the end? Only time will tell. As I'm sure Alex Albon then about to peel into the pit lane. Yes, he does. So Lando Norris is going to be back up to the top spot here after a couple of disappointing races. The McLaren man looks to be in control late on here. So we will set a new fastest lap of the day. Told you that ERS is a bit funky. I think we're going to describe it inside this game. Is that going to allow us to close back in on the McLaren man? 12 laps to go. Still a lot left in this Grand Prix. Oh, we've got yellows as we start lap 28. Was just beginning to think how weird it is that nobody has broken down in this race, and it looks like it's an Alpine then that maybe has gone up in smoke. Is that going to be Jack Doohan? No, it's Pierre Gasly out of the race.
The problem's terminal. They're retiring the car.
Can't even remember. Is Jack Doohan still in this series, or is Alpine got a different lineup now? Either way, Gasly's out of it. And yeah, that's going to leave us with yellow flags out down at the final couple of corners. I actually thought for a while we are closing in on Lando Norris, but Oscar Piastri was going quicker than me behind. His pace seems to have stalled, so does Carlos Sainz's. So it does look like this is going to be a dogfight between Lando and I towards the end, if I can get in the range.
Okay, mate, Lando ahead. We don't want to let this hold us up too long, so do your best to get past and get on with the race.
Oh, there we go then. Team now have made the order. I mean, we're going to try and win this race anyway, but they want me to try and get past Lando Norris for the final lap then. We know that's when the AI will tend to dump their battery, so, and especially look how good this McLaren is off of this corner. I'm using as much battery as I can, and we are generally still losing out towards the top end speed there. That McLaren has just got an extra sort of 2 or 3 miles an hour in it, which is making it rather difficult to try and close in. Nice line through that final chicane though. We are definitely getting there. It's just that age-old debate. Do you try and use up a load of ERS to make sure you're inside the DRS range and then hopefully have an easier time? Or do you just try and slowly rock up? Of course, it's risky either way. You either don't end up with a DRS, or you get the DRS, make a little mistake like that, and then have no way of closing back in once more. Oh, there we go, end of lap 32. We have finally been able to get ourselves just about in the range then of Lando Norris. But I mean, look at that, even with the DRS, they barely take anything out of him. We've just got to now be really strategic, charge up the battery pack over these next couple of laps there, make sure we've got as much as we possibly can. But of course, I've got to meet the team's objective as well. I've got to get around him before the last lap. Otherwise, yeah, the team won't be happy with me. I'm still trying to get all the achievements inside F125, and one of those is get a driver 99 rated. I don't know whether I'm going to do that in this series or the Lewis Hamilton career mode. But either way, yeah, that's going to be a tough one. Well, I think Oscar Piastri pushed a little bit too hard too soon in this final stint. I think he wanted to get in my DRS range so he could try and close in on Lando Norris there, and with a lap to go, he is coming under more and more pressure from Carlos Sainz a little bit further behind. Verstappen's not too far back to try and pounce as well, if these two have a bit of a coming together there, but not getting the run off of that chicane like we need to. I'm going to have to drain a load of battery down in towards the final couple of corners to meet the team's objectives. But Lando and I both now beginning to really struggle with the rear tyres there. You can see how hesitant both of us are being as we try and get the power down out onto the back straight there to the outside of the McLaren man. We will go. Oh, just about getting the round in there, but we clip the wheel on the grass, and that's going to compromise our run off of the corner. But into the lead we go with this race. But Lando Norris there, despite not having the DRS, is still going to get the run on me in towards turn 1. Oh, we run ourselves very, very wide. Oh, come on. Got to try and keep the car in check there, as Lando Norris thought about having a look for a run to the inside at turn 1. Could not make it happen though, but of course that might mean we're going to be vulnerable down towards the end of the lap. Perhaps that was his master plan. Just obviously sit behind now and try and get a DRS run back on me. We are parking this Red Bull on this final lap here. We want to obviously try and convert for another race victory, but more importantly than that, we need to get another podium here, as through the chicane we go. Here's Lando Norris. Oh, he's dropping away actually. I think the McLaren man, his tyres might have completely hit the cliff on this final lap then. Either that, or he is trying to save up a little bit of extra battery. But as we get the power down off of the hairpin one final time, Lando Norris, he's got nothing here as we make our way down in towards the final couple of corners. He'll still have the DRS, of course, and he will obviously get those big gains with that as well. But in towards the final chicane, one final time then. Lando Norris has not got enough. It is going to be victory here in Montreal.
Absolutely awesome. Just amazing, mate. Well done.
That was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. You nailed it from the start.
A truly magnificent drive and a great performance from the entire team to secure victory here in Canada.
And you can really tell that they're taking this one step at a time, one race at a time, and getting the points on the board when it matters. That's what it's going to take, consistency and the bigger picture.
The drivers are en route to the podium as we speak. What a fantastic win for the Red Bull team. They performed exceptionally today, keeping us firmly on the edge of our seats throughout the entirety of the race. Congratulations to everybody at the team.
Well, there we are then, from 4th on the grid. It is going to be P1 come the checkered flag there. Just 2 tenths in it between myself and Lando Norris, as things got very nip and tuck on that final lap. Oscar Piastri does a very good job to hang on for P3, just ahead of Carlos Sainz. I think Williams will look back and kind of regret the strategy they chose. Gave Carlos the lead early on, but just could not maximise the stints later on in the day. Verstappen in 5th, just ahead of Alexander Albon. Charles Leclerc ahead of Lance Stroll there. He gets points at his home Grand Prix. Esti Besti, disappointing end for him after strong pace early on, with Franco Colapinto from the back of the field recovering for that final points-paying position. Ollie Behrman ahead of both Mercedes outside of the points. Lewis Hamilton on a 4-stop strategy down in P16. No idea what happened to him, as Pierre Gasly was our only driver that failed to see the checkered flag. What does that do to the World Championship? Well, it means now our buffer at the top up to 41 points over the McLaren there. Carlos Sainz still in 3rd, just ahead of Leclerc and Verstappen. I mean, look at that. 3 points in it between Leclerc, Verstappen and Alexander Albon. Oscar Piastri still in 7th, ahead of Ocon, Hamilton and George Russell, as Colapinto brings that gap down by just a single point here. A lot of drivers, though, have scored so far this season. It is still just Doohan, Bortoletto and those V-carves. Constructors-wise, though, Red Bull further extending that gap over McLaren at the top of the table. Williams, though, not too far behind in P3. Ferrari re-jump Aston Martin, and Mercedes still at a Haas, Alpine, Kick Sauber, and, of course, V-carb. Thank you all so much for watching, though. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for, I believe, the Austrian Grand Prix. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 10 of Season 3 of our F125 Red Bull Driver Career Mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Austrian Grand Prix. Reverse Layout GP, of course. Yeah, if you missed out on the video that went live a few days ago, I believe from Canada, go back, check it out. It was a rather interesting one from the circuit Gilles Villeneuve, and the real first time this season where it's felt like I've struggled a bit with pace in the car. Yes, McLaren constantly bringing upgrades, you know, more and more teams starting to prove themselves as a potential rival. As you can see on the performance chart, Aston Martin and Williams now are both pretty much tied with Red Bull and McLaren up at the top of the table. And then, of course, Ferrari and Mercedes still not that far away either. Just a shame neither of those teams have really delivered much pace so far early on in this campaign. As we're going to take some fresh components ready for this weekend as well. Just want to make sure, of course, we've got a car that isn't going to risk any reliability problems. We do still have a 41-point lead, though, at the top of the table, ahead of Lando Norris. Carlos Sainz still in third, ahead of Charles Leclerc. And, of course, yeah, we've kept our podium streak alive right from the get-go this season as well there. Oscar Piastri returned to form as well last weekend with a third place finish, but he is still way down the order in the Drivers' Championship. And constructors wise, well, still a 57-point lead at the top of the table. The real battle seems to be between McLaren and Williams, a little bit further behind us as well. Of course, if you're new around here and you aren't already, please do consider dropping a sub on the channel. We're getting closer and closer to 15,000 at the moment as well. But yeah, let's return though here to the Austrian GP. Hopefully, of course, our first ever Austrian race for Red Bull. One of the next two, I'm hoping we can win. Well, heading straight then out into qualifying, and it looks like this is the only session all weekend where the weather stays the same. Yes, changeable conditions on the horizon for this weekend's Grand Prix. Of course, it is Austria, so it is what we've come to expect. So as we head out into qualifying then, grid position is going to be super, super important here. Those first couple of corners, uber quick as we try and make our way through. But yeah, of course, we'll have to wait and see as to how close we can get to a 1 minute lap time as well around this circuit. Trying to head out nice and early to get a first run on the board. Of course, we learned at Baku over the weekend there that trying to get a time in the session nice and early is super, super critical. There's all Hamilton there just getting in my way slightly as we make our way up towards the top of the circuit. It's this corner that I really, really struggle there. Have to brake so much earlier than the AI to avoid locking at the fronts and then going straight on. But yeah, this setup works pretty well on the Red Bull car. As always, Matt212 Racing, there's a link in my description if you want some setups for F125, as Bortoletto peels into a rather dangerous pit lane entry here. Colapinto goes to the top of the board in his Ferrari. We will go a fair bit quicker. Well, with Austria being the shortest track on the Formula 1 calendar when it comes to lap time.
Rain soon. Expect the first drops in the next few minutes.
Yeah, apparently now we are expecting rain by the end of qualifying, so just a really, really tricky weekend to try and get times on the board. So we're going to head back out then for our second run here, still with more than 5 minutes on the clock. And that's not a good way to start it. Hopefully I've got enough fuel. Yes, I do. But that's not a good way to get things going. And now I've got to wait for another run. To be honest, being up in P1, I've kind of just got to hope the rain starts to fall whenever now. A bit like Sainz, obviously, again, in Baku at the weekend. Kind of hoping we see some chaos, so nobody else can go any quicker. So there we go. Verstappen now joins us on the front row of the grid there. So, I mean, Red Bull, I'm sure, will be pretty happy with a front row lockout around this circuit. But let's go again then. Let's see if we can try and get a decent time on the board. 5 minutes remain then in this qualifying session, and still not really seeing any other drivers coming back out onto the circuit. So I can only assume then that maybe they're hoping that the rain doesn't fall by the end here, as through the first couple of corners, fairly clean and tidy. Oh, it's just a couple of horrible, horrible bumps around this circuit there as well. Oh, no, 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 no. I mean, immediately, as soon as I hit that wall, the rain beginning to fall, so I think we should have done it anyway. And we should claim pole position here, but I thought we were on for a head-on collision with that barrier then. Luckily, we seem to have avoided that. Well, there we are, a very, very mixed up grid here in the Styrian Hills, but it is going to be a Red Bull front row lockout We took 6/10 out of Verstappen, but honestly, I think we got our quick lap time in when the track was at its fastest. Franco Colapinto, though, brilliant opportunity up on the second row, just ahead of Ollie Behrman and Carlos Sainz there. Piastri down in P7, Charles Leclerc down in 10th in a Mercedes sandwich, but our main championship rival, Lando Norris, another terrible qualifying session for him, down in P14. So yeah, there is a huge opportunity once more to further extend our World Championship lead, and like I said, I'm hoping we can bring home a win for Red Bull at their home race.
Welcome from the beautiful Styrian Mountains for another chapter in the story of the Austrian Grand Prix. Mr. Monaco lines up on pole position, and Max Verstappen lines up alongside. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Albon, Colapinto, Carlos Sainz, and Piastri, Ocon, Russell, Leclerc, and Andrea Kimi Antonelli, Gasly, Norris, Ollie Behrman, and Hülkenberg, Hamilton, Bortoletto, Lance Stroll, and Isaac Hadjar, Lawson, and Jack Doohan rounds off the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track.
Well, every single session I've done so far this weekend here at Austria has started out with beautiful sunny skies, and every single session I've done here this weekend has ended up with some rain, and it looks like that is going to be the same as we head into the GP. Austria, though, is a brutal one-stop inside this game, so tyre management is going to be critical now. I could be tempted to gamble on the hards at the start, and hope that if the rain does come a little bit earlier, that we can make it work, but honestly, I'm expecting most drivers to have to make a stop before the rain arrives, and therefore we might be a little bit vulnerable in the early stages. It is not a long run, though, in towards turn 1, and of course it is not a corner where you really want to go 2 or 3 wide. 5 red lights are on, though, here at the Red Bull Ring. Oh, and after a mighty long hold, it is finally lights out, and away we go there as Verstappen gets a slightly better launch, but we will be around the outside, though, down in towards turn 1. Hopefully we can hook it up. Yes, we just about have. And that is a really, really difficult part then. Holding on to the lead off the start of the race. And more importantly, the Red Bulls haven't made contact with each other or anything like that then. Up the hill in towards Sector 2 was already just struggling a little bit trying to get the temperature into the tyres. This is a circuit as well where for some reason a lot of the corners the car really, really likes to understeer. You can just see through there again every single time. You have to try and correct the back end of the machine there as Verstappen gets a huge run on me up towards the top of the circuit. Sainz has had a good start though, and Albon now moving into P4 as we try to have a look around the outside of our teammate there. Very, very careful that we don't make contact. Of course, there is still a bit of beef between us at the moment. Verstappen is still not a big fan of mine in this campaign at the moment. I think part of that is down to how much better we've been doing so far this season. So we'll have to wait and see kind of how that pans out throughout the course of the campaign. But early on here, we need to work together. As, yeah, Williams, of course, have been a pretty big threat so far this year. Of course, Sainz has taken 2 wins in this campaign. Still yet to see Albon claim one. But if they can stick in the DRS range early on, they are going to be in this fight. Do we have an update on the weather?
No threat of rain for the time being. Conditions look good. Dry's definitely seem like the fastest tyre at the moment.
So the rain's still a long old way out then, so that means if it does appear, it's going to show up in the second half of this race. But we've done pretty well off the launch, only losing the 1 spot. Well, usually here in Austria, the hard tyre is the race tyre you want to use around this venue, and now we've got them up to speed. Actually do seem to be pretty competitive against Verstappen. Of course, we do still have those back-to-back triple DRS zones around this circuit, but yeah, Sainz as well though is definitely in the fight today. Of course, these two had a pretty good race-long battle out in Barcelona, but ultimately it felt like the Dutchman was just trying to keep up with him. It's to the outside, or that final corner just really narrows up right on the entry there, so you've got to be careful with it. But really trying to use some battery then early on here as Verstappen then will sweep to the inside back in towards turn 1. Around the outside we will go. And that corner is definitely one where you want to be on the outside there. Just allows you to brake and carry the momentum in. So we will re-inherit the lead. But it really doesn't take Verstappen long then before he's trying to have a look back down or inside then up towards the top of the circuit. But of course, if we can keep just swapping with each other, doesn't really give Sainz much of an opportunity to get involved there. As again, we'll get a really nice run back down the hill in towards the final corner. Around the outside we will go. And as long as you're comfortably cleared and through, that's not a bad place to go for an overtake around this venue. If you delay it late enough, though, you can actually carry the DRS as well back in towards turn 1 here. But yeah, so far, though, I think as the cars get more and more upgraded through career mode, the harder tyre just becomes the clear favourite to use around a lot of venues. I think that's kind of why, you know, Season 1, Season 2, it is really, really interesting, some of the strategies.
They are faster than you.
Oh, come on.
They are faster than you. Let them through, please.
Second weekend in a row where the team now are trying to claim that Verstappen is faster than me. And, you know, we're leading the World Championship. We are currently, you know, the World Championship favourite here, especially when Lando Norris still way down the order. How on earth can the team be trying to demand that I let the Dutchman by as to the outside he's going to go up towards the top of the circuit?
Thanks for doing that, mate. I know it's not nice, but head down and let's focus on your own race.
Well, according to the game, though, at least we'll have claimed a bit of good races with the Red Bull team. On track, though, I've certainly not let him by. And in fact, Verstappen now coming under pressure from Sainz down in towards those final couple of corners. Will this be an opportunity to try and break free? The Spaniard there moving up then in between the Red Bulls temporarily. But will he be able to stay there? We've now got the 1 second zone. So we're running a bit wide through turn 1. We can just keep this car now out of the range. I can leave them to battle behind me. Oh, look at that. I think Verstappen's struggling. I don't know whether he picked up a little bit of damage in that squabble with Sainz, but suddenly now our teammate has dropped behind both of those Williams in this Grand Prix. So Sainz now has got the gap over Albon. We have got the gap over Carlos, though, so hopefully we can try and control this for the foreseeable future. But will Albon now be able to pull away from Max? And again, another weekend where just things don't seem to be going the Dutchman's way. Oh, yep, there you go. Verstappen immediately into the pit lane then, so a disaster for our teammate. Unless he was always originally planning on going for a 2-stop strategy. Either way, that is still a very, very early box there. Verstappen will not be happy. Again, this is a circuit where he goes so well at. It either goes incredibly, or it's a complete disaster. Oh, we've got yellows. That might be Lando Norris. Just trying to have a look on my mini-map. I think I saw McLaren going slowly. It is Lando Norris out of the Austrian Grand Prix. So as our teammate struggles, so does our big championship rival there. And Lando Norris, I mean, so often it feels like we see an engine failure here in the Styrian Hills. But the McLaren man, our first retirement of the day. And it means now, of course, if we score a point, we're gonna further extend that championship lead. There we go, Albon now into the pit lane as well then, as I believe Charles Leclerc diving in. So the medium tyre is not working in the early stage of this race. You can see we're pulling away from Carlos Sainz at the moment. That gap now up to 3 seconds. And of course with Lando Norris out of this race as well, it helps the Spaniard out massively in his World Championship hopes. But rounding our way then up through the top of the circuit. Yeah, we are just starting to extend this gap a little bit further. Tyre wear isn't too bad on these harder tyres early on. Just take a quick look. Don't think, yeah, we certainly couldn't go to the end of the Grand Prix, but we could easily get this set to definitely past lap 20. Only problem I've got, though, is there is still no range showing up on the horizon. So we're probably going to have to box for another set of dries. But it is going to be interesting to see between the AI who can make the 2-stop work, who can make the 1-stop potentially gain a bit of an advantage as well. Because at the moment, yeah, we're starting to see a very, very mixed up grid here. Oscar Piastri is finally shuffling back up towards the front of the order. Esteban Ocon, Ollie Behrman, Pierre Gasly. I think there are 6 cars from 6 different teams making up your top 6. But Verstappen, of course, after losing extra time from taking that front wing change, I think he's still running up in what would be a top 10 position. But he's behind both Ferraris now as well. Oh, there you go then. Just seen Carlos Sainz flashing back up on my relative. He's on a set of softs now, and well, if the mediums can barely go 10 laps, no idea how well the softs are going to fare in this race, but the circuit seems to be getting sunnier and sunnier at the moment, so really not too sure where that rain's going to be arriving, but we are just continuing to extend our lead at the top. I can only assume Sainz is hoping that the rain comes fairly soon, but I'll have to pit and he won't. But yeah, honestly, I've got no idea kind of what Williams' game plan is there.
We think we might see some rain. ETA about 15 minutes.
Oh, there we go then.
Seem like the best tyre for now.
So rain now is on the horizon towards the end of the afternoon, but it's only going to start falling in those final kind of 5 laps or so. I've seen it before in Austria. It can then mean that the track can get very slippery very quickly. But yeah, we are definitely not going to be able to take this set of tyres all the way to that wet period. I want to try and make sure that we're still on for a normal one stop if I can. So I think if we can get these tyres to sort of the end of lap 20, we'll be pretty good. Most of the cars then peeling into the pit lane. Oscar Piastri, Esteban Ocon all in. So Sainz is going to re-inherit P2. Let's look at that, the tyre wear warning light already on. I mean, it is brutal around here. And it's no better going the normal way. Oh no, Isaac Hadjar. Whoa, making his way out the pit lane there. Just gets in my way.
Okay, expect to see some rain about 10 to 15 minutes from now.
So the team, yeah, that rain is definitely going to show up before the end of the afternoon there, as Hadjar now unlapping himself in this race. Honestly, I don't mind. He can try and get on with it and get up the road, because I think he's going to be quicker than me. Oh, Hadjar, no, man, come on. Just get on with it. Whoa, I've almost outbroke myself there. Having a bit of DRS through that in towards that final corner really threw me off in the braking zone. But Hadjar, I do not want to play these games with you, sir.
You're going to be on mediums.
Please, I'm gonna pit the end of this lap. Just don't do anything stupid. Oh, I completely forgot to pit. I'm such a moron. Sorry, Hadjar. I lied to him. Poor Isaac Hadjar, I'm sure, won't be happy about that one. But come on, I've got to make sure I pit this time round. It's because obviously I told the team I was going to extend this stint as far as I could. Obviously, we haven't been able to do that. But hopefully 15 laps on the mediums will be slightly better for us. Well, this is one of the most difficult pit lanes to try and get right inside F125, but with a 20-second buffer over Carlos Sainz, I think we can afford to lose a second or two as we try and make our way in there. And there's nice and tidy there. We're almost locking the rears on the way down the hill as Hadjar will get back around me there and back onto the lead lap. But into the pits we will go then. And hopefully now onto a fresh set of the medium to the checkered flag. I think Sainz will probably be ahead of me, but I don't know about Leclerc or Albon just yet. Is Sainz diving back in? Yes, he is. So Carlos Sainz back into the pit lane then. So we're not even going to have to deal with him in this race. Charles Leclerc, though, once again, just maximising everything he possibly can in that Ferrari car there. His pit lane exit as well is brutal. Keep it inside the white line there, but we've come out with a 2-second buffer. So now we've got one eye on the sky. When will that rain come? And how well can we look after the medium tyre? Well, I don't know what it is. This Red Bull just seems to be working so well around this circuit. There we go. Leclerc back in as we will claim a new fastest lap of the day. Whoa, have that one back off Carlos Sainz there as we slap the sausage curb through turn 1. Got to be careful with that one there as Verstappen. Yeah, so he's obviously having to double stop, isn't he, as well in this race. So I don't know for sure whether he did pick up front wing damage, but as we get to 2/3 distance, Albon now my closest competitor behind.
Your lap times are all over the place right now. We've got to have consistency. Come on, we can do better than this.
Come on, Mark. Let's not start throwing shade at each other, buddy. I can be mean to you as well if you like. We've got yellows. Who is that potentially then that's going to drop to the wayside in this race? I believe it's an Alpine. Don't know which one that is, so whether that's Doohan or Pierre Gasly. I'm sure we'll get confirmation in just a second then. As could this be a safety car with just 10 laps to go? It is Jack Doohan then. Becomes our second retirement of the afternoon. As you can see, that engine going pop in the back of that Alpine car. So, yeah, Lando Norris and Jack Doohan now both out of the Grand Prix. But if you look to the skies above, there are definitely some dark clouds looming.
So we're expecting rain in about 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay then, so the team still don't believe that rain is closing in too fast, so it might just be one of those races. How often it feels like in Formula 1 that a circuit gets rain after the race is over. We're just going to, like I said, keep one eye on the sky. I've got the intermediate tyre set up if I need it. But at the moment, we have got very little to gain and a whole lot to lose. More yellows. Who's that now? Oh, that could be a red flag. There's been a huge roadblock up at the top of the circuit. Yep. There you go. And that changes everything.
Okay, so that's a red flag, no overtaking, and let's get back into the pits, please.
Oh, man, because I just know when we load back up, it's going to be raining around this circuit there because, well, that was always bound to happen, wasn't it? I think it was Aston Martin or Ferrari. I'm sure there's a replay up on your screens.
Right, we can get a nice advantage here. Let's have a think about how we handle the rest of this race.
I mean, the team still don't believe the rain is here just yet, but I've got to try and gamble it on a set of soft compound tyres, surely. At this stage of the day, only 7 laps to go, and of course if it does rain, the soft tyre obviously should in theory have a bit more grip as well. This race though has just been turned on its head because it is now raining here at the Austrian Grand Prix. Lights out and away we go then, as one of the big winners in all of this has got to be Oscar Piastri, but look at Carlos Sainz there, trying to get a run to the outside in towards turn 1. A 20-second lead has evaporated for ourselves, but we have held on off of the restart. I think I've hopefully still got the intermediate tyre set up ready to go.
For at least 20 minutes, maybe more. Light rain is here to stay. Dries definitely seem like the fastest tyre at the moment.
Yeah, it would not shock me if we see a switch to the intermediate before the end of this Grand Prix though, as this rain, I'm sure, is going to get worse and worse over these last few laps. Of course, we couldn't have started on the intermediate even if I wanted to here, because the game will obviously only let you either start on one of the 3 dry sets, or the wet set, as here comes Carlos Sainz, though, to the outside, up at the top of the circuit. Everybody just trying to figure out where the grip is, as this line gets damper and damper, but we have held on for now. No, we haven't. As soon as I say that, Sainz gets a huge run, as we make our way back down towards the bottom of the circuit, and the Williams man then up into P1, seemingly out of nowhere this afternoon. This will be where the AI is really, really strong, though, on a circuit that is just getting slicker and slicker. DRS has now been enabled.
6.2 seconds.
Oh, but yeah, if we want to make that call to the intermediate, we're going to have to do it sooner rather than later here. Well, I want to try and keep my podium streak alive this season, but definitely now Sainz is just pulling away from me. As long as I stay in the range, we should still be fairly good, but yeah, I just don't know. I don't know whether I want to pit. Will any of the AI follow me in? If they do, will we do it at the right time there to potentially gain an advantage? There are more droplets now running down the screen, and that is normally a pretty good tell. And we're getting closer and closer to the intermediate conditions. Back end's breaking free on more and more corner exits. But like I said, I think if you want to do it, you're going to have to do it early rather than late. Otherwise, you just won't have enough time to close back in. That lap was a 107. I mean, that's just not slow enough, is it? You could not go quicker than that on the Inter.
Perfect situation, but I don't think we got cause to move on to a different tyre yet.
Oh, but this track is definitely getting slower and slower, though. But luckily, we've still got some decent sticking power with Carlos Sainz there. Back end trying to break free wherever it can now. But yeah, this is horrible. Oh, Sainz, huge snap. This might be the opportunity. To the inside we go. As we make our way up the hill then, and you don't see the AI often make mistakes like that inside this game, as we will look for the move, but so will Oscar Piastri. 3 wide for the lead of the race. We've span over Sainz's front end. I think I've given him front wing damage. As things going from bad to worse there, just completely lock the rears up. As we try and make our way back down the hill, Oscar Piastri out of nowhere in his McLaren now up into P1, but we are slip-sliding around all over the show as Carlos Sainz then forced to dive into the pit lane here with 4 laps remaining. What a disaster for him, but now where we've got side pod damage as well, this car is not fun. Well, if I was Max Verstappen right now, I would be on to the team telling me, get us onto the intermediate. Give me a chance to try and fight our way back up this order, because Verstappen is pretty much nowhere at this stage of the race. But Oscar Piastri, haven't seen him win a race this year, had a pretty mediocre qualifying, but that red flag brought him into the fight, and suddenly now he's been able to capitalise. The hard tyre actually seems to be handling these slick conditions a little bit better than the soft is at the moment, but we've just got to try and stay on the island for 2 more laps. Look at that now, Andrea Kimi Antonelli moving up the order slowly but surely. So has that hard tyre just become the one you want to have at the moment? Albon now really beginning to struggle towards the end of the race, as we have just got so much rear sliding going on at the moment. But yeah, this Grand Prix though has turned into one of the most dramatic ones I think I've ever had inside F1 25 right towards the end. But we've still got to try and hang on here. 2-second gap can evaporate in a moment's notice with the AI like this. I think, honestly, now, the intermediate would be the quicker tyre if you were to box. But, of course, you're just not going to make up that time, are you? In one more lap here of the Grand Prix for McLaren. For their number one, this weekend has been an utter disaster. Lando Norris picking up that damage. Picking up that engine failure, even, I should say. After a tough all qualifying, it was never going to be his weekend. But Oscar Piastri has given that team a glimmer of hope. And, of course, helped his teammate in the fact that I won't be able to take away maximum points here. One more lap to go of the Austrian Grand Prix. And we are just trying now to hang on. Any hope of the victory has completely evaporated there. So we will have to wait for next weekend when we return once more here to the Austrian hills. Will Antonelli be able to potentially get a move past Albon and Leclerc there as we get a huge moment? Oh, come on, just get the power down. Keep it on the island here as we make our way up the hill. Antonelli, because of that, has found a way past Leclerc, as I've got no idea how we held on to the car. Just defend the inside line. Keep it cool, calm and collected as we try and make our way up towards the top of the circuit. I don't know how bad the tyre is, but I have got the warning light on. So we have absolutely obliterated this set of softs in these final few laps. Nice and easy over what is probably the worst braking zone of F125. In towards the final corner, though, it is going to be Oscar Piastri that will claim victory here at the Red Bull Ring this weekend. A dramatic conclusion out of nowhere for the Australian. Through the final corner, though, we will get another podium on the board. It will be P2 ahead of the home team. Not fantastic, but we'll take it.
Yes, and that's a podium. Excellent drive. The whole team have worked especially hard this weekend, and that, my friend, is a fantastic reward. Well done.
Oscar Piastri, take a bow. What a performance. What a win.
They had to be decisive with their overtaking today as they worked their way through the field. And those kind of race victories are so enjoyable because it's not just like winning from the front. They really had to work for it today.
Well, it's been a long wait for many of our drivers, but the wait is always worth it. Bring them out to the awaiting crowd. It's time for our podium celebrations. They give out trophies for the winners. Today, they're Oscars. Your winner today, Oscar Piastri.
Well, there we are then. Oscar Piastri, his first win of the year, and, well, it certainly came out of nowhere. 10 laps to go. He was about 30 seconds off the race lead, if I'm not mistaken. But a perfectly timed red flag there absolutely brought him back into the fight. And, well, Oscar Piastri can be one of those drivers when an opportunity presents itself. He can kind of maximise it as best as possible. Didn't quite do that in Baku, though, IRL, did he? We will come through for P2 just ahead of Alexander Albon. Andrea Kimi Antonelli in 4th, ahead of Charles Leclerc and Esteban Ocon, with Behrman, Colapinto, Stroll and Russell rounding out your top 10. Haas getting a double points finish from 13th and 17th on the grid. That is a fantastic effort for them. Gasly will narrowly miss out on points just ahead of Bortoletto. Verstappen just ahead of Hulkenberg there, with Hamilton, Doohan and Lando Norris all failing to see the checkered flag. What does that do to our World Championship? Well, it means we now have a 59-point lead over Lando now at the top of the table. So that would effectively mean we could, if it all stayed level now, we would wrap it up in Vegas, obviously before Qatar and Abu Dhabi to finish off the season. Albon, though, back up into P4 ahead of Charles Leclerc. Oscar Piastri now right behind as well in the battle for 4th overall. But Carlos Sainz there, gutted for him because this was a huge opportunity to try and maximise results. It is still just Bortoletto, Jack Doohan and both V-Carbs are yet to score a point this year. As Red Bull, we have got a 50-point buffer still ahead of McLaren. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 stays here at the Austrian Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video and welcome to round 11 of season 3 of our F125 Red Bull Driver Career Mode. Yes, we return this weekend here to the Styrian Mountains and of course the Austrian Grand Prix. If you missed out on the video that went live a couple of days ago from Austria, because of course we did the reverse race here, go back, check it out. It was definitely one of the weirder races I've had so far this campaign as well. But yeah, of course, 10 races down. We've still got another 14 to go this campaign. And it's safe to say things are running pretty well for us so far this season. We've had a couple of unluckier races recently, but we are still maintaining a podium streak right from the start of the season. I can't remember. Oh, it goes back even further. I hadn't even realised this. We have not finished off of the podium since Zandvoort last season. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 20 races in a row now. We've finished on the podium inside this series. I don't know whether that's a record in Formula 1, but it's got to be getting there. I don't know whether Schumacher did slightly more back in the early 2000s. Obviously, he got a podium in every race in 2002. But yeah, things are going pretty well for us at this stage of the championship. We've got a 59-point lead over Lando Norris as well. You can see you've got a 50-point buffer over McLaren in the Constructors. Williams honestly look like they're going to be a bigger threat pretty soon this season. Carlos Sainz has been getting some really big results in recent times. I just desperately need Max Verstappen to pull his weight inside the team, but the Dutchman, rather than trying to get quicker on track, is really trying to create a bit of a rift within the organisation as well. He's not happy that I'm delivering a lot more in this car. Apparently he wants me out of the team because he has got that kind of say, but we'll wait and see kind of what happens with that. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and let's dive in here. Back at Austria.
High up in the mountains, here at Spielberg, it's time for qualifying on what will be the fastest laps of the season. Stand by for qualifying at the Austrian Grand Prix.
Well, heading then straight into qualifying here. I just had a quick look. Yeah, last weekend we did break Michael Schumacher's record. He had 19 podiums in a row. I believe it was from the, I want to say it was like the Canadian Grand Prix of 2001 and the end of 2002. That was 19 in a row. Obviously, we have now got 20 podiums in a row. So this is really a big step into the unknown. But I think probably just like Michael's record, it'll either be ended by a collision or an engine failure rather than lack of speed in this Red Bull car. Because so far this season, no matter what happens, we are just able to bring ourselves back into that fight week in and week out. And I mean, sheer consistency over the course of such a long season is very useful in a bid to try and win world championships then. Saying all that, halfway around my first qualifying lap, last weekend, obviously on the alternate layout, we were able to do a 102.5, so not quite getting close enough to the sub 60 second barrier that I was hoping to, but I wonder how quick the car will be this weekend then. Maybe, I think if we get it absolutely near, we could get down towards a 101. But I do always think, actually, the alternate layout here is slightly quicker. As out of the final corner, on the run back towards the line. No, there we go. Immediately, we do a 102.2. Let's see if we can get down to a 101. But as everybody heads then back out ready for our final runs here in qualifying, we're actually towards the front of the queue for a change. But we've got about 0.4 of a second, I believe, over Lando Norris at the moment. So let's see if we can further extend that margin then. Maybe we can get a faint toe off of Gabriel Bortoletto, I believe that is, just in front of me as well. By the end of the lap, maybe we'll get caught up behind him a lot sooner there, as immediately finding quarter of a second through that first turn. I know we can use a lot of battery around this lap if I need to as well. Obviously, where it is such a short lap, and these cars are becoming super efficient inside this series. Is up over the top of the hill, then nestled in the slipstream there of Bortoletto as well. But I think now we're probably going to start losing time behind him rather than gaining it. Let's just see they're getting right stuck up under his diffuser. We've still got a lot of speed as we head down the hill in towards Sector 3. There is a big dive. I'm sorry, Gabri. I've got to ruin your lap to try and help my own there, buddy, as we still go purple through that middle sector. Maybe getting a bit of a toe now off of Liam Lawson just in front of me. It's not what I want to do, but it's what I had to there, as that penultimate corner basically completely flat out. We're going to now get a nice slipstream off of Liam Lawson in his V car, but it's going to be a 101.7. That surely is pole position here at the Red Bull Ring. But yeah, Gabriel Bortoleto, I am so sorry. Well, there we are then. On the shortest lap on the F1 calendar, we have put 0.7 of a second on Lando Norris there. I mean, at least kind of 3 of those tenths, I think, honestly came from all the slipstream we got around the lap, but very happy with the time we have managed there. Carlos Sainz in third, just ahead of Max Verstappen, who 1.1 seconds slower than his teammate. Has Verstappen ever been 1.1 seconds off his teammate in Formula 1? I don't think so. Charles Leclerc, Oscar Piastri, Russell, Behrman, Antonelli and Albon all just inside your top 10 there, as Franco Colapinto and both Aston Martins. I mean, they still have got a really quick car in theory on this game. 14th and 15th for them. No idea what has happened to that team this season. But anyway, let's head into the race.
Welcome from the beautiful Styrian Mountains for another chapter in the story of the Austrian Grand Prix. The Spielberg circuit then is situated 700 metres above sea level, with just 10 corners making up one of the shortest laps of the season. One time around here is a distance of around 2.6 miles, with the best overtaking chances into turn 1 or the tight uphill of turn 3. It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. Mr. Monaco lines up on pole position, edging out Lando Norris, who'll start from P2. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Sainz, Verstappen, Charles Leclerc and Russell, Behrman, Antonelli, Albon and Nico Hülkenberg, Bortoleto, Colapinto and Sir Lewis Hamilton and Ocon, Doohan, Piastri, Lance Stroll and Pierre Gasly. Lawson and Isaac Hadjar rounds off the grid. Now it's almost time for lights out, so let's go down to the track. And striding into our commentary box to join us today, the man, the myth, the legend, Anthony Davidson. So much to talk about on what is such a short lap. It's the fastest lap times of the season, but that doesn't mean it's not a challenge.
It's a real challenge to get right, this circuit. Lots of tight corners linked up with very long straights. You've got 3 DRS zones as well. That means that the racing is often very close, and you can hang on to potentially a faster car if you can stay within that 1 second buffer. But you've then got some higher speed corners like turn 6 and 7 in the middle of the track, and then the 2 final corners as well. Track limits. Yep, there we go. I mentioned it. Be careful.
Well, here we are then, back down on the grid once again. We didn't quite win the alternate layout here, but I'm really hoping that we can win this race today. Again, the one-stop strategy should be doable, but with no risk of rain or anything like that. Hopefully we're going to start on the medium, take them as far as we can, and then take a set of hards to the checkered flag. A lot of quick cars behind us, though. We really got the lap nailed in qualifying. But let's see what we can do then as we head into the race. 3 cars from 3 different teams in your top 3. It's 5 red lights. Oh, and a ridiculously long hold there before it is finally lights out, and away we go. And rather unsurprisingly, I do not get the best launch in towards turn 1. Norris immediately, well, we'll say thank you very much there as we will try and keep it inside track limits. As Carlos Sainz, I think, wanted to shove me out wide off the exit of turn 1 there. The long, steep climb, the hill in towards turn 2. And look at this, Verstappen. Max Verstappen there trying to go for a bit of a move. We'll make sure we leave plenty of space on the inside there, but those two are going to trip over each other. Maybe Verstappen's lost his wing. I certainly heard some contact, but I think he's just about got away with it. There as yellow flags out further back in the pack. I think that was just the concertina effect through those first couple of corners. But Norris seizing this opportunity then on lap 1 to try and give himself a little bit of a gap, a little bit of a buffer up at the front of the order. Carlos Sainz, though, still hanging on pretty nicely just behind us. As has Verstappen got damage? He might do. I think he might be alright, actually. He doesn't seem to be losing too much through the twisty bits towards the end of the lap. As, oh, you've got to be so careful with that curbing there. Got to try and keep it inside track limits. Got to settle down into a rhythm early on. But yeah, Norris, 1.3 seconds clear. Pretty good start for him, but certainly not insurmountable. We've got yellows already then at the back of the pack, so no idea who that is, potentially with a mechanical failure. No, it seems to be, I believe that's Alex Albon that has gone for a bit of a spin at the rear of the field. Is he able to get that car going again? Has it been a mechanical failure? I think he might have actually retired from the Grand Prix. Nope, he's got back on. Is he going? He seems to be going. He's probably already nearly half a lap behind. But, you know, one safety car immediately brings you back in the fight. And Alex Albon started the year with so much promise in this series. And Carlos Sainz has completely stolen the limelight. Oh, we've got more yellows. This time around, that's a Ferrari that is definitely slowing down. So I believe that's Franco Colapinto that might be out of the Grand Prix then. But yeah, already, we're already on lap 3. But this circuit really does test the endurance and durability of a Formula 1 engine there. And unfortunately for Franco Colapinto, his has expired. Really not having a fun season so far. Is the Argentine down at Ferrari? I'm not really sure why they've kept him. Lando Norris knows in this sport he can run, but he cannot hide there as we are finally now back inside the range of the McLaren man. Oh, through the final couple of corners there, almost put it in the inside wall. That would not have been very useful. But Lando Norris now coming under increasing pressure.
1.6 seconds.
It's nice to see Verstappen for a change is finally battling towards the front of the pack as well. Can we get a run though on our fellow Brit as we make our way up the hill?
Lando ahead.
Well, there you go, immediately.
Hold us up for too long, so let's try and get past as soon as possible and crack on. Push, push. Oh, mate, you made that look easy. Nice work. That's what.
If Mark stopped talking in my ear, maybe I could concentrate on what I'm trying to do there. But yeah, tried to have a look around the outside of Lando, and then just at the last moment, I thought I saw his front wing come back into shot there. So just kind of backed out of it in case he'd locked up and was going to damage my wing. So Norris will hang on that time round, but at least we completed Mark's objective. Well, let's see if we can do this again then. This time round we're even closer to Lando off the exit turn 1. And hopefully as we make our way up through turn 2 and turn 3, we're going to be able to give an even bigger run for his money there. To the outside we will go once again. I will always, well, say the AI pretty good there up at the top of the hill, but as Lando parks it on the apex, we will get right around his outside then. I was actually trying to go for a switchback, but apparently that won't happen then at the start of this event. But 7 laps in though, still we got 29 more to go. I mean, Austria, it's a weirdly long Grand Prix still, but let's see if we can try and get Lando out of the range. Here we go. Oh, Lando Norris again, just there getting to the inside. Thought he was going to back out of the top of the hill, but it is such a shame that the AI just cannot seem to get a run off of that corner. They always lose. I mean, look at that. We got 0.8 of a second again immediately on him over the top of the circuit. So I think that was where we were gaining a lot of time in qualifying as well there. And now suddenly we've got the gap over a second, because now it looks like Carlos Sainz is trying to attack the McLaren man. Of course, if they are the battle for P2 in the World Championship, Sainz has still got a lot of points to overhaul. But getting ahead of him here, 3 points, you know, either way is a 6-point swing. But Lando Norris will hang on to it this time. But now, whoa, we have broken free.
Tyres are degrading fast. We can change strategy if you want. Check your MFD for details.
Oh no, team don't believe the one stop's going to be the way to go. Let's have a listen. They reckon lap 14 onto a set of hard compound tyres. So that would leave us with 22 laps to try and take the hards. I guess they would do that around this circuit. But yes, those guys behind really now begin to fall away. You can see 40% on that rear left tyre. Again, turn 3, you take everything out of them. But as we get towards our pit-in lap then, tyre wear warning light has now just flashed up. But of course, yeah, last weekend we were able to take the hard tyres quite deep into the Grand Prix. So I don't think it's going to be impossible to make that strategy work a little bit later on in the afternoon. I've also just been thinking, of course, it's all well and good kind of having this 20-race podium streak, but let's not forget, right in the middle of that as well, we moved Formula 1 teams. Like, I believe it is still only Juan Manuel Fangio that won back-to-back World Championships, like 2 years in a row, with 2 different teams. That would be a very, very exclusive club to join. I know we're not even halfway through this campaign yet, but already kind of trying to think about the World Championship if we can do. But yeah, Sainz, Norris and Verstappen now really beginning to trip over each other a whole lot more. So we're going to peel into the pit lane at the end of this lap. But I mean, look how spread out the field is. So many big gaps, apart from maybe that gaggle of cars stuck behind one of the Saubers. So, yeah, it really has been quite an interesting Austrian Grand Prix. This is normally a circuit where the AI stay pretty clumped together, but doesn't seem to be the case this afternoon. Into the pits then we will go at the end of this lap. Try and make sure And then we attack nicely on the entry there. But yeah, much earlier stop than I would assume most of our rivals are going to be going for here. So there you go. Don't need to risk it on pit lane entry as Carlos Sainz then, I believe for the first time today, will take over the lead at the front of the order. But come on, team, we need a good stop. Thank you. Yeah, that's not bad. So I think we'll come out probably just behind Russell. No, we're probably going to be ahead of him, actually. Hopefully ahead of the Aston and Nico Hülkenberg. So nice and tidy on pit lane exit. Don't do anything stupid there off of the corner. And we'll lock on now. Be able to get Aronomy up towards the top of the circuit. I'm not going to worry about fighting it too much. Of course. Of course. Why? Why did the team do that?
Yeah, but let's not worry about it. Get your head down now, chin up, and let's focus right until the checkered flag.
I mean, he's literally overtaking me as Mark then goes, no, don't let him do it, please. Like, the whole team needs this. Even if you then get straight back ahead of them again. Some of those, like, mid-race objectives are rather annoying. Closing up then to the back of Andrea Kimi Antonelli then. I've just got to be really careful with the tyres this stint. Make sure I don't take too much out of them too early on as, oh, Antonelli there just got a little stutter from the game as I tried to get around his outside, but Verstappen now to the front.
The Red Bull drivers just completed a pass for the lead.
That would be our teammate Max Verstappen, Mark. He's not Voldemort. You can mention him by name inside this game, but yeah, the Dutchman now with a 10-second margin at the front of the order. I mean, look at that. We've even further extended the gap over Lando Norris behind us up to 7 seconds now. So, I mean, we could, I think, two-stop this race if I needed to and really push towards the end. But as Piastri and Russell now get past Lando as well, things just go from bad to worse. Might help out Verstappen, though, as he looks to try and overcut. There we go. The Dutchman then into the pit lane. Our last car, I believe, in of your front group. I mean, George Russell's still out there on his set of, hard tyres even, I should say. But back into the lead we go then of this Grand Prix as we get to half distance. As Oscar Piastri there dives in, of course, last weekend's winner, but has taken some grid penalties today, hence why he was so far down the order. Verstappen won't get the jump on Lando Norris and Carlos Sainz, I don't believe, but he's still going to be right there with them, so maybe his fresher tyres in the second half can really help him out. Well, as we cross to third distance then, you can just see now, starting to have to lap some cars in this race. Isaac Hadjar going to be first up then. So we run a little bit wide out of turn 1. But with a almost 13-second lead now over Lando Norris further behind. AI definitely still holding each other up quite badly. But I'm not confident these hard tyres are going to get to the end safely in one piece. So I think we might gamble on a late stop over to a set of soft compound tyre. Yeah, of course, Mark then immediately goes and tells you the opposite. I mean, it's a pretty good rule of thumb on this game, isn't it? If Mark says one thing, normally the opposite is true. Well, up over 30% after half the stint. So I think if we can get the gap up to 15 seconds over Norris, even if I come out just behind him, we should still then be able to find a way back through. As Liam Lawson now in that second V-car, but of course I'm sure they will be yelled at to get out of my way pretty quickly. Not only, of course, is it blue flags, but of course, you know, Red Bull's home race, huge opportunity to take the win this afternoon. Annoyingly, I'm not getting any DRS off these cars, as just see there, a lot of the lower down cars are opting for the two-stop strategy. So clearly, you know, it can work around here, as I believe that might have been Behrman just coming out ahead of Gasly. Well, now it looks like on the mini-map, Sainz and Verstappen have just held each other up, been locked into a bit of a battle that has given Lando Norris some breathing room to stay up in P2. But yeah, these hard tyres now are starting to feel really slippery towards the end of the stint as well. So I think we'll probably peel in at the end of next lap. Just a little bit nervous still about some of these slower cars getting in the way as well. I know they can often be a little bit rogue there as Ollie Behrman jumps out. I think next up then, of course, he's going to be Lance Stroll. But we might not even get to him before I dive it in. Definitely see, I mean, even a Haas car, not one of the fastest on this game, but Stroll, I mean, he's certainly not one of the fastest drivers either, just beginning to pull away from me slightly. So we've got a fresh set of mediums going on there, and you'll have just seen on the tyre wear, very high wear at this stage of the Grand Prix. Sorry, the softs are even going on, as that was close. On pit lane entry, we had a 14-second gap over Lando Norris at this stage of the afternoon. But of course that is going to completely evaporate and then some As out of the final corner comes the McLaren man.
It's like a nice stop time. We're happy with that one.
If we can come out right with Sainz and Verstappen, though, we can definitely still get back to him by the end of this race. There is trying not to do anything too stupid on pit lane exit. There goes Sainz, there goes Verstappen. And there even goes Gabriel Bortoletto, who, of course, I upset yesterday afternoon. But we will need to try and find a way back around him nice and quickly here. Obviously, yeah, the AI, I mean, the two-stop isn't much worse than the one-stop around this venue. It might not be the most orthodox way you could do it inside this game, but you can immediately see how much grip we've got up over the top of the circuit there, as I'm hoping Verstappen won't give me too much of a fight for it either. Is down trying to use some battery ore. The Dutchman there trying to give me a bit of a squeeze. He doesn't want to give it up without a fight. And around the outside we will go then, and back up into third place in this race. Sure, he'll be hoping that I can maybe hold up Carlos Sainz a little bit more. But with Norris only 3 seconds up the road, surely we're going to have a decent old pace advantage towards the end of this race there, through the final couple of corners. See Sainz there not really getting the run he would have wanted off of the turn there. But we will wait to try and get the run up the hill. Let's charge up the battery pack to make sure that we get past him and that he can't try and come back at me almost immediately there. To the inside. Whoa, Sainz really tries to give me a squeeze. To the inside we will go, but we will make the move happen then. By the time we get up towards the top of the circuit, get the car slowed down to that apex. We've got to try and get away around Lawson again. But immediately, we have broken the 1 second gap over Carlos. And well, it hasn't taken us long, has it, to get back to Lando Norris on 103.5, new fastest lap of the day. So you love to see it here, but with 6 laps to go, we should be able to get the run on the McLaren man now.
Seeing the gap to the car behind by a few seconds per lap. Keep it up.
Yep, defend the inside line, Lando. I'm not too worried. We'll clear him before we even get up the hill. Oh, he wanted to have a look down the inside. I'm not even going to entertain the idea of the McLaren finding a way back through. Up to the lead once again we go. We only really lost it for a couple of laps. But let's just make sure now we bring the car to the flag. Well, about to start the last lap then of the Austrian Grand Prix. Of course, last weekend I came here to the Red Bull Ring, obviously with my new Red Bull team, and I said one of these 2 races I wanted to win. Unfortunately, obviously a little slip up right towards the end of the reverse GP saw Oscar Piastri claim, I believe, what was victory number 1 of the season for the Australian. So I knew today we could not leave it in any kind of doubt. Lando Norris 6 seconds behind me now, so I really don't think actually making this extra pit stop really cost me any time in the grand scheme of things there, which is exactly what we need as well. As all, we've got yellows out down at the final corner. I think that might be a Mercedes then that has got some issues right towards the end of the race. It's Pierre Gasly there just letting me through up over the top of the circuit. Oh, Andrea Kimi Antonelli out of the race with 1 lap to go. He will be very, very disappointed with that. And what a, disappointment. 35 laps completed. Sadly, not all 36. As through the final couple of corners, though, for us, we're going to continue to extend this gap, extend this record streak of podiums in Formula 1 through the final corner as we pass Antonelli's stranded car. It is going to be victory here at the Red Bull Ring. You absolutely love it.
Oh, you worked hard for that one. Congratulations. Well done.
That was a proper quality drive.
Smiling faces on the pit wall then after that superb win here in Spielberg. And rightly so. A brilliant effort from the whole team.
I mean, it looked like they were in a different category at points during the race, led every lap. I mean, what more can we say?
The drivers are en route to the podium as we speak. What a fantastic win for the Red Bull team. They performed exceptionally today, keeping us firmly on the edge of our seats throughout the entirety of the race. Congratulations to everybody at the team.
Well, there we are. Pole position, fastest lap, race victory yet again, and another 7 points extended our championship lead ahead of Lando Norris there. Carlos Sainz in third ahead of Verstappen with Leclerc in P5. I mean, Charles Leclerc, we've been on an impressive run of form this season, but I honestly think in that Ferrari, he has done just as well. Esteban Ocon, though, from 14th on the grid up to P6 when all is said and done. Piastri as well, gaining 8 spots throughout the Grand Prix, with Nico Hülkenberg getting another point in that Sauber car come the checkered flag. Just poor Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Colapinto that failed to see the finish line, and very, very disappointed, I'm sure, for the pair of them on what has been some tough old seasons so far in cars that you would expect to be fighting at the front that just are not delivering. We now have a 66-point lead at the top of the table now ahead of Lando. Carlos Sainz still in third ahead of Leclerc and Albon as Verstappen closes back in on Piastri as well. I mean, that battle for P4 could be fascinating over the course of the season. Any other big movers and shakers further down the order? I mean, Hülkenberg now almost up to double digits. Still Bortoletto, Doohan, Hadjar and Lawson yet to score a point. Constructors-wise, Red Bull, though, 65 clear of McLaren, as Williams another 36 back ahead of Ferrari and Aston Martin there. And of course, yeah, still VCarb yet to score a point. But Sauber and Sauber and Alpine even could still be a very close battle throughout the course of the campaign. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the British Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 12 of season 3 of our F125 Red Bull Driver Career Mode. Yes, we return this weekend here to the British Grand Prix, of course back at Silverstone. If you missed out on the video that went live a couple of days ago from Austria, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out, because of course we discovered heading into that weekend that we have now broken a Formula 1 record. Yes, we have amassed a 21 race podium streak now inside this series. 2 races better than Michael Schumacher managed between 2002 and 2003. And well, honestly, I'm just going to try and keep it going for as long as I can, of course. Yeah, we've only finished on the podium so far this year. I haven't finished off of the podium since the Belgian Grand Prix last year. I would love to make it a full season of podiums inside this series. We've got currently a 66-point lead now over Lando Norris at the top of the World Championship, as Carlos Sainz still in P3 ahead of Leclerc and Alexander Albon. Constructors-wise, we have a 65-point lead over McLaren, because yeah, Oscar Piastri still 1 point ahead of Max Verstappen. But now I'm getting a little bit nervous, and obviously now I've realised this, that we're probably going to end up getting mechanical failure or something like that. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel as well. We're trying to hit 15k subs here at the moment, but yeah, let's head then back for my home Grand Prix.
Welcome along everybody to a venue that was built for speed. Once an airfield, now one of the finest racetracks in the world. It's qualifying day here at Silverstone for the British Grand Prix.
Well, as you guys would have seen then on the intro to qualifying, it was raining here at Silverstone. That has now stopped though, so qualifying is effectively a one-run session here. So trying to make sure that we are out onto the track as late as I possibly can, but I've got no idea where the limits are going to be inside this Red Bull car. Of course, the team getting effectively 4 home Grand Prix, of course, with the Red Bull factory here based in the UK. Obviously, I get 2 home races as well, because obviously we've got this one and then the Silverstone reverse layout next weekend, as George Russell there. Brilliant effort in his Mercedes to go top of the pile. Let's see if anybody else is able to go any quicker though. Or is that going to be the time we are chasing? Oscar Piastri, 23.5 out of nowhere. So a brilliant lap time by him as we make our way down in towards Luffield. And maybe it's going to be the Australian then with a surprise pole position around this venue today there. Unless we can cause a bit of an upset right towards the end of the qualifying. I don't think Red Bull have had a British driver since, well, David Coulthard, of course, all the way back when the team first started out. So, yeah, really haven't seen much Red Bull support here at Silverstone throughout the years. But as we make our way through Maggotts and Beckett's, though, at the moment, I think our Sector 1 time was pretty good. We are 1.4 seconds up on Hadjar, and we go purple through Sector 2. Annoyingly though, I'm basically out of battery here, so unless we absolutely nail this final sector, I think we're not quite going to be there. Oscar Piastri, that has been a fantastic lap time by him. We've had a couple of pole positions recently, but I don't think we're going to get one here. Out of the final corner, foot back to the line. We just miss out in P2. Well, there we go. It really looked like that was going to be a session where being the last car on a lap made a big difference, but Oscar Piastri able to find just a little bit more there. 5 cars from 5 different teams making up your top 5 though on the grid, as we have got a few surprises up and down the order. Esteban Ocon, Pierre Gasly even a brilliant effort in that Alpine in P9. Lance Stroll there goes quicker than Verstappen by the end of qualifying. We don't see that very often in Formula 1. But still, your Kick Saubers, your V-Carbs and your Jack Doohans down towards the rear of the field. What can Verstappen do from further down? And can Oscar Piastri claim victory number 2?
Welcome to not only the home of British motorsport, but also the birthplace of the Formula 1 World Championship. It's race day here at Silverstone, a classic on the calendar, and it's time for the British Grand Prix. Straddling the border of Northamptonshire and Buckinghamshire, the 18 corners of Silverstone Circuit form the 3.6-mile beating heart of Formula 1. It's been reinvented over the years, with Turn 1 now the fast right-hander of Abbey, but the magic of racing is as strong here as it's ever been. It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. Oscar Piastri lines up on pole position, and Mr. Monaco completes the front row. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Russell, Leclerc, Carlos Sainz, and Norris, Albon, Ocon, Gasly, and Andrea Kimi Antonelli, Stroll, Verstappen, and Sir Lewis Hamilton, and Behrman, Colapinto, Bortoletto, Isaac Hadjar, and Liam Lawson. Hulkenberg and Jack Doohan rounds off the grid. And with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down to the track.
Well, we managed to win one of Red Bull's home races. I now want to win my own as well. Of course, again, we have got 2 opportunities to do so, but let's see what happens as we get ready for the race start. 26 laps ahead of us. The one-stop strategy should be very much doable around this circuit, especially in these upgraded cars. It is 5 red lights here on the grid. On a mighty long hold, but it is finally lights out, and away we go there as Oscar Piastri getting off to a good start. George Russell trying to look around my outside through turn 1 and turn 2. They'll have the inside line there for turn 2, but of course we will then have the inside line ready for turn 3 though. Late on the brakes though goes the Mercedes man. There is a Red Bull and a Mercedes going wheel to wheel through the first few corners here at Silverstone. Where have we seen that before? As this time round it'll be the Merc man that makes the move happen, and then Russell desperate to defend the inside line as we make our way down in towards the next couple of corners there. Oh, one's very wide though as we make our way in towards Luffield, and all this is doing is allowing Oscar Piastri to try and scamper away. Another Brit in Lando Norris there right behind us, but look at the run we've got. Side by side we'll go then up into the old turn 1. Oh, George Russell's hit me! George Russell's completely turned across me there, trying to gather it up, make sure that we don't take anybody else with us as we're narrowly off the racing line.
He's incurred some slight damage, but nothing too serious at the moment. Just be careful.
I mean, what on earth is that? George Russell, clearly, once again, if a Mercedes and a Red Bull go side by side through that corner, the Red Bull has to come worse off. As, I mean, he just turned straight across me. I was on the apex. I wasn't trying to squeeze him out or anything like that, but George Russell giving us just a little bit of damage then on lap 1. I think as well we've got just a tiny bit of front wing damage there, but as Piastri leads the way by the end of the first lap, I'm really hoping our podium streak doesn't come undone at our home race. Well, we're going to try and waste as little time as possible then, getting obviously back into the swing of things here and hopefully getting the car back up to speed. Definitely can feel a little bit of instability in the car because of that damage, and of course around a track like this where you are dancing the car on the ragged edge, that is not going to be particularly enjoyable. So we just run a little bit wide there, trying to get a run on Isaac Hadjar down this back straight. Disappointing for him as well. He's been disconnected from the rest of the field early on in this race. But again, yeah, just getting out of the way, not putting up too much of a fight.
Nice work, mate. That
Might
was
be in his best interest just to try and hang on to my coattails here. As Lawson up next then, and Jack Doohan. Most of the field look to still be kind of all heavily bunched up, but our top three are gone. It's really, really difficult then to try and close back in early on in this race. Again, still, I think we've got a little bit of drag from that damage we picked up, and of course, not quite an entire front wing either, as we're kind of losing a little bit everywhere around the lap. But, I mean, this train as well basically extends all the way back up to, I believe it's Charles Leclerc, running in P4. So yeah, it's very, very difficult, of course, unless we can try and get in the range of Liam Lawson. Obviously, they're all just kind of DRS each other along there, as I'm hoping now we've just about got back within the 1 second mark at the right time. Yes, we have. Beautiful. I can charge up the battery pack a little bit before we line up our assault. So difficult when everybody is in the DRS range of each other, and we know still, although obviously with the new patch the AI seem to be a lot more balanced around Silverstone, they are still very, very quick around this circuit. It's Liam Lawson there just struggling a little bit through turn 1 and turn 2. It's still such a shame to see VCarb doing so poorly inside this game as well, but Bortoletto, the target, that's who the team want me to get ahead of nice and quickly. Let's see if we can try and get around the Kiwi though first of all then. It's trying to dump a load of battery out of the first couple of corners. We will gain. To the inside we will go. And there we go then as we hug the curbing. Oh, in towards that next corner. Well, we have made it through, but you can just see every time we try and tip the car in aggressively, the back end wants to try and break free. We just haven't quite got the confidence on what the rear of the car is doing. And that is very, very tricky to adjust to around this circuit. You can see a big blend as we make our way through the old turn 1. But again, luckily we know we have still got pretty good straight line speed in this car as we make our way up through Maggots and Beckett's. Has Doohan held on? I think he has just to the slipstream of Gabriel Bortoletto in front of him. But surely now we will get the run anyway there, as there's a couple of battles going on just up in front to the inside of Jack Doohan and up into 17th spot. Was Bortoletto this time around barely staying inside the DRS range of Lance Stroll just in front of him. Lance had a pretty good qualifying, but seems to be struggling a bit more in the race then, as you can see just how much we're trying to hustle this car around to keep it inside the white lines, really giving it everything as to the inside of Bortoletto.
Look like you made easy work of that target. Let's try and keep that going right through to the end of the race.
So there we go then. For some reason, Sauber have put both their drivers on a 2-stop strategy, I believe, this afternoon, as Hulkenberg and I believe, that's Gasly as well, who'd had a pretty good qualifying, both diving into the pit lane then, so we're going to get a couple of freebies. And I'm hoping Lance Stroll won't be much of a threat down the Wellington Straight as well. But then you can just see a little bit of a gap opens up just in front between him and his teammate Ollie Behrman. I mean, look at how many little corrections we're having to try and make to keep the car where we need it there. We are fighting this thing everywhere around this track. As again, though, trying to get a run on Lance. Will we get close enough by the time we get to the next corner? From a long way back, we will send it down the inside. Just about get it slowed down. And thank you very much. I just see up the road there Ollie Behrman thinking about having a look down the inside of Colapinto at the old turn 1, and decides this time around he's going to back out of that one. But yeah, I'm surprised obviously Ferrari haven't tried to sign up Behrman for the rest of the season, or at least even at the end of last season. Because, like I said before, Colapinto just is not doing anything in that second Ferrari seat. I know Charles Leclerc, one of the best drivers inside this game, but yeah, he's scoring like top 5s pretty regularly, and Colapinto's done next to nothing this season. His tyre wear warning light now has just flicked up. Don't want to obviously pit this lap, but we might have to box a couple of laps early. Funnily enough, sliding across the road at 160 miles an hour sideways doesn't do your tyre wear very good. We've got yellows. Oh, it's George Russell, I think. No, it's a Williams. That might be Carlos Sainz then out of the Grand Prix, as I just got my hopes up for a single second that maybe, just maybe, that was going to be Russell getting some karma, but it is Carlos Sainz then that is out of the race. Of course, Williams' home Grand Prix here. He'll be very disappointed with that, as all we get twitchy through the final couple of corners. Yep, we are definitely peeling in at the end of this lap. These tyres are gone. Oh, there we go. Everybody else then peeling into the pit lane. I'm surprised the team didn't give Verstappen priority. But make sure I don't get done for speeding there. Quick nudge or brake on the way in. So we might be able to get a bit of an undercut then on a couple of drivers here, but we really are struggling. And of course, yeah, a couple of drivers might be able to get the undercut on me, which won't be so helpful. Hopefully we won't get held up through the pit lane cycle. No, we will not. So, yeah, Behrman's still going to be out ahead of me. So is Gasly. I believe so will both of those kick Saubers then as Liam Lawson. Sorry, no, that's Hadjar yet to pit then in this Grand Prix. So we're basically going to come out at the rear of the field still. So they haven't made anywhere near as much progress as I was hoping for. Oh, come on, we can get some DRS though off a Lance Stroll. That works quite nicely. Say, a bit of a shame that he has undercut us, but hopefully not for too long. I mean, yeah, it's so tricky without a safety car or something like that later on in the day. I really don't see a way in which we're going to be able to get back up to those podium places, but Stroll there wants to try and put up a little bit of a defence, but it will be largely irrelevant. It's everybody else then peeling into the pit lane. Where is that going to leave our gaps in this Grand Prix as well then, as through the final couple of corners? I'm just hoping that we haven't been overcut by anybody either there, as Behrman, we are barely closing in on the Haas driver. There is Franco Colapinto, who I think we will come out basically alongside, so we should get the DRS off of him, which will be wonderful for us. So we try and have a look around the outside of the Argentinian. Can we try and make it happen there? Around the outside we will go. Sadly, not quite. But again, we should have the horsepower as we make our way down the straight, of course, with that reduction in DRS, or aerodynamic grip, I should say. Obviously, will make us quicker down the straights there, as Behrman still right behind Antonelli. Not only might our podium streak come to an end here, I'm not even sure we're going to score points. I can only assume Sauber were banking on a safety car or something like that throughout today's Grand Prix, but to put all your eggs in that basket seemed a little bit risky. Well, it doesn't seem a little bit risky, it seems completely stupid, if you ask me, inside this game. But as we make our way through the final couple of corners, Bortoletto still trying to hold up on Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Ollie Behrman, of course, two of his F2 graduates that came up into Formula 1 alongside him. So we're just not quite going to be there inside the range once again of Behrman in towards the next corner. We've been able to break free from Franco Colapinto, but I think, yeah, of course, with both Audis needing to pit, and I guess Pierre Gasly, we're not a million miles away from the points. In fact, points are right there, but I just don't see a way in which we're going to get much further up. Say, Russell and those McLarens have absolutely ran away as well. It's the first time we've seen McLaren look properly strong in quite a while. There's, look at that from Antonelli, right around the outside of Bortoletto. I know he's on wrecked soft tyres. That was still a rather daring move around the outside of Lovefield, as up in towards the old Turn 1. I mean, they're practically pushing each other along just in front of me, as we are just trying to make sure that we are inside that range, ready as we wind our way back around, well, to the hangar straight there, as that was not the line I needed. Come on, get that throttle down, as Norris, new fastest lap of the day. So he is trying to pull away from Oscar Piastri. Here goes Behrman down to the inside of Gabriel Bortoletto, who might be trying to get into the pit lane at the end of this lap. No, Hulkenberg and Gasly in, as Bortoletto gets a bit held up. Whoa, as he will try and cover me off, but not going to allow that to slow us down. Up the spot we will go then, and into P13. What should be a P11 in just a second then. Yep, there you go, Hulkenberg and Gasly in. So we are almost now inside the points. For the first time since lap 1 then, hopefully we are about to bring ourselves back inside the top 10. It'll be a bit of a shame for Ollie Behrman. I'm sure he'd love points and his home Grand Prix as well, but I haven't got time to be patient or friendly with him, because we've got to try and get a run here, making our way down the back straight. I mean, almost 220 miles an hour. Not quite close enough, but we might be close enough to have a look down in towards the final chicane as well then. Very, very close behind the gearbox of the Haasman. Oh, to the inside we'll go, as he tries to give me a bit of a squeeze to the apex. We kind of have to force the elbows out a little bit there. Make it very clear to Ollie that we are having that spot. Make sure that we don't lose too much range to Andrea Kimi Antonelli as well there. Make sure we are inside 1 second. And that way we'll get the DRS again. Hoping then Andrea Kimi Antonelli, without the help of DRS, is going to be a bit easier to try and navigate then, as 220 miles an hour again down that back straight. As I mean, look at that. That was probably a little bit too aggressive there, but we've made it work. And we did keep it clean. Team clearly happy with the move as well, as not quite getting the car where I need it into the very next corner there. But Ocon and Albon, 4 seconds up the road. I really do feel like now our pace is starting to stagnate against some of these cars around us. We'll keep trying to push on if we can, but P9 might be all we can do this afternoon. Oh no. Oh, I thought that was an engine failure then. It's just the DRS, which, to be fair, probably the right time for it to go. I thought just for a moment then Albon maybe had dropped out the range of Esteban Ocon at this stage of the race, but looks like he's still there at the moment then, as it's still Norris dominating this race ahead of Piastri and George Russell. I mean, Norris, he's a fair way back in the World Championship, but not an impossibly large margin, especially when he's probably going to take about 20 points out of me at least this afternoon. But yeah, just trying to close in on Albon in these final few laps. We are still giving it everything, but how will the tyres fare towards the end? Well, make no mistake, they have made the AI a lot better on F125, but around a track like Silverstone, they are still rapid. Every lap feels like a qualifying lap still late on in the day. I'm hoping that if Ocon and Albon could start fighting, that maybe we can get a little bit closer. We are going a bit quicker than the pair of them, but without any DRS assistance, there is not a chance we're going to get close enough by the end of the afternoon. I mean, even if everything ran smoothly here, maybe we still wouldn't have been able to get a podium. Russell and those McLarens have looked so quick since the get-go. And I mean, if Lando Norris brings that gap back down to about 40 points, they could still easily be a threat throughout the second half of the year. Oh, we've got yellows. George Russell, I think, has got issues late on in the day. And maybe karma is going to pay back the Mercedes man after that aggressive maneuver on lap 1. Russell is out of this race with just 2 laps to go. It's going to be Max Verstappen then, gets promoted up to P3 then, not myself, which is a little bit gutting. But at least we're going to see one Red Bull hopefully on the podium. But with 1 lap to go then, if you took a look at the final result from now, you would think that McLaren have absolutely dominated this event. But those of you that have watched, well, no, that wasn't quite the full story. Yes, they have looked like they've been completely in control, but George Russell have been able to keep up with them. And of course, yeah, I think had we not had that incident with George on lap 1, we would have probably been in that P3 slot anyway. I knew, as soon as I started pointing out, as soon as we started talking about it, our podium streak would have to come to an end. But why does it have to be here at Silverstone at our home Grand Prix? It is so disappointing the way this works out there. But from, what, Zandvoort last season, we have finished on the podium every single race throughout the end of last year into this season. Of course, moving from Aston Martin to Red Bull in that time as well. But still, that streak had lived on. It had to come to an end at some point, but I'm gutted it has happened here today. I was hoping maybe we could try and match Schumacher's record of finishing on the podium in every single race in a Formula 1 campaign. It's not going to happen though, as Lando Norris rounds his way through the final corner. McLaren are back on top once again. It's been a good few races since we saw Lando on top. McLaren will be very happy with that, as he leads home a 1-2 for the team. Oscar Piastri, he'll be a bit disappointed, but can we hold on from Andrea Kimi Antonelli in towards the final few corners there? Lazza, look, the Italian that can't quite make it happen. Verstappen will claim a trophy this weekend as well, just ahead of Lewis Hamilton, who narrowly misses out on yet another podium here at Silverstone. But through the final corner for us, devastating, only P8.
And that's the end of the race. We'll see you in Parc Fermé.
Here's the checkered flag. The fans rise to their feet. It's Lando Norris for victory.
To come here and take victory as a team today on home soil was so important. You can see how much it means to them. The drivers there doing their part. The team's strategy was perfect as well. And the fans really embraced that. What a great atmosphere we had here today.
What a day it's been for Formula One, and what a day it's been for these 3 drivers. Time for the podium celebrations. Time for our drivers to celebrate. He raises the trophy over his head. Lando Norris, head and shoulders above the rest today.
Well, there we are then. Lando Norris takes the victory here at Silverstone, 4 seconds clear of his teammate Oscar Piastri, and from 6th on the grid, that is how you get your World Championship back on track. Verstappen ahead of Lewis Hamilton, both of those drivers with brilliant climbs back up through the order. Charles Leclerc and Aston Martin sandwich ahead of Albon, myself. Antonelli gets a couple of points as a bit of solace from last weekend, with Franco Colapinto there inside your final points paying position. Hulkenberg, to his credit, a pretty good recovery on that two-stop strategy there. So definitely didn't work still, but was a lot better than it could have been, as George Russell and Carlos Sainz both failed to see the checkered flag. What does that do to our championship? Well, it means my gap at the top back down to just 45 points now ahead of Lando, but even still, I think it's going to be a two-horse race over the course of this campaign. Charles Leclerc's ever brutal consistency sees him now just 14 points back from Carlos Sainz, and just one ahead of Oscar Piastri, as Verstappen not too far behind either. Neither is Alex Albon. Then you got both Aston Martins and both Mercedes just ahead of Colapinto, and then both Haskars ahead of Gasly, both Saubers doing, and then both V-Carbs. I don't know when F1 became so predictable this season, but this race was clearly not one of them. We lose huge ground, though, to McLaren as well in the Constructors' Championship. That gap down to just 41 points, so we're going to have to really try and come back stronger as we head into the reverse GP. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns, here still at Silverstone. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 13 of season 3 of our F125 Red Bull Driver Career Mode. Yes, we return this weekend back at the British Grand Prix, this time round of course on the reverse layout. If you missed out on the video that went live a couple of days ago, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. History repeated itself. George Russell and I, of course, he at Mercedes, myself at Red Bull, went down in towards the old turn 1, and again, it ended up being a disaster for the Red Bull driver. At least you guys completely agreed with me, though. Russell was completely out of line there. Just decided he was going to turn into me in towards the corner. And ultimately, rather sadly, that meant my podium streak has come to an end. 21 races in a row from the Belgian Grand Prix last year. We made it all the way back round to Silverstone this year, but an 8th place finish was all we could muster. And it now means our gap at the top of the table has been slashed to just 45 points ahead of Lando Norris. We've got half the season ticked off. We've got another half, of course, of the season to go. Obviously, Silverstone this weekend before we return to Belgium and Zandvoort as well. So we've got a lot of tracks that I'm looking forward to nonetheless. Some of you guys have been saying you want to see my driver statistics inside this game. There you go. Obviously, 1 Drivers' Championship, 1 Constructors, 18 poles, 18 wins, 38 podiums. We've had an average finish of 3rd inside this series as well, which I think is pretty good going inside this game. And hopefully this weekend, we should cross over 1,000 career points as well there, which I don't know if that's an accolade inside this game, but either way, we're trying to get as many of those as we possibly can. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We are getting closer and closer to 15k at the moment, but yeah, without further ado, let's head back here to Silverstone.
Welcome along, everybody, to a venue that was built for speed. Once an airfield, now one of the finest racetracks in the world. It's qualifying day here at Silverstone for the British Grand Prix.
Mercedes were unable to determine whether George Russell's late race DNF was caused by that contact on lap 1 last time out, so both of us return here with a fire under our bellies. We both want to try and win, but of course McLaren absolutely dominated this race the other way around, so Lando Norris only 45 points back now. We'll suddenly have a lot more belief as well then. We need to try and get some good laps on the board as we head into qualifying. It's the first couple of corners here, super awkward to try and get nailed. Don't think we did a great job there, trying to get the car out of turn 3, but then up the hill we go. Only downshifting to 6th gear there before you carry the speed off of the corner. Activate the DRS as we make our way up the hangar straight then, but yeah, as always though, Silverstone of course requires very high commitment and a lot of bravery as well. As I think we were up slightly on the split times of Isaac Hadjel. But we'll wait and see there. Antonelli doing Liam Lawson, all the rookies right down at the bottom of your running order at the moment. Of course, everybody will get another run as well there. I mean, the old turn 1, utterly ridiculous. just how much grip there is, how much speed you can carry around this venue as well there as we try and get the car neat and tidy out onto the Wellington straight there. Again, use the battery as early as you can, and then we make our way up in towards the loop. I believe Verstappen is currently fastest on a 124 flat. Don't think we're going to quite match that of our teammate there, as well we run a little bit wide in through the loop. Try and get a really good run on the exit though, is all we get again. A little bit of wheel spin there. Clearly still trying to get the car exactly how I want it. Through the final corner, it is going to be a 124.7. We go P5. But my oh my, look at that. Bortoletto and Behrman inside your top 7. Whereas all the other rookies are right at the back. Well, of course, it was Oscar Piastri that took pole the other way around. Obviously in a tricky condition where really being one of the last cars on a run seemed to be pivotal. No such misfortune, though, for everybody else this time round. As we get ready then to start our final lap here, will we see times improved by the AI as well? Only time will tell. But we just need to be brave, we need to be consistent, we've got to get the car placed exactly where we need it. So that's a lot better through turn 1 and turn 2. And even through turn 3 as well, they carry the speed off of the corner and immediately look at that 3/10 up. And it will hopefully give us some confidence around the rest of the lap there. Albon goes to the top of the board, fractions of a second clear of my teammate Max Verstappen, but he will be one of the next cars up over the line. And there we go, Verstappen goes even fractions quicker there than Alex Albon, less than a 10th in it, sorry, 100th of a second in it between the Williams and the Red Bull man, but we are still finding time on this run. I think it's going to be a Red Bull on pole position, but we just don't know which one yet. It's 6/10 up as we make our way down the back straight. I think we ran a 124.7, didn't we, first time round? So we need to find another couple of tenths there as we try and keep it clean and tidy through Luffield. Really attack the curb on the exit. And look at this, the time is coming towards us. We are finding everything on this lap there as we dip under the 1 minute barrier by the end of Sector 2. Nice and tidy on the brakes. Allow the car to roll in though. Don't worry about scrubbing off too much speed through the first part, because the second part as well, just as critical. 1.1 seconds up as we make our way through the final couple of corners. Surely this is going to be P1. Yes, it is, by
Okay,
4
good job, mate.
tenths.
Really well done. That was a fantastic drive. Bring it home.
Well, there we are then. We will take pole position. Red Bull will get a front row lockout as well. Very happy with that. But you got a feel for Max Verstappen. I'm sure he finished that lap thinking it was the lap of his life and that he'd just stolen pole position away from Alexander Albon there. We come through a minute later and put 4.5 tenths on him. I'm sure our teammate, again, not happy with that one. Charles Leclerc just ahead of George Russell. Lando Norris, he'll be disappointed down in P6, but still quicker than his teammate Oscar Piastri down in 8th. Both Haas cars inside your top 10, as well as Gabriel Bortoletto. So quite a few surprises here, as once again, Aston Martin, you know, they've still got, in theory, the best car inside this series, but 13th and 14th for Hamilton and Ocon. What on earth is going on?
Welcome to not only the home of British motorsport, but also the birthplace of the Formula One World Championship. It's race day here at Silverstone, a classic on the calendar, and it's time for the British Grand Prix. It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. Mr. Monaco lines up on pole position, and Alex Albon lines up alongside. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Leclerc, Russell, Lando Norris, and Behrman, Piastri, Bortoletto, Stroll, and Franco Colapinto, Hülkenberg, Verstappen, and Sir Lewis Hamilton, and Ocon, Sainz, Gasly, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, and Isaac Hadjar. Doohan and Liam Lawson rounds off the grid. And with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down to the track.
Well, here we are then, down on the grid, ready for the British Grand Prix. 26 laps ahead of us, And it looks like we could see rain towards the end of the afternoon. I want to hedge my bets. I desperately, desperately want to win this race today. So we're going to start on the hards, take them as far as we can, and then hopefully be quick on the mediums if the rain hasn't arrived just yet. Of course, sometimes what we see is the rain either won't happen or it'll come a lot earlier in the GP, so only time will tell. But even more disappointment then for Verstappen after getting out-qualified by me yet again. He's now had to take some grid penalties here, so we've got Alex Albon alongside us, and Williams will want a big result at their home Grand Prix as well. Looks like Leclerc has tried to go aggressive in his 5 red lights. Lights out, and away we go then here as Albon understandably getting off to a very good start. Leclerc as well. What's Albon doing? Why did he brake so much through the first part of the corner there? It's like he wanted to give a car room that wasn't even there. We will try and return in kind though off the exit of the corner because there is definitely a car on my outside. As we head up the hill then, a Thai driver, really struggling with understeer at the start of this. I mean, look at that, Albon. Barely getting the car in front of me, just like in last weekend's race. We're having a very, very intense battle towards the front of the order on lap 1. But hopefully, unlike last weekend's race, we're going to make it through without dropping to the rear of the field there. Still side by side with Alexander Albon as we make our way out of Maggots and Beckett's there and then back down in towards Copse Corner. Surely there's not enough grip on the outside, and there we go. Albon will hang on to the spot for now then. So a great start by the Williams man, who looked a little bit shaky. Of course, haven't really seen him fight for leads or wins really since the start of the year there. It has been Carlos Sainz that has stolen the show. Of course, Albon grew up in here in the UK. Does race under a Thai license though. So technically, by Formula 1 rules, this doesn't actually count as his home Grand Prix. But yes, we'll try and make our way through the final couple of corners then. Looks like it's George Russell up to P3. It's Ollie Bearman up to P5 in that Haas car. So a brilliant start for him, getting ahead of Lando Norris. But we've just got to try and settle into a rhythm early on. Let's just do a quick weather update. I want to find out what's going on with the weather. Do we have anything on the radar?
Weather is looking good for now. Okay, dry seem like the best tyre for now.
So yeah, that normally means there's nothing kind of on the horizon inside the next 15 minutes or so. So that would take us to nearly half distance in this Grand Prix. But of course, that can change rather rapidly. Well, we know in the early stages then that Williams will be very, very quick. We've seen it before this season. Williams able to get a good start and then seemingly struggle later on, as that is not what I needed to do. And that has maybe given Albon a bit more breathing room at the front of the order, as you can see there, George Russell immediately tries to take the opportunity to attack us there, but unfortunately for himself committing to the wrong side of the circuit as the door would have rather immediately shut. Yeah, I think if we can just avoid going wheel to wheel with George Russell this afternoon, that would probably be quite good. I don't know what it is he's got against the Red Bull drivers, but clearly he just dislikes anybody wearing a Red Bull suit, so I guess that's good to know for us in the future. But somehow, yeah, we do get back in the range of Albon, as you can see. I think he's immediately just trying to push a little bit more in that car. But we're doing all right. We're settling in nice and early. Not trying to make too many errors, anything like that. Like I said, this is going to have to be a race that comes to us a bit later on. So we've just got to be a bit patient. I'm also very, very intrigued to see what Charles Leclerc is going to be able to do in this race. Have Ferrari rather oddly put him on a 2-stop. We know it doesn't work here. We saw Sauber try it last weekend, and it absolutely flopped for them. But you can see already, though, our top 7 cars have kind of broken away from, or top 6 even, I believe it is, have kind of broken away. But Ollie Bearman is kind of sticking with this group there as they get the car up on 2 wheels temporarily. But now I've got the battery pack all charged up. Got to try and see if we can get a run on Alex Albon here nice and soon. Just activating that battery there as we try and get the power down off of the corner. Look at this, up over 215, 220 miles an hour to the outside we will go. Albon just turned in for the apex, leaving the door open for me. So we run a little bit wide through the first couple of parts of the corner. Wow, but bouncing about all over those curbs on the exit as well as Albon immediately trying to look back for it. Around the outside through the old turn 1. Definitely not going to happen there, sir. But into the lead of the Grand Prix we go for the first time since the start. Now we've got the difficult bit of trying to stay here. Well, this is really, really good data for later on in the race, but I just don't think the medium tyre are the one you want to be on at the moment. They are not wearing out that nicely. You can see Albon immediately beginning to struggle with him then, as we've got this gap up to over a second and a half now to try and wind our way through the exit of Maggots and Beckett. Again, are the team expecting any rain?
No threat of rain for the time being. Conditions look good. Dry's definitely seem like the fastest tyre at the moment.
So it is looking more and more like it's gonna stay dry throughout the entirety of the afternoon. The sun is shining here at Silverstone, but just like Austria last time out, we need to try and win this race. I want a home race victory here for the team. We also need it for our championship. I mean, we've still got a healthy buffer in the World Championship, but always good to try and remind Lando Norris that he needs to do better if he wants to beat us. But it looks like then everybody beginning to struggle with tyre wear here. Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz both into the pit lane, and even our team now potentially thinking about a two-stop strategy this afternoon. I want to avoid it at all costs if I possibly can. But that front left, right-hand side tyre, even both right-hand side tyres, taking an absolute beating around this circuit. So we've got yellows out further back. That seems to be an Aston Martin going slowly then, as Verstappen trying to find a way around them. I mean, a safety car now, I would definitely take the opportunity to pit. But I don't think we're going to get that chance. Is that Hamilton? Yep, Hamilton out of the British Grand Prix. The home crowd will be devastated with that one, especially in that British Racing green car. But no safety car for us. Look at that then, tyre wear warning light is already on in this race, so I think we might be forced into a two-stop strategy. To be completely honest, we're pulling away from Albon and George Russell behind, so I don't know whether they're just trying to look after their tyres a lot better, but yeah, we just are not going to be able to make this work, I don't think. You know, trying to stretch these tyres another 5 laps or so, they would be completely destroyed by the end of this stint there. And of course then we've got to try and take the mediums, an extra 12 laps on top of that. So I think if we can take this set one more lap, we'll have to split it up 2 stints of 8 laps on these tyres towards the end of the Grand Prix. But if any of the AI can make the one-stop happen, you know, maybe a McLaren's tyre wear is still going to be pretty good here, they might be able to put themselves in a fantastic spot. You lose so much time from pitting around this circuit, but everybody's going to have to. But as we make our way then through the final couple of corners, I think the blame today needs to be pushed into Pirelli's direction. They have not given us a tyre that can handle the speeds around this Silverstone circuit. We've seen it before here. Of course, if you guys remember back in, I think it was 2013, wasn't it? Pirelli had an absolute stinker around this venue. But Albon, Russell, Norris, I believe, and Ollie Behrman there, all just trying to play it easy on their tyres to make the one-stop happen. But there's not a chance. I mean, we're at 70% wear after 10 laps here on the hards. There is no chance we can make the one-stop work. So we're going to have to really try and push and see, you know, if we get a safety car, maybe some rain, something like that towards the end of the afternoon. But as we make our way then out of the pit lane, we're going to be a long, long way back behind Alexander Albon here, as we're going to be battling, I believe, with Charles Leclerc.
Now we want to finish the race on this compound.
There's the Monegasque man, as we're going to be side by side with him on pit lane exit. We'll have the inside line all ready for the next corner there, but Charles Leclerc trying to make it happen around the outside. But I'm the one that kept the DRS, so we should surely be able to make the move happen there. Use a little bit of extra battery.
Okay, mate, let's try and climb up the order. I'm setting you a new target. Push, push.
Coming back out though down in P13 is really not what we wanted. I mean, we can see the gap to Albon effectively with one stop left to go for the pair of us. That's the gap we need to make back up. Not going to be easy, but of course we will enjoy fresher tyres basically throughout the rest of the race. There we go, even more cars peeling into the pit lane then, but from here, if you were on the mediums, it might just about be doable to try and get to the end on one set of tyres.
Made that look easy. Nice work. That's why I love working with you. Smashed it.
Really, really want to try and get down the inside of Jack Doohan there down at turn 1. Get a car between myself and Leclerc. But we'll have to wait a little bit longer there. Get the switch back at turn 3. I mean, you can just see how much more grip we've got than these guys at the moment. Isaac Hadjar, the last car between us and getting back inside the top 10 once more. I mean, you can already see we've definitely made some gains on that Williams at the front. It's gonna be a race against the mini-map, I feel like, today. But as long as we go probably, about a second a lap faster than Albon, we should be good. There we go, Albon into the pit lane, as well as I would have thought most of our other front runners there. Oscar Piastri forced to stay out just by virtue of his teammate getting that first call into the pit lane there. But yeah, as most cars then storming into the pit lane, Esteban Ocon, despite the fact Hamilton's out of this Grand Prix, opting to go for another run, but we should be comfortably ahead of Albon.
5.7 seconds.
Pull through that final sector. Not quite a new fastest lap, but I'm trying to be patient with it. Got a decent gap now over Leclerc. You can see how much time we're pulling away, how much time you lose around this venue, where the tyre wear is so high. You know, one lap can make such a difference at this stage of the Grand Prix. But I mean, look at that. We've got a very good gap now over Albon. Got to be about 9-10 seconds. This race is not over. I feel like Michael Schumacher back at Magny-Cours all those years ago on that ridiculous 4-stop strategy, where he basically spent most of the second half of that Grand Prix doing qualifying laps there as down the inside of Andrea Kimi Antonelli, just before he peels into the pit lane then, and we should be back up into P1 there, as that's not what we need to do to the tyres. We use a bit more battery out of the final corner there as things get a little bit sketchy through those final couple of turns. That probably should have been a new fastest lap of the day, but I'm sure when we bolt on another fresh set of the mediums, we'll have all the opportunities to go for that one. What is the gap to Albon? A little bit further behind. It is about 10 seconds now then, so like I said, we've basically got to do qualifying laps. It'll only be after I pit again we'll have a real idea of where we're running. Imagine if we had a red flag around about now here. Charles Leclerc, Carlos Sainz, and especially Gabriele Bortoleto will be very, very happy with that one, of course, and obviously myself. But we're still pulling out a good half a second a lap over Alex Albon, so by the time we pit, that gap should be up over 12 seconds here, so it's going to be a really tough chase towards the end of the afternoon, but I think Leclerc now beginning to hold up these guys a whole lot more. When will he pit, though, again? Probably quite soon, I would imagine. Next lap, maybe? So he will come in at the end of 18, because there's no point doing anything fancy with these stints, so we've just got to try and convert. It seems like Albon is really, really struggling to find a way around Gabriele Bortoleto at the moment. I think it's just where the DRS zone's here. It's so difficult to stay close to the car in front of you on the way into them.
Okay, expect to see some rain.
That won't matter. That won't matter. We might get a few spits on the very last lap of the Grand Prix, but that shouldn't make much of a difference here.
Dangerously high levels of tyre wear now, and we're going to be in trouble unless you either nurse them or come in for a fresh set.
Oh, Mark, they're getting feisty with me, as we're up to 75% wear on that front right-hand tyre again. But to be honest, it doesn't feel too bad at the moment. I wouldn't want to take them much further, but obviously I know we're going to be in this exact scenario right towards the end of the afternoon. And with a 14-second gap now almost over Alexander Albon, things aren't looking too bad at the moment. Get the car slowed down. Whoa, nice and tidy there. Lock the rears.
We've got to focus on the pit stop.
So I'm hoping we're going to come out around, I believe that's Ollie Behrman, isn't it? Ollie Behrman must be Franco Colapinto and Oscar Piastri in this Grand Prix. So Colapinto having a pretty good day of it so far. It's on to another set of the mediums. Luckily, we've got that second set, and this is the gap we need to try and close down on that top three. Bortoleto into the pit lane as well then. So you're actually going to come out quite a way behind Colapinto and Piastri in this race there. So it's just how long the pit lane exit is. That's the really frustrating bit around this venue. As Sainz, another new fastest lap of the day. He's had some real speed this afternoon, but we will just get ahead of Stroll, Gasly, and that little gaggle of cars battling the final top 10 spot. 5 seconds up to Piastri. Get through that group, and then there's about another 5-6 second gap to Russell, to Norris, to Alex Albon at the front of the order. Of course, the three drivers that obviously set the world alight in that GP2 season are back, I believe. Sorry, must have been Formula 2, wasn't it, back in 2018. So, yeah, that top three is pretty special here. For Ollie Behrman then, this is a great way to introduce yourself to the home crowd here. What a drive he is having in that Haas car at the moment, able to keep Franco Colapinto and Oscar Piastri at bay. Two drivers that are already much, much quicker machines than his Haas machine.
That's a new fastest lap of the race.
Fast lap of the day then, but I'm hoping, of course, immediately we're going to get the DRS, and we need to try and move our way past these guys nice and quickly here.
The gap to the car behind by a few seconds per lap. Keep it up.
If you look at the front of the order, Albon now really beginning to pull away from Norris and Russell.
Piastri just ahead. Push hard, push hard. Right, here we go. Let's look to get past quickly and put them on the back foot.
Our team want me to make this move happen before the end of the afternoon. I don't really want to have to wait that long. I want to try and get past him and pretty much get past him as soon as I can there as well. Getting all over the curbs. Oscar with a bit of a late block there. I think he kind of realised how much of a run I was potentially going to get on him. Was all doing a bit of rally cross on the exit of the corner there. That's not ideal. And all this does is cost us time trying to get around him there to the outside through Luffield. Surely not.
Nice work. Really good job with that target, mate.
Oh, and round the outside of Colapinto as well, who just about spots me on the exit of the corner. That is just how much more grip we have got at this stage of the day there, as it's 9 seconds up to Norris further up the road to the inside of Behrman, who I don't think really wants to put up too much of a fight. He's got his own battle to try and contend with towards the end. But 4 British drivers inside your top 5. And of course, we already spoke about Alex Albon, who grew up here in the UK as well. Just Lewis Hamilton, who of course out of this race, kind of let the team down. That last lap we went over 3 seconds clear of Norris and Russell just in front. The problem is, of course, do you keep pushing with absolutely everything to make sure you get there?
About 10 to 15 minutes.
Or do obviously you try and push just a little bit less to make sure that you get there and have some tyre to try and find a way around them. I mean, Albon is pulling away now, so I think George is beginning to struggle late on in the afternoon. But, I mean, I want to win. And I can see us getting P2. But I think unless Albon runs into problems, I cannot see a way in which we get to the tie driver. I've just got to keep pushing as we've got yellow flags out. I mean, a safety car now, even if it was just a 1-lap safety car, would be hugely beneficial for us. Don't think it's going to happen, though, as one of the Saubers out of the race. Is that Gabriel Bortoletto? Is that Nico Hülkenberg? We'll wait and find out. Yeah, it's Bortoletto. Disappointment for him.
They're retiring from the race.
So the Brazilian and the honorary Brazilian out of this race then. But come on, 4 seconds. The Norris in front. As long as I beat Russell, that's the other big one today. On to the final lap then of the British Grand Prix. Alex Albon less than a lap now away from becoming the first Williams driver to win here at Silverstone since I don't know how long. I don't even know if it's happened this millennium, to be completely honest with you guys. But it'll also mean that Williams, for the first time since I believe 2003, will have both of their drivers win a race in the same season as well. It's been a tough old campaign for Alex Albon up to this point. They've obviously had a couple of podiums early on. Should have probably claimed a victory out in Shanghai. And then after that, Carlos Sainz, of course, taking a couple of victories for the team, proved it was possible. But just nothing seemed to go Alex Albon's way, as Russell and Norris still desperately trying to hang on ahead of ourselves here. We haven't got any more DRS zones, so we're going to have to try and find the grip. But these tyres are cooked as we make our way up in towards the final few corners here from Silverstone. Unless we can go for like a banzai move on Lando Norris, something, anything in these final few corners. Alexander Albon, though, for the first time ever, will win a Formula 1 Grand Prix through the final corner. What a day for the Thai driver through the final turn. It's not even going to be a podium for us. It is only P4.
And that's the end of the race. We'll see you in Parc Fermé.
The day it has been for Alex Albon, who takes the checkered flag and wins.
To come here and take victory as a team today on home soil was so important. You can see how much it means to them. The drivers there doing their part. The team's strategy was perfect as well. And the fans really embraced that. What a great atmosphere we had here today.
What a day it's been for Formula One, and what a day it's been for these 3 drivers. Time for the podium celebrations. Time for our drivers to celebrate. And only one can climb to the very top spot, and today it's Alex Albon.
Well, there we are then. Alex Albon and Williams back on the top step of a Formula 1 podium. That must be pretty special. George Russell, Lando Norris, myself, and Ollie Behrman making up your top 5. So, I mean, obviously, yeah, Albon racing under the Thai license, but he's commented on it before. Here at Silverstone, he is included as a home crowd driver. So, 1 through 5th is pretty good going. Just a shame Lewis Hamilton had that mechanical failure down at Aston Martin. Colapinto there in P6 ahead of Oscar Piastri, Lance Stroll, Gasly and Charles Leclerc with a pretty disappointing drive, only in P10 when all is said and done. But I mean, look at that. Verstappen started down in 12th, ended up 14th. A terrible, terrible day for our teammate as Bortoletto and Hamilton, like I said, the only 2 drivers who failed to see the checkered flag. That does mean, though, for the second weekend in a row, and unfortunately, obviously, both British Grand Prix, we are not going to bag a podium in front of the home crowd, so very, very disappointed with that. Albon, though, immediately leapfrogs his teammate Carlos Sainz back into 3rd place overall, and Williams, they are still definitely a threat in the Constructors' Championship as well. Oscar Piastri still ahead of Leclerc and Verstappen, as Ocon ahead of Hamilton and George Russell inside that top 10. Ollie Behrman with that result now back ahead of Franco Colapinto as well, as it is still just Bortoletto, Doohan, Hadjar and Lawson yet to score a point. Constructors-wise, Red Bull, we still lead 32 clear of McLaren, as Williams there cut the gap down to just 101 points as well. It's still quite a big margin, but get a couple of big results their way, and the tables will turn. Ferrari ahead of Aston Martin, Mercedes still in the disappointing P6, but helped, of course, by George Russell's result this weekend. Haas, Alpine, Kick Sauber and VCarb rounding out your order. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed. Questions will definitely be raised to Pirelli before we head to Belgium next time out. But yeah, that's going to do us though here from the British Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video and welcome to round 14 of Season 3 of our F125 Red Bull Driver Career Mode. Yes, we return this weekend here to the beautiful Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. But of course, if you missed out on the video that went live a few days ago from Silverstone Reverse, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. It's safe to say we might have had a little bit of a home race curse this season. I finished on the podium at every single Grand Prix, apart from the 2 out at Silverstone. A lot of questions, though, were raised about Pirelli, because so many drivers weren't able to make the one-stop happen. But it was Alex Albon that chalked up his first victory of the season, I believe his first victory of this entire series as well there. So a really good feel-good story for the Thai driver there, as both Williams now in the winner's circle so far this year. It means they join both Red Bulls and both McLarens, if I'm not mistaken as well there. But no, Verstappen hasn't even won a race this season. That's just how bad things have gone so far for our teammate. But of course, yeah, if you're new around here, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We're getting closer and closer to 15,000 subs at the moment. Of course, we've still got a healthy 42-point lead over Lando Norris in the World Championship. But of course, yeah, this weekend's a sprint, so we've obviously got 2 opportunities to score points, but 1 shot to try and get it nailed in qualifying. Let's just get it. Well, here we are then, like I said, back with 1-shot qualifying. I think for the first time since Shanghai, all the way back at the start of the season, of course. We skipped over the Miami Grand Prix weekend, and that has meant, yeah, that we've only got that 1 sprint race from the first 13 rounds of the campaign. But this is a weekend where Max Verstappen needs to come out the gate swinging. This has always been one of his best tracks on the calendar. You would argue Belgium and Mexico don't have much in common in terms of their F1 venues, but yeah, inside this game, in real-life Formula 1, we've seen Verstappen do very, very well around both of these circuits there. But of course, you know, we do get only 1 chance to get it nailed, so we've got to try and get this lap hooked up as we do go purple through that first sector, and hopefully we will continue to carry on the speed. It's usually that we've had a bit of time in the back pocket over our Dutch teammate, but grid penalties, obviously last time at Silverstone, really dogged him of a good opportunity to fight for the win. Turns out he was on the 2-stop anyway, so it didn't make much of a difference when all is said and done. But plunging down the hill in towards Sector 3 then so far. I mean, this circuit is just so fun when you're really throwing a car around there. As all Verstappen temporarily goes fastest on the board there. Look at that, 10th up by the time we make our way out of that sector. The big issue around here is actually using too much battery. You've got to be really, really careful with where you use the hot lap And where you try and stick the car and overtake for that extra little bit of power as well, then is up in towards the bus stop chicane. They're going to need a really, really good run through here if we want to try and get the jump on our teammate there. Nice and tidy through the first part. Get the throttle down on the second. On the run to the line, we have done it. It is P1. Well, there we are then. This circuit should suit the Red Bull philosophy, and we have gone and showcased that. Myself and Verstappen going 4/10 clear of anybody else. We almost went under 100 seconds as well, which I'd have been very, very happy with. But yeah, Lando Norris down in P5, my main championship rival. Williams looked to be slightly off the pace as well, but George Russell all the way down in P8. Mercedes, they do seem to be fighting back slowly but surely, but there is still a lot of work that needs to be done.
Forget pit stops, forget fuel management. It's pedal to the metal all the way here as we get ready for today's sprint. Spa-Francorchamps today, a circuit that spans 4.35 miles. There are tons of elevation changes along the way too. 19 corners making up this circuit, with 9 of those to the right and the remaining 10 to the left. This track's a great one for fans of pure speed, and the average lap speed comes close to a whopping 145 miles per hour. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting sprint. Mr. Monaco lines up on pole position, edging out Max Verstappen, who'll start from P2. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Piastri, Sainz, Lando Norris and Hamilton, Albon, Russell, Leclerc and Pierre Gasly, Antonelli, Colapinto, Nico Hülkenberg and Behrman, Bortoletto, Ocon, Lance Stroll and Jack Doohan. Lawson and Isaac Hadjar rounds off the grid. Which of these drivers will get pole position today? We'll soon find out.
Well, here we are then, down on the grid, ready for the Saturday sprint race here from the Ardennes. 8 laps ahead of us, and I don't want to take any risk in towards turn 1. I'd rather try and scamper away in an early lead, rather than risk obviously starting on the medium and potentially running into some troubles. Let's see if Verstappen and I can work together though, but in theory, this race should be fairly textbook as the 5 red lights come on. Ridiculously long hold there, but it is lights out and away we go then, and hopefully we will try and control this in towards the first corner. Our Dutch teammate though looking very, very aggressive though, and I've got to give him the room around the outside there. Verstappen immediately will say thank you very much and straight up into P1. Both McLarens gone wheel to wheel just behind us then, as Carlos Sainz hasn't had a particularly good start, but even on 110 AI, even with the new patch on F125, the AI still lift up through, I mean, what is that, Max? Come on, man. I made it pretty clear I was having a look to the inside there, and he just decided he was going to go back to 2015 Verstappen. Kept just trying to squeeze me closer and closer to the grass until I finally was forced to back out of it there. But luckily for us, those McLarens behind having a bit of a battle here early on, so we are able just to run away a little bit and obviously build up some breathing room with our teammate as well. Of course, we know how powerful the DRS can be around this circuit as well. But yeah, Verstappen, of course, we've seen it so many times this season. He is not happy with Red Bull at the moment. Rumours that he could consider leaving the team. But the other bigger problem we've got is because obviously we're both fighting to be the #1 driver, we've basically done every upgrade I can to this Red Bull car, because obviously we need more recognition. Now, I'm leading the World Championship. You'd think, obviously, we've got, you know, Verstappen's not in the title fight. You think I'd be able to dictate where the direction of the car goes, but Red Bull seems to be a very political team, and it's safe to say Verstappen, he's got a lot of good men on his side within the organisation as well, so the political game seems to be getting stronger and stronger at this stage of the year. All I can really do is continue doing the talking on the circuit, as DRS now enabled as we start lap 2. Let's just see if we can try and get a run on the Dutchman as we make our way down the hill, and then of course up the other side. I mean, the AI use so much battery on the way into here, but it's completely irrelevant unless they just about get you out of the DRS range. You can just see there immediately trying to get on it. Up over 222 miles an hour as we make our way towards the end of the Kemmel Straight, or back end. Trying to get a little bit skittish there, but we are through and up into the lead. Goal number 1 was try and hang on to the lead of the race at the start. Didn't quite manage that. Goal number 2, though, was obviously try and get the lead back and build up the DRS range over Max Verstappen, and that might just be doable as we make our way through the final couple of corners here. It does annoy me just how bad the AI are around this circuit, especially obviously once you get a couple of seasons into career mode. You should never have to lift off through a Rouge and Radion, but they will go half throttle through there every single time. Let's making our way back down the hill. See, we've got that 1.5 second gap now over Verstappen behind. So, I mean, nothing else might happen in this sprint until we get to the checkered flag. Well, as Sunday afternoon drives go here in the Ardennes, this has been a pretty good one for us. I mean, like I've said before, I really do love Spa. I mean, it's so fun to race around the circuit, but again, it's another circuit on F125 where the AI desperately need to be fixed. And I'm really hoping that EA do sort it out. Probably, I would assume now for F126, because why on earth they lift through Eau Rouge and Radion, I will never quite understand. But tyre wear warning light has just flashed up on the soft compound tyres as well, but there is changeable conditions predicted for tomorrow afternoon's Grand Prix as well, so that I'm sure will spice up things a whole lot more when we get into the Grand Prix proper. Making our way, though, in towards the final few corners here of the Spa sprint. I mean, for Verstappen as well, this has been a huge return to a bit more form for our teammate. But once again, he just does not have an answer for our speed so far this season. It is such a shame. It always seems like the AI gets slower when you become their teammate as well inside F125. But in towards the final few corners, though, 8 laps of racing here this afternoon to get us warmed up for the Grand Prix tomorrow. It is going to be 8 points on the board, and more importantly than that, we return to the podium.
Yes, mate, I'll take that. Well done. We're really happy with the podium down here, so well done. Yes.
Another 1.2 finish. Well done.
Well, there we are then. P1 and P2 on the grid to P1 and P2 at the checkered flag. In fact, your top 4 all finished exactly where they started. It was only Alexander Albon that was able to make some real progress in today's sprint race there. Lando Norris down in P6. He'll be disappointed to lose a bit of ground to us in the championship there. Just ahead of Hamilton and George Russell and Charles Leclerc. Maybe that's one of the first times all year that I haven't seen him score points. Sainz and Albon, though, now tied on 135 points. They're 8 ahead of Oscar Piastri, as Verstappen will re-jump Leclerc as well. But a 47-point lead in the drivers' table. I want to try and bring that back up to 50 by the end of the race. But first of all, we've got another one-shot quali.
High-speed straights, heady elevation changes and dramatic corners. What is there not to love about today? It's qualifying day here at Spa-Francorchamps.
Well, we've done it once. Let's see if we can do it again then. The sky's looking a bit more overcast here, so I would expect lap times to maybe get a little bit quicker as we head into real qualifying. Just a slightly lower track temperature can really help with the speed in these machines there. But of course, again, we'll see the AI try and use as much battery as they can down in towards Eau Rouge, and this is where we will make the time back up over the exit out of the other side there. Keep draining a little bit more battery down the back straight until we get to 220 miles an hour, and that is normally my sign to obviously flick the car back down into hot lap mode yet again there. Really attack the curbs through the top of the circuit. I mean, this circuit, it just invites you to try and push more and more, doesn't it? And it is a joy to behold as we make our way down the hill, plunging, weaving our way through these next few corners. Just want to keep it clean and tidy, though, as best as I can. Down to 7th gear there as we try and make sure that we take Pouhon completely flat out. It is easily done in this car at the moment. They're down in towards Fagnes. Oh, careful of that inside curb. Just make sure we keep it clean and tidy through the exit of the turn as well. Down in towards the final sector of those curve of Paul Frere. See a little dip of the wheel in the gravel, but we still went purple through that middle sector. We might lose a little bit of speed, though, as we make our way up in towards the final few corners. But I want a sub 100-second lap time here. We did 1 minute 40.2 in the sprint. I'm looking for a 1:39 as we get on the anchors at the 100-meter board. They're down in through the final couple of corners. Roll on that throttle nice and tidy. Power back towards the line. 39.5. P1 again.
Oh, very pleased with that one. Nice work. Come on, I'll see you back in the pits.
there we go then. You can see how much the track did ramp up between this sprint and real qualifying there. Even Alex Albon. I mean, Albon all the way down to, I think, Hamilton. That would have been pole on the sprint race yesterday. So a very, very good effort there. And clearly, a lot of those Mercedes-powered cars are looking a bit stronger as we make our way through real qualifying. Not George Russell, though. Or every Mercedes car inside your top 10... apart from the two Mercedes. That's quite impressive inside this game at the moment. Russell 14th, Antonelli 16th on the grid, just ahead of both Alpines and both V-Carbs. But we've got a lot of work still to do as we head into the race. Changeable conditions. This could be spicy.
Welcome then, as we take a step back into the nostalgic golden days of motorsport. Spa is unashamedly a throwback, and all the better for it. Climbs, drops, sharp turns, chicanes, sweeping high-speed corners, all while taking in some of the most beautiful scenery that Europe has to offer. This might sound like a travel brochure, but it's not. It's a race day. Welcome along to Spa-Francorchamps for the Belgian Grand Prix. Spa-Francorchamps is a 4.35-mile tour of the Ardennes countryside, with 9 rights and 10 lefts, giving us a grand total of 19 corners. Average lap speeds in the dry can reach about 145 miles per hour, but without a significant improvement in the conditions, we're not going to be seeing anything like that today. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. Mr. Monaco lines up on pole position, just edging out Alex Albon, who'll start from P2. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Ocon, Sainz, and Sir Lewis Hamilton, and Piastri. Verstappen, Norris, Leclerc, and Franco Colapinto. Hülkenberg, Stroll, Gabriel Bortoleto, and Russell. Behrman, Antonelli, Pierre Gasly, and Liam Lawson. Hadjar and Jack Doohan rounds off the grid. Now it's almost time for lights out, so let's go down to the track.
Well, as predicted then, we've got some rain for the start of the sprint race today, but it is meant to dry out rather quickly, so we'll wait and see how that affects the strategy this afternoon. I mean, this is Belgium though. Trying to predict the weather in this part of the world is never an easy feat. 22 more laps ahead of us though. We smashed out the first 8 yesterday. What can we do today then? 5 red lights here on the grid. Oh, and it is the lights out, and away we go there as Alexander Albon but immediately trying to have a look to our outside. I take solace in obviously what Verstappen was able to do yesterday. But we will get the elbows out a little bit more there with the Williams man. As he gets a little bit caught out over the curb, but immediately would tuck back into the slipstream and wants to get a run of me down the hill in towards Eau Rouge Radion. Oh, we both get a bit out of shape there. Albon did a very, very good job to avoid me. But look at this, Carlos Sainz now and Lewis Hamilton both trying to find a way through as we make our way up the straight as well. Ocon getting a little bit caught out there as we're almost 4 wide. Whoa, up towards the top of the circuit. Sainz brakes early. I get tagged from behind. Somehow, we're able to keep the car pointing somewhat in the right direction there as Ocon, who I believe was the one that ran into the back of me, then tries to have a look around the outside through the next couple of corners, but all are getting a little bit skittish, a little bit slidey early on in this race then, as that was very, very scary. Through that complex of corners. As we make our way down the hill though, just got to refocus, regroup, it's not the end of the world early on in this race. But Williams immediately then with a 1-2. Obviously they've had a couple of, well, they've had 3 wins I believe so far this year. Right, 2 for Sainz, 1 for Albon. But of course we know just how good the AI can be in kind of changeable conditions inside this game. They know where the grip is, I most certainly do not. Staggeringly then, after everything that went down on that first lap, only 1 car into the pit lane, and I believe that's Jack Doohan in his Alpine. As Verstappen and Ocon, of course, they've certainly had their fair share of beef in the past in Formula 1, going wheel to wheel on lap 2 here, so we're just now trying to regroup, refocus, as Hamilton looks to struggle to keep up with those Williams cars just in front of him. But of course, yeah, the big question is when will the rain stop?
The forecast is 5 or 10 minutes more of rain before it starts to dry up. Inters are the best tyre for now.
Team don't believe this rain is going to stick around for too much longer. But of course, the other big thing is making sure that A, you nail the strategy, and B, will we have to make effectively this race a 2-stop, or could we pit and go to the end? Well, I think we have got a little bit of front wing damage on the car as well, but it's probably not helped by the fact that I'm running a very, very aggressive dry setup on this machine here. So, yeah, we're just trying to keep the car planted, but it really, really struggles through some of the corners. I am going to opt to change the front wing when we do pit, as it looks like Verstappen as well really beginning to struggle further behind. We're quick, like I said, through Sector 1 and Sector 3, but it's that middle sector where we seem to lose oh so much. There we go. Now the rain has stopped then as we get to the end of lap 4, but look at that, Hamilton beginning to really fly along and apply some pressure to those Williams. I mean, for them, this is a bit of a nightmare scenario. Yes, they've got a 1-2, but I would expect, obviously, there to be one lap where you want to make the pit stop, and obviously one of those Williams is either going to get held up, or, of course, have to go one lap extra and lose time either way, as we're now going to try and get a run on Oscar Piastri as we make our way up the straight, completely draining the battery of all the available charge. But on the racing line, though, we're able to go right around his outside. I think we might be all right. I don't think we're going to need to change the wing, despite the fact that I had it set up. But, I'm just getting a little bit squirrely there. I want to be on a set of soft compound tyres once I do pit. That way, obviously, we'll have the grip, obviously, as the circuit is still drying up. I reckon, though, we're basically there already. But we'll wait and see what the team think towards the end of the lap. Well, I think we're going to make the call now. I think we're going to try and box in this lap.
Come into the pits at the end of this lap.
The circuit is really beginning to dry out quite a lot, actually, and I wonder if we're going to see either of those Williams in. We have made our feelings known, though, so I'm sure other teams might react to that. There's nobody else diving into the pit lane then. So this is a little bit scary, as lap time is almost getting now beneath the 1 minute 50s. But I mean, that circuit looks bone dry.
Focus on this pit stop.
As, yeah, we're not really seeing anybody else then coming into the pit lane, so this is either going to be a stroke of genius or stupidity. And let's be fair, any of you guys that have seen these videos before know which one it's more likely to be, but with DRS enabled, I don't know whether that's because I bolted on the set of softs and that has initiated it.
Stop to go, just one stop left in this strategy.
Whoa, almost put it in the inside wall there as we got a spinner out down in turn 1. That looks to be Jack Doohan that has made an error, and I'm hoping that isn't going to be a safety car. Otherwise, everybody is going to have a cheap pit stop here in this Grand Prix. But, yeah, luckily Doohan able to keep that car going. And, I mean, yeah, immediately, though, as we try and make sure that we get some temperature into the tyres. I mean, we could undercut Sainz here, potentially, for the lead of the Grand Prix. It's not fantastic, but there is definitely a lot of grip, and those intermediates are going to start burning out rather quickly here.
DRS is now enabled.
I mean, let's have a look then around the outside of Liam Lawson, even on the wet stuff, still able to find a lot of grip there against him. Of course, obviously, there really isn't much wet stuff anymore. Lawson, though, desperate to try and hang on, desperate to try and defend this as best as he can. We cannot afford to lose time, though, as that is a very, very aggressive move. But we will shoulder our way by. None of the AI are pitting. What on earth are they doing? They're all staying out another lap then. Despite the fact we are going seconds a lap faster at the moment over the likes of Liam Lawson and Isaac Hadjar. I know they're not the quickest cars inside this series, but purple through that final sector. Why on earth aren't the AI pitting in this race? Are they trying to stretch it out a little bit longer so they can make a one-stop happen? I mean, the traction isn't fantastic there. We're not going to get the DRS off of Hadjar immediately, but it's definitely time for dries. But none of the AI want to go for it there, as we're going to have to try and drain the battery to get a run on Isaac up this Kemmel Straight. No DRS to help us. At 220 miles an hour, still around the outside we will go.
Okay, here's the gap that we're trailing the car ahead by. 3.0 seconds.
Always makes me nervous when we're doing something different to the AI, because you never know if they know something that I don't know. That's a bit of a tongue twister. I mean, surely we're going to see AI diving into the pit lane now then. Purple Sector 1, Purple Sector 2. And yes, there we go, both Williams in. And I'm sure everybody else is about to follow. How much of an undercut have we had on these guys? Looks like one of the McLarens, I believe that's Norris, staying out an extra lap, and so is Franco Colapinto, because they don't want to get stuck behind their teammate. Behrman and Antonelli also opting to stay out there, so we're going to be running high up the order, but we're not quite going to be up to P1 then as a new fast lap of the day. There goes Sainz out of the pit lane then, but the AI, interestingly, are on hard tyres there, so they are trying to go to the end, I believe. as we will get out just ahead of Hamilton. So we have definitely got an undercut, but it's not as powerful as I was hoping it would be. So careful on that curb as well. Should be able to get a big run though on Ollie Behrman.
Car behind, running hard tyres. Okay,
And look
mate,
at that,
Hamilton,
225 miles an hour, almost at VMAX, as we make our way up towards the top of the circuit. But Antonelli there, desperate to try and hang on in that Mercedes, wants to try and go the 1 lap extra to hopefully reap the rewards. Oh, just avoiding front wing damage there as we go down the inside of the Italian. But we do get a warning for our troubles. Oh, there we go, Sainz and Bortoletto wheel to wheel as they make their way up in towards the final sector of the lap. But it looks like Sainz has been able to make the move happen there and hasn't lost too much time behind the Sauber driver. Grip is still definitely steadily rising. But you can see there, 46.9, another fastest lap of the day. I don't want to go hards to the end. I'd rather go mediums. But I know I should be able to take these tyres to about lap 13, lap 14 perhaps. But we need to be in P1. I mean, ideally a safety car or a red flag here. But of course, yeah, all that pace we showcased yesterday might now be becoming a little undone. I'm trying to make sure this time around that I stay in the range of Carlos Sainz, because I want to try and make the move happen as we make our way up through Eau Rouge and Raidillon. We've got to try and take the lead, and we've got to try and pull away with a similar speed to what we did in the sprint race. Problem is, I'm not going to be close enough, I don't think. They're gaining on Carlos Sainz there, but just not close enough by the time we got up towards the top of the hill. So we will have to sit in probably for another lap, because of course in the dry, not really many other places to go for a move. Well, the team want us to dive in then at the end of this lap. I think I'm going to try to extend at least 1 lap further here. Of course, every extra lap we can do at the moment just means it's 1 less that the mediums have got to do towards the end of the afternoon. But Carlos Sainz, desperate to try and defend. He knows we will not get to the checkered flag on these tyres, so it's a pretty futile exercise at the moment. Into the lead we will go at the Belgian Grand Prix.
You made it look so easy.
Yeah, this isn't the difficult bit. The difficult bit is going to be having to try and fight back through towards the end of the afternoon, as getting a big kick from the back of the car. Williams might genuinely be on for a 1-2 today. Well, this should be really interesting then. I haven't really noticed it, but Ocon and Albon are both on a set of mediums, so are they both planning on pitting again before the end of the race as well? If Albon can get up to P2, maybe then obviously we can try and ask Mark for his strategy choice here, because I know Sainz is going to the end. I've already asked him about that.
Sainz behind you now. Time last lap, 1 minute 45.4. Okay, they're on old hard tyres. Okay, they've got 4 laps on their tyres. We think they've got 1 more stop.
Oh, okay then. So apparently Carlos Sainz then has got a pit in this Grand Prix, so no wonder he was trying to battle for the lead a bit more aggressively than I'd originally expected. The AI doesn't look like they can get to the flag. If any of them want to gamble it, they can be my guest, but I assume that's why the AI stayed out 1 lap extra. Now I'm really confused what they were trying to do. Here we go then, Alex Albon trying to move up past his teammate, as I've just realised I completely forgot to pit last lap. So our warning light now has flashed up, but if everybody's still got to pit again before the end of the Grand Prix, you know, all these positions really do matter at the moment. So I'll get another big kick from the back end. Make sure I'm on the medium tyre to the checkered flag. This isn't the best circuit for the hards on this game. It's not a bad tyre here, but it's not one where the hards are that OP. Albon then trying to get a run of me as we make our way up the hill in towards the final couple of corners. Surely the Thai driver isn't going to be able to try and find a way through. I mean, he might be pitting now as well then in this Grand Prix, as Albon trying to go the long way around the outside there. As we will dive into the pit lane, he will stay out, so will Carlos Sainz. So Williams still trying to extend this stint a whole lot further. I'm assuming, obviously, they want to wait and see what other drivers do before they definitely box in this race. But on to a set of mediums then to the end of the race. Oh, I was hoping we'd come out ahead of this gaggle of cars behind Lewis, but it's not going to happen, as it looks like he's picked up some damage, I think, in this Grand Prix, because he is dropping down the order. But coming out of the pit lane then.
These tyres through to the end now.
There is our teammate Max Verstappen, as we will come out just outside of your top 10, tucked up behind Franco Colapinto. I'll keep using the ERS though as we make our way up the hill, and we should immediately find our way back around Franco then. Can we reach VMAX up this back straight there if we get close enough to Hulkenberg? There goes 225, 226, 227, 228, 229 miles an hour. I almost then immediately went straight up the rear of the Sauber car. So Colapinto will have the spot back temporarily. Maybe I shouldn't have been trying to chase top speed there, as I mean 230 miles an hour here at Belgium is utterly ludicrous. But we have got to be careful. Got to try and move our way back around some of these cars nice and quickly. See fresh tyres for us though. So hopefully, whoa, Hulkenberg not going to be able to put up much of a fight. Instead, Hulkenberg decides he's going to put up all of the fight he possibly can as we make our way back down the hill. We'll slot in for now. Yellows, we've got yellows further back. That, I believe, is a V car perhaps breaking down. This V car and Alpine have had a pretty torrid time here. I want to say that's Isaac Hadjar that is out of the Grand Prix, but we got more important things to focus on. Hulkenberg, just leaves the door open. Down the inside of him. And down the inside of Lando Norris, my main World Championship rival there. Up into 8th place we will go. But I mean, look at the grip we've got. Past Max Verstappen as well. Off of that final corner as a few of the AI starting to pit. That includes Alexander Albon off of his set of medium compound tyres. So Hamilton will move back up to P4. We have not been overcut even by Alex Albon in this race as well. So that's looking pretty good for us. Let's see what kind of a run we can get on Lewis Hamilton then in that Aston Martin. I mean, what is he doing? I thought he was trying to let me by then for a brief moment, but apparently not. Back up though into P4 we will move. And things looking pretty good at the moment. There we go, Carlos Sainz into the pit lane then, but Oscar Piastri opting to stay out. So I think some of these guys, I think Leclerc and Piastri, by going one lap longer than everybody else on the Inters early on, I believe they're going to be able to try and stretch this to the end of the race, or at least they want to try to. As whereas Carlos Sainz then coming out of the pit lane, he is a little bit further behind. So luckily we're not going to be at risk from him. So as long as, 7 seconds on Piastri and 7 laps towards the end on much fresher tyres, surely is going to be doable. But yeah, I just radioed in and they didn't mention anything about a Leclerc pit stop. But buying our time then before we make the move on Charles Leclerc, we may as well do it in such a way that we can gain a lot of free time from it as well. There is up out of Radion once more. Leclerc, goodbye. I mean, yeah, again, he's having a really good race out once more. Charles Leclerc seemingly maximising that Ferrari pretty much every weekend still. But yeah, Piastri 5 seconds up the road. Surely we can get to him before the checkered flag. 6 laps still remaining. Piastri will be under pressure. Oh, there we go, another new fastest lap of the day. And with 4 laps to go then, we have basically closed in on Oscar Piastri here. Will he be able to hang on in that McLaren? I'm not convinced, I'll be honest. He took a victory, obviously, back in Austria a few weeks ago. But that really did kind of fall into his lap, didn't it? Obviously, that perfectly timed red flag, as well as a few other bits and pieces. Today, though, again, things have gone pretty well for the Australian, but I don't think there's going to be much he can do. As he tried to move late on in the braking zone, and if anything, that just makes me want to send it more. Up into the lead of the Belgian Grand Prix we will go. And yeah, I'm not a fan when the AI do that inside this game. You kind of think that you're not going to go for it. They move in the braking zone anyway. And yeah, like I said, I'm just then going to commit to it and make them jump out of the way there. But Albon, well, it's actually, I was going to say Carlos Sainz. I think Williams should have let him gamble it. I know Albon was definitely not going to make it to the end, but Sainz, there was definitely a win on the cards today. It would have just been fascinating to see whether I'd catch him by the end. Well, rounding the final corner then to start the last lap here of the Belgian Grand Prix in both the sprint and the Grand Prix proper. We started from pole, and unless I do something stupid now, we're going to walk away with fastest lap and race victory. The sprint, though, yeah, to its credit, was pretty simple for us. Nothing really happened. But in the Grand Prix today, it has been anything but. And like I said, I think had Sainz been allowed to, stay out to the end, I'm not convinced I would have caught him back up again. James Vowles should have let him try it. Let him try and get that car to the checkered flag. But ultimately today, that is not going to be the way it's going to go down for them. And I was a little bit worried later on. Obviously, after we gone to the softs and some of the hard compound runners were going to try and get to the end, I thought we were yet again going to miss out on a podium. But we need to try and get back to our podium scoring streak. Well, especially last season, but I only finished 6th here, if I remember correctly as well. I had a bit of a disastrous race last season, but Yeah, if it's only Silverstone where I don't score a podium this year, I'll be a little bit disappointed. But it won't be the worst thing to ever happen inside this series either, as we round our way down in towards the final few corners then. Oh, the Belgian Grand Prix, they're getting a little bit wide out on the gravel. These tyres don't have the grip they once had on them right towards the end of the afternoon. But making our way out of Curve of Paul Frere one final time. 22 laps of racing today, changeable conditions. It doesn't matter what you throw at us here at the Belgian Grand Prix. In this car, with this team this weekend, no one has been able to stop us. Through the final corner, here once more, 33 points scored this weekend. What a way to finish.
Absolutely awesome. Just amazing, mate. Well done.
Looked like you had plenty of energy the rest of the race, so well done.
Many doubted whether they could pull off the win here at Spa-Francorchamps, but they've done so in spectacular style.
A great display of dominance today, Crofty, by this driver. They led from lights out to the flag at the end, led every lap of the race. Brilliant stuff by them, and excited to see what more they can do in future races.
The drivers are en route to the podium as we speak. What a fantastic win for the Red Bull team. They performed exceptionally today, keeping us firmly on the edge of our seats throughout the entirety of the race. Congratulations to everybody at the team.
Well, there we are then. Like I said, the full 33 points this weekend. I cannot complain about that one, and it means that our World Championship lead is back going in the right direction once again. Like I said, pole position, despite the extra stop against some of our rivals, we take the victory by 3 seconds ahead of Oscar Piastri there. Charles Leclerc, a brilliant drive to third, and Lando Norris, yeah, did well to walk away with 4th place there, but probably, you know, had a lot of those 2 stoppers been on a 1 stop. Lando was kind of mired down in the midfield. Alexander Albon ahead of Verstappen, Sainz, Ocon, Russell and Franco Colapinto gets another point on the board for Ferrari, as Lewis Hamilton, after a strong early start, failed to capitalise on the pace there. We'll be wondering what went wrong all the way down in P12. What does that do, though, to our World Championship? But it means now we have a nice 60-point cushion up at the top of the table once more, as Oscar Piastri now leapfrogs his way into 3rd, ahead of both of those Williams drivers. Charles Leclerc still ahead of Verstappen, and then there's a drop back down to Esteban Ocon, ahead of Hamilton, Russell, and Franco Colapinto. How many times I've seen Bortoletto running in the points in these races, yet he's still unable to score a point so far this year. Constructors-wise, though, a 41-point cushion ahead of McLaren still. Not the best, but not too bad either. Williams still in P3 ahead of Ferrari, as I don't believe there's been any changes this weekend. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the reverse Dutch Grand Prix. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 15 of Season 3 of our F125 Red Bull Driver Career Mode. Yes, we return this weekend here for the Dutch Grand Prix on the reverse layout. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live a couple of days ago from Belgium, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. Of course, Spa, one of my favourite circuits on the F1 game, but with changeable conditions, it was a rather unpredictable one. Why is my target this weekend? I've got to reach a speed of 0 miles an hour. Hopefully I'm going to do better than that at some point. We should achieve that by the time I leave the garage out in free practice. Anyway, back to the important stuff, though. Yeah, obviously, after a tough time out at Silverstone in the 2 rounds prior, we got the dub. We won both races, actually, out in Belgium. So back on the top step of the podium. We've got a 60-point lead again over Lando Norris. Oscar Piastri, though, moving up to P3 ahead of both Williams drivers. I mean, the battle for 3rd, from Oscar down to Max, is looking pretty good so far this season. Constructors-wise, though, Red Bull, we have still got a 41-point buffer further ahead of McLaren as well. So we're looking fairly good. We're looking, competitive in both of the championship battles. Of course, if you're new around here, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed. We are trying to hit 15k subs as well. But of course, yeah, this is my teammate's home Grand Prix, so I'm sure Max will be hoping for a big weekend.
Just look at that sea of orange. No surprises if I tell you we're here in Holland at Zandvoort for the Max Verstappen celebration party. It's a quick track and perfect for high speeds, high stakes qualifying. Welcome along to the Dutch Grand Prix qualifying day.
Well, as we head then out into qualifying, a rather soggy start to the session here from Zandvoort, and it looks like it's just going to get worse and worse. Very little rain on the circuit right now, but it is not meant to stop. And apparently, yeah, we're going to see the rain ramp up more and more as we make our way through this session. So immediately, Alex Albon, a very good lap time on the board. And that is going to be what everybody is chasing. Because obviously, if you guys remember Silverstone a couple of races ago, was basically last car on a run. This weekend is probably going to be first car on a run. Someone's just gone quicker. I think that was the Mercedes of George Russell, but I could be mistaken. As we try and wind our way through these first couple of corners, then everybody trying to get a lap time in nice and early. But purple through that first sector. This is a track that I really do enjoy. Just don't ask me how my Creator Series race ended here last Saturday. Of course, Creator Series will be live later on this evening for those of you watching this as soon as the video releases as well there. But we're trying to make our way through the exit of Sector 2. Oh, a huge snap of oversteer. How on earth did I save that? Oscar Piastri will sneak by in the process. So this is certainly not going to be a good lap time to kick us off. And let's obviously try and recharge the battery pack then to make sure we can go for another one. Like I said, no idea how I caught that slide, but the pace up to that point had looked pretty good here. So as we'll try and go for another run then, a 1:18.8 is certainly not something to write home about. But we know obviously if I just get the lap hooked up, that we are in for a good time as through those first couple of corners. All I want to try and do is stick near the Delta. I know I haven't got as much battery as I would ideally like here, but we're just going to have to try and put that to one side, put that thought to the back of my mind there, as again, somehow going even quicker through Sector 1. Of course, we have now got a bit of knowledge about where the grip is and where it most certainly isn't. So hopefully that will all feed into the confidence as we try and navigate our way around towards the end of Sector 2. I mean, how much do I push through here this time round? I think we'll take it a bit easier. So there you go, back end not breaking free as much that time round, and we'll carry the speed as we make our way down towards the bottom of the circuit. I can't remember what lap time Lando Norris had achieved to go fastest on the board. But as we close up to the back of Oscar Piastri there, nice and tidy, through those final couple of corners, getting wedged out over the curbing. But the lap time, is still coming to us as we almost hit the inside wall through the final corner. I think Norris will still be quicker, but we are not too far away then. A 1:15.3, we go second. Well, trying to manage the weather then. Everybody has head back out right towards the end of qualifying. Everybody knows that, of course, with a bit more rubber in the track, hopefully the times are going to get quicker and quicker here as we are going to be the last car to start a lap. Will that provide us with an advantage? Will it give us a disadvantage? Only time will tell, but we need to find 0.3 of a second if I want to go clear Lando Norris. How much more time will the AI find, though, as we make our way down through the banking of Turn 1? Incredibly scary, trying to tackle a bank corner in the rain, but we've done all right there and immediately 0.2 up by the time we head up in towards the stadium. Of course, all of the Dutch fans will be supporting our teammate this weekend, but for us, obviously the internal warfare going on between myself and the Dutchman, I want to try and get a big result here as not quite maximising the run up that hill. Esteban Ocon goes to the top of the board. Maybe this is finally going to be a good weekend for Aston Martin. That's a very, very good time that no one seems to be able to get anywhere near at the moment. So we try and wind our way up through the top of the circuit. Try and keep my foot a bit closer to the floor this time around there, and we've done pretty well. Lando Norris, a 1:13.9. What a lap time coming out by my fellow Brit then, as he will immediately go 1.3 seconds clear of anything I've done in this session. Will we at least be able to get the car further back up the order, as it seems like times are really, really improving? I mean, that is a ridiculous lap by the McLaren man. Out of the final corner, though, on the run back towards the line, we are going to find a load more. we still only go P4. Well, the circuit really did ramp up towards the end of the session, and look at that. Lando Norris and Lewis Hamilton half a second clear of anybody else come the end of qualifying. Maybe this is going to be a weekend where Aston Martin pull their finger out. Esteban Ocon will line up third, just ahead of myself. But yeah, of course, obviously, Lando being my big championship rival, I need to outscore him here. Verstappen, home Grand Prix, P8. For the Dutchman there, he'll be very disappointed with that. But yeah, very, very spread out grid. Franco Colapinto on the back row. He will have a lot of work to do, but it is meant to be a sunny race today, so hopefully there's no chance of rain.
For years, the passionate Dutch fans have been easy to find trackside in races across Europe. Here this weekend, it's even easier to find the Dutch fans as they have a race to call their own once again. A warm welcome to all of our viewers in the Netherlands and around the globe, of course, as we get underway for the Dutch Grand Prix. It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. Lando Norris put in a fantastic lap yesterday and he'll start from pole position. And it's Lewis Hamilton alongside. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Ocon, Mr. Monaco, Charles Leclerc and Behrman, Verstappen, Hülkenberg, Piastri and Carlos Sainz, Russell, Antonelli, Isaac Hadjar and Gasly, Albon, Bortoletto, Jack Doohan and Lance Stroll, Colapinto and Liam Lawson rounds off the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track.
Well, here we are then, down on the grid, ready for the Dutch Grand Prix. Let's see what we can do today then. Lando Norris seems to be looking like he's come back fighting this weekend. But the team want me to go uber aggressive on the strategy. Well, I just don't think that's viable here. The soft tyre just burns up so quickly. In fact, even the medium isn't that great, to be honest. I think a lot of this race will be done on the hard compound. But with both Aston Martins just in front, they desperately need a big weekend here as well. But let's wait and see what happens. The 5 red lights are on here at Zandvoort. And lights out, and away we go there. And look at that, Hamilton seems to have had a good start against Lando Norris. We've done all right, only losing potentially 1 spot on the run in towards turn 1, but we will try and keep the nose down the inside of Leclerc as Hamilton through to the lead of the Grand Prix immediately then. Charles Leclerc ran my outside. Oh, a little bit of wheel banging. Oh, between myself and the Ferraris, I've been turned. No idea who we had contact with. It must have been Ollie Behrman there, as we so nearly slide down the wall. Contact with Carlos Sainz and Hülkenberg. We have gone backwards off the start in this Grand Prix there. That has been chaos on lap 1 then. As, oh, I don't want to try and have a look down the inside of Russell. We'll get tipped into a spin by Antonelli. What on earth is that?
Virtual safety car. Reduce speed immediately and keep a positive delta.
I have been completely bullied by the AI on lap 1 here. I've never seen anything like it inside F125, as just everybody wanted to try and make moves on us. I think we've got away with, yeah, just a tiny bit of front wing damage, a little bit of side pod damage as well there, but that has been a chaotic start. I know there's definitely a couple of cars that need to pit.
You might start to notice it soon.
But that is utterly ridiculous, just how aggressively the AI trying to make moves, and it must be because I was starting on the medium. Will we see anybody into the pit lane then by the end of lap 1? Yes, we will. I believe that is the Haas car there, as well as a Merc and a V-Carb. But as we go green flag racing once again then, we're going to be back up into P17. But I mean, look how spread out the field is towards the front. Hamilton bolting away into an early lead. I knew the start was going to be rough here, but I wasn't expecting it to be this bad. Are we going to be able to make any progress nice and early? To the inside of Liam Lawson, you'd hope the V-Carb wouldn't hold us up too much. And now we've got a bit of temperature into the tyres. We're able to put up a bit of a fight. Well, I would assume the AI are still going to be able to one-stop this race on those softer compound tyre, but normally I find they can only do about 10, 11 laps. Even less than that before the medium becomes the tyre you want to be on here. So as you can just see, making our way back through turn 1, of course, the DRS force closing down on the run-in towards that first turn.
Slight damage, but nothing too serious at the moment. Just be careful.
Yeah, everybody trying to settle down, get into a rhythm, get into a routine here. But we've definitely got some good speed. We can definitely try and fight our way back up through. Of course, obviously, yeah, got that win at Belgium, but I don't want to... Well, it's not even a podium streak, is it? Just one podium to immediately kind of end again. End before it started. Well, this is always my favourite place to try and go for moves around this circuit. Down in towards the hairpin, and look at that! From about half a second back down the inside there of Lance Stroll. So that gives me confidence that I know we can do it. I mean, the Canadian, though, deciding he's going to try and make my life a bit awkward as well there after I did the same to him, and, well, who can blame him? So, yeah, we've got to try and learn where I can go for overtakes here, as it looks like Lando has made the move work back on Hamilton up at the front of the order. If we keep the ERS in, we can definitely make good gains into turn 1, but not enough. Well, we're no closer to Lance this time round, but we may as well try it again. Down the inside we will go. And hopefully this time round he was kind of expecting it there as well. I wanted to give him a big old squeeze over that inside curb. And that is exactly what we'll do. I'm sure I'm probably not Stroll's best friend with driving like that, but honestly, I don't care. Okay, we can try the outside. Whoa! Oh, Franco Colapinto there through the final couple of corners as we almost put him off in the wall. Doing a Max Verstappen there, but on the alternate layout here from Zandvoort. That was incredibly scary through the final corner. But again, we've made another spot. But I think the car advantage combined with those soft tyres already probably starting to feel a little bit second-hand for the AI. Hopefully now is where we're going to be able to gain a big advantage. And this needs to be the stint in the race where we are very, very decisive with our overtakes here. Because every lap we sit waiting behind someone will cost us more time. Down the inside of Jack Doohan there on the run into turn 1. Gabriel Bortoleto and Pierre Gasly up next as well. Bortoleto gets a huge snap out of that next corner. Are we going to be able to get a run on him up the hill? We'll wait and see if we can have a bit of a look to the inside. See, a lot of these corners are quite long and flowing, and with a couple of big braking zones, you can really make moves happen. Oh, we've got yellows, we've got yellows. Could that be a safety car? Yes, it is!
Don't worry about the target. Follow the safety car.
Oh, beautiful. I mean, oh, what's happened? Oh, we got a red flag. No. Oh, no. I've got no idea what's going on. We might have broken the game. Can I restart on the hards? I've got no idea what happened. I'll put a replay up on your screen. I think Charles Leclerc went round. And then I think Oscar Piastri got caught up behind him. So there'll be a replay up. But very, very weird moment then. But that has given the AI a lifeline.
Free stop, so let's think very carefully about our strategy for the rest of this race.
Well, I've got no idea now what the team are recommending strategy-wise. It's saying that I've got to restart the race. So I really don't know what that's all about. It is saying as well that the restart lap is lap 10. So I probably want to try and take hards all the way through to the checkered flag. But I've got no idea what is about to happen as we head back down to the grid. It is saying lap 10. Leclerc's got a penalty. 5 red lights. Oh, and it is lights out. And away we go then. Despite the fact everybody... Oh no, Bortoleto's on softs. Colapinto also on softs then. So the AI very torn on what they want to do off this restart there. As look at that, 3 wide just up in front. Hulkenberg and Verstappen go around the banking as I want to try and have a look around the outside of Leclerc as well. Certainly not going to be able to make that happen, as I think we got a tag from behind there. Tipped me sideways towards Pierre Gasly. We've got even more damage on this car. This race so far has been utterly ridiculous, as Lando Norris trying to scamper away and rebuild up his lead at the front. But yeah, surely those soft compound tyres are going to be very, very quick over these next few laps. But I don't know how far, or if to the end, the other hard compound runners are planning on going. I want to see if we can take these to the flag, but I'm not sure. Oh, here we go, Franco Colapinto. We're definitely down on straight line speed. Thanks to that little bit of damage, but we can carry good momentum down in towards turn 1 anyway. I mean, I'm staggered that a lot of these guys opted to stay on the softs, because we'd already seen how much they were struggling with them. As around the outside, or Bortoleto, definitely not there. Whoa, what is Bortoleto doing? Huge lift off through turn 1 there. Around the outside we will go. Seemingly came a little bit out of nowhere, as I was actually just looking at the mini-map. Bortoleto's teammate, Hulkenberg, having the race of his life so far this afternoon, as well. Bortoleto gave me a squeeze last lap, so I will return the favour this time. What is Leclerc planning on doing?
Gap ahead, 0.9 seconds. Okay, they're on fresh hards. Their tyres are 2 laps old. And the time last lap, 1 minute 12.2. Okay, mate, we've got loads of ERS in reserve, so let's have a big push and use it all up.
Okay, so the team aren't convinced then that Leclerc is going to dive into the pit lane again this afternoon, so we've got to look after these tyres, because the AI are probably trying to do the same thing. Tyre wear isn't normally too bad around here, but you've just got to be smooth with it.
If you think you can get past, make use of the overtake button and see what you can do.
Oh, around the outside of Leclerc, definitely not there, but I think he has lost the DRS. So surely now we're going to be able to try and move back up into the points then in this Grand Prix. Seems crazy to think we started this race in 4th and then almost immediately our race was down the pan. I mean, for Leclerc, it would make more sense, I think, for him to obviously pit again, take that penalty, and then get on with his race. Obviously, if we get another safety car or another red flag, then it's effectively a reset for him. But we are slowly climbing up through. I think everybody in front now looks to be on the harder compounded tyre, so everybody has got the same mindset. Well, if you told Max Verstappen he would be spending his home Grand Prix stuck behind Nico Hülkenberg's Sauber, I'm sure he would not be too happy, but to be honest, P5 and P6 actually, so far for our teammate this season, isn't actually that bad going. He's had so many mediocre races, only a couple of podiums to his name this year, as we will have a look down the inside of Oscar Piastri, and then try and make another move happen there, or give him a big squeeze on the exit of the final corner, and Oscar's going to try and fight it. Of course, knows his teammate needs a big result today, but the inside line for that first corner, nothing the Australian is going to be able to do. I think George Russell is struggling a bit in that Mercedes just up in front. As Hülkenberg is on soft, so he's definitely got to pit again. So I'm sure Verstappen won't be as frustrated, knowing he's just got to play the patience game. Lando Norris has gone up at the front of the order, as we will dive down the inside of Carlos Sainz. You can see George Russell fighting the rear end of that Mercedes so much just up the road. In fact, Hülkenberg now is actually starting to look a bit hungry. Try and make the move happen there, as down the inside of Alex Albon we will go. And up then into 7th spot in this Grand Prix. Not quite able to get the power down out of the final corner. Look at that speed from the Williams. Straight back around the outside there. We will send it though down the inside at that first corner. For some reason the AI tend to like to lift out just a little bit. But next up then is our teammate Max Verstappen. So you can see everybody just struggling with the rear end stability through that stadium. You've got to run the car so firm around this venue, but it makes it very unpredictable. Verstappen knows if he wants to try and get around Hülkenberg, he's got to get on with it quite soon. Otherwise, I will be looking for a move on our teammate, as Nico doesn't decide to dive into the pit lane this time round. We will have a look around the outside, though, of our teammate there, not quite able to get the power down off of that final corner, as will Hülkenberg potentially be able to get a run on George Russell back in towards turn 1. Definitely not going to happen there, as look at the speed around the outside of Verstappen through turn 2. Surely not. Wheel to wheel go the 2 Red Bull cars. We will have the inside line though for the next turn, and we've only gone and done it. Beautiful move around the outside of our teammate there. Puts us back up in the 6th spot in this race. A podium is definitely still possible. Here we go, getting a run. Oh, we've got Yellow Zach further behind. I don't know who that is. So we're going to dive it down the inside of Hülkenberg, but was that an illegal overtake? I think we've got away with it. The yellow flags around here are very broken. Is that a Haas car breaking down? I've got no idea. Someone's got issues. Let's look at that around the outside of George Russell immediately. Oh no, it's Verstappen! Our teammate out of the Grand Prix, I think.
Okay,
so a heartbreak for Verstappen. So we will get down the inside then of George Russell back in towards turn 1. So clearly our teammate cannot handle getting overtaken by us in front of his home crowd. And here's our first retirement of the day. Well, if the AI do pit then towards the end of the afternoon, I'm still not entirely decided whether I would follow them or not. Gap to Ocon and Hamilton is coming down a little bit each and every lap. But tyre wear is not going to be fun by the checkered flag here. I mean, we're halfway through this stint. The rear right is already at 35%. So that's probably not going to bode too well towards the end of the afternoon. But obviously I don't want to pit if the AI don't. Hülkenberg has just come in off of his soft compound tyre. You can see he's all the way back in that kind of back marker gaggle. I think if we did pit, we could make it back to where we are. But I want a podium. Oh, there you go. Hülkenberg, new fastest lap of the day. So clearly the German is flying along at this stage of the afternoon. I mean, if he's going over a second a lap faster, I think just how much quicker we could be going over a lot of these guys. But, I mean, trying to make that gap back up with 10 laps to go, I'm not convinced. I think even if the AI do pit now, as we're at yellows out, is someone breaking down? I don't think so. Maybe, I think that was just Leclerc making an error. Oh, there we go then. 3 laps remaining of this race, and those rear tyres now are really beginning to go. We've been taking little bits of time at Hamilton and Esteban Ocon, but honestly, this track is so difficult to get nailed that one lap you'll make good progress, and the next lap you'll lose a couple of tenths as well. I have noticed, though, on the mini-map, there's a couple of laps cars now, potentially, that might get in the way towards the end of the afternoon, but they're going to have to do something quite dramatic if we want to try and get there. 3 laps to go. And, well, in the first half of the year, it was nothing but podiums. In the second half, starting to look like it might be anything but podiums. Come on then, Pierre Gasly. Make sure you give me the DRS. Oh, he's not even going to give me the DRS, maybe? I don't know. Perhaps those couple of tenths could make all the difference come the checkered flag, but I think, yeah, he backed out of it just before, didn't he? Come on, Pierre, you could have been on my team then. 2 laps to go, though. Looks like the Astons have made it around the V-carb as well, just up in front. So I think all hope is lost. And with 1 lap to go then, kind of crazy to think after everything that went on in this race, we're going to end up finishing exactly where we started. I mean, we definitely could have caught the Astons had it not been for the damage. But I think Lando Norris ultimately has dominated proceedings this afternoon, and what a drive it has been from the McLaren man. Exactly what he needs to try and keep his World Championship hopes alive. But for Aston Martin, whether this is a sign of things to come, or whether they will continue to struggle this year, only time will tell. But I always knew this track would be a good one for them. Well, it's safe to say, maybe helped by the changeable conditions in qualifying or what, but they have delivered in this Grand Prix today. I believe that's going to be their first double podium of the campaign. I don't even know whether Hamilton or Ocon's had a podium so far this season as well. But just bringing the car nicely through this final lap. I think had we pit later on in the day, we probably could have ended up exactly where we were. So I don't think there was a lot more that could be done this afternoon. Through the final corner, it is going to be Lando Norris that will claim victory here at Zandvoort, keeping his World Championship hopes alive and reminding me that it is not done just yet. It's going to be Esteban Ocon just ahead of Hamilton in front of us. We will come through the final corner for our second P4 in the last 3 GP.
All right, race over. Take care of the car on the way in.
And here he comes. It's all go, go, go for Lando Norris as he takes the checkered flag and wins.
And they led every single lap of the race. It was a light to flag victory, and that is total dominance.
We had drama from start to finish, but in the end, there was only ever one that could take that top spot. He raises the trophy over his head. Lando Norris, head and shoulders above the rest today.
Well, there we are then. Lando Norris, pole position, race victory. Pretty easy going for the McLaren man. 25 well-earned points this weekend, just ahead of Esteban Ocon. We will come through just behind Lewis Hamilton in 4th. So Brits 4 of your top 5 there being British drivers. Alex Albon, Carlos Sainz, Piastri just ahead of Leclerc, whose penalty made no difference come the end of the day, with Nico Hülkenberg bagging a point for Sauber once again. What a result that is for him on the 2-stop strategy. Behrman did 3 pit stops today. I'm not quite sure how. Yeah, Lance Stroll, Isaac Hadjar and Gasly all 1 lap down, with Max Verstappen the only driver that failed to see the checkered flag. What does that do to our World Championship? Well, it means my gap at the top back down to just 47 points. But it is quite clear. I mean, we've known it for a long time, but it is a 2-horse race. Albon rejumps Piastri. Sainz is only another 2 points back. Charles Leclerc, they're still ahead of Verstappen as Ocon and Hamilton close in on the 100-point barrier. I mean, if Verstappen keeps having bad luck, he could lose this season to SD Bestie there. I mean, look at that. Apart from your bottom 4, everybody else now up to double digits so far this campaign. Red Bull, though, our gap in the constructors cut down to just 24 points as well, so that is definitely going to be a battle that rages on towards the end of the year. Aston Martin jumped Ferrari, so, you know, Ferrari and Mercedes, two dominant teams of kind of the last 10 years or so, 5th and 6th in the World Championship. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for, I believe, it's the Italian Grand Prix. Everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 16 of Season 3 of our F125 Red Bull Driver Career Mode. Yes, we return this weekend here for the Italian Grand Prix at the Temple of Speed, the Autodromo Nazionale di Monza. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live at the weekend from Zandvoort, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. The normal Zandvoort layout is pretty boring, to be honest, inside F125. The reverse layout, though, is absolutely wild, and last week's Grand Prix was exactly the same as you would come to expect from that venue. We had a pretty disappointing time out of things, though, and I must admit, I'm getting slightly nervous as we head into these final few races of the World Championship. We've got a 47-point lead over Lando Norris in the World Championship, but you can see, obviously, 2 wins in the last 4 Grand Prix for him. We've had 1 podium. It was a dominant win in Belgium, but we've, only had 1 podium in the last 4 races as well. So Lando Norris is building up some momentum later on this season. Still a brilliant championship fight, though, going on a little bit further back. Albon, Piastri, Sainz and Leclerc all covered by just 17 points there as Verstappen after his 2nd DNF of the year and his 5th race where he didn't score a point. Disappointing for him. Is down in 7th overall in the championship. We've got a 24-point lead now in the constructors as well, but, you know, McLaren are going to be right there. Williams might even be right there come the end of the season as well. So let's just see how we get on. Of course, if you're new and you aren't already, please do consider getting yourself subscribed to the channel as well. We're getting closer and closer to 14,000 subs at the moment. But yeah, without further ado, though, let's return here to the Italian Grand Prix.
They call it the Temple of Speed, and the pilgrims have come to worship. It's all about the speed today. Qualifying awaits us. Welcome to Monza for the Italian Grand Prix.
Well, if I had to put my money on anybody this weekend, I think it surely is going to go the way of Williams. They've always got a very quick car in a straight line on the F1 games. Obviously, Monza is basically all about the straight line speed. Getting ready, though, for our first run in Q1. Hoping, obviously, we can get a nice slipstream from Leclerc and Esteban Ocon just in front of me. I think we gave Lewis Hamilton a decent tow as well. As will the Aston Martin man. Get out of the way down at the first corner. No, he will not. I mean, what is that? And why are the AI so bad when it comes to just getting out of the way on this game? Well, there we are then. After that rather disappointing start, I hope that isn't going to set the tone for the rest of the weekend here at Monza. We're going to head back out onto the circuit on the same set of tyres, but hopefully this time around we're not going to get anywhere near as much traffic in our way, as there's only about 4 more cars out on the circuit right now. Mercedes and Williams, and then both of the V-carbs, I believe, as we make our way down in towards turn 1. There you go, Liam Lawson kind of just about getting out of the way there. Almost dived me back at that first corner then, but we could see lap times down in the 1:15s by the end of qualifying as well. So, yeah, we need to try and get a decent first lap on the board, but this has never historically been a particularly good track for Red Bull there. And you can see it's not a bad first split, but it's not fantastic either. Obviously, Verstappen dominated this race IRL, but of course, no one really expected that. I don't think heading into the weekend there is trying to get the car nice and tidy through those first few turns. And as we make our way down out onto the back straight as well then, obviously down the hill under the old circuit, 217 miles an hour at the moment. Tip the car in. Just hope that it sticks through the exit of Ascari then, nice and tidy on the run. Obviously got to try and manage the battery as well though around this lap. So yeah, Hamilton on a 1:16.8 is currently the benchmark we are chasing. Down to 5th gear there through that final corner. Carry the speed through the apex so you can give yourself the best run off of the corner. Use the battery on the run to line 16.5. We only go 13th spot. I'll have to try to play down Red Bull's chances. Verstappen, he's gone 9 tenths clear of myself after the first runs here, so we need to find a huge amount of time as we head out ready for our second run then. The Dutchman currently fastest on the board, but with Alex Albon right behind him as well, who knows what will happen. We need to be super committed on this final run. Not going to use as much battery down in towards the first corner there, but 218 miles an hour, 219 as we spot the 100 meter board. Wow, take a lot of curb through the first part there, kind of had to tip it in and pray that it was the right point, and it really wasn't. Won't find anything on the exit the corner for our troubles, but I'm hoping as the lap unfolds, we're going to be able to find a little bit more. Ferrari down in 11th and 12th as well so far, having an absolute stinker for them. As again, we just cannot get this Red Bull position where I need it. We'll find 3/10 by the time I get down through that first sector, or through the second chicane, I should say, but then out through the Lesmos. Again, really got to try and tip it in. 0.2 of a second up. But we are not finding what we need to. Leclerc suddenly now, out of nowhere, goes to the top of the board, as I think we're going to see a lot of surprises by the end of this qualifying. Only down 2 gears as we tip the car through Ascari, and we'll find another couple of tenths for our troubles. Ocon, a 1:15.1. Where on earth does that come from? As Verstappen goes even faster right at the end of qualifying. Championship leader, we are going to be nowhere near the fight as we make our way through the final corner. Half a second up on my previous best. It is only P11. Well, I think just, unless we've had a session with erroneous circumstances, I don't think I've ever been 0.9 of a second slower than Max Verstappen here. But we've got our work cut out as we head into the race. I thought Esteban Ocon had sprung the ultimate surprise by getting the car fastest there, but by 0.005 of a second, Verstappen able to go even quicker. Leclerc in third ahead of Albon, Norris, Antonelli and Gasly means 7 different cars from 7 different teams making up your top 7. It is a wide open as we head into the race there. Ollie Behrman up in P9 means that, 8 different teams have got a car inside your top 10. We will end up there just behind George Russell down in 11th spot. Bortoletto there in 12th. And then, the V-Carb's really struggling right at the rear of the field. But such a mixed up grid. Who knows what's going to happen as we head into the race.
We're back in Italy once again for another round of the Formula One World Championship. And what a great race is in store for us today, here at the oldest circuit on the calendar, which hosted its first race all the way back in 1922. We're 12 miles northeast of Milan for today's Grand Prix at a Monza circuit where we can expect top speeds of around 215 miles per hour. 11 corners on this 3.6-mile track, with 7 of those coming in the form of chicanes. And with a good slipstream and DRS open, there should be plenty of opportunity for some passing here today. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting race. World champion Max Verstappen starts from pole position, and it's Esteban Ocon in P2. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Leclerc, Albon, Lando Norris and Antonelli, Gasly, Sainz, Behrman and Mr. Monaco, Bortoletto, Piastri, Nico Hülkenberg and Colapinto, Doohan, Hamilton, Liam Lawson and Lance Stroll. Russell and Isaac Hadjar rounds off the grid. Now it's almost time for lights out, so let's go down to the track. And alongside me today, a man small in stature but big on comment, Anthony Davidson. Hello. So here we are at Monza, temple of speed, lovely long straights, and well, that's it. It's easy, isn't it?
It's a little bit harder than that, Crofty, than you make out. I mean, yes, you do have those long straights, but it's linked by very tight, tricky corners. Big emphasis on braking zones around here as well, particularly into turn 1. You decelerate at the 150-metre board down to the 50-metre board, and you'll scrub off easily over 150 miles an hour. So, it puts a lot of G-force on the drivers' bodies as they decelerate. And obviously, it throws up a big overtaking opportunity as well come race day.
Right, this is a high-speed circuit, and therefore we need low downforce, which of course means that DRS is not going to be quite as powerful. But hopefully we're going to be so quick we're not even going to notice it.
Well, Mark, they're trying to hype us up a little bit, but I'll be honest, I'm nervous here. We just do not have the speed in this Red Bull. It's a track where the AI, especially as you go further and further through career mode, they just become insanely quick around this venue. It's to do with the ERS and their management, or lack of, that really does make it very tough for the human player. We're going to try the one stop, though. I think that's going to be the way to go this afternoon. A pit stop here will lose you a fair amount of time, but safety cars and red flags aren't impossible to come by around this venue as well. We've gained a spot courtesy of George Russell. We've got 5 red lights on the grid. Oh, and a mighty long hold before it is lights out, and away we go there off to a fairly wheel spinny start. Oh, look at that, Gabriel Bortoletto trying to stick his nose in on the run towards turn 1. I think I'm 3 wide with the Saubers, but we will try and have a bit of aggressive manoeuvre down the inside, hug the apex through turn 1 there. As all, we got Ollie Behrman, and I believe that was Sainz on the inside there, so we will make the places exactly what we need to do through that first corner. Get the elbows out, but still try and play it fairly safe and tidy, as Ocon and Verstappen still fighting up at the front. We've already seen, yeah, those two come together before. Obviously been teammates previously inside F125 as well, which is rather funny still to think about inside this game. But as we try and tip the car through the top of the circuit, though, on this first lap, Gasly just in front of us there. But yeah, Sainz will want to try and move back through. But we've settled in quite nicely off the start. Like I said, we are going to have to try and use ERS management over the course of today as well then, as tip the car in through the chicane first time round. Just got to try and get the tyres up to temperature, but this is one of those races where you've got to be super patient, unless your name is Carlos Sainz apparently. To the outside will go the Williams man. We will keep the nose there though. We'll try and give him a bit of a squeeze, and yeah, Sainz cannot find the grip around the outside there. As we start lap 2 though, I think the AI are about to go 3 wide down in towards someone there. I think I can see Albon, yeah, there you go. Trying to look around the outside there as, oh, his teammate tries to have a look down my inside of that first corner as Albon gets a bit shuffled out. Oh, Ocon, I believe, now up to the front of the order. But yeah, definitely this helps us out nice and early on. I'm just trying to charge up the battery pack, as I mean, Sainz can get a run on me basically everywhere around this venue right now. Luckily, we are super late on the brakes, but it's a bit risky. See, I mean, everybody's trying to make moves nice and early on, as we're going to try and do a bit of a top speed test then. Already we're almost down into the 1:19s for our front runners, but I mean, look at this, 229 miles an hour. That will be VMAX there, as Carlos Sainz able to pretty much match my speed towards that first corner. As, oh, we will go around the outside of Carlos there and send it to the inside of Andrea Kimi Antonelli. That was not my full intention, but with such fine margins at the front of the order, we've got to try and make moves happen and make them happen nice and quickly to the outside of the young Italian. Of course, home race for him. We will go later on the brakes. We will shut the car in, and we will be up into 7th. Oh, here we go. Andrea Kimi Antonelli again trying to look down the inside of that final corner, but we do just seem to be able to get the braking around the outside of him there. As Gasly now, oh, I think, no, he did just stay in the DRS, didn't he, of those cars in front. Of course, for F125, the DRS detection point moved from the apex of the final, or before the final corner, out of the final turn. Is, oh, a huge dive bomb coming in on the Frenchman. As Verstappen's going backwards, we are going forward there. So is our Dutch teammate maybe compromised his setup a bit too much for qualifying speed? I mean, he might have front wing damage for all I know. Is around the outside through Curva Grande. We will have to try and make it happen. So we'll have the inside line ready for the next corner, and there we go, up another one, and up then into 5th. Of course, the big one today, of course, is making sure that we stick with Lando Norris. If I can outscore the McLaren man, brilliant. If I can just hang with him and pray that he doesn't win, honestly, I'll take it. I know I've spoke about it before, but I mean, this circuit really does resemble almost NASCAR-style pack racing inside the F1 games. I mean, look at that, the AI trying to go for moves on each other down in towards turn 1. I am barely trying to hang on to this lead pack then, as Albon and Ocon now wheel to wheel for the lead of the race. See Ocon looking for his first win this season. Albon looking for his second. I believe they both got 1 win, though, inside this career mode, because obviously Ocon won, obviously, that historic Chinese Grand Prix back in Season 1. But yeah, really now just trying to hang with these guys, as that is not the line we needed through the chicane. But as long as we stay in the DRS, it gives us an opportunity to recharge the pack, as I don't know what's wrong with Verstappen But he's now locked in battling with Gasly. So your top 5 have ran away. Ooh, okay. So I can already see that on the mini-map. Quite a few cars diving into the pit lane. So there's definitely going to be a lot of two-stoppers around the order this afternoon. I mean, yeah, the tyre wear's not great, but it's not horrendous. It's mainly the left-hand sides that are really, really struggling early on, but that's not too much of a shock. Considering most of the corners here are right-handers. But, yeah, will we see any of this front group then opt for the two-stop? As you can see, Leclerc now trying to go for a move on Ocon. And this might provide Alex Albon an opportunity, to try and run away. As you can just see there how much Lando Norris has to check up through the exit of the corner. Albon now, this is his chance to scamper away and build up a bit of a lead. As look at this, Ocon and Leclerc still side by side down in towards the final corner. The Ferrari man trying to do it for the Tifosi as Ocon and Norris slot in just behind him as Albon's pitting. Why? Why is Albon two-stopping this race?
And you're going to be on hards next time.
I mean, look at that, though. Everybody trying to find a maneuver down in towards turn 1 is 230. That is the quickest I've ever seen inside this game there as people slide around the outside of Norris through turn 1.
That's why I love working with you.
I don't think I've ever clocked 230 inside this game, but clearly the Red Bull powertrains, the Honda power unit, whatever it is inside the game files, looks to still have a little bit more over everything else. As down the middle of Leclerc and Ocon we will go, and finally up into the lead then on just lap 9 here. We have averaged an overtake a lap, but we've just done a triple. We've got yellows down towards, I think that's Franco Colapinto. And on what has been a tough season with Ferrari so far, gets even worse in front of the home crowd there. Colapinto, first driver out of the race, has no idea. I think Ocon was trying to play DRS tricks down in towards that final corner. A safety car now wouldn't be too bad as Ocon's in. Why are the AI 2 stopping this race? Surely it is not needed, as it's going to be Ferrari, McLaren and Red Bull now back at the top of the standings. As Norris tries to have a look around the outside of Charles Leclerc, can't make that happen. But after just taking the lead momentarily, I'm happy just to sit back in. I mean, look at this. These two really going for it as we get closer and closer towards the pit window. I'm just trying to have a, save the tyres a bit more. Because that, rear left is feeling very, very sketchy. As here goes Leclerc again then on the run back in towards turn 1.
We're going to box this lap and push hard on the in-lap. Okay, so we're leading our teammate by 6.5 seconds.
Often it's kind of the pit window that kind of spreads the cars out a bit more in this race. Often it's the first stint that is hilariously frantic there as Albon now. I think he's done that in clear air. Albon's just run an 18.9 as Sykes goes even quicker behind him. Obviously, both Williams there definitely on a two-stop strategy. But, I mean, the battle at the front, though, this is critical for us as even Oscar Piastri and Antonelli now trying to bring themselves back into the fight. But if you want to win this race, you got a one-stop, unless we get a safety car. But that seems less and less likely. Just dropping back slightly from Norris and Leclerc, though. But will one of them, or either of them, try to extend this stint? No, we're all diving in. So no real surprises there. As nice and aggressive on pit lane entry. We are tucked up behind him then. So Antonelli now going to take the lead of his home Grand Prix. That must be pretty good for the Italian fans, but I'm sure they are all cheering on Leclerc. Come on, we need a good stop, please, team. Go, go, go. Let me go. What are we waiting for? Oh, Norris has jumped Leclerc.
Looks like a nice stop time. We're happy with that one.
As Ocon then is going to get the jump on the lot of us, but of course he's going to have to pit again in this race, and none of us are hoping to.
See these tyres through to the end now.
Seem to have lost out slightly in all of that, so we're going to be wheel to wheel with Bortoletto back in towards turn 1. So Hulkenberg gets the elbows out with Charles Leclerc. We will not even entertain the battle with Gabriel Bortoletto. Huge dive bomb down in that first corner.
Okay, mate,
and I think he had a bit of a mistake anyway.
Keep them behind, please. It's critical for our race.
But that pit stop cycle then has really helped out Lando Norris here, just giving him a bit of breathing room at the front. But we need to find a way around the Hulk. Hopefully now, it's going to be a fairly simple one there. Or to the outside, the German giving me a bit of a squeeze. But annoyingly, we are not in the range of Charles Leclerc either. Just trying to hang on to the car through the Ascari chicane. We'll find a lot of grit there. But the AI, I mean, I'm using battery and I'm losing time down this straight then as Norris, trying to look for a move. I don't even know who that's on at the moment. This race is near impossible to try and keep tabs on with everything going on around the place. But trying to stay in the range of Charles Leclerc, and it's not going to happen again for us. we've got to hope that these guys battle just up in front really, really aggressively there as Sainz. I believe it's Sainz, Ocon and Norris all duking it out. No, it's, who's that? It's an Alpine. Is that Gasly? Yes, it is. So, luckily, all that has done is allowed us to close back in. Ocon and Albon, they are probably the only two that might make that two-stop strategy work up in front, but they have got to run like crazy. No Norris at this stage, he is driving like a man possessed. He is driving like a certain driver that wants to, you know, keep closing in on the World Championship. He learned from 2024 what needs to be done.
These tyres need to get us to the end of this race.
The gap at the moment in the World Championship, less than 50 points. How much more can he rein it in over these next couple of weekends? There is all Gasly. I mean, he is losing so much time. Did he start on hards? I honestly can't remember what Gasly's start strategy was. But I need to stick with Leclerc. We can work together in this race. And we won't let the McLaren get too far in front. But a bit like what we've occasionally seen IRL this year, Carlos Sainz maybe leaving, well, getting kicked out of Ferrari and moving to Williams wasn't a bad choice for him. Certainly seems to have worked in this career mode so far. But as Norris then, new fastest lap of the day, he is going in pursuit of our top two.
0.5 seconds.
Again then, tucked up behind Albon. Oh, sorry, Sainz even. Down the inside of the pair of them, though. We are way too hot into turn one. But we get it slowed down the inside there. We'll just drag the car over the curbing, though. And that, I'm going to say, a little bit of underfloor damage, I believe. Or underbody. But anyway, yeah, we just want to stick with Leclerc. I don't genuinely believe I'm any faster than him at the moment.
Taking a little damage, just watch out for it.
So Sainz again tries to have a look around the outside, but let's just try and hang on to Leclerc and see if he can close in on Lando. Oh, there we go. Esteban Ocon into the pit lane then. So the first of the front runners to blink once more. And now we'll get a better idea of what the gap is going to be towards the end of the afternoon. As to the outside of Charles Leclerc we will go. At the moment, though, we're just not really closing in on Lando Norris, and that's not going to help either of us out really either. As Leclerc will try to defend the inside down towards turn one. We will get around him, but I think all I can do is get around Leclerc, drain the battery, and then lose the spot to him again, and hope that in the process we've kind of gained a bit of time over Lando Norris. It's not a particularly reliable way of doing things, but the McLaren man, once again, just seems to be in another league at the front of the order. As there we go, Alex Albon into the pit lane in his Williams car, so we're going to be back up then into second place here, but, I mean, yeah, is Charles Leclerc going to be able to get the gap on me? How is an 18.3 not purple? How quick is the best lap here so far?
Braking into corners to recharge it.
Annoyingly, I think Leclerc hasn't got back past us down in towards turn one. Oh, no! As I've got no battery either, and that might cost us quite badly. Leclerc will say thank you very much. Just a huge, drive of torque off of turn one.
So do your best to get past and get on with the race.
Team have told me I need to get back past him, but that is the win definitely gone. I mean, I don't know how many years we've moaned about this, but I desperately hope at some point EA fix the way the AI work inside these games. I mean, for those of you that don't know, they basically don't calculate battery. Like, they just get to use it whenever they feel like. Now, it's kind of most prominent around circuits like this. Silverstone is another great example as well. But no matter how much battery you use or how much battery you charge, it's just some venues where they've just got more. So, I mean, the fact that we were ever really in the fight for a win here, especially after qualifying, was nothing short of a bit of a miracle. But with 6 laps to go, we are really just trying to hang on and position ourselves where we are. I'm just hoping that Oscar Piastri doesn't sense an opportunity to try and close in. But honestly, a podium here, I will take. On to the final lap then of the Grand Prix. It's a bit of a shame. The last 2 races have been very, very quiet towards the end. But ultimately, yeah, for us in this Red Bull today, we just haven't had the speed, to be honest. And I think even to get a podium, I'm pretty happy with here. Oscar Piastri only 2 seconds behind now. But we have just been controlling this towards the end of the afternoon. But annoyingly, it is going to be another 10 points lost to Lando Norris in the World Championship. I really did feel like, you know, before the British Grand Prix weekend, that hopefully we were going to wrap this up with a few races to go, to be honest. We could already start thinking about where we would head next inside this career mode. But Lando Norris suddenly starting to make our life a whole lot more difficult. So you've had quite a few championship battles with him so far inside F1 25. And tomorrow, actually, when this video goes live, we will be doing the season finale of our LH44 career mode, which again, that championship is between us and Lando Norris. Through the final corner though, the McLaren man, back-to-back victories this season. He is down but not out in the World Championship hunt. Lando Norris will claim victory here at the Temple of Speed. Charles Leclerc in front of the Tifosi will come through for second. We can only get P3.
Yes, and that's a podium. Excellent drive. The whole team have worked especially hard this weekend, and that, my friend, is a fantastic reward. Well done.
And here he comes. It's all go, go, go for Lando Norris as he takes the checkered flag and wins.
And that's 2 wins in a row now, of course, Crofty. And it marks the fact that it's not a fluke. So, you know, their head's in the right space. What more can we see going forwards?
From lights out to the checkered flag, this is what they're racing for. It's points and a trip to the podium. He holds the trophy aloft, and why shouldn't he? A richly deserved win today for Lando Norris.
Well, there we are then. Lando Norris in what has got to be one of the quickest races of all time. He will claim victory here at the Temple of Speed. Charles Leclerc in P2 ahead of myself and Oscar Piastri there. Esteban Ocon, he'll be a bit disappointed. Should have been right at the front, but was the best of the 2 stoppers today. But it was never going to be a strategy that was going to pay dividends there. Albon ahead of both Mercedes, as yeah, George Russell, I'm sure. I mean, from the back of the field to P8 actually is pretty good going, especially with a fastest lap there. But Verstappen, pole position on the 1-stop, 9th. An absolute disaster once again for our teammate, as this season, I think he just wants to honestly forget about it in its entirety. Carlos Sainz there grabs the final points position, but Williams will be kicking themselves this weekend because that was a golden opportunity for them to claim a victory. Only Franco Colapinto, though, who failed to see the checkered flag. What does that do to our World Championship? Well, it means now, yeah, a 37 gap at the top of the table. But, I mean, it is a 2-horse race, isn't it? As Piastri now tied with Albon, 150 points back. Honestly, I think Leclerc deserves third this year. He has been so consistent in that Ferrari. Had it been a better car, he would have definitely been in the championship fight. Sainz still just ahead of Verstappen, though, as Esteban Ocon crosses the 100-point barrier, still ahead of his teammate Lewis Hamilton. Russell inside your top 10 overall. And then you can see further down the order, still doing Bortoletto and both V-Carbs yet to score. Constructors-wise, though, the gap at the top now just 4 between Red Bull and McLaren, so this is going to be a real fight throughout the remainder of the season. Williams, again, they probably could have been under 100 points back this weekend had they gone with a normal strategy, as 1 point in it between Aston Martin and Ferrari as well. There were a lot of battles going on up and down the table. Thank you all so much for watching, though. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 17 of Season 3 of our F1 25 Red Bull Driver Career Mode. Yes, we return this weekend here to the Baku City streets, and of course the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. If you missed out on the video that went live a couple of days ago from Monza, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. We've got just 8 races to go of the campaign, and taking a look at the World Drivers' Championship. Our gap at the top is getting smaller at a rather rapid rate right now. 37 points now, the gap to Lando Norris. It is a 2-horse race to the end of the campaign. There is over a 100-point gap then back to Oscar Piastri. 4 points in it, though, between Red Bull and McLaren in the Constructors' Championship. It suddenly kind of feels like I've become the Max Verstappen inside this series, getting the big results still, whereas our Red Bull teammate really struggling to kind of keep their side of the team afloat. I mean, 3 podiums over over the course of the entire season so far, in a car that has scored about 13 in my hands. It's really not a good year for the Dutchman. Of course, yeah, if you're new around here, though, and you aren't already, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We are trying to hit 15k subs at the moment as well. But yeah, this one's going to be a tough one. We're also weirdly running into a problem in this game. Kind of a clash of the #1 drivers down at Red Bull. Because I can't do any more upgrades because I need 60% recognition within the team, or 50%. On some of them. Now, if I take a look at the ranking between ourselves and Verstappen, I'm only at 43%. Despite the fact I'm leading the championship, despite everything going on, Red Bull are still completely in the Verstappen camp. And that is kind of harming not only us, but also the entire team right now. So, life is becoming a lot more difficult. There is a lot of tension growing between myself and Verstappen. Will it all come to a head, though, here, like it did between him and Ricciardo? Only time will tell.
And a warm welcome here ahead of qualifying for the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. Normally these streets are lined with vehicles, it's non-stop traffic jams, but today the roads are closed to everyone except the 20 best drivers in the world. It's time for qualifying for the Azerbaijan Grand Prix.
Did anybody else just see that? I don't think I've ever seen the AI do that inside this game. Just Verstappen there, coming through the final corner, completely locked up and just went straight on. So, I mean, I guess that's one less car they've got to try and navigate as we start our first lap. But obviously we saw in real Baku qualifying just how difficult it was for the drivers to get laps hooked up. Let's see how much we struggle today. I'm really hoping, oh, this is going to be a good circuit for this car, but lines like that down in towards someone there. I forgot you cannot use that outside curb. Otherwise you just run the risk of the car bottoming out and grazing down the wall as well as we make our way out of turn 2 there. This is a track where fine margins make the difference. Obviously one of the longest on the F1 calendar, but very, very nervous. We've got rain tomorrow, so I have compromised the setup to hopefully be a bit better in the wet conditions. What is our split time against Lance Stroll? We are barely up on a Haas. That's not reassuring. There we go, Lando Norris sets the benchmark for 1:36.0. I've got no idea what time we're on for the moment, but there's definitely been quite a few mistakes on this run. It is a circuit where have got to slowly build up. You cannot just go out there immediately and set your best lap time in the world, but maybe Lando Norris has done just that. Oscar Piastri dips into the 1:35, so lap time's getting quicker and quicker here then as we wind our way through the final couple of corners. Long run back towards the line, but we're only about a second up on Lance at the moment. And he is kind of my benchmark here, so we're going to try and drain a load of battery on the run to the line. 218 miles an hour. I'm giving a Ferrari a huge tow, as we only go 14th spot, and Leclerc goes 3rd. So far then, that first run in qualifying, really not what we needed here, but we're going to get another chance. We get one more opportunity here with 30 seconds left on the clock. Gonna make sure that I keep the battery pack completely charged up, ready to go. And let's see then what we can do. I know there's at least another second in the lap, but I need to find 2 here, as we're gonna need to find 2.5. Lando Norris goes even quicker up at the front of the order. Brilliant lap time by the McLaren man. But like I said, this is a circuit where if you can get the lines hooked up, if you can build confidence in the car, lap time will come more and more around the lap. Verstappen now, despite struggling earlier on, goes to the top of the board. And look at that, by the time we get through Sector 1, we are 6/10 up on my PB as well. They're just finding more and more grip, more and more confidence that clearly the track is ramping up right towards the end of qualifying. Oh, a little bit wide there. We gather it up through the apex of the second part, and by the halfway round, we are a second up then on our previous lap time. So we are definitely finding a bit more here. The tyres providing a bit more grip, everything like that. 4th gear as we tip the car up through the castle. Got to try and make sure then that you brake really, really early up over the top. You haven't got the engine brake. 1.5 seconds up now. Surely we're not going to find all the time by the time we get back around towards the checkered flag, but we are just trying to find as much as I can there. Send it down the hill. 1.6 seconds clear now, as I'm hoping I've got a little bit more battery than I did on the last run. Get a nice run through those final couple of corners here. It's definitely not going to be a pole lap, but it is hopefully going to be a lot better than starting right down towards the rear of the field here. We are P18 at the moment, but how much more can I find as we make the long run back towards the checkered flag. Got to make sure that I keep a little bit of ERS in the system. We do a 1:36.4. We end up P5. Well, there we are then. Max Verstappen by 9 thousandths of a second here. He will claim pole position, ready for the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. Lando Norris just ahead of Oscar Piastri. Charles Leclerc there just ahead of myself. But I mean, the top 6 covered by an entire second. That is pretty rare inside this series. Bortoletto and Hulkenberg both getting a brilliant job done just behind Ollie Behrman there. But you can see 5 Brits inside your top 9 as well. So very, very good going. But yeah, a very, very spread out field here. Things are about to get crazy, though, as we head into the race.
A warm welcome to you all at home for today's Azerbaijan Grand Prix, a race that in its short history has already proven no stranger to drama, and where a 4th-row start is just about as likely to give you a podium as pole position, with Lance Stroll and Sergio Perez finishing 3rd from there in 2017 and 2018 respectively. It's 3.7 miles around a lap of Baku's city circuit, 7 rights and 13 lefts, giving us a total of 20 corners. Watch out for a safety car today. Incidents are already common on this circuit, and the wet conditions will only make things worse, particularly through the incredibly narrow turn 8. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. World champion Max Verstappen starts from pole position, and Lando Norris lines up alongside. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Piastri, Leclerc, Mr. Monaco, and Russell, Albon, Hamilton, Behrman, and Gabriel Bortoletto, Hulkenberg, Antonelli, Carlos Sainz, and Gasly, Doohan, Hadjar, Lance Stroll, and Liam Lawson. Ocon and Franco Colapinto rounds off the grid.
Well, here we are then down on the grid, ready for the Azerbaijan GP, and just a sprinkling of water, and it's going to stay here all afternoon. I mean, we might be able to no-stop this race. I don't think I've ever done that before on F1 25, but if it's possible, then I'm going to try and give it a whirl, because tyre wear is normally very, very low around this circuit. So I guess that's going to be the plan of action early on. But who knows what's going to happen. We could get red flags, we could get safety cars. I mean, it's Baku in the rain. It's likely it's going to happen. Let's just hope, though, Verstappen can hold off Lando Norris at the start. It is 5 red lights here on the grid. Oh, and a mighty long hold before it is lights out. And away we go there. And Verstappen has not had a good start. Might come under pressure from Lando Norris into turn 1. Charles Leclerc there, trying to give me a big old squeeze as well. Just knocked me out of line slightly, but isn't going to cause us too many problems as down through turn 2. I mean, everybody here, this is uncharted territory, isn't it? So I think everybody just wants to try and keep it clean and tidy off the launch there. But Lando Norris straight up into P1. So disappointing from Verstappen there that he's not able to help me out even just a little bit. Let's not forget, he still wants his first win this season. So I'm sure the Dutchman, if there's an opportunity for him to snooper away a victory later on in the campaign, he's obviously going to try and take it there as winding our way down in towards this middle sector first time through. Of course, everybody's trying to learn where the grip is. Don't do an Oscar Piastri from the IRL event. But, you know, trying to get temperature into the tyres, everything like that. Like I mentioned, I am on a kind of custom intermediate/wet setup here. Ready for this one? Obviously, if you guys want access to it, Matt212 Racing, there is a link down in the description below. All of my setups available for F1 25 on that YouTube channel. But yeah, let's see then through the old town. We can try and get a run. Well, on Charles Leclerc, that was sliding around a lot. So I'm a little bit nervous how the final chicane is going to be, as that corner is going to be awful all afternoon. This rain doesn't look like it's going to shift at any time.
Good job.
So team happy then that we've held on at the start. But yeah, this rain isn't going to shift at any point throughout this afternoon. So let's just see kind of what it's like through those final couple of corners. I'm taking it completely flat. It is definitely flat out there. Just a little bit of understeer on the exit. As can we now try and get a run on Charles Leclerc. As you can see, Oscar Piastri applying pressure to Verstappen up in front. 219 miles an hour in the rain. That is a very, very scary thought. But round the outside of Leclerc back in towards turn 1. And we are back up then and into P4.
Great pass.
Piastri jumping Verstappen as well, so McLaren look very, very quick here. Well, those McLarens are just bolting away up at the front of the order, and how many times have we seen it more recently? Verstappen able to get a good qualifying session under his belt, but just cannot do anything when it comes to the races there. Norris, 52.5. We matched that time, to be fair, as Verstappen maybe just told to jump out of my way back in towards turn 1. How is tyre wear looking? It's pretty bad, actually. Oh, come on, Max. I get that you don't like the fact we've been beating you this year, buddy, but come on, we don't need to fight like that early on. I've got a championship to win. Oh, there we go. Norris just getting quicker and quicker up at the front of the order, and although we got a bit stuck battling Max that last lap, I just can't help but feel that McLaren are silently shifting into a dominant force again right towards the end of this campaign. Norris, yeah, I mean, this is exactly the kind of results he needs, isn't it? Him out in front, he's got a rear gunner and Oscar Piastri as well. Like I said, I think my only secret weapon here is, can we make a no-stop happen? But I've just got to be so careful. We cannot afford to nudge the walls. But when we don't, the tyre wear, yeah, is very, very low. Well, I think if we absolutely nail it here, we are ever so slightly quicker than Oscar Piastri in that second McLaren. It's just, yeah, Lando Norris every lap. He's going quicker and quicker up at the front of the order. And I mean, that time round we were, again, only a tenth away.
Really good job on hitting that target, mate. Okay, so
yep, not worried about that at the moment, Mark. Honestly, I could not care less. We're pulling away from from Max even, who was defending from Charles Leclerc still. But, yeah, this is going to be a 3-horse race, I feel, at the front. But obviously, you know, if we don't get a safety car, if we don't get a red flag, which is still highly unlikely here, I feel like this is going to be a race that comes down pretty much entirely to strategy, as opposed to a lot of on-track battling. There we go, Norris, another new fastest lap, but we do seem to be getting a little bit quicker here, as there we go, finally. Yeah, there you go, Norris goes quicker, I can go even faster than that then, and finally now, I wonder if McLaren, obviously we've seen it IRL, how they're just able to work their tyres very, very nicely. Maybe they're struggling a bit now. Try and build up temperature, which is starting to take a little bit of time out of Oscar. I mean, if I could get within kind of slipstream range of him, that would be very helpful. But of course, as soon as you start closing in, you just make a little error. We get to lap 10 then, we're really starting to get a bit of a crunch point in this Grand Prix. McLaren are definitely one-stopping. They will not try and gamble a zero stop here. So I think Oscar and Lando have just been told to push on a little bit more, obviously try and create the gap, because maybe they've become wise to kind of what my plan would be. Problem is, though, obviously, if they do pit, there's every possibility that they still catch me up by the end, and there's every possibility as well that I can't even get to the checkered flag. Up to 35% wear now, but that has still included, obviously, A, the early race to tyre wear is worse, and B, obviously, I've been still skimming the walls here and there, so really now kind of laser focused on not doing that. But of course, it's allowing those McLarens just to pull away more and more. As I said, this might end up being one of the most kind of boring on-track races in this series. But strategy-wise, probably is going to end up being very entertaining. I just know we haven't got the speed to beat McLaren on the road, so we've got to try and do something different if I want to win.
There appears to be an issue.
Oh no. No. Please don't say this is a mechanical failure. I've never had one in this driver career mode. We've had a couple of issues. But please don't say this is about to be the engine going pop on me. Please, come on. Even if, like, a DRS failure. I wouldn't care if it's a DRS failure game. I just don't want it to be a full mechanical. We're not even a half distance yet here in Baku. I mean, they're not coming up with anything yet.
Gaining on you by 5/10 a lap. Okay.
Oh! I mean, that is a lot of smoke, isn't it? And
we need you to retire as soon as possible.
I mean, on the one hand, I can't complain too much. I don't get that many in this game. But I was just so interested to know whether the strategy was going to work. But this probably could not have come at a worse time for us or the team. We are out of the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. Damn it!
And an award-winning day for Oscar Piastri as he takes the checkered flag and wins.
Well, it all came good in the end for them, but it wasn't an easy start. Not the most straightforward of days, but I think it shows great strength in an athlete as a driver when you can overcome a day like this and walk away still with a victory.
Only 3 can take to the podium, and here they come. And your winner today, the man from Down Under. Congratulations, Oscar Piastri.
Well, there we are then. Oscar Piastri, I don't know how he did it, but he did it. He will claim victory here in Azerbaijan. And I mean, if I was McLaren, papaya rules or not, surely you'd be letting Lando Norris win this race today to help his World Championship charge. Charles Leclerc in a distant P3 ahead of Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen there. Again, another disappointing result for our teammate after a good qualifying performance. Andrea Kimi Antonelli, brilliant drive by him as well as Carlos Sainz, just ahead of George Russell there, and Ocon from the back of the field recovering to 9th. Nico Hülkenberg bags a point as well for Kick Sauber. But yeah, it was just myself and Alex Albon then that failed to see the checkered flag. I didn't even realise Albon had retired from this race, so I must have completely missed this one. I have no idea what Franco Colapinto was doing to end up near enough an entire lap down come the checkered flag. That means, though, with just a handful of races left this season, the gap at the top of the table down to just 19 points between myself and Lando Norris. Things are getting very, very tough at the top of the championship. Oscar Piastri, though, in a comfortable P3 now ahead of Leclerc and both of those Williams, as Verstappen makes good progress against Carlos Sainz as well. Then it's both Astons, both Mercedes, ahead of Franco Colapinto, then both Haskars, and then a little bit of a mix-up right towards the rear of the field. Constructors-wise, McLaren, I believe for the first time this season, now to the top of the table, 29 clear of Red Bull as well, so that is a bitter, bitter pill to swallow. Thank you all so much for watching, though, nonetheless. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed. I'm going to go cry in a dark room somewhere, but we'll be back very soon, ready for the Singapore Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 18 of season 3 of our F125 Red Bull Driver Career Mode. Yes, we return this weekend here to Marina Bay and of course the Singapore Grand Prix. If you missed out on the video that went live a few days ago from Baku, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. We had a rather weird race out in Azerbaijan. We had a wet race, which in of itself, I don't think it's never happened in Baku IRL. And worse than that, I had a mechanical failure. Our first DNF of the season, and Lando Norris, I'm getting very nervous now, is getting alarmingly close in the World Championship. In the last 3 Grand Prix, we have scored 27 points. The McLaren has scored 68. So we now have only a 19-point buffer at the top of the championship, and well, it wasn't that long ago that I felt pretty comfortable into these final few races, and things are really taking a turn for the worse. We've lost the Constructors' Championship lead as well. McLaren now 29 points ahead, so we desperately need Verstappen to try and pull his weight. But as I've mentioned before, the problem is that Verstappen and I are in such kind of a headlock as to who deserves to be the dominant driver that neither of us can access some of the remaining upgrades on this game, because neither of us have the recognition to do so. We're so kind of even in Red Bull's eyes, despite the fact that I'm absolutely dominating over our teammate, that it is causing real concerns. And honestly, whether we win this championship or not, I think one of us is going to have to go come the end of the campaign, because it is just such a headlock between myself and the Dutchman at this stage of the year. Of course, if you're new and you aren't already, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed for, of course, wherever we might be heading next, ready for Season 4. But yeah, I'm hoping that we can at least return to winning ways here in Singapore, because this is probably one of my best tracks on the game. Well, as the sun sets then around the track, Formula 1's original night race is back alive once again, and I must admit, qualifying is always fantastic to watch around this circuit. But let me tell you now, this Red Bull is scary around this track. It's alright around most of it, but where it is so oversteery, the final couple of corners are brutal, and well, I'll be impressed if we make it through the entire weekend without any kind of issues through that final couple of turns. But if we can get the car on pole position, then I'm happy just to try and park it up at the front of the order as well there. Lando Norris, of course, he'll be looking to try and get another victory on the board, but we'll wait and see what happens here. Of course, Oscar Piastri, still don't know, of course, how Oscar won that race last weekend, but he was able to get the jump on his teammate. Probably not ideal for McLaren, because of course both of them obviously want to help win the Constructors, but obviously Lando Norris is with a mathematical shot at the Drivers' Championship. Oscar Piastri still technically there, but he's not going to be, I would have thought, by probably Mexico. It is going to be a two-horse race if things keep going the way they are. But so far then, this first lap not feeling too badly. It's talk of the devil. Oscar Piastri goes to the top of the board there as we will go purple through that middle sector, getting a nice slipstream off of Pierre Gasly. Hulkenberg doesn't want to help a brother out though, as we make our way down in towards the final couple of corners then. So just trying to dive it in nice and late. And now, of course, after doing most of the hard work, I've got to keep it clean and tidy through these final couple of turns. Flick it in. You can already hear the wheel spin at the back of the car. We end up going P3, slower than Max Verstappen. Making our way then out, ready for our second and final run then. Everybody else coming towards the end of their laps. But I've left it as late as we possibly can. Verstappen now up at the top of the pile. He's 4 tenths quicker than what I've done so far in this session. But let's just see if we can find any more then. Is getting over the start-finish line. We're less than 10 seconds left on the clock there, and immediately the car wants to dance around through turn 1 and turn 2. Verstappen even quicker though, still on a 120.822. But that is a very, very good lap time by our teammate then. And like I said, we need close to half a second here if we want to try and claim pole position. But I gotta hope, yeah, that some of the AI don't block me, don't get in the way around this lap there, because obviously the dirty air can be such a great kind of dampener of pace and confidence, especially in a Red Bull car, that feels incredibly slip-slidey. So far though, the lap's starting to come together, almost quarter of a second up by the time we get down through the old Singapore sling. Interesting spot for Gabriel Bortoleto to let us by there, but able to rotate the car over that curb and not get too much of a bounce on the exit over the Anderson Bridge. Nice and tidy. We are still 2 tenths up. Might lose a little bit of speed down in towards this final sector. Of course, no Pierre Gasly to give me a nice tow this time round, but just still having to manage the throttle on corner exit there. It is so tricky, and at the moment, I don't think we'd improve up the order at all then. Nice and late on the brakes through this final chicane. Can we find any more through the exit of the final couple of corners? We are putting it all on the line as we rotate the car through. Will it at least be the front row? Yes, it is. Well, there we go. By 3 1/1000ths of a second, we have outqualified Oscar Piastri and will join our teammate Max Verstappen on the front row of the grid. Lando Norris, he'll be disappointed down in P4, but it is both Red Bulls and both McLarens right up at the sharp end. Charles Leclerc just ahead of Russell and Hamilton. Both Haas cars getting up inside the top 10, so a brilliant effort by them, just clear of Esteban Ocon. But yeah, Franco Colapinto on today, Kimi Antonelli right down at the rear of the field, just ahead of those two V-carbs. We need to beat Lando Norris tonight, but is there going to be fireworks between ourselves and our teammate?
Marina Bay hosted a Grand Prix that briefly ran in the 60s and 70s, but the Garden City re-entered the calendar for good in 2008. We missed it for a couple of years, but it was great to come back to the Singapore Grand Prix. And here's our track, 4.94 kilometres long, and overtaking chances into the first corner, into turn 14 at the end of the Esplanade, and now into turn 16 in the newly reprofiled sector that we first ran on in 2023. Still though, it's punishing and tough on the brakes, and the heat and humidity will take an effect on our drivers. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting race. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he'll start from pole position. And Mr. Monaco completes the front row. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Piastri, Leclerc, and Sir Lewis Hamilton, and Behrman, Stroll, Ocon, Hulkenberg and Jack Doohan. Sainz, Norris, Pierre Gasly and Bortoletto. Russell, Colapinto, Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Liam Lawson. Hadjar and Alex Albon picks up the last spot on the grid. With preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track.
Well, with Max Verstappen and I on the front row, this is exactly what we needed after losing the Constructors' Championship lead last weekend. We want to try and get it back, and get it back as soon as possible here. But will we work together? Is Verstappen only interested in trying to keep his stock high towards the end of the season and remind Red Bull as to why they've put so much faith in him in the past? Only time will tell as we get ready then for the Singapore Grand Prix. Lando Norris with grid penalties. It's 5 red lights. Lights out and away. We wheel spin there, and immediately we're going to come under pressure. Oscar Piastri around the outside, and Charles Leclerc trying to have a look as well. Oh, I get the elbows out. I do not want to get stuck behind a hard compound runner early on, as apparently already we're struggling with mechanical wear on the car. Not too sure what that is. That is the ICE then that is quite heavily worn. Luckily, Singapore isn't the most power-sensitive circuit in all of Formula 1 as well. But yeah, with Lando Norris starting a bit further down, does give us a huge opportunity today, even if I play it safe, even if I just play the bigger picture, just to try and give ourselves a bit of a healthier buffer once more up at the top of the table. But again, this is Singapore and anything can happen around this venue. Is just trying to keep it composed around this opening lap. That is goal number 1. Keep it out of trouble, keep it tidy, and make sure, of course, that we don't damage the wing. Quite surprised so many drivers towards the front have opted to start on the harder compound here. Maybe just not sure about tyre wear. But, I mean, I would kind of expect McLaren and Red Bull to run away early on. And that is exactly what your trio at the front are going to try and do. There's Oscar Piastri there trying to stick close to Verstappen, but could come under pressure from us, hopefully sooner rather than later. I mean, yeah, the Red Bull, like I said, it feels sketchy here, but it does feel quite quick, and that is often where Verstappen thrives. Yes, I know, you already told me. Luckily, I've already got the ERS switched off then as we try and recharge the pack. But come on, just settle in. Looks like Verstappen then has already been able to get Oscar Piastri out of his DRS range, so hopefully that is going to leave the McLaren vulnerable by the time we get round to the Raffles Boulevard. Let's just wait and see, though. Not going to hold my breath just yet there as well. Trying to get the power down nice and tidy through the exit of the corner. Surely now we can get a run on Oscar Piastri there as he will swing defensive in that McLaren. But this Red Bull has got some pretty good straight line speed there. Again is the wobble from the rear end, but around the outside we will go. And I'm sure Zach Brown not too happy about that one. Oscar Piastri, he knows he's got to try and defend from us this afternoon, but he's not going to be able to. And now we get to try and chase our teammate once again. I tell you what then, as we get to the end of lap 4, Verstappen is pushing here. This might be one of those weekends where Verstappen is just destined to win. I know I've spoke about it before on this game, but occasionally you just get races where he is utterly OP and nobody can try and keep up with him. And if you get quicker, so does he. Having to drain a lot of battery right now. Was there you go. There's the oversteer that I spoke about earlier on. As we get one big over-rotation there, and Oscar Piastri will say thank you very much. Charles Leclerc and Lewis Hamilton as well might be able to try and get a run. And that means now Verstappen has got even more breathing room up at the front of the order. But that's exactly what I mean. You try and tip the car in, and it's fine. It grips up. But if you just overstep the mark even a tiny bit, the back end just immediately swings round. Lucky not to do any damage. And we'll live to fight another day. I don't know if Oscar Piastri has just been told when he is ahead of me just to try and back us up into the rest of the pack, because it seems like when I'm ahead he's pretty quick, but when he's ahead he seems to really struggle to maintain much speed here as well. Down in towards that final chicane again, you can see how much we gain on the brakes. He's very good in the traction zones there as flick it through that final corner. Again, just got to be very careful that you don't bottom out off the curbing.
Teammate ahead of us. 5.4 seconds.
Well, that obviously spin helped give Verstappen an even bigger margin at the front of the order, but we might genuinely not see him again this afternoon. That being said, those red flag safety cars all can be a thing here in Marina Bay as well. That is not the line.
Okay, Piastri just ahead. Push hard, push hard.
See if we can try and get a run down the Raffles Boulevard once more.
Push.
I mean, look at that, we're barely gaining anything. on the McLaren man. I've just got no power. Nope, this time around we might be able to get a run on Oscar Piastri once again. It's diving water to the inside there. The McLaren man tried to turn in, but we were alongside him and we stayed committed to it. Make sure we give him the room on the exit at the corner there. Still wheel to wheel we go. It's Oscar Piastri. I mean, you can just see how confident he is on the brakes. Around or outside there. Banging wheels, though, as we make our way down in towards the old sling there. Careful not to hit the wall. And nothing Oscar Piastri can do around the outside. Back up into second spot, then, in this race. So, I mean, we've got to try and keep these tyres on the wagon to at least about lap 14. I guess we can thank, though, the Hasses and the Hulkenbergs of this race so far, because behind Charles Leclerc and Hamilton, there is a huge gap. We've got yellows. That would appear to be an Aston Martin there of Esteban Ocon, as whilst trying to look at the mini-map, I've almost slid off into the wall down at the top of the circuit. But yeah, I think that is Ocon then that is going to become our first retirement of the afternoon, as I was just monitoring the gap to Verstappen. He does seem to be struggling a little bit now, so I think he went uber aggressive at the start of the race to try and build up a bit of a gap. If I can get back within a couple of seconds of him by the pit window, obviously we do get priority call according to F125, so that would be really ideal if it's something we can do. But I mean, these tyres really now are feeling like jelly. But as the gap now under 3 seconds to Verstappen, I'm really having to try and focus up. But you can see this is where McLaren's advantage really comes into play. That ability to look after the tyres much better than anybody else can. Especially around a circuit like this that is just so much kind of point and shoot. So many short traction zones that really load up the rear tyres as well. It's something that this Red Bull has struggled with all year long. And Verstappen, yeah, tries he might early on, able to pull out that margin. It is all starting to crumble away from him. I think we'll be pitting probably end of 15 if I had to guess. So as long as we're in kind of a second and a half, 2 seconds of him, surely the undercut is going to be doable, because these mediums are going to be wrecked. I genuinely don't think this Red Bull has ever felt this bad before this season. It's just so skatey, slow-sidey, whether it's the setup, whether it is obviously the Singapore circuit, or a combination of all of the above. We are really struggling here, but apparently not as much as our teammate Max Verstappen. I mean, if he finds out, of course, that we get the first pit stop, he is going to be apoplectic with rage. But that's kind of the way this game works at the moment. As Oscar Piastri still breathing down my neck. Will he dive in with us? Or will he try and go the 1 lap extra? And maybe look to try and get an overcut here as engine warning light, tyre wear warning light. They're all flashing up now like a Christmas tree on the dash. But still, we are closing in on our teammate. And we might finally be able to get some DRS off of him. I mean, this Red Bull, when you can keep it kind of where it needs to be here, it is phenomenally quick. But it just feels like you're walking on a tightrope of just any moment you can get some oversteer. Like we saw down at the hairpin. Are we inside the DRS range now? Oh, Verstappen again. You can just see there as we get in the dirty air. Really beginning to struggle to find the grip. But surely we're going to come out ahead of the Haas cars. As we've got yellow flags further back. Up around that Singapore sling. No idea. I assume it's a car breaking down. But I don't know who it is at the moment. It's a safety car. Would be perfect for us. But a red flag would be terrible. Ooh, just about get the car slowed down at the end of the pit lane. But as we try and bolt on, then a fresh set of hard tyres to go to the end. Doesn't look like we've got anything. So I think there was just a bit of an incident. Maybe, you know, someone had a small error or something like that. But we need to come out ahead of the Haas cars here. And I'm not sure we will. Stroll and Behrman, they're still battling it out with each other. As I believe Hulkenberg into the pit lane as well. As long as we don't come out right up their gearbox, which I don't think we will. Ooh, Stroll with a bit of a lock-up down at turn 1 as well then. So we will come out with a little bit of clear air. So we've got yellows down at the final corner. That is a red flag. For God's sake, man. It's one of the V-carbs I think's gone. I'm sure I'll put a replay up on your screen, but how bad is my luck on this game? As soon as we pit, red flag out, and everybody else is going to be able to try and jump us. Verstappen's going to be way out in front. I think we're only down to like P5, P6, I want to say.
Rain?
Rain?
Nice advantage here. Let's have a think about how we handle the rest of this race.
Well, I think I still want to be on the harder compound, to be honest. Obviously, we've barely driven about 20 feet on them out of the pit lane, haven't we? But, yeah, heavy rain meant to be falling then by the end of the afternoon. So how will that affect things around this track? But still, we've got quite a few laps to go. And we now are back on the recovery drive. 5 red lights are on. It's going to be lights out, and away we go then. I mean, that couldn't have worked out much better for those two Haas cars as well. Down in towards this first turn, though. We've got to try and make an impact nice and quickly. As around the outside of Behrman we will go, and hopefully around the outside of Sir Lance as well. Be careful, his zero awareness stat inside this game could really screw us over, as Piastri has lost a place to Charles Leclerc as well then. Of course, obviously, I would have rather that we didn't have to pit and immediately get a red flag, but it's not worked out too badly for us in this race, as all Leclerc immediately locking up at the top of the circuit. But how will he and Hamilton get on? Well, on the mediums towards the end of the afternoon, as I almost immediately take myself out of the equation. Got more yellows out down at the final corner. That seems to be a V-carb into the pit lane then, so I'm not too sure what happened there.
Our gap on the car behind by around a second a lap.
We're down to 16 runners in this race. Of course, you guys have seen the replay. I have no idea what happened, but I think Antonelli, Colapinto as well are both gone from this race. But of course, this worked out so well for Verstappen because effectively, he basically got like 2 extra laps for free out of those mediums in the first stint, where we were definitely going to get the undercut on him based on how these feel immediately on the restart. But I'm now just more nervous about if that rain is going to arrive by the end of the afternoon. Let's try and listen in for a weather report.
Look stable at the moment. No rain currently expected. Dry's definitely seem like the fastest tyre at the moment.
Wonderful. So even if we do get some rain, it probably won't fall till right come the checkered flag. And that hopefully will mean it won't play an impact. Well, someone keeps bringing out yellow flags down at the final couple of corners, and I've got no idea what they're doing. Yes, here we go. Leclerc and Piastri now wheel to wheel through these first few corners of Sector 2. Who will come out on top of this one? So Hamilton, they're just waiting in the wings, but he knows we are going to be trying to get through as quickly as we possibly can. But it is Oscar Piastri that will hang on to the spot for now then. Yep, that'll be our teammate Max Verstappen. Mark, thank you for that one. But yeah, not able to get close enough over the Anderson Bridge. Maybe around the outside though, off the exit. How have we found that? Round the outside of Lewis Hamilton we will go then. And up into P4 once again at this Grand Prix. I want to try and get back to P2 as soon as possible. But of course, yeah, Charles Leclerc and Lewis, they'll both know they don't have to be really gentle with those mediums. They will make it to the checkered flag. But they do definitely have to look after them. Well, that Alpine then in the rear of the field, I've obviously got no idea what's going on, but they seem to be bringing out yellow flags everywhere, but have not retired from the Grand Prix. Every single lap, they seem to be doing something hilarious down at that final corner, and I'm getting slightly concerned that that might cause havoc. We've already taken half a lap out of them in about 3 here, so I think they're in big trouble, but just won't admit it. Watch this then on the minimap as we make our way. I'll probably try and get a replay up on your screens actually of that AI. The end of lap 21 makes their way down towards the final chicane. Fairly standard stuff up to this point, but it seems to be through the higher speed stuff where they're really struggling. So again, I thought for a moment, oh, we had yellow flags out, but look at that. I don't know if they're trying to pit or kind of what's going on, but they just seem to stop through that final corner and then get going again. Whether they've spun, whether they're trying to get into the pit lane and have missed the entry and gone over the white line, I've got no idea. But you guys now know, and I'm going to probably find out very, very soon. They've got again down at turn 2.
Okay, expect to see some rain about 10 to 15 minutes from now.
Okay, that hopefully shouldn't be much of a problem with less than 10 to go. Well, post-race Matt then coming in with a bit of an interlude here, because this has got to be one of the most hilarious things I've ever seen inside F125. So this was all the way back on lap 15. Pierre Gasly making his way up in towards the old Singapore sling. He's going to make a bit of a mistake as he tips it in. Just gets the oversteer. Hits the wall. And obviously must have damaged his rear wing. Because every single lap now for the rest of the afternoon, he is basically trying to drive a drifter. I mean, look at this. Down in towards this next corner. Back end's completely snapped out on it. I mean, he's basically getting the Red Bull experience at the moment. But this is what's happening now every single lap. And obviously this is what caused that incident a few laps ago. Obviously with all of those cars behind him. Because if you just take a look then, obviously from Gasly's POV, you see him spin up the road. Everybody tries to avoid it, and people just absolutely shunt into it. Gasly doesn't retire from this. He's going to keep trying to go all the way to the checkered flag. And then Charles Leclerc, I think, already is beginning to struggle on his set of medium compound tyre, and hopefully we can try and have a bit of a look for a run. Oh, late on the brakes. A little bit more aggressive than I wanted there. I was hoping just to slide on by, but having a little bit of a moment, and that'll send him a little bit further back, as, like I said, the biggest thing that's concerning me about that Alpine is that we're probably going to lap them again before the end of the afternoon. So we've got yellows out down through that final corner. I can't see any kind of, like, tyre marks or anything like that. So they're just spinning around down in turn 1. It's Pierre Gasly who just keeps going around. Has he got like a puncture or something? Or has he got front wing damage? I can't see what's actually going on with the Alpine there. But either way, I've lapped him. There's everybody now trying to move their way through. That's got to be the dumbest glitch I've seen on F125. So I think he's gone round again then, as we are now trying to get a run on Oscar Piastri. We've got another red flag.
No overtaking, please. We'll see you in the pit lane.
And that means, obviously, the rain is going to be here for the restart, I can only assume. And this race just gets even more dramatic. Obviously, that would have been Gasly that brought out that red flag, and hopefully they've disqualified him for trying to compete with that car.
Change our strategy for the rest of the Grand Prix if we want to.
I've got to go soft. So we've got to go soft for these final few laps, especially if the rain's going to start falling as well. But what a bizarre race it has been here from Marina Bay so far. And there is still time for some twists and turns. 5 red lights are on once again. It's going to be lights out, and away we go there. Starts have not been my strong point all night, but this time round, we've actually done pretty well there. As to the outside of Piastri, down through turn 1, we will try and go. The McLaren man's going to try and defend it on the inside line through the exit of the corner, but around the outside, and up then into P2 of this race. Finally back into second spot then, maybe helped, of course, by that second red flag. But when is the rain going to start falling here? Let's listen in.
Yet, but it is coming, so be careful. Okay,
was around the outside of Oscar, we will go. But there we go then. So that rain is definitely about to start falling. Will we have to make a switch to inters before the checkered flag? Whatever is going on with Pierre Gasly's car still seems to be happening in this GP. And well, with 3 laps to go after this one, we might genuinely lap him again. No idea, like I said still, what is going on with Pierre Gasly's car, but Verstappen just got a couple of extra tenths of a second in the back pocket over us. We are trying to bring home this second place. I mean, what do you do if you're Laurent Mekies? Do you tell Max let us by when you've got a championship to win? Or do you let him bag his first victory of the year? It has been a tough old season for the Dutchman, and this has been a brutal race to try and win. Well, 2 laps to go then here from Singapore, and Oscar Piastri, I think that medium tyre gamble might now finally be starting to pay off for him there, as we will send it around the outside through turn 1, just like keep the car inside track limits. But if anything, we've got to just try and help defend for Verstappen now, or late on in the day. Don't make the same mistake I did early on, but I don't think it's going to help anyway. Oscar Piastri gets a huge run on us down the Raffles Boulevard, and we'll move back up then into P2 late on. I knew we had to try and gamble the soft just to see if we could take them to the checkered flag, and obviously have that grip off of the restart. Hey, it's not even raining yet. What is Mark recommending to us? He reckons inters now? Surely not. Surely it's worth obviously just staying out one more lap here, unless this rain becomes undrivable immediately. But I mean, it already feels very, very tricky as we try and get the power down. What will Verstappen and Piastri do? I mean, I can't really afford to pit. Surely you can't make up a pit stop's worth in just 1 lap here. But with Gasly, still on the road, no! Oh, we've just locked up and gone straight on, luckily. Able to keep it out the wall there as we get going again. And, well, I'd rather that than we end up out of the Grand Prix and scoring no points at all. But this dramatic Singapore Grand Prix has just taken another twist late on in the day. Gasly's in from a lap down. Verstappen's in, Oscar Piastri's in, but some drivers are staying out. Leclerc's staying out there. We've got to do the same. 1 more lap to go of the Singapore Grand Prix, and suddenly now we're back into the podium places. As how much will Leclerc and Hamilton struggle here? They've both got a golden opportunity. I think Leclerc's won a race this year, but I don't believe Hamilton has. as making our way out. Looks like Norris has opted to stay out there as well. So I think it was definitely the right call for us. But Hamilton, surely, well, on those mediums, is going to have a big old advantage at the moment. As I mean, we've got no grip whatsoever. You can see the car sliding around so badly. But will Verstappen be able to recover and potentially get back up towards us by the end of the afternoon? He's not that far behind. And this is just ridiculous. This has got to be one of the craziest races I've had on F125. You've got half the field struggling, limping around the track, trying to just get to the checkered flag. I mean, this car already felt oversteery enough this weekend. Now it feels utterly ridiculous.
Come on, let's go and switch over if you need to.
It's the last lap of the Grand Prix, Mark. What on earth are you on about, buddy? As we're just trying to hang on the road at the moment. Verstappen, whereabouts is he on the track? I can't even see him on my mini-map anymore. No idea where he is. Must be stuck up behind someone here, but I think we're struggling a whole lot worse than most other drivers. But Leclerc, suddenly now, out of nowhere, has not led a single lap all day. But it looks like he's going to lead the one that really matters when all is said and done there. Charles Leclerc in towards the final few corners of the Singapore Grand Prix as we are just dancing around trying to keep it out of the walls. I think Leclerc's going to do it. Hamilton, once again, of course, usually a master in these kind of conditions as well. He's not going to have enough. Charles Leclerc and Ferrari back on top here in Marina Bay. Can we try and hang on for a podium? Or will Ollie Behrman maybe get his first ever career top 3 as well? We're going to have to defend the inside line in towards those final few corners. Will we have the grip to hang on? Yes, we just about will.
Yes, mate, I'll take that. Well done. We're really happy with the podium down here, so well done. Yes.
Charles Leclerc, what a drive, what a victory. He wins.
Wow, that race really kept us on our toes with the ever-changing weather conditions. It is so unpredictable when you're in the car, with visibility being limited to know exactly what's going on. So the driver really made some great calls in this situation.
And it's time for that special moment for our special 3 today. The podium awaits our top 3 finishers. And that is a fabulous win. And the top step of the podium for Charles Leclerc.
Well, I honestly thought then heading on to that final lap we had bottled the chance at a podium. I never expected Verstappen and Oscar Piastri to pit, and it's safe to say it was not the right call. And Verstappen's first win of the year, well, it'll have to wait yet another day. Charles Leclerc reigns supreme here in Singapore, 1 second ahead of Lewis Hamilton. We barely hang on for P3, denying Ollie Behrman his first ever Formula 1 podium, as a fantastic day for Haas in 4th and 5th spot there. Lando Norris, a good recovery drive to 6th, just ahead of Verstappen, Piastri, Bortoleto and Carlos Sainz rounding out the top 10. Sainz on a 4-stop strategy today. That is very, very good going. Liam Lawson narrowly misses out on what I believe would have been VCarb's first points of the year, but Antonelli, Colapinto, Albon and Esteban Ocon all failing to see the checkered flag, and despite everything that went on, Gasly only finished 1 lap down. What does that do, though, to our World Championship? Well, it means now we have a 1-win buffer ahead of Lando at the top of the table once again. That victory catapults Charles Leclerc back into 3rd, ahead of Oscar Piastri there. As Albon still ahead of Sainz and Max Verstappen. Hamilton now up over the 100-point threshold, as Behrman now jumps ahead of Andrea Kimi Antonelli into 11th spot overall. Lance Stroll there still just behind the young Italian. And then you can see, yeah, still Lawson, Doohan and Hadjar yet to score a point this year, as Bortoleto, yep, that was his first point of the year, so very well done to him. Constructors-wise, McLaren still 20 clear of Red Bull, though, so he didn't quite make the gains I was hoping for this weekend. Ferrari still in 4th ahead of Aston Martin there by just 7 points, as Mercedes still hang on to 6th ahead of Haas, who obviously just give themselves a huge amount of daylight ahead of Kick Sauber and Alpine. VCarb still yet to score. Thank you all so much for watching. If you've made it to the end, I hope you enjoyed, because that has got to be one of the most ridiculous races I've ever done inside F125. We will be back, though, very soon out for the US Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video and welcome to round 19 of Season 3 of our F125 Red Bull Driver Career Mode. Yes, we return this weekend here to the US Grand Prix out in Texas. Now, if you missed out on the video that went live a couple of days ago from Singapore, what are you doing? Go back, check it out. The guys of you that watched it, you know it was probably the single craziest race I've had on F125. There was glitches, there was red flags, there should have been disqualifications, there was crashes, there was changeable weather. It had everything. And of course, it had a Matt212 bottle thrown in there as well. But yes, we return though in towards the final 6 races of the campaign. Of course, we've caught up with IRL Formula 1. 6 Grand Prix, 3 sprint races, and a lot still to fight for. We have currently a 26-point lead over Lando Norris in the Drivers' World Championship, but we are 20 points behind McLaren after. I mean, we got a podium last weekend. We did score some good points, what we needed to. Admittedly, very lucky come the end of the afternoon. But Max Verstappen dominated most of the race, pit with 1 lap to go, and couldn't make his way back up through the order there. So, yeah, I mean, it is basically a 2-horse race. I believe Charles Leclerc and Oscar Piastri will mathematically probably be knocked out of it in Mexico in just a couple of weeks' time as well. I do apologise, though, that obviously this series kind of went away for like a week. I hadn't kind of really realised until one of you commented on that last video. Hence why I've got another one coming out today. And obviously we will be trying to smash through the end of Season 3 because I'm looking forward to Season 4. Hopefully if we can try and implement what I want to into the series as well. We're getting very close to 14,000 subs as well, so please do make sure you hit that sub button because I'd love to get there nice and quickly as well. But yeah, let's return though here to Texas. But it really does seem like some of the upgrades that maybe Verstappen has brought to this Red Bull recently have made it a very, very unmanageable car once again. We struggled with it in Singapore. It doesn't feel as bad here in Texas, but we'll have to wait and see as we start doing more laps in anger how the car handles, and of course, obviously, you know, still at a complete deadlock with our teammate about, you know, where we should be taking this car, what we should be doing, because of course both of us have our own invested interest. Verstappen does not want to lose his #1 status, and I do not want to lose the #1 on my race car. Lando Norris, is going to be the one that decides that my fate in that regard. But as we throw the car through the S's, you can immediately see there a little snap of oversteer. Obviously, first run is always being ran on the medium, so it won't be a particularly great representative. But it's better than trying to do 2 laps on the soft. This first lap's coming in then for everybody else. I know there's a bit of time left on the table, but honestly, I think, again, this is going to be one of those venues where the medium isn't that much slower, just because of how well it hangs on over the course of an entire lap around this circuit. It's tipped the car in. I mean, it's got such a sharp front end, this Red Bull. That is ridiculous, the amount of speed you can maintain through that penultimate corner. On the run to the line, though, we go P4. Only half a second away from Piastri, so cannot complain. As everybody else then coming towards the end of their qualifying lap, we are trying to get ourselves ready for our run then. I think we've got, I believe that's Isaac Hadjar just behind me. Not going to worry too much about holding him up a little bit. Obviously, got to try and prioritise the Red Bull team at the moment. Through the final corner, though, will we see any improvements by the AI? I'm not sure we will, but it is currently Alex Albon, then, at the top of the board. He loves this track for some reason inside F125. It really, really suits him. As what is Behrman doing? Immediately at the start of our run there. I don't know whether I held him up and he's not happy, but a big time loss through those first couple of corners then, as we already are 2/10 down there. Norris jumps to the top of the pile on a 129.4. So we now know exactly what we've got to try and chase in this lap. But 2/10 down out of the first couple of corners. We have barely recovered that by the end of Sector 1. We got a nice line, though, through the exit of that first sector. And you can see now 3/10 up by the time we plunge down the hill, clip the apex. Oh, I left it in 3rd gear. That won't allow us to get down the throttle very easily. But 3.5 tenths up then as we make our way down this back straight. I know this qualifying only decides the sprint, but we still want to try and get a good effort here. We've got to try and keep the momentum swinging back in our favour at the moment, especially when that McLaren looks to be so quick. Purple through Sector 2. That is exactly what we want to see there, but the back end now really beginning to slide. Although there is still a lot of grip on these soft compound tyres, it is more and more difficult to try and extract it out of the car. as we make our way in towards the final few corners. This is going to be so close between ourselves and Norris there as tip the car in, pray that the back end grips up. We lose a little bit of time though, one more corner to go. Will this be good enough to put the car on pole? No, it's not. We only go 4th. Well, there we are then. 4 cars from 4 different teams inside your top 4 and only a 1/10 of a second between us all as well. Lando Norris, though, gets the lap done and will start this sprint race from P1. Alex Albon joining him on the front row just ahead of Charles Leclerc and ourselves. Antonelli, brilliant effort to go P6 just ahead of Sainz, Hulkenberg, Ocon. And I mean, Max Verstappen a second away down in P10. Really still struggling with the car as well. Haas's home Grand Prix, they'll be disappointed down in 18th and 19th, but let's see what we can do as we head into the race.
So it's all about speed in today's sprint. Not very many laps and no chance to get ahead on strategy. Who here today has the raw skill to take them to the top? We're racing then today in Travis County, Texas, around the 20 corners of this wonderful Circuit of the Americas. We'll be reaching speeds of around 200 miles per hour here today, and there are plenty of good opportunities to pass, especially through the 2 DRS zones into Turn 1 and the long back straight into Turn 12. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's sprint. Lando Norris put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he'll start from pole position. And Alex Albon lines up alongside. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Leclerc, Mr. Monaco, Oscar Piastri and Antonelli, Sainz, Hulkenberg, Ocon and Max Verstappen, Gasly, Bortoletto, George Russell and Colapinto, Hadjar, Hamilton, Jack Doohan and Lance Stroll, Behrman and Liam Lawson rounds off the grid. And with preparations almost complete, let's head trackside for today's sprint.
Well, 10 laps ahead of us today, and luckily this weekend it doesn't look like there's going to be any rain, so we can afford to go super aggressive, and that is exactly what I'm going to do. Only 8 points available in this sprint, but I want to see how well the soft tyres can last. Plus, if we can get to the front nice and early on, we can try and park the bus from Lando Norris throughout the rest of this sprint race. I don't want to give myself any time to think about it. We're just going to jump right in. We're ready here in Texas. Everybody else on the medium. The 5 red lights are coming on. What a mighty long hold there, but the USA sprint is go, go, go as Oscar Piastri gets a decent start. Charles Leclerc doesn't, though. Going to be under pressure on the climb in towards Turn 1 as we will be down the inside and immediately moving our way then up into 3rd spot. Lando Norris will know he has got to try and run away at the start of this one, but really trying to go with the Max Verstappen tactic of seeing if I can scare the McLarens there as well, a little bit wide through the first part of the S's, but again, gathering it up quite nicely through the rest of those corners. It's just the drive off of the top of the circuit. I mean, look at that Albon immediately able to gain about half a second on me by the time he plunged down the hill and into the back straight. But yeah, obviously you have 1 point swing here. Doesn't sound like much, but obviously 2 points come the end of the year. Could be critical between ourselves and Norris. Is trying to get a big run then on Alex Albon. Not going to waste any time early on getting stuck behind the Williams man. To the outside, we will try and go there, give him a big old squeeze towards the apex, let him know that we are not messing around. And we are immediately up then into 2nd place on this opening lap. You can see there Lando already, though, out of the DRS range here, so he is trying to push like crazy as well. But yeah, just got to try and manage the battery pack. We have used a lot on this opener. But of course, these massively upgraded cars, they're pretty damn efficient inside this game there. Has tipped the car in through that penultimate corner. Super scary every single time now we throw it in, because I just do not know if it's going to grip up. But by the end of lap 1, we are exactly 1 second back. Just hanging on inside the DRS range then of Norris here. As we get back out onto the back straight, there is all immediately you can just see how much this Red Bull struggles with rear end traction. Trying to make sure that I nail where the DRS detection point is. And you can see already up over 210 miles an hour. Oscar Piastri is up to 3rd though, so he might act as a bit of a rear gunner for Lando Norris in this race, as Albon seems to just be going backwards early on. Antonelli and Leclerc at a bit of a ding-dong as well. But now we are nestled up behind Norris. I do not want to wait too long behind him. I would rather he deals with the dirty air rather than myself. Right, let's see if we can get a run then on Lando Norris this time round. If we get a good run out into this back straight, we do have a lot of straight line speed in this car, as will Norris try and swing a little bit defensive. Yes, he will. I think he's just like got the legs on us that time round down the back straight. The one I'm really nervous about is actually Oscar Piastri, who seems to be closing in quite a lot at this stage. So Norris again, another wobble. That might leave him vulnerable through the exit of this tight switchback section. And finally then, up into the lead of this sprint race here. We will try and stay ahead of him for as long as I possibly can. Make sure we are filling that McLaren with hot, turbulent, dirty air here. So close over that apex curve through the final couple of turns. So we'll just see there, Oscar Piastri now maybe getting inside the range, as we definitely don't quite have the grip in some sections around here. As Lando even to the inside, in towards Stom 1 there. We will switch him though and get even further to the inside by the time we get in towards that apex. Getting a little bit of wheel spin though on the exit of the corner. Will he carry the speed down in towards the S's? Yes, he just about will there, and we are forced to try and tuck up behind him then. You can see how much grip we've still got through here. But again, this Red Bull, it is on a knife edge around this track. It's trying to make sure we get the car wedged nicely over that curbing. The AI though, they just have so much drive off of that corner. It probably is one of their best inside F125 that you just cannot do anything to manage against. As we will again though try to get a run on Norris down this back straight. Would be nice if I had a rear gunner in this race as well, to maybe try and hold up Oscar Piastri, but gaining on Lando to the inside. Get it stopped. Not quite inside track limits there, as Oscar runs into the side of us on the exit of the corner, and he's picked up front wing damage. I get a warning for a collision, but I mean, he could see me. I was always in front of him. Kind of feels like he just drove into the side of me. Surprises then, Oscar Piastri forced to dive into the pit lane then at the end of that lap. Although I think it'd probably be smarter if he just stayed out here. I don't know how bad that wing damage was. And of course, yeah, I mean, it might help us in the constructors as well. If Max Verstappen is able to pick up a point or two, we have really got to be thinking about the bigger picture here. But Albon still only a couple of seconds back as well. And I was kind of hoping we'd be ahead of Lando at this stage of the race. But that just is not happening, as we've got yellows out. Who is that suddenly now potentially falling to the wayside in this race? As we're going to lose the range to Lando Norris. Oh, that seems to be, I think, a Williams. I think that's Carlos Sainz then that is struggling. And could we see a safety car with all of that going on? Is it Carlos? I'm pretty certain it is. Yep, Carlos Sainz out of the race. But no safety car. Oh, what's happened? We got a red flag. Hey? Oh, one of the Saubers has gone. I hadn't even spotted that. That red flag took me completely by surprise. But just as Lando Norris was pulling away from us then, that has worked out beautifully. Because effectively now everybody, I'm sure, will go on a set of softs.
Right, this is a good chance to change our strategy for the rest of the Grand Prix if we want to.
Oh no, I've only got a worn set of soft compound tyres here, but with a 2-lap sprint, I mean, we're not going to use them in the Grand Prix, are we? So we're going to have to try and take this opportunity. But late race drama then, here in the Kota sprint. Can we get a run on Lando by the time we get in towards turn 1? 5 red lights are back on. Oh, and if we have not nailed it, we're going to be in trouble on the run in towards turn 1 there. There goes Albon immediately around the outside. We'll have to try and stick it there with the Williams. Absolutely love the livery they've announced ready for this weekend. But Lando, again, he knows what to do off of this restart. He knows he's got to try and run away. But we've been given a lifeline to try and keep up with him here. 2 laps to go of this sprint race. I mean, these tyres aren't badly worn, but they're definitely not perfect. But I mean, we already saw after about 4 or 5 laps just how bad the medium tyre feels here. Really does feel like we're kind of getting an accurate depiction of what's gone on in 2025. That McLaren is just so good over a stint. We weren't really losing anything to Albon just yet, but Norris was pulling away close to a second a lap. And this Red Bull, I think as the team tries to chase more and more speed, it is theoretically in the car. It is just more and more difficult to manage. I guess the only thing that's a bit different is the fact it's Verstappen really struggling with the car rather than myself. So that is a lot of curb through there. We're only going to really get one opportunity against Norris in this race. And that will come down the back straight on this final lap there. We've got to try and maximise chances. We cannot afford to run the risk this late on in the year of letting him start scoring more points than us. Letting him believe there is a good opportunity at this World Championship crown. We had such a lead early on this year, but it has just evaporated. It's all getting a lot of wheel spin out of the final corner.
DRS is now online.
DRS now enabled though, as we try and use as much battery in towards turn 1 there. Again, a little bit of a lock-up, and Norris now just starting to stretch his legs up at the front of the order. Are we just overdriving the car a little bit? I've got to make sure we are inside that range there. It's flat out, still flat out, as we tip our way through the rest of those S's. Finally down 1 gear, down another couple. So that's what we need to do, get the car wedged over that curb, but Norris is gone. Nothing we can do about the McLaren man now, as he is 1.5 seconds clear. So suddenly my focus shifts to trying to defend from Alex Albon just behind me there. Antonelli having a brilliant sprint race all the way up in P4. Not quite as good as he ran in the My Team career mode at Belgium last week, but still pretty good going there. As down in towards the final few corners. Just trying not to lock up the fronts as best as we can. But Lando Norris, though, he has controlled it. He has handled the pressure beautifully throughout this sprint race today. As we round our way in towards the final few corners. Lando Norris, he is going to claim the sprint race victory there. 8 points to him, 7 points for us. I don't believe as well that Verstappen is currently running in the points unless he's there down in P6. But just managed the car through the final couple of corners. It is going to be the McLaren that wins again. Boy, oh boy, we are feeling the pressure.
Yes, mate, I'll take that. Well done. We're really happy with the podium down here, so well done. Yes.
Well, there we are then. Lando Norris controlled that one from the front. Pole position, fastest lap. Basically led every lap as well. Exactly what he would have wanted to kickstart the weekend. We will come through for second ahead of Alexander Albon. Honestly, I think we got slightly lucky in that race today. You can see Albon, Antonelli, Ocon, Leclerc, Hulkenberg up in P7. Just ahead of Pierre Gasly, so a brilliant effort by the Hulk as well. What does that do to our championship? Well, it means now a 25-point buffer at the top of the table. That gap is still coming down, but with 6 Grand Prix, 2 sprints, 166 points still available. Alexander Albon, he is mathematically out now of the World Championship hunt. It is officially a 4-car race. Constructors-wise, though, 21 in it now between McLaren and Red Bull. I believe still technically Williams have got a chance at the crown as well. Let's see what we can do, though, as we head into real qualifying.
It's a United States love affair with Formula One at the moment, so what a thrill for everyone today to see our drivers lapping COTA at full hot lap speed. It's the Circuit of the Americas, and it's qualifying.
With twice the opportunities here in real qualifying, everybody should be able to get a much better lap hooked up. And we are going to be looking to try and get as close to the 1 minute 28 as we possibly can then. Everybody's already done their first run. I like to just give everybody a bit of time to get out there and see what times we're kind of chasing. But of course, you know, you'd expect the result to be fairly similar to what we saw in sprint qualifying yesterday. Goal number 1, though, of course, is get on that front row. At least if it is Norris on pole, try and be there to really play on his mind. So purple through that first sector. I mean, when this car is on rails, it is glued to the track. Problem is, of course, you just know at any moment it could snap, and you're going to be in a wall and somewhere in the scenery. Purple sector 1, green in sector 2. The AI seems to obviously be able to get a really good run because obviously the end of the S's is part of that second sector. I didn't see what the delta was against Lance Stroll, but he's only done a 131 flat right now, so not a particularly great lap time from the Canadian here, as in towards the final couple of corners. Well, that's not the line. I'll blend out the throttle a bit, make sure I don't gain anything from that one, because we completely cut the apex of that penultimate corner. On the run back to the line, though, it is going to be a 130 flat, only P7, but Norris is only P6. Max Verstappen then has made his move early. He's gone back out for his second run here and has ran a 129, I think 4.52. That has put him provisionally fastest, but as the track continuing to ramp up then, will anybody be able to go quicker through the final corner? Get the run going, get the power down out of that final turn. Got to be a little bit more careful with my battery usage this time. I think I didn't have enough by the time we got out onto the back straight. Up the rise, though, in towards turn 1. A really difficult corner to try and get right, but we attack the apex nicely. Get the outside wheel there over the curb, because that obviously means that the rear wheels are still in. Charles Leclerc now fastest. down to a 1:29.3. So we are getting closer and closer to the 1:28 there. Albon, 1:29.2. Will Norris be able to go any quicker and potentially put himself up on pole position? The McLarens have tried to make sure they are some of the last cars out so that the track keeps rubbering in and they can find a bit more speed there as nice and tidy, banging off the red line as we try and get the power down out into the back straight. It will be Sector 3 though, where hopefully this lap really does start to come alive. Let's just see there, I don't think we've seen an improvement from one of the McLarens. Norris still in P6, but is that him now just finishing his run? I got no idea. Purple through the middle sector though this time around. Norris, he will start this Grand Prix at best from 6th spot here. Are both of your championship contenders potentially just throwing it away there as a little bit of a mistake in through the final sector of the lap? We are still 2 tenths up at the moment, but I think it is going to be Alex Albon on the pole then, unless we can really find something through those final couple of corners, using the IndyCar line through that penultimate turn. On the run back towards the flag though, we go P4, oh P3, it is 3rd in the end. There we go then, narrowly missing out against Charles Leclerc, but is that the 2nd year in a row Albon has taken pole position here? I feel like I've said it before here in Texas. Charles Leclerc P2 though, it is going to be an all Red Bull 2nd row just ahead of Hamilton, Sainz and Lando Norris there. McLaren will be kicking themselves in P7 and P12. Ready for the main event. Quite a few surprises up and down the grid though. Isaac Hadjar, 7 tenths away from anybody else. That was not what I'm sure he wanted to do this qualifying. But we've got a huge opportunity. Let's try and just keep that race win margin ahead of Lando Norris.
Here we are then in one of the fastest growing cities in the United States, the fabulous Austin in the great state of Texas. The circuit itself, 14 miles southeast of the city centre, has been home to the US Grand Prix since 2012, the latest in a long list of iconic tracks to have that honour. It's the Circuit of the Americas then, situated 14 miles outside of the great city of Austin. This is a 3.6 mile lap with 20 corners, 10 to the left and 10 to the right, and top speeds of around 200 miles per hour. Overtaking opportunities are available into turns 1 and 12, especially with that rear wing DRS wide open. It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. What a great lap from Alexander Albon yesterday. He'll start from pole position, with Charles Leclerc alongside. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Mr. Monaco, Verstappen, and Sir Lewis Hamilton, and Norris, Behrman, Ocon, Colapinto, and Andrea Kimi Antonelli, Piastri, Russell, Pierre Gasly, and Stroll, Hülkenberg, Doohan, Gabriel Bortoleto, and Isaac Hadjar. Lawson and Carlos Sainz will start from the back of the grid. And with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down to the track.
Well, we took a bit of a gamble yesterday. Didn't quite pay off, but it could have gone a whole lot worse for us. So I'm going to try and do things a little bit differently today. I'm going to start this race on the harder compound, just because I feel like with heavy fuel, it's going to be a better tyre to use throughout the first stint. Hopefully it will then also mean we're a little bit better right towards the end of the race as well. No real threat of rain this afternoon. The sun is shining here over the Circuit of the Americas as Charles Leclerc and Albon are on softs. What on earth is that? 5 red lights. And it is lights out and away we go then. And no surprise there that those two get away, but everybody is going to jump as Norris has had a rocket ship launch. Straight up trying to move into P3 there as he makes contact with Verstappen. But a power play by Lando Norris there as he moves straight up after a back qualifying. We will slot in down to P6 as Hamilton and Aston Martin squeezes by as well. But I would expect that Albon and Leclerc are going to try and run away at the front of the order. You would expect that strategy from Ferrari, but not from Williams. They're normally fairly well measured inside this game. Of course, Albon winning that one race earlier on this year, but they have kind of fallen off a little bit as obviously the fight between McLaren and Red Bull has continued to heat up towards the end of this season. They're getting the power down though, out onto the back straight for the first time. The AI have got phenomenal drive in those cars as Piastri all the way up to P7 as well, so he's had a very, very good getaway in this Grand Prix. Just got to try and manage it though early on. We know if we can just survive the first few laps, pretty much throughout the entire rest of the afternoon, we are going to have the advantages there. But Norris is all the way up to second. Surely he's not going to get past Albon and waltz off into the lead from like 7th on the grid. We've got yellows immediately then. It's only lap 2. Colapinto's already in the pits. But someone else seems to be having issues as well. Whose engine is blown up after just 1 lap of racing? It's Isaac Hadjar.
They're retiring from the race.
Well, disappointment then for Isaac then very early on here, is already struggling to keep up with Lewis Hamilton there, as Lando Norris already applying pressure to Alex Albon up at the front of the order. I mean, that bad qualifying yesterday has not phased him for 1 second. Also goes to show just how good that McLaren is inside this game right now, that he's been able to carve his way through. And he's probably going to try and make a move now for the lead of the Grand Prix, as here comes Oscar Piastri in the 2nd McLaren car. I mean, that was like I was stood still. Charles Leclerc just seems to be going backwards early on in this race. Now Verstappen's found a way through, so has Hamilton. So Esteban Ocon trying to have a look against me. So the soft compound runners seem vulnerable. The hard compound runner as well seems pretty vulnerable early on in this race, as I've got to try and stay in that DRS range of Oscar here. I mean, surely Leclerc's going to be in kind of before lap 10, I would imagine. Goes to show, yeah, how well we were actually managing those softs in the sprint yesterday. Everybody now around us has got the DRS there. I mean, look at Behrman up in P9. He knows there's a huge opportunity this afternoon to try and get a good time on the board. Get some points for Haas in what has been a fairly tough campaign for them so far. DRS, though, ERS against Oscar Piastri. Are we going to be able to get a run down in towards this next almost hairpin corner? We'll play it safe for now, he says, as he almost completely bins it on the exit. Oh, there you go. Lando Norris, new fastest lap of the day then. He is going to try and hopefully check out at the front of the order. I think what we're going to need is a late race safety car, just like we saw in the sprint race yesterday. But, yeah, I mean, Leclerc seems to have stabilised a bit. Albon's definitely struggling as well, but we know those guys are two-stopping. I mean, the two-stop isn't the worst thing in the world here at COTA, especially in Season 1. But as the cars get more upgraded and tyre management becomes a lot easier, it's not really the best call either. Let's see this time round then if we can get a run on Oscar Piastri. Seems to be a little bit more vulnerable down this back straight. And I'm sure the McLaren team would have told him just to try and defend. That's probably not what they were hoping he'd do. As we go all the way around the outside there, he has to give me the racing room. And we will return in kind, but, oh no, that's not where I wanted. Battery. Back up then into 6th spot here. And hopefully Leclerc will be vulnerable as well. Well, yeah, Leclerc definitely doesn't have the DRS off of Lewis Hamilton, so that Ferrari, I mean, it is probably the quickest car in a straight line on this game, but without battery, without DRS, it is still going to be vulnerable to a car like the Red Bull there, as Verstappen now trying to go for a move on Albon up the road as well. Charles Leclerc caught napping. Will try to defend, but nothing he can really do there. Is a nice lock up in towards the next corner. Verstappen, though, can't find a way around Alex, even if P2 is all we can muster today. 7-point swing in the championship isn't ideal, but it's not the end of the world. I am still thinking about the constructors, though, so we need Max to pull his weight. Oh, there we go. Albon into the pit lane then, just at the end of lap 7, so that is very early to be diving in off of that softer compounded tyre, as Leclerc's also going to be in then. But he has helped us out. We've closed back up to Hamilton and Verstappen in this Grand Prix. I don't quite know if the medium and the hard tyre have reached the crossover point just yet, but we seem to be pulling away from Oscar Piastri quite nicely. So I guess that's food for thought as well, but Norris is all but checked out up at the front of the order here. It really is going to have to be a race of closing back in towards the end of the afternoon, but before we can even think about that, we've got to try and find a way around Lewis and Max here. Of course, these two, one of the most famous battles around this US Grand Prix back in 2021. Verstappen just about hanging on to victory that day, but can we get a run then on Hamilton as we make our way down this back straight? Of course, he's going to have the DRS on our teammate as well, though. But will we be able to get the run? The Aston Martin, not a quick car in a straight line. Yes, we will. We pull alongside him in towards the corner there as Hamilton will attack the apex, but we will have the grip around the outside. Look at that. Norris, 7 seconds up the road already. We're going to have to get around Verstappen, and unless that gap is down kind of at about 4 by the time we pit later on, I don't think we're really going to stand a chance in this race. As Max Verstappen, though, trying to manage early on as well on those mediums. I mean, they should be alright at this stage still. But I reckon we are just about at the crossover point where the hard tyre, is probably the one you want to go with there, as locking up the rear slightly, kind of tipped us in towards that final corner. This is the bit that's worrying me more than anything else. It's the fact that Norris is still so much quicker than Max at this stage of the race there. But hopefully now we're going to be able to get a run on our teammate. And for the first time, we hopefully won't have any dirty air to contend with in this race. Surely the team get on the radio to him and just tell him to get out of the way. Which he kind of does, I think. He's still going to try and keep it there into the corner. But we will get around the outside then. And let's see, until Norris pits, that gap currently 7.5-ish. Let's see if we can bring that down. But as we get towards the end of lap 13 then, Hamilton has made the move on Verstappen. But we have been taking some good time at Lando Norris, especially in this final sector later on in the stint. I would assume he'll be peeling into the pit lane now then, as I think Oscar Piastri has already come through. So rather odd choice there to give Oscar, I guess, the priority, but Lando Norris, apart from myself, isn't really under much pressure getting undercut or anything like that in this race, is he? As that gap now down to about 4 seconds here, so we've done pretty well to maximise the advantage on this harder tyre as we possibly can. But of course now Lando will get a big undercut on me, as we've just got to try and make sure by the time I pit... I mean, Max is into the pit lane now, but you were on about Lando Norris. How does Mark not even know who his own drivers are? That's slightly alarming. There we go, Norris, yep, no surprises, onto the hard tyre. But we got to try and manage these to the end of, ideally the end of lap 16, just because I'm not too sure how the medium will hang on. And these hards still feel pretty good. Really been helped out this lap as well by Andrea Kimi Antonelli, who's held up Lando Norris a little bit, as he's finally been able to make the move there. I mean, Antonelli's got his own race to deal with, but he isn't just going to let cars jump by if it doesn't benefit him as well. Well, Lando Norris has only taken a few tenths of a second out of me on this lap so far, so I think, yeah, we are going to be good. Just trying to hang on once more there, as apparently that is now just my line through the final couple of corners. Really not what we need to be doing, though. As goes to show how good that McLaren is, Albon had about a 6-lap undercut and still couldn't get anywhere near Norris by the time he peeled into that pit lane. That McLaren is just so fast, and we seem to be one of the only drivers that might be able to deal with it. Lando Norris then, that gap still floating up towards 16 seconds, so we've done pretty well. And maybe the McLaren man just struggling a bit more on these harder tyres than I ever thought he would in this race. I'm hoping we come out ahead of Alexander Albon, but I don't think that's quite going to happen, as we are now further ahead of Norris than when he came out of the pit lane here. Make sure we get the car slowed down nice and tidy. Tenths of a second, they can make all of the difference in a race like this today, where, you know, every second does count. Getting inside the DRS, everything like that, and all that time we've gained is gone. I can't even bear to look.
Let's finish the race as strong as possible.
I hate F125. Just every time I think we're in for a really good battle, something goes wrong that's out of our control. And I don't even know how much time I lost there, because I just kept my eyes shut so that the pain can't hurt me. But either way, yeah, we've come out 4 seconds behind Norris still. We will have fresher softer tyres, though, towards the flag. This could be World Championship defining. If we can get past him again, surely the momentum is still in our favour. Well, sadly, they're not quite getting the DRS on Alexander Albon, so we're going to have to do this the awkward way down in towards this final sector. But I mean, we've got so much more grip than the Williams man, or diving to the inside there. We made it pretty obvious what we were going for. We've got a lot more grip at the moment, and despite not having the DRS, we still went purple through that middle sector. Norris, the gap down to just 3 seconds here, and he just does not seem to have any speed on those hards. Maybe we managed them a lot better than I ever realised, or that we did. I got a lot more bite suddenly through that penultimate corner that I've got to now get used to. Oh, there we go, another new fastest lap of the day. I believe that was quicker than what Hadjar did in qualifying. And we've still got 10 laps worth of fuel and some, well, worn-in medium compound tyre here. I do not want to leave anything to chance, though, late on in the day. I want to try and get past Norris and use up the advantage we've got on these mediums as quickly as I can, just so we can try and get away from him. Yep, it's exactly what we want to be doing, Mark. I've already got the idea in my head. Hopefully we'll stay inside the DRS range off at the top of the circuit. It's going to be mighty close there, but drain the battery off the top. And yes, we just about do. Norris has struggled through this hairpin all weekend. We're able to get on the brakes later and get on the throttle earlier as we're going to try and get a run now out onto this back straight there. We just haven't got enough battery this time, but we will still be gaining in on him as we get down in towards the next braking zone. I made the overtake on Albon in a bit of an unorthodox spot a couple of laps ago. Will that be playing on Lando Norris's mind? Will his team have informed him of where we went for the overtake here? Can we have a look to the inside? We'll get the car fully there. He does give us the room.
Nice work. Really good job with that target, mate.
Make sure I return in kind there and give him the space on the exit of the corner, but that goes to show just how much of a grip advantage we have got at this stage of the day. Less than 10 laps to go here from the Circuit of the Americas, and I honestly was not expecting to get back in the fight, especially after the slow pit stop. But Norris, he is really beginning to struggle. Quarter left then of this race. Lando Norris, he is out of the DRS range, but he is still hanging on pretty close. Just making sure that if I make a mistake, he is going to be ready to capitalise here. We're just managing the battery, managing the tyres late on in the day, trying to manage the track limits as well. It's that final corner, penultimate corner. If you can throw it in and get the line nailed, you can gain so much. It's just so easy to oversteer and understeer that it is an incredibly risky corner to try to really attack there. But out of turn one once again, 1.7 seconds now, the gap to Lando. It is going to come down to those last couple of laps and how well we can maintain these medium tyres. Oh, we've got yellows down at turn one. Oh, I think it was just an Alpine going for a spin. I mean, a safety car now might have been a real disaster for us because we are starting to reach that crossover point where Norris may have a little bit more speed in that McLaren again. All I can try and do is just manage the gap, keep him out of DRS range for as long as possible. But this will probably still come down to the wire. It really does feel like it's a Verstappen versus Hamilton 2021 style race today, even though they're having their own Verstappen and the Hamilton battle for the final podium spot as well. Albon's done a very good job to recover to P5 and might still get to them come the checkered flag, but I'm just interested about what happens at the front. In our way then, about to start the last lap of the US Grand Prix, and although it might be a bit of an underrated one, I honestly think this might be one of the best drives I have ever put together inside F1 25. Lando Norris looked so impossibly quick early on in this race, but we played firm with our strategy. We did not falter, and we never gave up throughout the entirety of the event. 1 lap to go. The gap's still 2 seconds up at the front. I think that extra lap we did on the on the hard early on has probably won us this race this afternoon if we can bring it around this final lap and to the checkered flag. McLaren, they struggled in qualifying. Lando Norris put that behind him pretty much immediately on lap 1 and was already back fighting for the lead of the Grand Prix. Oscar Piastri hasn't had the same impact this afternoon and has really struggled, and that's going to mean that Red Bull are going to get a huge swing once again in the Constructors' Championship here as Norris still trying to close down this gap. Now the tyres definitely feeling like they are falling off, and I would not have wanted to have to deal with this 1 lap earlier than what we're going to here late on in the day. Verstappen has been able to get away from Hamilton right towards the checkered flag as well, so it helps out in the in the team's championship, of course, like we mentioned there. But Norris yesterday absolutely in control, total domination. Norris throughout the first half of today absolutely in control, but we were plotting, we were planning, and our strategy, it was a big risk, especially after we struggled yesterday, but we have made it work on Grand Prix Sunday. Through the final couple of corners here of the US Grand Prix, we're going to be back on the top step of the podium for the first time since Belgium. Get in there!
Absolutely awesome. Just amazing, mate. Well done.
Really well executed race. Well done.
That's it then for another magnificent United States Grand Prix, and they've hung on to take a sublime victory here today.
Such an important victory at this stage of the season. Any points you can achieve to go towards the table is really going to mean a lot to the team. So well done as they prepare for the end of the season.
Here come today's winners. The team at Red Bull have done a phenomenal job recently, and it's clear to see that they've put in the work, and they should be so proud of the victory they've secured here.
Well, there we are then, and I think it goes to show just how much ahead of the rest of the field Norris and I are at the moment. Pole position and the race victory, of course, for him in the sprint, and we obviously fought our way through from third on the grid with fastest lap today to claim the victory. 1-2 in both events for each of us, but of course we get the bit of momentum swing heading back in our favour. Yeah, obviously Max Verstappen, brilliant drive to third in the end, just ahead of Lewis Hamilton. Albon on that two-stop strategy, a bit screwed over, but still was able to get a decent result out of it. Russell, Ocon, Charles Leclerc, Oscar Piastri, and Andrea Kimi Antonelli inside your top 10. So no major surprises this weekend when all is said and done there. Carlos Sainz down in 11th. So yeah, I mean, everybody that you kind of expect to be near the front ended up near the front. Of course, with the exception of Franco Colapinto, who can't do anything inside this game. Just Isaac Hadjar that failed to see the checkered flag, though. What does that do to our World Championship? Well, it means now we have a 32-point buffer ahead of Norris. But I believe now 5 Grand Prix, 141 points available. It is officially a 2-horse race between myself and the McLaren man here. Charles Leclerc mathematically out of it, so is Oscar Piastri there. Is Albon now still ahead of ahead of Verstappen, who jumped Carlos Sainz. Hamilton now only 3 points back behind his teammate, as Russell now comfortably, I mean, he's got double the points of Ollie Behrman, who is now tied with Andrea Kimi Antonelli. Stroll and Colapinto still tied as well, just ahead of Gasly and Hülkenberg, who are also tied. Bortoletto, Lawson, Doohan and Hadjar. And constructors-wise, I believe we are now tied with McLaren. No, we're not. We're 1 point behind them as we leave Texas this weekend, so definitely all still to play for as we head into these final 5 GP. Williams still in a comfortable third, but I believe now, oh no, they have still mathematically got a shot at the constructors, as Aston Martin 8 points ahead of Ferrari once more. Mercedes still in 6th ahead of Haas, Kick Sauber, Alpine, and VCarb. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready in Mexico City. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 20 of Season 3 of our F125 Red Bull Driver Career Mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Mexico City Grand Prix, of course, exactly where F1 is heading this weekend. I seem to be keeping up with IRL F1 right now, so I guess it kind of makes these videos a little bit more relevant as well. And, well, just like real life, there is a Red Bull versus a McLaren in the drivers' fight, although we've got the advantage still inside this series. If you missed out on the video that went live from the US Grand Prix, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. It was a fantastic race of strategy, but we came out victorious, beating out Lando Norris and keeping a 32-point lead up at the top of the Drivers' Championship. I believe now mathematically it is just a 2-car race between myself and Lando. Charles Leclerc very consistent over the course of the campaign, but only 1 victory to his name. And to be honest, even that I think is rather impressive going in that Ferrari car. Constructors-wise though, 1 point in it between us and McLaren. So, although, yeah, McLaren have obviously already wrapped up the Constructors IRL, inside this series, I think it's probably going to go down to the wire between us and them. But yeah, we're starting to get a bit frustrated with the Red Bull team as well. We just cannot do any upgrades at the moment, or finally we can do 1 onto the car. But just with this kind of internal power struggle between myself and Verstappen, nothing is really getting done, and it is harming not only us as a driver, but also the team in its entirety. So I've spoke about it before, but honestly, I think with the way things are going, Red Bull just cannot be my future home, whether we win the World Championship or not. That being said, though, I am talking to some other teams about some potential moves as well, and I've got a couple of little ideas ready for Season 4. If you're new, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed as well. We're getting very, very close to 15,000 subs here on the channel. But without further ado, let's head out to Mexico City.
What an atmosphere we've got. The fans have been here since dawn, and the stadium, the Faro Sol, is absolutely heaving. We're about to get set to set the grid for tomorrow's Grand Prix. It's qualifying day here in Mexico City.
Well, the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez has often been a happy hunting ground for my teammate Max Verstappen. Will that be the case this afternoon, though, as we make our way into qualifying? Honestly, I'm not expecting too much from this Red Bull car here. I really do think now we're going to have to play the strategy game against Lando Norris right the way to the end of the season and just make sure we do enough come the end of the campaign then. As we start our first lap, though, I would expect pole to probably be down at like a low 12, maybe a high 111. But let's just see, obviously, what we can do first and foremost. Just obviously got to make sure that I get a nice, clean, tidy lap in. As immediately taking way too much curb down at turn 1 there. But yeah, it's so tricky. There's going to be a fair bit of Mexico content on the channel. Of course, tomorrow, the George Russell career mode will head here as well. A massive thank you to everybody that is enjoying all the live stream content as well. Because I am having a lot of fun doing it. F125... I quite like doing the 100% races in kind of that live format. This venue can often be a bit of a tight twist between a 1 and a 2-stop Grand Prix, and honestly, once more, just like we spoke about in recent races, it's Red Bull. Back end feels like it's swinging around like a pendulum through these final few corners there, so how we manage that early on in the race will be strategy defining. A 14-1, we only go 13th place provisionally. We need to find a lot on the second time round. Well, I was certainly right in thinking that the pole time here will probably be down at about a low 112, sorry. But we are certainly not going to get anywhere near to that based on this first run. Let's just try to make sure I give myself some clean track space through the final couple of corners. Got George Russell right up my trumpet. No idea why he's trying to force this so much. But let's go once again then. Ready for our final qualifying run. I didn't use as much battery as I probably should have on that first lap. But now I'm having to use loads of it just to keep Russell at bay down by the end of these first couple of corners. Please don't say the Mercedes are going to dive bomb me. Luckily, they're late enough on the brakes that he's not able to do anything down through turn 1 and turn 2. And hopefully that's going to be under less pressure there, as immediately finding 0.4 of a second come the end of sector 1. But it's the rest of the lap where we're going to have to find a little bit more, as long as we obviously know now roughly what the car should do, where it will snap. Where we obviously know we can try and push the limits with it. I definitely left some time on the table elsewhere, as you can see now 7/10 up. By the time we tip the car into the S's, plenty of curbing through the first part there, but got to keep your foot welded to the floor in qualifying trim. Again, you can just see having to make small little corrections with it, but if we can just bring this lap round, as Verstappen now immediately jumps to the top of the pile, I don't think we're quite going to get to him. But as long as we are up towards the front, Norris, I said a low 12, a 12 flat, is pretty low as it goes. As through the final corner, though, we're about a second up then, so this is going to be a decent improvement for us. Only good enough, though, for P6 on the grid. That's just how much we're struggling around this circuit. Well, there we go then. Lando Norris, Max Verstappen on the front row of the grid. Maybe, just maybe, our teammate can give us a bit of a helping hand this afternoon. Piastri will line up third, just ahead of Albon, Ocon and myself. But a second off pole position here. It really is a tough venue to try and get hooked up over one lap. And honestly, like I said, I think tyre wear is going to make things very, very difficult anyway. I think we could have got the jump on Ocon, but to be honest, yeah, even if we just lost a couple of tenths, we could have been way down the order. So that final lap was critical. Franco Colapinto on the back row of the grid, as I think if I hadn't have improved, we would have started last here. This is going to be a tough old race.
Back in the 60s, Mexico City would host the season-ending race, a party of motor racing. Well, we might not host the finale now, but Mexico hosts a party nonetheless. So welcome to the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez for the Mexico City Grand Prix. The Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez, 2.6 miles of track that allows drivers to take full advantage of their cars, reaching speeds in excess of 220 miles per hour and providing lots of opportunities for overtaking. The circuit features 17 corners, 10 to the right and the remaining 7 going to the left. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks like for today's race. Lando Norris will lead us away from pole position, edging out Max Verstappen, who'll start from P2. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Piastri, Albon, Esteban Ocon, Mr. Monaco, Russell, Stroll, Sainz, and Lewis Hamilton, Gasly, Leclerc, Gabriel Bortoleto, and Antonelli, Behrman, Lawson, Jack Doohan, and Nico Hülkenberg. Hadja and Franco Colapinto rounds off the grid. That's it then, it's time to go racing as we head down trackside for today's race.
Well, here we are then, down on the grid, and the team still believe the one stop is going to be the way to go, but I'm going to try and mix it up a bit. I don't want to start on the medium. I would rather take the hard early, take it as far as I possibly can, and then go mediums towards the end of the afternoon. I just feel like, yeah, if we can look after those hard tyres, it'll set us up a bit better. We might struggle early on, but yeah, honestly, I just don't think today we're going to be able to match the McLarens, or maybe even Verstappen. That being said, though, this is Formula 1. Anything can happen. Let's just get right into it. We need a good start then for the long, long run in towards turn 1. 5 red lights are on. Oh, and a mighty long hold there before it is lights out. And away we go, trying to avoid too much wheel spin. But Russell, Lance Stroll, and Carlos Sainz then immediately going to try and get a run on me. We were trying to hug the inside line in towards that first corner. As Verstappen as well hasn't had a particularly good getaway either. So we're going to get actually shoved in the rear. Not too sure who that was there through those first couple of turns. I think that might have been Lewis Hamilton in the Aston Martin, so annoying contact being made.
Some slight damage, but nothing too serious at the moment, just be careful.
That might make this car even more unstable then around this circuit. I mean, there wasn't a lot I could really do in that scenario. Lance Stroll then, clearly showing his zero awareness stat inside this game. Comfortably down the inside, fully alongside his side pod there. And he still tried to turn into me again. Just picking up a tiny bit of damage, but hopefully nothing that will cost us too much here, as McLaren's already then have bolted away at the front, as Verstappen and Ocon still going wheel to wheel then down in towards the end of Sector 2. So, yeah, for both ourselves and the Red Bull team, this has been a bit of a disastrous start. Only losing the one spot doesn't seem bad on paper, but already on a weekend where we seem to be struggling with the car, it is a little bit wounded. Try to have a look around the outside of Albon through those final couple of corners, but McLaren now know they need to hold station up at the front, because that has worked out pretty much perfectly. What will our straight line speed look like then? Are we going to come under pressure from Lance once more down in towards turn 1? I think both Red Bulls. Oh no, that's Ocon struggling in the Aston Martin. That's a lot less surprising. A little bit further up there, but Stroll can have a look, but we're not going to let him get away with it there, as Russell trying to get around the outside of Ocon. Oh, that's allowed Verstappen to get away. As again, we get a huge snap off the exit, and now Stroll and Hamilton both trying to go for it against us. Can we hook it up around the outside of the Canadian? Oh, again, we'll give him a big old squeeze there and just about hang on as... Oh, I mean, this Red Bull is so difficult to try and manage. You just upset the rear end, and it immediately just gets wobbly. We have been able to get away then from Lance Stroll and Lewis Hamilton. We will let them have a bit of a battle behind there, as Esteban Ocon, new fastest lap of the day. So I think, yeah, McLaren have got well to get away as best as they have, but even Verstappen looks to be going in hot pursuit of them, so maybe they're not as OP as I originally thought they might be this weekend. But I knew, yeah, the start would be hard because we're on the hard compound tyres, but as long as we can stick with these guys, hopefully it'll come back towards us a little bit later on in the stint. I mean, tyre wear is actually very, very low. I thought it was going to be a lot worse on this set. But Mexico has a funny tendency to completely screw me on strategy. I don't know why, but I just seem to get very, very unlucky around this track. Really just hoping that Ocon and Russell don't start battling with each other too aggressively, otherwise we're going to all start losing banks of time to your top three there. As again, you just see that back end willing to step out in a heartbeat, but Verstappen's actually closed back in then on Oscar Piastri. up the road. So I think we're matching the McLaren's times right now as we're trying to have a look to the outside then of Albon. We know that Williams is not an easy car to try and navigate in a straight line. Okay, I've already passed that objective before Mark's even talked about it. That's good going.
Yes, mate, we hit the target. Nice work.
I love it when you get those weird little kind of quirks, I think we'll call it, inside F125 there. But yeah, Verstappen now applying pressures to those McLarens. I think just like Kota last weekend, this is going to be a race where we've got to just be patient, and hopefully it'll come towards us right towards the very end. Go then, let's see if we can try and get another move done. Esteban Ocon, Aston Martin, sorry, is definitely not as quick as the Williams is in a straight line. So we'll try and go around the outside of my former car. Will we get it slowed down? Yes, we just about will through turn 2. And of course we'll get to enjoy the DRS on George Russell yet again here. So finally got eyes then up the road as Verstappen now has split those McLarens and is back to where he started in this Grand Prix. But let's just hope that already these hard tyres might become the ones you want to have. So I'm thinking if we could go about 21, 22 laps on these and then 14 or so on the medium, that would probably be the best strategy, at least in my head. Patience is a very, very important skill to have in Formula 1, but knowing when to be patient and knowing when to be aggressive is arguably an even more important one. As Piastri there still keeping up with Verstappen. I want to try and get past George Russell, but I just do not have the confidence on the exit of that turn 3. You can see we get closer and closer and closer to George by the time we get up the hill. Unless we can really try and do something, cheeky, which we did try to do, but Russell having none of it. Yeah, not able to get the car slotted in just alongside there. Just got to be careful, got to preserve the front wing. And, you know, like I said, patience. It is a critical skill. But when do you be patient? And when do you start to get the elbows out a bit more? Right, well, I don't think we're ever going to be able to get the run between turn 3 and turn 4. So I've got to try and line up this move on George Russell then on the long, long run back in towards turn 1. High altitude, high top speed here in Mexico. 221 miles an hour to the outside of the Mercedes we will go then, and up into the lead of this Grand Prix there. Exactly what I need to be doing at this stage of the day. 7 seconds though, the gap to Max up in front. Can I immediately break away from George Russell? I'm not sure we can. We go then, when we're in clear air, our pace is actually very, very good around this track. Already gained a second then on Oscar Piastri. So it does seem like, yeah, if I can just keep the car under control, keep it managed down in towards that second and final sector. There is still a lot of speed to extract out of it. But as has been so often discussed with this Red Bull, it just feels like it's on an absolute knife edge. You overstep the mark, and it will immediately make it clear to you. Going against then everything I thought was going to be possible this afternoon, it actually feels like this Red Bull is coming alive as the tyres get a bit more worn in. Both myself and Verstappen going quicker than McLaren's right now, as that gap to Oscar Piastri almost down below 4 seconds on the run in towards turn 1 there. We really are focusing though, trying to make sure I get the car positioned exactly where I need it. As soon as I start talking, I just get a little snap of oversteer there, but I thought McLaren, especially after lap 1, were going to be running off happy to the bank this afternoon. But neither myself or Verstappen willing to give up. I mean, if we could get even a 1-3, I would take it. Well, there we go. Max Verstappen then into the pit lane. That seems... I suppose that's not that early. But definitely maybe beginning to struggle. No, he's going on to hard tyres. He's definitely not stopping this race then, as both McLaren's going to try to extend a little bit longer. So, yeah, I think my original hope of trying to get to the end of 21 has got to be the way to go today. Really attacking those curves once again, but yeah, hopefully, I mean, Piastri either in the end of this one or next one then. Does feel like this Red Bull is much better with clear air. Not that we're really getting much of an influence from Oscar in front. Go then Lando Norris into the pit lane just 1 lap later, and annoyingly, we have not quite got in the range of Oscar Piastri. That goes to show again, when you look on the mini-map, how much an advantage Red Bull and McLaren have got at this stage of the campaign. We spoke about it last weekend, that it was just Norris and I, but when Piastri and Verstappen get their head down and can really focus as well, yeah, both of these teams there operating at such a higher level than everybody else. You know, and the Constructors' Championship shows it. Here we go then, Oscar Piastri into the pit lane. So, just again getting another snap of oversteer. So he's done a very good job taking those mediums as far as he has. Lando's still got about a 4-second gap over Verstappen, as I think our teammate got a little bit held up behind some slower traffic. Like I said, we're going to try and target end of lap 21, go the other way, and hopefully attack towards the end. I mean, a safety car now or a red flag, that would be absolutely perfect. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Mexico normally tries to screw me on this game, so maybe today it works in our favour. Oh, Charles Leclerc. Charles Leclerc's out of the Grand Prix. Hadn't even noticed that then. So Ferrari's only real hope here out of the running, just at half distance. And, well, like I said, how perfect could that have been if we got a safety car or a red flag? But he's pulled over in the middle of the stadium, so there's plenty of space to get around him, and plenty of time, obviously, to come rescue his car. Well, it has been super painful over these last few laps, watching the Delta bleed away to Lando Norris just behind me. I mean, he's only 6 seconds back. And, of course, being our main championship rival, he's pulling away from Verstappen now as well. So it seems like the McLaren man is really coming alive in the second half of this race. Will Piastri get to Verstappen? Can we get to the pair of them? This is the gamble that we are hoping will pay dividends in the second half of this race. As nice and aggressive on pit lane entry there. I think we're going to come out just behind George Russell, but I'm hoping we'll come out ahead of Ocon and Albon in this race. So there we go, 2.3 second stop isn't bad going either. But yeah, we've just got to really try and smash this one out of the park. These final 14, 15 laps, we've got to try and push like crazy. As out of the pit lane, all we go. A little bit of wheel spin. Trying to immediately slot into the slipstream of George Russell even. There you go, I think Russell wanted to try and move over to block me a little bit, and we almost met in the middle there. That would have been rather disastrous. But just ease these tyres in immediately, though. We're just getting a little bit caught up behind George Russell here, as which way is he trying to go? Surely not round the outside. Yes, we will, okay. Getting immediately around the outside of George then, and hopefully we can try and push on now. The gap to Verstappen, 9 seconds up the road. 15 laps to do it. We need basically, what, 3/4 of a second a lap? Just under, I think. Anyway, let's just try and push on, try and close into these guys. But I got to make sure that we've got the tyre towards the end of the afternoon, as Russell desperate to try and hang on to our coattails. Clearly not happy with me mugging him off, but luckily didn't cause a crash. Well, I don't know if Verstappen is just really struggling, or whether he's trying to back up Oscar Piastri into me, but either way, it is working. Already taking 2 seconds out of the pair of them here. And now Piastri's starting to get up under my teammate's nose again. If we finish second to Lando Norris today, I know obviously we'll lose out quite badly in the Constructors against McLaren, but I have got to be a little bit selfish as well. We have got to do everything in our power to make sure that we keep that Drivers' Championship lead and the momentum on our side as best as we can. Because the likes of Brazil as well are going to be tough. Vegas might be a good opportunity for us. But then Qatar and Abu Dhabi, both tracks where I think the McLaren would really come alive. Oh, Lance Stroll's gone. Lance Stroll then out of the Grand Prix. So disappointment for Haas then. As a safety car now would have been absolutely perfect for us. Could have dived in, taken another fresh set of hards, and then really tried to drag them to the checkered flag. But yeah, I don't think we're going to get a safety car or anything like that today then. As this is just a dogfight towards the end. Another second out of the 2 in front. In every lap then towards the end of this Grand Prix, it is becoming more and more difficult to try and stay close to Oscar Piastri's gearbox. That gap down to 1.5 seconds, and well, just a couple of laps ago, I was out. Maybe we can move through. Maybe we can try and get to Norris by the end of this race. But honestly, I'll be happy with third. I would be very happy with second spot here, but unless something happens to Lando, the victory is definitely not on the cards towards the end of this race. But once again, just like out in the US last weekend, we're getting some kind of very, almost realistic races when it comes to strategy and things like that. So the DRS is gone. I thought that was an engine failure for a second, and that would have been catastrophic for our championship.
With the rear wing system, stay out. We can work on a fix remotely.
Well, I guess now there's no real incentive to try and get it inside the 1 second zone on Oscar Piastri at a certain point of the circuit. We might just have to wait for that DRS to come back online before I can really do anything. But of course, yeah, the McLaren man, he will be told to try and defend from us as best as possible. Not only trying to help his teammate Lando Norris out, but also calls for McLaren in the Constructors at the moment. They're probably going to have about a 10-point swing. If we get ahead of him, the swing is only 4. 4 laps to go then. The DRS is now back online, but I don't think that could have happened at much a worse time for us, because now we just cannot get close enough to Oscar Piastri. We are really, really struggling late on in the day. That gap is floating somewhere between 1.5 and 2 seconds, and where I've got no battery either, we just cannot stay close to him by the time we get down in towards turn 1. I'm still pushing, still waiting for an opportunity, but it all seems like it's going to come to naught right towards the end of this GP. Oh, no. I think that's game over. I think we've just got to try and bring it home for P4. Huge snap of oversteer there at the top of the hill after I ran just the rear wheel on the grass slightly, trying to push to the limit. And sometimes you got to know when to quit. Just bring the car home, bring home the points. But a 13-point swing in Lando Norris's favour was not what I was hoping for this afternoon. Well, I can't remember if it was F1 2021 or F1 22, but one of those games, for whatever reason, I won every single race I did here in Mexico. We just had the luckiest run of races around this venue that I've ever seen. Ever since then on the F1 games, this venue seems to be one of my Achilles heels. We just, whatever we do, cannot find the speed around this track, just whether it's bad luck, whether it's bad strategy. Lewis Hamilton crashing into the side of me at turn 1. I mean, we have done well. The fact we were almost in contention for P2, despite all the damage on the car, I think goes to show just how hard we have worked this weekend once more. But so tough when you feel like you've given it everything, and you still just don't get the result you were hoping for. Lando Norris, though, making his way in towards the final few corners for the second year in a row. He is going to be victorious here in Mexico. And, of course, that means as well that, once again, Lando will win. And, obviously, McLaren take huge points out of Red Bull in the Drivers' Championship as well. In towards the final few corners, though, here in Mexico City. Lando Norris crosses the line for the full 25 points. A great day for him. And also the McLaren team will put on a little bit of a show for the crowd. Go for a little bit of a donut because I got plenty of time to kind of waste towards the end of the race as well there. We may as well take a little bit more out of the tyre tread. I know we haven't won this one, but I may as well try and win over fan support, especially after I replace Sergio Perez at the team. Out of the final corner, it is P4. A little bit disappointing.
And that's the end of the race. We'll see you in Parc Ferme.
Here he comes. It's all go, go, go for Lando Norris as he takes the checkered flag and wins.
I mean, it looked like they were in a different category at points during the race, led every lap. I mean, what more can we say?
It's time for our podium celebrations. And as ever in Formula One, 3 is the magic number. He raises the trophy over his head. Lando Norris, head and shoulders above the rest today.
Well, there we are then. Lando Norris 6 seconds clear come the checkered flag. He did really control this afternoon's running. Max Verstappen there, brilliant drive to P2. In fact, your top 3, exactly where they started, is where they finished. But, you know, for us, obviously, I know we did that donut on the last lap. But based on how far away we were in qualifying, I think, honestly, the race pace was actually pretty good. We just couldn't do anything else with it. Esteban Ocon, George Russell, Albon, Hamilton, Sainz and Gasly are all inside your top 10. So a good job by Pierre Gasly there to pick up a couple of points on the board. Ollie Behrman and Bortoleto narrowly missing out just ahead of Antonelli and Doohan there. So a lot of your rookies are all not too far away. Stroll and Leclerc, your only 2 DNFs, and Franco Colapinto, a brilliant recovery from last on the grid to beat the V-Carbs. What are Ferrari doing? keeping him hired inside this game. Championship-wise, though, it means our gap at the top back down now to just 29 points. 19 points even, with just a handful of races to go. Oscar Piastri up to P3 ahead of Charles there. Albon still ahead of Verstappen. As you can see, he gives himself a bit of breathing room ahead of Carlos Sainz. And then it is both Aston Martins ahead of George Russell inside the top 10. Further down the order, though, still just Lawson, Doohan and Hadjar yet to score a point this campaign. Constructors-wise, McLaren now 11 ahead of Red Bull once more, so a little bit of a swing in their favour, but not as bad as it could have been, as well as Williams now pretty much have locked up P3. A brilliant effort by them as well. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon out in Brazil. Things are really getting tough. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 21 of our F125 Red Bull Driver Career Mode. Yes, we return this weekend here to Sao Paulo and the Brazilian Grand Prix, of course. If you missed out on the video that went live a few days ago from Mexico, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. 4 races, 2 sprints. In fact, we're basically lined up with IRL Formula 1 right now. And sitrep, there is a 19-point gap between myself and Lando Norris at the top of the championship. The two of us have continued to extend our margin over everybody else over the course of this campaign, so it is now definitely a 2-horse race towards the end of the season. Like I said, we've still got a 19-point swing in our favour, but Brazil is usually a track where the AI are pretty good. Qatar can usually be a track where the AI are pretty good, and who knows what will happen out in Vegas as well. Of course, if you're new around here and you're not already, please do make sure you hit that sub button. We are getting very, very close now to 15k here on the channel. A massive thank you to everybody for their continued support on this series. I'm having a lot of fun with it, and it's nice to know that although my team seems to be a bit dead, that you guys are still really, really enjoying this career mode as well there. So, of course, it's a sprint weekend. We've got a lot of racing to get on with. Timestamps, as always, will be linked down below as well if you just want to head to a certain part of the video. But let's just get on with it.
It's a Saturday showdown. Anyone fancy some hot laps around Interlagos? It's qualifying day here for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix.
Well, of course, back in 2024, Max Verstappen treated us to one of the great World Championship defining drives. Controversially, maybe, I still feel he got quite lucky in that race that the red flag came out exactly when it did, because obviously it basically meant that Esteban Ocon and Pierre Gasly were rear gunners, but that lap 1 that the Dutchman did that year was still nothing short of astounding as well there. But obviously he's not in a championship winning scenario this season. It is his Red Bull teammate against the man that Max Verstappen went up against in Lando Norris as well. Could we see another season where Lando Norris's championship targe all gets undone here in Brazil? We will have to wait and see then, as of course sprint qualifying first up. We've only got the one set of softs, so I'm going to go out on a medium, try and give myself a bit of a banker there. As I mean, Ferradura, even on medium tyres, is pretty much flat out. This circuit, though, can be known for changeable conditions inside F125, and it looks like the sprint race is going to be like that, but the rest of the weekend is meant to be sunny skies here, so clearly a bit of a rain shower on a Saturday lunchtime for all of our drivers to contend with, as Albon goes to the top of the board on a 105.4, out of the final corner, try and use a load of battery on the run back towards the start-finish line. I mean, yeah, we haven't used enough battery actually over the course of this entire lap, and it's only going to be a 106.4, a second slower than the Williams. We're getting ready then for our final run in qualifying. We've got one of the Ferraris, I believe that is, just behind me here as we get ready to start our last lap of anger. But not much time to try and get a lap on the board there. We need to find a second. Albon's still fastest, but Lando Norris right behind him. And of course, you never know which AI might find pace and which ones might not there. As a nice run out of the center. It's got a little bit of oversteer halfway through. But we're able to get the car pointed where I need it. You really can extract a lot of pace out of this Red Bull when you get the slide out of it there. As fully committed down through turn 4. That is exactly what we need. Nice and early on in this lap. Ferradura there. Nope. It's gone. It's completely gone immediately. Keep it out the wall. No. I knew I had to go flat out there. I mean, we nailed turn 4 and I had the confidence in the car. But Ferradura clearly not quite flat out there, as Russell will go to the top of the pile then in his Mercedes. Will we see anybody else go even quicker? I don't believe Lando Norris has been able to do so there, so a disastrous end to qualifying for us, and we will start the sprint race at very best down in P15. I may as well wait and see when all the other cars come round. Charles Leclerc's had an absolute stinker as well. P15 on the grid for the sprint race. Suddenly, this championship takes another dramatic twist. Well, there we go. A brilliant effort by George Russell there to put himself ahead of Alex Albon. 3 Brits inside your top 4. But myself and Lewis Hamilton are neither of them. Ollie Behrman, brilliant lap time to go quicker than Sainz and Piastri. But P15 for us, P16 for Charles Leclerc, P19 for Andrea Kimi Antonelli. I mean, I guess the only solace we've got is that there could be changeable weather in the sprint race, so it might let us try and do something risky.
It's wet here today, and we're expecting those downpours to continue. This will make for a difficult sprint for all the teams. Interlagos, always a very special race here in Brazil. It's a 2.7-mile circuit with 9 left turns and 6 right turns for a total of 15 corners. It's a wet one today as well, so grip and visibility will be at a premium, and the drivers will need to be careful coming up the hill in Sector 3, the scene of many an accident over the years. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting sprint. What a qualifying yesterday for George Russell. He'll start today's race from pole position, just edging out Alex Albon, who'll start from P2. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Norris, Behrman, Carlos Sainz and Piastri, Bortoleto, Gasly, Colapinto and Liam Lawson, Verstappen, Hamilton, Lance Stroll and Ocon, Mr. Monaco, Leclerc, Nico Hulkenberg and Jack Doohan. Antonelli and Isaac Hadjar rounds off the grid. Which of these drivers will get pole position today? We'll soon find out.
Okay, so we didn't have the performance in qualifying this weekend, but considering last race, we might still be able to get a points finish.
Yeah, we really need a points finish here today, Mark, and let's see what we can do then as we head into this sprint race. Like I said, the rain is meant to stop pretty much immediately, but will the track dry out enough for us to opt to run the dry compound tyre a bit later on? Only 12 laps, so time will tell. As we are ready on the grid then, don't really need to do anything with the strategy. It is 5 red lights here in Sao Paulo. And the sprint race gets underway then. Can we get a good start up the climb in towards turn 1? We've done alright there. To the inside of Ocon we will go, as Liam Lawson, well, desperate try and defend the inside line, as we will get to the inside of Lewis Hamilton, one of my fellow British Formula 1 world champions there. Squeeze him out through turn 2, as that was Lance Stroll there on his inside, so we were lucky that all of us didn't get collected by the Canadian in his newfound Haas machine. But Russell then, looking on the minimap, has completely bolted off the start there, as down the hill in towards turn 4. Got to be careful. Can be very nip and tuck through these first few corners, especially when you know you need to be aggressive. You know you need to try and make some overtakes, as hopefully Liam Lawson in that V-car won't slow us down too much. You can see just how much entrance speed we're able to carry against the AI here, immediately getting past the Kiwi. And will Verstappen let his teammate through? He doesn't normally do it. But when there's a world championship on the line, maybe he's got to try and play the team game there. Maybe he won't get a choice, diving down the inside. With the Dutchman down in towards the end of Sector 2 then. So immediately we've gained 5 places on this opening lap there. So exactly what we needed in this sprint race is getting a huge amount of wheel spin out of the final corner. We will get onto lap 2 and we will get a weather update from Mark then. I mean, George Russell's gone. He's got about a 3-second lead by the end of lap 1.
Keep it up.
Right, come on then, let's hear.
Current forecast is 5 or 10 minutes more of rain before it starts to dry up. Inters look like the best tyre for now.
So we definitely should see an end to this rain, so I'm going to schedule the soft compound tyre to be the one we go to if we need to. It's here comes Verstappen. Try and have a look back down the inside while into turn 4. Again, my teammate and I super close together, but we do make it through. Is Oscar Piastri finding a way? I believe that was past... who was that? That was Bortoleto, yeah, and that's Sauber car. So, home race weekend for Gabriel Bortoleto. I'm sure the Brazilians are looking forward to cheering on their homeboy. And it's great to have a Brazilian back on the grid. I know I always say it, but It's just so, you know, Formula 1 isn't Formula 1 without a Brazilian, I feel. It's down the inside. Oh, well, Franco Colapinto then. And now we are right outside your points. Well, then, let's see if we can try and get a run on Pierre Gasly out of the final corner then. Obviously, no DRS to assist with overtakes at the moment, but that doesn't mean you can't carry some good speed by the time you get up in towards turn 1 there. It's all Gasly. Oh, yellows are out. I don't know why. Oh, we got a roadblock. Albon's gone. We will have to cut the inside. They've got a 10-second penalty.
Red flag, red flag. We'll update you in the pits. Everyone's okay?
No! A 10-second penalty. I mean, we were just trying to avoid cars. I'll happily give the spots back. But, I mean, what could I really do in that scenario? I mean, surely the track is going to be dried out now, but that absolutely throws a spanner in the works.
Advantage here. Let's have a think about how we handle the rest of this race.
I cannot believe we've got a 10-second penalty for that. All we can really do now is try and push on and hope that maybe we can create a bit of a gap to the cars behind. We are ahead of Norris, who seems to have dropped down the order. It's 5 red lights, and it's going to be lights out, and away we go there. Oh, not getting off to a good start that time, and we're going to get swamped in towards turn 1 there. Look at that, Behrman running up in P3 then, so I think it might have been Lando that either got spun out or wasn't really in the right place at the right time there, as Piastri is going to immediately try and defend from us. But can we try and get a run on him down in towards turn 4? No, we can't, as Behrman locks up, runs slightly wide. And rather than running away with the top two are running away from us then. So we need to try and find a way through these guys as quickly as we can. But with Lando Norris, yeah, not running very well inside the points right now. Whoa, big dive to the inside of Piastri. Had to take him by surprise. But I think I basically surprised myself there as well. As, I mean, you can already see, yeah, Sainz and George, a 2-second gap at the front of the order. But, I mean, what can I really do? I was happy if I got the illegal overtakes to let everybody else by. But when a red flag is called instantly, it doesn't really give you a chance to do anything. You know, we could have quite happily spoken to the FIA and said that I would be happy to slot in behind all those other drivers. But now we need to try and, you know, put that behind us and carry on focusing in this sprint race right now as we try and get a run on Behrman in towards turn 1. Can't afford to spend much time waiting behind him. And there we go. We won't spend any time waiting behind Ollie Behrman. He will have the DRS off the corner. But I'm hoping that's not going to play much of a role either, as we just need to try and run. Well, this is the problem we've got at this stage of the day. Albon now is probably going to bring Ollie Behrman back into kind of tow with us at this stage of the race. He's got the DRS now. And will Albon be able to try and make a move on the run back in towards turn 1 there? I genuinely think the Williams is quicker than us. I mean, look at that. Albon like a rocket ship down the inside by the time we get in towards that first corner. So I got to hope those cars behind battle with each other a lot more, as Behrman will lose a bit of ground. There's definitely some gaps opening up, but I need Albon to go and try and, you know, close in the gaps to Sainz and George Russell at the front of the order. I mean, if we've got a safety car, I would have to pit to try and get rid of the penalty and at least give us a chance to fight back. But I mean, yeah, Albon might be able to get away from me here. Behrman seems to be the only assistance I'm going to get in this race. He is steadily dropping back down the order. And that is just, you know, kind of cars are slowly trickling by him. But he is spreading out the field a little bit further back now as Norris will move up into P7. So at least we can take solace in knowing that even though I'm probably not going to score here, Lando Norris is only going to get a couple of points. I think 3 points on the board. Unless he can try and find a way around Pierre Gasly. But Russell, Sainz and Albon, your top 3 right now. Again, Williams have been so good so often throughout this campaign. But maybe Mercedes now starting to begin a bit of a fight back. You know, McLaren and Red Bull, although so often we are the team to beat, does go to show that there are other teams in the fight as well. Just a shame Ferrari aren't. But then again, I see Ferrari dominate over in my team universe, so maybe a change is good. Starting to get the impression, though, that Albon might be holding us up at this stage of the day. Or as we get caught up on that curve through the inside of the Center S. Are we going to be able to get a run on him now as we make our way down the Esquido de Largo to the inside right at the last moment? We will pull out the slipstream. So again, this Red Bull just gets caught out over that inside curbing. Can't get a run up through Ferradura. And again, unless... yeah, surely we can't go around the outside through there. No, we definitely cannot. Still a little bit nervous about what happened in the sprint race yesterday. But I mean, yeah, there are a few breaks in the group, but nowhere near enough. I basically need someone to spin out in this final lap and a third here But up at the front of the order is Carlos Sainz, just biding his time. Whoa, and trying to get a run on George Russell there as Oscar Piastri. I mean, what is that? I know he's got to try and help his teammate out, but just barging me out wide through the exit of the corner. Not really what I call fair, clean racing. But clearly, where the Australian is from, things work a little bit differently. I'm not going to get overtaken by an Alpine, am I? I think we might be. Let's try to give Gasly a bit of room around the outside, up in towards turn 1. Surely he can't make that work, and no, he will not. So I want to try and find a way back past Piastri here, as Verstappen now pulling away from Ollie Behrman as well. I think Behrman, yeah, I don't know if he's got damage or what's going on with that car there, as around the outside of Pierre, still a little bit wide over the exit curb. But we will keep the spot for now then, as Russell looks like he might just about have done enough to try and keep Carlos Sainz even at bay towards the end of this race. But you can see now Oscar Piastri's medium tyres absolutely coming alive in these last couple of laps. Did think it was a bit of a gamble by the McLaren man, but I think he knew that he would hopefully therefore be stronger towards the end of this sprint race there. But a controversial penalty. It could potentially have big championship ramifications out of the final corner. It is going to be George Russell that will claim sprint race glory here in Sao Paulo. So a brilliant start to the weekend for him. Carlos Sainz closely following home for P2. Albon will get third. We've got a drag race to the line. Gasly's had me.
All right, race over. Take care of the car on the way in.
Well, there we go then. Have a look at that. Sainz and Russell both setting identical fastest laps then in this race, but it is Albon that will go purple there. P1 for George Russell, though. Luckily for me, like I said, Lando Norris only able to pick up 3 points, but with both McLaren scoring and Verstappen all the way down in 7th, once again, I do just feel that Red Bull are maybe on the back foot here. Built up a lot of confidence in that sprint race, though. I feel like we have got some good speed in the car. But yeah, P17 for us means the gap now down to just 16 points at the top of the table. And it means constructors-wise, we are now 17 back behind McLaren as well. So really, really starting to feel the pressure towards the end of the campaign. We've got to put that behind us, though. And let's head into real qualifying. Well, despite the qualifying mishap yesterday then, I'm not going to tweak and change the setup all too much. I'm just going to head back out there and try to make sure I get a good run through this final qualifying session. I don't need to take too much risk, but as long as we end up towards the front of the order, I will be quite happy there. So getting ready to kickstart our first lap. Nice and tidy on the brakes in towards turn 1. I will give this Red Bull credit. Seems to be one of the easier cars on this game to slow down in towards that first corner. Often, I find myself looking at the front wheel. I'm really, really struggling to cadence brake in. And there you go. Immediately the pace goes to show it. Purple through that first sector there. Again, committing the car down through the bottom of the hill. But up into Ferradura. I just think we need to, blend the throttle only slightly. Just to make sure we keep the weight over the front. And the back end can kind of follow it round. Rather than obviously letting the back end get loose and lively. Because ultimately, if you get a snap through there, it's highly unlikely that you're going to be able to save it. I don't know if I dipped a wheel on the grass or something like that, because it seemed to come around very aggressively on me. But it has caught out world champions in years gone by. Hamilton, of course, I believe, at the end of 2018, famously stacked it through there as well. But a long, long run back towards the start-finish line then. Feels like you're waiting an age before you get back round to the flag on 105.7. That's a lot more like it. That puts us in contention in 4th. Well, with McLaren flexing their muscle then, P1 and P2 right now, we need to find about another 0.3 of a second if I want to try and put this car right up towards pole position. Gonna have to start using some ERS tricks out of the final corner. Make sure that I use a load of battery on the run towards the start-finish line, because of course it won't count to my usage for the lap time there. I might have used a bit too much though, as we could be compromised by the time we get down in towards turn 1. Oh, I really attacked the curb through the apex of the center S, but it hasn't worked out for me. Dropping half a tenth or so by the time we plunge down the hill. This is a confidence-based circuit, though. You've got to believe, in the machine underneath you, and with lines like that, I don't think the machine believes in me right now. Up in towards Ferradura once again. Again, just slightly blending the throttle as Norris does a 105.1. A ridiculous lap time then in that McLaren car. And it goes just to show when McLaren have got it hooked up, they have got such an advantage over the rest of the field. We're seeing more and more times improve. Myself and Verstappen now down to P8 and P9 provisionally in this session, so any small improvement could be very useful there as well. A little bit of a mistake out of Zheng Sao. Had to commit it. Had to commit it again, and we have paid the price. P8 on the grid here, and why can I not get my final runs in qualifying hooked up? Well, there we go then, having a look at our final standings there. I mean, there was not a chance we were going to get anywhere near Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri, but I think sensibly we could have out-qualified both Williams. Maybe I could have got ahead of Gasly as well, but the Alpine seems to come alive here in Brazil. Charles Leclerc there running up in P4 as well, but still quicker than our teammate Verstappen by just 6/1000ths of a second. So, yeah, just Red Bull. We've got no real speed around this venue. I think this weekend is honestly turning into damage limitation.
Formula One returns to Interlagos once again with the stage set for what promises to be another classic Sao Paulo Grand Prix. Sebastian Vettel famously clinched his third championship here in 2012, and just 4 years later, Max Verstappen treated us to one of the finest wet weather drives of all time. Interlagos, always a very special race here in Brazil. It's a 2.7-mile circuit with 9 lefts and 6 rights, for a total of 15 corners. The fastest lap today should have an average speed of around 135 miles per hour, if, of course, the weather stays dry until the end of the Grand Prix. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting race. Lando Norris will lead us away from pole position, and Oscar Piastri completes the front row. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Russell, Leclerc, Pierre Gasly and Sainz, Albon, Mr. Monaco, Verstappen and Andrea Kimi Antonelli, Hamilton, Hülkenberg, Lance Stroll and Ocon, Colapinto, Behrman, Liam Lawson and Jack Doohan. Hadjar and Gabriel Bortoleto rounds off the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track.
Well, I've said it so many times towards the end of this season, but, you know, McLaren, their drivers are so fully succinct together that ultimately they're still bringing upgrades to the car and still pushing on towards the end of the campaign. Verstappen has been so stubborn, so upset with the way we have outdriven him this year, that ultimately it is costing Red Bull a potential world championship. Let's see what we can do, though, here in Brazil. Should be a fairly simple one-stop strategy here today, but hopefully we can still get towards the front. The 5 red lights are on. Oh, and Albon there getting away like a scolded cat out of the bag. Immediately getting the jump there, so will Verstappen, as we try and take it nice and easy. Well, into turn 1, and we might be able to get the pair of them anyway. Goes to show you don't need the best start, you just need the biggest balls. By the time, you get down in towards turn 1 there, as the McLarens immediately scampering away into an early lead. And Russell and Leclerc are going to start battling just out behind them, so immediately making up one spot then as Russell and Leclerc, down the hill they go in towards Ferradura. And who will come out on top in this one? As I mean, we've got to try and get towards those McLarens nice and early. Otherwise, I expect them just to run away there as Albon give me a big old shove through the exit of the corner. I mean, I know a lot of these guys kind of understand I've got lots to lose and very little to gain on a weekend like this, but it's still so frustrating. You know, Oscar Piastri did it in the sprint race yesterday. Kind of drive like I'm not even there on certain occasions, as I think Oscar might have made a little error towards the end of lap 1, or is just obviously settling in and willing to play rear gunner for Max Verstappen today. Is trying to get a nice run out of that final corner. We know how good the Williams car is in a straight line, and he's immediately going to try and go on the offensive against Pierre Gasly by the time we get in towards turn 1 once more. Nice and tidy. Get the front end of the car rotated in. DRS now has been enabled, and will Gasly even be in the range of the cars in front of him? Only time will tell. As you can see, Sainz again trying to get a bit of a run. Gasly does have the DRS though, so we'll defend for now. Here we go. Let's try and have a look down the inside of Sainz. Whoa. Maybe panicked on the brakes there ever so slightly, and well, the AI have been doing it to me. So I'm going to try and return the favour there, as we're going to hopefully leave those two Williams cars to battle a little bit further back. I know we've still got a buffer in the World Championship, but it is not by much. I mean, ideally, we need at the very least a podium this weekend if we want to try and, you know, keep ourselves that little bit of breathing room. That engine failure we had back in Baku really does still make me nervous. Is can we get a run on Gasly out of turn 2 and turn 3? Out of the centre as we go. The Alpine man looking for another big result here. But so much speed when you're up in the slipstream to the outside. Oh, get it slowed down, giving the room, but we are through. There we go, purple through that middle sector. That is critical in trying to make sure we stay in the range of Leclerc then. It just means we can recharge the pack a little bit and obviously get ready to line up an attack. There's Oscar Piastri now, new fastest lap of the day. So are the McLarens allowed to race up at the front? We will go even quicker. But yeah, now I've got to make sure that I'm tucked up in the range of Leclerc, because we are not going to be under pressure behind. Leclerc then trying to have a look to the outside of George Russell. By the time we get back in towards turn 1, will he make the move work? There he is on the softer tyre. But that advantage must already be fading as they're still wheel-to-wheel off the exit of the turn there. So Russell not giving up on it, and he will now have the DRS, so we might be able to try to attack Leclerc as well, as he will try to defend the inside, or Russell locks up. Had to be careful not to run into the back of the Mercedes man, as we will get a run off the corner then to the outside of Charles Leclerc up the hill. And Charles Leclerc there doesn't want the squabble. Backs out of it, and we will therefore move up into P4 of this race. As Oscar Piastri, yeah, he's leading then out of those two McLaren drivers. So maybe if they keep battling, we can try and get a little bit closer. But honestly, yeah, I think if we can get past George, maybe I can work with him and see if we can close back in. Of course, he dominated the sprint race yesterday. Has he got some real pace today? Well, I know it's too late for Oscar Piastri in the World Championship, but if you take a look at the mini-map, it seems like he is just slowly stretching his legs against Lando Norris here, so I don't know if the McLaren's got a bit of an issue. But yeah, Russell and I are taking time out of him. Don't really feel like Russell's holding me up at the moment. If I absolutely had to, I could make the move. But with Norris struggling, we have just got to try and play the patience game. Oh, we've got yellows at the rear of the field. That seems to be a V car perhaps breaking down. And a safety car now would certainly spice up this race somewhat. I don't think we'd want to pit just yet. There is all a little bit wide through the top of the circuit. But Liam Lawson then, our first retirement of the day, and a safety car. Oh! I know what I just said, but could it be worth it?
Out. Keep an eye on the delta. We need to keep it positive to avoid a penalty. Slow down, slow down, slow down. Your delta's negative, which means you're going too fast.
I got Mark talking over Mark in my ear. It doesn't really help me think about it.
This is a good opportunity to pit. We'll be a bit longer than planned on the next tyres, but we can make it work. Just
I think we've got to see what Oscar and Lando do up at the front of the order. Oscar stays out. Lando stays out. We've got to try and swap it then. I've got to try and go for something a bit different against the AI in this race, but surely... Oh, the hard compound tyre. Can it go the distance here? I've really got no idea. Let's make sure we nail the pit lane timing. Because apparently the HUD just isn't going away. There we go, finally. Onto the hard tyre we will go. Leclerc, though, that's worked out quite nicely for him. As we will re-emerge then right at the rear of the field. Come on. Why wouldn't the HUD go away? I'm not actually stuck with this all day, am I? Right, keep current. It won't let me do anything. The HUD's completely glitched. What is this? Oh, no. I'm right. I might have to put... Oh, there we go. It's finally figured itself out. Wonderful. That's one of the weirdest bugs I've ever seen on this game. Well, there we go. Safety car in at the end of this lap. Bortoletto just about able to catch back up to the rear of the field, and I'm not sure if that helps or hinders us, to be honest.
Make sure those tyres are up to temperature, and remember, there's no overtaking until the timing line. Stay in position until the green flags.
We have taken a huge gamble in this race. I mean, Ferrari have clearly done a Ferrari strat, and Charles Leclerc opting for a two-stop here this afternoon for whatever reason. But we need to try and make moves and make them happen pretty quickly as we close in on Isaac Hadjar in towards turn 1. I'd hope the V-car there won't be too much of a threat in our pursuit right now, but making our way out of those first couple of turns then, I mean, you can see the McLaren still fighting up towards the front of the order, but they know they've got to try and work together to build up a bit of a margin once again. These next few laps could be race-defining, though. How do we get back through the pack? How close are we to those McLarens by the time they pit? Because we know they will have a big advantage right the way through to the end of the afternoon there. You can see Doohan, whoa, in that Alpine, just does not have the confidence. Even of his teammate Pierre Gasly, who of course is still running very well so far this weekend. But can we get a run then on Colapinto? Nice and easy down the inside there of Franco. And moving back up into P13 then of this GP. So this has been a really, really good restart lap. And I mean, we have definitely got an advantage at the moment there to the inside of Ollie Behrman. So quick on Friday night, but hasn't really had the pace throughout the rest of the weekend here. But I mean, yeah, we've gained, what, 3-4 spots on that restart lap? I can't complain about that, can I? It can't be long before all of the AI start pitting there, as again, I mean, at Ferradura into turn 7 seems to be one of my favourite overtaking places around this lap. But again, the McLarens, they were battling with each other, and it just has denied them an opportunity to try and break away once more. I mean, George Russell looked to be quicker than Norris just before that safety car came out to the inside. Oh, with Esteban Ocon. Make sure they get the car slowed down nice and tidy, and back into the points we go then. So we are definitely using the advantage that we've got on these fresh tyres. I've got to be super careful that I ease them in rather gently, as that Aston Martin, not normally the fastest car in a straight line inside this game. And, well, we will dive Lewis Hamilton then by the time we get into turn 1. That's how you navigate both Aston Martins in barely a single sector. But this is perfect right now. Verstappen maybe holding up Alex Albon and Andrea Kimi Antonelli. So we will dive to the inside of the Merc, thank you.
Really good job on hitting that target, mate.
Oh, make sure I give him some room on the exit of the corner though, but we will get all the way around the outside. The camber through there really does allow cars to run wheel to wheel very, very nicely. I think Russell and Sainz though are maybe just as well as Pierre Gasly hanging on inside the DRS range of those two Mercs. Suddenly we've got to run on Albon. Oh, he leaves the door open on the inside there. And we will say thank you very much. I mean, this is absolutely critical, isn't it, at this stage of the Grand Prix? This is what we need to be doing. Just overtaking cars, putting ourselves back towards the front. And then hopefully we will have a big advantage for quite a while. Oh, was Verstappen kind of sat in the middle of the road there. My teammate trying to make his car as wide as possible, but not wide enough. I cannot believe just how much everybody seems to be struggling on those medium compound tyre. I think they've just gone far enough in the stint that nobody has really been able to re-fire them up in the way they would want to there, and it's just allowing us to get tremendous drive off of the corners there. As I mean, you can see now Carlos Sainz is going to have the DRS on George Russell still, but we are so close behind the gearbox of the Spaniard. And to the inside we go then. Let's look at that, Gasly up into the podium places here. What a result that would be for him and an Alpine team that have often shown flashes of pace this year, but not too much kind of sustained brilliance, as Russell immediately trying to come back at him by the time we get down the Esquido de Largo. Not quite able to make it happen there then, as I mean, if we can get to those McLarens before they pit, it might genuinely make sense to pit again, and just obviously means that we can't get overcut in this Grand Prix. As I mean, look at that, every single lap now, we're just able to get down the inside of someone through turn 7. It is working out beautifully for us. As Pierre Gasly then, he's just about inside the range of Lando Norris right now, but I thought this was going to be a hugely risky gamble to pit under that safety car. But honestly, it's just kind of working out very nicely for us. So I mean, look at that, Pierre barely gets the run out of that final corner. Can we just about put alongside him? Yes, we can. Whoa! Sorry, Pierre, that was all on me. I'll happily admit to that one, buddy. But yeah, trying to make sure that we keep the DRS then, stay in the tow. Okay, so team now suggesting, oh, the tyre wear is actually better than originally thought then in this Grand Prix. So things looking fantastic for us right now. As what is the tyre wear up to then? 14% on that rear after, what, 5 laps of racing. So, I mean, we could take these to the end if I wanted to. It's just how much grip we've suddenly got. The hard tyres on this Red Bull really do seem to allow the car to come alive. I don't think I've got another set, annoyingly, but yeah, I don't know whether it's worth pitting again, because of course effectively it means we shouldn't be able to get overcut in this race, or whether these hard tyres are just so much better than anything else we've been on this weekend that I don't really want to come off them once more. So Lando Norris there tries to give me a bit of a shove. I don't care though, round the outside we go of my big championship rival, and if you told me 10 laps ago that we'd be doing that, I never would have believed you. Up then into P2 as Lando, oh, he tried to defend, but he gets to the inside line. Too much speed though, and cannot outbrake us. I mean, it's not even a question of when, is it? It's a question of... sorry, it's not a question of if, it is just a question of when we will get the jump then on Oscar Piastri there as making our way all down the final couple of corners. Again, the McLaren man trying to give me a big old squeeze, and once again there, will just try and cover me off down the bottom of the hill. And we get the run, though, off of the turn on Oscar Piastri. We'll have a look to the outside. No, we won't, apparently. Oscar Piastri there, again, not afraid to try and cover us off. But as we get to half distance then in this race, the McLaren man trying to dictate the line as his teammate Norris into the pit lane. But for the first time today then, we are up to P1. And of course, everybody's got a pit. I might not have to. There you go, Norris in, sorry, Piastri even into the pit lane then. I'm sure everybody else is going to follow. So it will probably only be Leclerc then that is still out here in this race. And there we go. Yep, Leclerc now up into second spot. I guess Hülkenberg and Bortoleto are also running quite well. Would be great if Bortoleto could get all the way to the end of the Grand Prix, but I'm not sure that's going to happen for him. As the gap to Norris then, 20 seconds. I can afford to lose a second a lap towards the end of this race. I will manage the pace. We will get to about lap 25. Work out whether these tyres will make it and kind of how long they'll go. Well, there we go then. Charles Leclerc into the pit lane, but we are almost a half distance then on these tyres. They are going to be tight towards the end of the Grand Prix. Norris is also going a second a lap faster than me right now, so this could really come down to the wire between myself and the McLaren man, as Oscar Piastri seems to have really badly lost out. No, there we go. He's finally made a move around Pierre Gasly then, so maybe Bortoleto can act as a bit of a rear gunner. I mean, Sauber have got a huge chance if they can get both of those cars to the finish, but I just don't know whether they will or not. For us, though, I mean, a safety car kind of around lap 30 might be perfect, because I think the only real threat is Norris. He knows he needs to try and win this race, and what a momentum swing it would be for him. But we have still got a huge advantage at the moment. Oh, there you go. Immediately, Hülkenberg there, ruining any chance of a double Sauber podium. He will dive into the pit lane then, so Bortoleto now, the only man between myself and Norris. There you go then. Team want me into the pit lane once again, but I don't think that's going to happen at this stage of the afternoon, as Bortoleto now, I mean, obviously he isn't, well, was a McLaren Junior, so I don't think he's going to hold Lando up too much, and no, he won't hold him up at all. Bortoleto diving back into the pit lane as well then, so why wouldn't you at least roll the dice, Sauber? You probably wasn't going to score anyway if you didn't. But 16 seconds, 13 laps to Norris. I am hoping that I'm basically going to cut to lap 36, and we have still got a bit of a margin. I don't think that's going to be the case, but I can believe. Ooh, we've got yellows late on in the day. Who is that now breaking down, and could this be another safety car? It's a Williams, I believe, out of it. So after what has been such a strong weekend for that team, it's all seemingly coming undone right towards the end. It's Alexander Albon that's out of it, and he's broken down at exactly the same place Liam Lawson did, if I'm not mistaken. But he doesn't bring out a safety car, rather interestingly. I guess that works out quite well for us, because I probably would just pit and bolt on a set of soft compound tyres for these final few laps. But 7 to go. Tyre wear is not going to be fun towards the checkered flag, but we should have enough in it. But the gap to Norris, only now 8 seconds as well. This is still going to be tight towards the flag. Oh, there we go, 2 laps to go. Tyre wear warning light has finally flashed up. But I think that might be a little too late to provide Lando Norris with any solace towards the end of the afternoon. These Pirelli tyres can always be a little bit peculiar inside F1 25. Either what you find is that as the tyre wear goes on, kind of the advantage you have by being on fresher tyres gets bigger and bigger, or, on the other hand, it gets smaller and smaller. And, well, I said that Lando Norris was 8 seconds behind. He basically didn't close in anything for about the next 3 laps. Now our tyres are kind of reaching the cliff. He's starting to close in a bit more. But with 1 more lap to go then, here from Sao Paulo, when that safety car came out, I said we had to gamble it. There was not a chance we were going to beat the McLarens today on raw pace. We had to do something different. We had to try and make the alternate strategy work. And it's safe to say that it has worked out fantastically for us. But honestly, I think what really won us this Grand Prix was those critical laps after the safety car. The fact we were able to get back to the front before the AI even pit goes to show just how much of an advantage the hard tyres have been this weekend, and once again, the hard tyres are the ones you want to use inside F125 as we climb our way up the hill though, one final time here. We started the weekend with a crash in sprint qualifying there. We then got a penalty in the sprint race, but it still looks like we're probably going to score the most points this weekend. Might well be, no, even George Russell, yeah, won't outscore us here. So, this was not what I was expecting this weekend, but I would like to say it has probably been one of my best drives of F125. Managed the tyres, managed the strategy, out of the final corner. I figured Lando Norris would be taking more points out of us this weekend. I'm sure he thought the same as well. It is not going to happen. It is P1 here in Sao Paulo. Get in there.
Oh, you worked hard for that one. Congratulations. Well done.
That was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. You nailed it from the start.
Another superb Sao Paulo Grand Prix comes to an end then, and it's a thoroughly deserved victory.
They had to be decisive with their overtaking today as they worked their way through the field. And those kind of race victories are so enjoyable because it's not just like winning from the front. They really had to work for it today.
Red Bull put up an outstanding fight for the front position today, and it's great to see it paid off for them. They do so much for the sport that you can't help but be delighted by today's race win.
Well, there we go then. Take a look at that. The overall points scored this weekend. We somehow extend the margin ahead of Lando Norris there. What does that do in the championship? We will take a look in just a moment. But yeah, we will take the victory from 8th place on the grid ahead of both of those McLarens. George Russell in 4th ahead of Gasly, Sainz. Verstappen, he scored some points, I guess, which helps us out as well. But I think we've lost even more ground to McLaren in the Constructors. Antonelli, Hamilton and Charles Leclerc on that two-stop strategy, able to recover for a point in the end. But Ferrari just doing Ferrari things, it would appear, inside this game. Albon and Lawson both failed to see the checkered flag, and no idea what happened to Colapinto to finish all the way down in P18. But what does that do then if we take a look at the bigger picture? Well, we have now got a 23-point lead over Lando Norris, so we couldn't wrap it up next weekend in Qatar. But we could potentially wrap it up out in... we couldn't wrap it up in Vegas. We could wrap it up potentially out in Qatar in a couple of weeks' time there. Oscar Piastri now looking pretty cemented in that 3rd place overall, ahead of Leclerc, Albon and Max Verstappen there, as Carlos Sainz not too far behind. 7 points still deciding it between those two Aston Martin drivers there, as Russell still ahead of Antonelli, who gets back ahead of Ollie Behrman as well. It is still just the V-Carbs and doing yet to score. Constructors-wise, though, McLaren, I mean, they could have pulled out a lot more this weekend, but still with a 19-point buffer with just a handful of races to go. We desperately need Verstappen to do something, anything, towards the end of the season. Thank you all so much for watching, though. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Las Vegas Grand Prix. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 22 of Season 3 of our F125 Red Bull Driver Career Mode. Yes, we return this weekend here to the high-speed streets of the Las Vegas Grand Prix, of course. If you missed out on the video that went live a few days ago from Brazil, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. It's safe to say, with just 3 races to go, we pulled a little bit of a blinder out last weekend, taking the win away from what looked to be a dominant McLaren team. Lando Norris, Oscar Piastri followed us home in P2 and P3, but it means we now have a 23-point buffer up at the top of the Drivers' World Championship. Like I said, yeah, that last weekend went pretty much as perfectly as I ever could have hoped for, but we are still 19 points behind McLaren as we head into these final few Grand Prix. Max Verstappen, it has been a pretty terrible season for our teammate so far, and I think, honestly, he just wants it all to be over. We have scored more than twice the points of the Dutchman right now, so yeah, it's safe to say we've proven ourselves to be the #1 driver in the team, but there are some big power unit changes coming ready for next campaign, so we've got a handful of races to try and get as many of these upgrades sorted as we possibly can, so I'm going to try and go through and get as many of them sorted immediately as we kickstart this video. Of course, a massive thank you to everybody for their continued support on this series. We are getting very, very close now to 15,000 subscribers on the channel, so if you aren't already, please do make sure you hit that sub button as well. As you can see, we've got 4 more upgrades to do, so whether I stay at Red Bull or whether I leave come the end of this season, we should leave them in pretty good stead. But for now, I'm not worried about the future, I'm worried about the present, and I want to win a world championship.
Stand by to see cars at more than 210 miles an hour blasting their way down the strip. F1 has taken over. It's F1 Fever, Las Vegas.
Well, there is not much time to get laps in then here in Vegas, and of course everybody will be trying to battle for a slipstream as well from one another, because that can give you a huge advantage as well around such a quick lap here around these streets. Hamilton immediately goes to the top of the board there on a 128.5. This isn't in paper a track that Aston Martin should be particularly good at, but they have often gone well here in years gone by. So I believe Esteban Ocon then just starting his lap. So maybe if we could try and get a bit closer to the Frenchman, I hear a little bit of slipstream off him in the second half of the run there. Completely flat out through turn 2. You've got to have belief with this Red Bull that it's going to stick. But of course, as we've come towards the end of this season, a lot of weekends the cars actually felt a lot less drivable. Here in Vegas, though, at least throughout practice, it's actually felt alright there as well. Just trying to attack the curbs as we make our way past the sphere. We're taking a lot of curb out of there as well. This don't hit the wall on the exit. We are definitely taking some time out of Ocon. But like I said, I can't work out if he's finished a run or is on a lap.
P13.
Oh, come on, just make sure we get the car slowed down nice and tidy, or avoid the curb there on the inside and try and give ourselves the best run we possibly can out onto the strip. Purple through that middle sector as well, so absolutely what we need to see. And we are a second up then on the provisional lap time set by Gabriel Bortoletto. But how will we fare through Sector 3? Albon now goes to the top of the board in his Williams. I guess that's a car that we should definitely expect to be pretty quick around this venue as well there, as making our way out of the final couple of turns. Ocon is definitely on a run, but as we try and drain the battery all the way back around towards the start-finish line, this is hopefully going to be a pretty good banker. 28.0. Oh, 200th slower than Alex. As there you go, Norris goes even quicker, reminding me of just how much he wants this World Championship. Well, getting ready then to start our final lap, and well, Lando Norris just looks to be in a different league up at the front of the order. We've dropped down to P4 now, as Verstappen finally starting to pull his finger out right towards the end of the campaign, but even he's only a 10th quicker than me, and 4.5 tenths slower than the McLaren man. We are going to need the lap of my life here towards the end of qualifying, and well, I guess obviously with a bit of a points buffer in the World Championship, we can afford to take big risk there. Nice and tidy through turn 1, maximise the width through turn 2, and get the throttle down on the exit, half a tenth up by the time we get down this back straight, and that's exactly what we need to find. Little margins here, there, and everywhere towards the end of qualifying, but any time I just found I could just see in the corner of my eye, we've immediately gone and lost by the time we get out of Sector 1 there. Oh, really try and throw the car in, get it over the curbing nice and tidy on the exit, and then just try and hook it up over the edge of that curb off the corner. And there we go. As we make our way down the Venetian, we are now again half a tenth up. This is not a big enough margin at the moment. This wouldn't really tip the scale back in my favour. Maybe there's a bit more to find out onto the back straight there as well. Again, taking big risk through. Doesn't really look like anybody is improving though right now. So as we just try and find a little bit more time down the back straight then. I mean, Verstappen has improved, but he's still only in second spot then. So we need to find a little bit more here, and maybe we can go ahead of our teammate and ahead of obviously his former teammate in Alex Albon as well. Nice and tidy through the final chicane there. Again, get on the battery as early as we can. I mean, we're still half a tenth up 2 laps of near identical performance here in Vegas. I guess at least we're consistent, and we go P3. Well, only 3 cars then able to get down under the 128, but at least we were one of them. Far more interestingly than that, though, Lando Norris. We could talk about his dominant pole lap. We could talk about the fact that Red Bull seem to be his nearest competitors. We could talk about Aston Martin apparently having some speed. The big shocks, though, neither Ferrari or Oscar Piastri even getting inside your top 13 there. 14th, 15th and 16th today. And well, McLaren have still got a bit of a buffer in the Constructors' Championship, but with Oscar Piastri way down the order, as long as Max and I pick up good points, that gap could evaporate immediately.
Welcome to Las Vegas, and for Formula One, it's welcome back to Las Vegas. No longer do we race in the Caesars Palace car park. Tonight, the time is right to go racing in the street. Well, tonight we go racing around the bright lights of Las Vegas, 3.8 miles under the Nevada night sky and thousands of neon lights. There are landmarks everywhere you look, punctuating the 17 corners and 2 DRS zones. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Lando Norris will lead us away from pole position, edging out Max Verstappen, who'll start from P2. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Mr. Monaco, Albon, Esteban Ocon, and Hamilton, Russell, Gasly, Behrman, and Carlos Sainz, Hadjar, Antonelli, Franco Colapinto, and Piastri, Bortoletto, Hulkenberg, Jack Doohan, and Lance Stroll. Lawson and Charles Leclerc completes today's grid order. Which of these talented drivers will come out on top today?
Well, here we are then, down on the grid, 25 laps ahead of us here from the Las Vegas circuit, and I think, yeah, the medium to the hard has got to be the way to go. This circuit isn't too bad on the tyres, you just can slightly weirdly put more wear through the rears because you can't get them up to temperature, and then you just wheel spin a little bit. It's a bit peculiar, but we have got to wait and see as to what we can do here tonight. Lando Norris on the pole, he wants to try and take the victory, but of course us down at Red Bull, we need to take points out of McLaren in the Constructors. 5 red lights. And it is lights out, and oh wait, we go there, and actually off to a pretty good start. Is Verstappen going to be able to challenge Norris in towards turn 1? No, he will not. And we're going to actually come under pressure from Alex Albon then, so it might mean immediately all the effort I put in on that qualifying run to not end up behind him could have been all for naught there as a very, very aggressive defence out of turn 2. Albon having to back out of it, and Esteban Ocon, despite being on the hard tyre, will say thank you very much. I don't fancy trying to get those up to temperature early on in this Grand Prix. But as we wind our way then out through Sector 2, and in towards the middle part of the lap then, Norris and Verstappen trying to run away nice and early. I mean, this circuit is dominated by that back straight, so trying to make sure that we get a good lap time on the board. Trying to make sure that obviously we work with our teammate as well. Could be very, very useful having 2 cars against 1 in the battle right towards the front of the order. But of course, never know what might happen in a race like this today. I've still only had the 1 mechanical failure this season. I could have had another crash DNF as well, if I just put myself in the wall there as we tried to get out onto the back straight. But already then you can see Norris over a second clear of Verstappen. We are over a second clear of Alex Albon just behind though, as Albon and Ocon are going to keep battling just behind us then. So I'm happy to try and work with Max, get away from the dangers behind, and then we can kind of regroup, refocus, and focus on the car in front. I'm not really sure what Ocon and Albon are doing behind us here, but suddenly now we've got a 3-second gap by the time we get out onto the strip as well. Just there, skim the inside curb. And I think we took the bollard off, but can I stay inside the DRS range of Verstappen? Yes, I can. So important then that we try and stick with our teammate early on. Lando Norris really trying to bolt away here nice and early in the Grand Prix. Now we're getting the DRS though. Hopefully, like I said, we can regroup, we can refocus with Max, and then hopefully later on in the day, try obviously to work together to close back in on Lando. But I mean, yeah, 3 seconds further back, Ocon still hanging on in that Aston Martin. It's not a particularly great car this season, or Ocon and Hamilton haven't been able to maximise it in the way we used to be able to. As that lap, Norris went another second faster. Well, if I want to try and help and work with Verstappen, I need to be a lot closer to him by the time we get out onto that back straight. And I think, well, honestly, unless we get a safety car, your top three here are probably not going to see anybody else ever again this afternoon. I mean, with the rate of knots they are losing speed, we might even not get jumped through the pit cycle a bit later on in the night then. But Verstappen, are we going to be able to get close enough this time around to try and get a bit of a run on him? Maybe get a bit closer to Lando Norris further up the road. Let's see just how quick this Red Bull is this weekend. There goes 229 miles an hour. I mean, yeah, I think we have done 230 in this car, haven't we? At some point during this season as well. There is all big snap of oversteer. And that looks to be a Ferrari already going up in smoke then tonight. Charles Leclerc out of the Grand Prix, I believe that is, very early on. It could be Franco Colapinto, that being said, but he's very rarely ahead of Charles Leclerc this season. Well, I'd rather that was in the My Team career mode, because of course we head to Vegas in that series next week as well. All of my series seem to be lining up with each other late on in the campaign. It is Colapinto out though, so I did get that one wrong. So Max, this is not what we need. The Dutchman trying to come back at me through the exit of the corner, but luckily we will hang on. Oh, you've got to be joking me. We are on the brink of winning a Formula 1 World Championship, and the team are trying to tell me that we need to let Max Verstappen by. I mean, I'm probably not going to get much of a say by the time we get out down towards the end of the back straight, but clearly our teammate is not quicker than us. But we just need to try and work this out so that we both gain some time on Lando Norris as well. We need that gap to be under 2 seconds still, which it is temporarily. But I mean, look at that. Max isn't gaining enough. He is not gaining enough on me as we make our way down the back straight there. And we are now losing ground to Norris once more. Vegas always feels like it's one of those races on this game where you're constantly watching the clock. And I don't think tonight is going to be any different. Here we go. I don't think Verstappen's going to wait much longer then, but all we've done is cost each other time in the process there. I mean, look at that. He's not even using the racing line in towards the next corner. The way he's driving at the moment, I would honestly believe that he wants Lando to win the title. Well, this is the frustrating thing with Verstappen right now. He doesn't really seem to be much slower than Norris, but he also doesn't seem to be any quicker than the McLaren. So, like I said, maybe I'm onto something with my theory that Verstappen wants Norris to win this championship as opposed to myself. Of course, we've seen them have a championship decider back in Abu Dhabi in Season 1. But once again, then trying to get a big old run there, 229. That time round, we'd run the limiter. But we will get around the outside of our teammate once again there. Barely get the car slowed down. Well, in towards the field on a couple of corners. But I think our goal now is to try and make sure that we are in the range of Norris when he pits. The pit stop range, I should specify. And hopefully then, if we can just hold him up a little bit, we'll be a bit closer for the second half of the race. Or we try and go for an undercut. Well, I think we might have to try and work an undercut then in this Grand Prix, because these medium tyres starting to feel a little bit sketchy this early on in the race there. Oh, just try and rotate them in. Or as we slap the wall on the exit. So I think the earliest Norris is likely to pit is going to be the end of lap 11. The end of lap 12 even. So I might dive in at the end of lap 11 then in this Grand Prix. As, to be fair to Oscar Piastri, terrible qualifying yesterday, has very quickly fought his way back through the order. But a 12-second gap between us and Albon further behind. I mean, that's after just 9 laps. Right, come on then, this has got to be the best opportunity we've had to try and get back past Verstappen and hopefully give ourselves both a bit of time against Lando Norris. But whatever we do at the moment is just not working here. Whoa, come on, Max, let's play the team game, sir. Let's not forget we're in the same car still. So, I mean, just the fact you can go from 230 miles an hour, you're breaking at the 100-meter boards through those final corners seems absolutely insane to me. But you can see we bring that gap back down to about 2.5 seconds. But the more battery I try and use to close in on Lando, it just then leaves me vulnerable again. But as we come towards the end of lap 11 then, Mark hasn't informed me yet about when to pit. So we're going to take the opportunity to dive in now, because I think the undercut is going to be the only way we can try and get a bit closer to Lando Norris in this race. That being said, our soft compound tyres are feeling pretty second-hand as well at this point of the night there. But I'm trying to work it out. I think Oscar is in 8th. So if we bagged a if we bagged a 2-3, we would get 33 points. And McLaren would only get 29, as that was not the line I needed through the final corner. And I think if there was ever any doubt that I need to get off of these mediums, that should probably prove it there. Why is Verstappen pitting? I'm going to have to stay out. Why on earth is Verstappen pitting? Did he put himself in the wall? What on earth is that from Max Verstappen? I must have picked up front wing damage or something. Is he going over to the hard compound tyres? Was he planning a 2-stop? He's definitely gone over to the hards, but how far behind us is he going to come back out? What am I meant to do? Verstappen, he is adamant he wants to try and sabotage us this season, and I genuinely get the impression he doesn't care if that includes the constructors. I think he had front wing damage. I think that's why he pit. My assumption is that he got a bit confused when I had the slide and accidentally put himself in the wall, but that means we've lost even more time to Lando Norris, and I won't get an undercut. Making our way then through the final couple of corners, and there we go. Lando Norris is definitely peeling into the pit lane, but with a 6-second margin now up at the front, we're basically going to need him to have a bot pit stop here. It's very aggressive on pit lane entry, just about get the car slowed down. And we see, yep, Norris does come out still ahead of us in this race, so yeah, really not what we need at the moment. As where is Verstappen? He's making his way through the final couple of corners. I mean, he won't have undercut me by like 5 seconds here, but surely if he comes out alongside that, he didn't take front wing damage, did he? No, he'd have an undercut, wouldn't he? He's come out about 3 seconds back, so yeah, I reckon he had front wing damage, and that was what cost him there, as we come out right alongside Esteban Ocon in the Aston Martin. No idea how I didn't get the DRS there off of him. We must have been either tied or I was just ahead. But luckily, I'm going to leave him to battle with Oscar Piastri, and we're going to try and scamper away. But I don't think what helped us either was the fact we seem to have quite a slow stop in the end. 7 seconds now behind Lando Norris in this race, but hopefully I'm about to get about one of those back if we can just get a nice tidy run past Lewis Hamilton out onto this back straight. The Aston Martin car, of course, the slowest in a straight line in an all-equal test inside F125. Surely are we going to be close enough to Hamilton to try and get a run on him now? Because I don't know if he's going to be pitting yet in this Grand Prix. Gaining to the inside of the man that replaced me in Aston Martin. And a fairly aggressive move, but a move that needed to be done.
Nice move. Keep going.
Hamilton is staying out, so I'm happy I went for it. For the first time really all day, both Lando Norris and I have been able to run. Well, he's basically been in clear air all afternoon. I don't even think he's lost the lead at any point so far. But yeah, he just looks like he's got a couple of extra tenths of a second over us in that McLaren machine, as Verstappen is going to move up into P3 once again. So we've got to hope still that we're going to take good points out of them in the Constructors. But Lando Norris is going to rein in my Drivers' Championship lead once more. And, well, good for him, not good for us. But this championship looks like set to go down to Abu Dhabi. Maybe we have got some speed towards the end of the afternoon then. Verstappen now, Lando Norris even now, the gap down to 7.3 seconds as we almost set a new PB of the day. So still looks like we've got enough to absolutely keep pace with him. But I'm still not optimistic we're actually going to be able to keep up with him. Close up to him, I should say. Keeping up and closing up are two very different things in Formula 1. Well, with just a quarter distance left of this race then, I mean, it goes to show how much quicker Lando and I are than Max Verstappen right now. The gap to the Dutchman up to 9 seconds. The gap to our fellow Brit in front down to just under 7 seconds. So I do firmly believe now, with just a handful of races to go, that Verstappen is sabotaging us, or at least attempting to, in this World Championship. We have had the speed to keep up with Lando Norris today, but our teammate there just kept overtaking me, kept holding us back, and never would let me push for it in the early stages. And now he looks just set to try and bring home P3, and what will be a very quiet P3 in this Grand Prix. It goes to show as well just how critical races like Brazil are, where we can steal a victory away from McLaren, because when things are running smoothly for him, Norris, as you can tell, is gone in races like this tonight. And, well, if he gets away at the start, there is next to nothing I can do throughout the rest of an event. 6 laps still remaining here from Las Vegas. But we are going to need a pretty crazy turnaround if we expect anything to happen between now and the checkered flag. Well, with just one lap to go, then I've been trying to keep the pressure on Lando Norris towards the end of the day. I mean, we saw it in 2024. Occasionally, he can slightly bottle races, so I figured if we were only a couple of seconds away, then maybe, just maybe, he can make a mistake towards the end. But honestly, I just think he's tried to control this one towards the checkered flag there. Lando Norris, confidence. Well, of course, inside this series, and well, let's not start making mistakes now then. With one more lap to go, I mean, you can see the rate in which we are pulled away from Max Verstappen late on in this Grand Prix, but my one little bit of solace that we might have been able to outscore McLaren today, that might not happen anyway, as Oscar Piastri now moves up into P5. That would have been McLaren take 35 points here, and we down at Red Bull only take 33, so I need the Williams of Sainz and the Aston Martin as well, if I believe that is still Hamilton, to try and find a way around him on this final lap if we want really anything to talk about from this Las Vegas Grand Prix weekend. I mean, once again, we've showcased that we have got the speed, we can be the difference maker in this Red Bull, but once again, Max Verstappen has kind of shown, to be honest, that had he not had such a good start and been able to get away from everybody else, he would have probably fallen back into the pack. And Oscar Piastri would have probably still beaten him. As you can see in the mini-map there, Piastri building up an even bigger lead now against some of those cars behind him. So I don't think he's going to come under any pressure on this final lap as well. But out onto the Las Vegas Strip one final time then in this Grand Prix. Lando Norris took the pole yesterday in dominant fashion. And honestly, Saturday night has been exactly the same as Friday night. He has controlled this one. I believe he's led every single lap. And that is exactly what you need to do when you're on the back foot in the World Championship. Remind everybody that you cannot be counted out just yet. Norris will cross the line. He will win the Las Vegas Grand Prix. And as best as we tried, we can only get P2.
Yes, and that's a podium. Excellent drive. The whole team have worked especially hard this weekend. And that, my friend, is a fantastic reward. Well done.
Here's the checkered flag. The fans rise to their feet. It's Lando Norris for victory.
A great display of dominance today, Crofty, by this driver. They led from lights out to the flag at the end, led every lap of the race. Brilliant stuff by them, and excited to see what more they can do in future races.
There's room for 3 on their podium, but only ever 1 right at the top. Let the celebrations begin. He holds the trophy aloft, and why shouldn't he? A richly deserved win today for Lando Norris.
Well, there we are then. Lando Norris, like we said, pole position, race victory, led every lap. The only thing he couldn't do was claim fastest lap tonight. That did go our way, so at least we kind of got one sting back at him towards the end of the GP. Verstappen, a very distant third ahead of Albon. Piastri there, probably driver of the day, 14th to 5th. No, I think it goes to Lando, surely. Absolutely controlled that one. Sainz ahead of Hamilton. Russell with Gasly and Ocon rounding out your top 10 there. Charles Leclerc, terrible qualifying, started at the back, didn't even score a point. And I think that, yeah, you know, as being Ferrari's only real beacon this year is pretty disappointing for him. I mean, Antonelli, pretty tough time out as well for him. Liam Lawson on a 2-stop strategy. And then Franco Colapinto, the only driver that failed to see the checkered flag. What does that do to our World Championship? Well, it means now we have just a 16-point lead at the top of the table, but we have crossed the 400-point barrier this season. Lando, yet still, obviously, the only driver mathematically with a shot, as Oscar Piastri there now a few points ahead of Albon even, who is 1 point ahead of Leclerc and Verstappen here. So could the Dutchman still somehow end up recovering for a P4 overall in the World Championship? 2 points in it now between the Aston Martins, as George Russell there in a pretty lonely P10 ahead of Antonelli, and still, yeah, just Lawson, Doohan and Hadjar yet to score a point. Constructors-wise, McLaren then 21 clear of Red Bull. We need one of those McLarens to blow up if I want a chance, I think, at the Constructors' Championship this year. Williams still in a very comfortable third ahead of Aston Martin and Ferrari, and Mercedes still all the way down in P6. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns for the Qatar Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 23 of Season 3 of our F125 Red Bull Driver Career Mode. Yes, we return this weekend here for the Qatar Grand Prix out at the Lusail International Circuit. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live a few days ago from Las Vegas, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. 2 races to go, and it is all starting to look like it's going to come down to the wire between myself and Lando Norris. Now, yeah, obviously, last weekend, I made some claims that Verstappen might be sabotaging us. Some of you guys were a little bit confused in that video, because obviously I was trying to pit, and Verstappen directly behind me also tried to dive in. The reason why I stayed out was because I figured that, obviously, with the Constructors' Championship also being as close as it is, if Verstappen could have got an undercut on Norris in front, then we could have obviously tried to work together to try and get the better of Lando. But I've pretty much decided now in my own head that Verstappen is trying to do everything he possibly can to make sure that it's Lando that wins this championship, as opposed to myself. Now, having a look then at all the upgrades, we've pretty much got everything protected now on this Red Bull car. So whether I stay, whether I leave for next year, Red Bull should be in good hands. We currently have a 16-point lead then over Lando Norris, so if we outscore him by 10 over the course of this weekend, then we would head to Abu Dhabi with the championship all wrapped up. But McLaren, though, still have a 21-point lead in the Constructors, so they need to outscore us by about 35 points this weekend, there or thereabouts, and McLaren would head to Abu Dhabi with the Constructors wrapped up. I'm pretty certain, actually, with the way the maths works, either McLaren can wrap up the Constructors, or we can wrap up the drivers. Both can't happen here. So, you know, at least we know we're going to head into that season finale with at least one championship fight on our hands as well. Of course, if you're new and you're not already, please do consider hitting that sub button. We are getting very, very close to 15k here on the channel at the moment as well. I actually got an email through a few days ago. Apparently now the channel's 2 years old. I honestly thought it was older than that. So yeah, massive, massive thank you to everybody that is enjoying the work we're doing here. But without further ado then, let's return to Lusail. Well, heading out then into sprint qualifying, we have got a bit of an issue with this Red Bull car once again. You guys might remember out at Singapore a few weeks ago, we had a real problem with oversteer with this Red Bull. And that seems to have reared its ugly head here in Qatar once more. Through the final sector, this thing is so impossibly slidey that I'm basically having to run pretty much maxed out downforce to try and keep it pointing in a straight line. That is, yeah, well, it was a pretty good thing on F123 and F124, but in F125 it's not so ideal, because it just means here you just don't have the sticking power, the straight line speed, sorry. You've got enough sticking power, but effectively now we've got to try and make up time around the rest of the lap, and well, purple through sector 1 then. Maybe we can make up that time then. I don't think everybody has gone out and set particularly great lap times just yet. Also, the medium tyre here isn't a bad one to actually qualify on as well, so we'll wait and see what kind of time we can get out of it. But yeah, the team were not happy come the end of free practice, and we'll wait and see what the balance is like now. Rest of the lap, the car is absolutely fine. It is just when we try and tip it in through here, and then it gets incredibly loose and lively, especially kind of through these final 2, but that seems to be a whole lot better. And then through the final one, it's still a little bit, you can feel it underneath you trying to move around a bit, but able to manage it that time around then is through the final corner on the run back towards the start-finish line. Then where are we going to end up on the first run? We go P2, only 3/10 away from Oscar Piastri, but that is 1.3 seconds quicker than anything I did in practice. Well, less than a minute then on the clock. Let's see if it's only actually a soft compound tyre issue, because that was the set I was using throughout free practice. Oscar Piastri still up at the top of the board there, but Lando Norris and Max Verstappen down in P9 and P10. I mean, if we could outscore Norris here by a good chunk of points after the first runs there, I'd be very, very happy with that. So, let's make sure I've still got the car up in hot lap mode, then using a bit more battery down in towards turn 1, but really want to try to attack these first couple of corners of the lap, then gain a bit of time nice and early, and know that we've got the confidence, know that we've got the sticking power in this Red Bull car then, as will we see any more times improve up towards the front. Have to wait and see there, Oscar. I don't know which McLaren's actually gone through. Either way, Behrman now up at a P4 then, so we could see some surprises come the end of qualifying there. It's just trying to use a bit of battery around the lap as well. Qualifying is complete. It doesn't really look like any of the AI are improving here. I mean, this circuit, especially on soft compound rubber, is a real tyre killer. So I think, yeah, even for the sprint race, we're probably going to opt for a set of the mediums, but half a second up then at the moment. This should put us in the green against Oscar Piastri, and we are, but we know that McLaren mighty, mighty fast through this final sector there, and again, the car now is gripping up pretty nicely. Oh, it's just through that final one still. It just wants to break free a little bit there. One more corner to go, though. Is this going to be pole position? Oh, here for the Qatar sprint race, I think it is. 7 tenths up, 118 flat. That is P1. Well, there we go then. Pole position by 3 tenths of a second, and where my championship rival will only line up in P9. This is going to be a good test for Max Verstappen, though. Can he keep him at bay? Can he help us big up some points in the Constructors' Championship as well? But yeah, looks like it's going to be just a simple race between myself and Oscar up at the front. 4 Brits inside your top 5, though. It is only Lando Norris dragging the side back, if I remember correctly. And once again, then, neither Ferrari inside your top 10. What on earth has happened to them?
Forget pit stops, forget fuel management. It's pedal to the metal all the way here as we get ready for today's sprint. We're back here in Losail for a track that's 3.34 miles long. There are 16 turns around its unique 3-prong shape and just a single DRS zone out of turn 16. It's fast and it's flowing, and there's a good overtaking opportunity with DRS down the long straight and into turn 1. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting sprint. Mr. Monaco lines up on pole position, and Oscar Piastri completes the front row. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Russell, Behrman, and Sir Lewis Hamilton, and Sainz, Gasly, Verstappen, Norris, and Esteban Ocon, Bortoletto, Antonelli, Alex Albon, and Leclerc, Colapinto, Stroll, Nico Hulkenberg, and Isaac Hadjar. Lawson and Jack Doohan rounds off the grid. Which of these drivers will get pole position today? We'll soon find out.
Well, we've got to try and get on with this sprint race quite quickly, because apparently there's meant to be changeable conditions as we head into qualifying later on this evening, so clearly some storms may be brewing here around the Qatar circuit, and maybe a storm brewing in the Drivers' Championship fight as well there. Lando Norris on the back foot after sprint qualifying, but we were able to deliver the goods on our very last run. Top 3 all opting for mediums on the start, Behrman and Hamilton on softs. It is 5 red lights. And it is lights out, and away we go then. Not getting off to the best start in the world, but neither is Oscar Piastri. It's going to be Behrman down the middle then, in towards turn 1, and how do we play this? Pretty safely through that first corner there as Ollie Behrman trying to get around the outside of Oscar Piastri, and it's the Haas man going to immediately storm up into P1. He's going to get the move done there, and Ollie Behrman from 4th on the grid there, straight up into the lead of the GP. Russell's gone backwards as well, a little bit further behind, but what a move by the Haas man there, down the middle of 2 drivers that know they need to play it safe for points this late on in the season, know they need to try and deliver for their teams, and Ollie Behrman and Haas, well, they're just out here vibing. Let's not forget Esteban Ocon won a race, obviously back in Season 1 of this career mode, round 2 ever of this driver career mode inside F1 25, so yeah, Haas have obviously seen a bit of success inside this game. I've seen them take a couple of podiums elsewhere as well. And, well, I wouldn't mind if we saw them see more success in the future as well there. But already then, obviously, the medium tyres, I mean, you do really light up the tyres around this Qatar circuit, especially with how upgraded these cars are as well. You know, it doesn't take long before you've got some temperature into them. Just got to be more careful, obviously, about overheating the rubber as out of the final corner. Then Behrman trying to scamper away up at the front of the order. Are we going to be able to get a run on Piastri? That should give you an idea as to just how much wing we are running here. That even using overtake mode, we were still losing ground to the McLaren. Well, we've already got a little bit of experience then trying to fire up this medium tyre, obviously from our first run in qualifying. But Behrman, I mean, he's not quite seemingly able to get out of the DRS range early on. But he's doing a pretty good job there against Oscar Piastri. I mean, well, why am I up in 8th gear? Definitely don't have the drive off of the corners up in top gear there, but hopefully we can try and get a run out of the final corner and maybe apply some pressure then back on Oscar Piastri just in front of us. Looks like Norris has jumped Verstappen a little bit further behind as well, but 220 miles an hour by the time we get to turn 1, and a huge dive on Oscar Piastri there, reclaiming second spot in this race. But has that just cost us a little bit more to Behrman? Again, he'll know, just push like crazy, try and get away. But how long will those soft tyres last? Just really biding our time then at the moment. We know that Ollie Behrman's soft compound tyres should fall off, but until we can definitely get a run on him, there's no point trying to be right up his gearbox, potentially putting more damage through our rubber. But as we make our way then back in towards turn 1, are we going to be close enough to have a bit of a look? So we know we'll still have confidence on the brakes, but Ollie Behrman, he is driving like his career depends on it early on this evening there. I mean, Haas, as I've said, I've never seen him win a sprint race. For some reason, we always seem to get some rather strange oddities in sprint racing inside F125, and, well, a Haas winning it would certainly be one of the oddest ones I've seen. We did have Gabriel Bortoletto, though, on pole, didn't we? I believe last season or season 1 at Belgium, if I remember correctly as well, inside this series. So, yeah, the sprints really do chuck up kind of some interesting dynamics inside F125. So, just trying to make sure, oh, there you go, get the car rotated through. But all that I talked about with the oversteer in practice, maybe it wasn't an issue over one lap, but it's certainly going to become a problem as we make our way through this sprint race. I think I'm going to have to try and get a run on Behrman here, otherwise Piastri might be able to get a run on me there, half a second behind out of the final corner. And Ollie Behrman, will he try and defend? Yes, he will, but it is going to be all for naught. A valiant effort by the Haas man so far in this race. He will hang on to P2 for now, but back into the lead then of this sprint race we go. Let's just see if we can pull out a little bit of a margin, try and turn it up out of nowhere. We've got yellows. Someone's breaking down a bit further back. I think that might be a Sauber. Is that Bortoletto? Is that Hulkenberg? At this stage of the race, it is Gabriel Bortoletto then. It becomes our first retirement of Sprint Race Saturday there. But, I mean, immediately then, Behrman being faced with dirty air. He has not got the sticking power to hang with myself there, and is going to be even more vulnerable from Oscar Piastri just behind. I mean, this has worked out beautifully for us now. We've got a 2-second margin up at the front of the order, and a new fastest lap to boot. Oh, we've got more yellows. We've got more yellows. Another one going. Who is it this time round then? Oh, it's Oscar Piastri, the McLaren man that was running up in P2 here. He just completed the move on Behrman. And Oscar Piastri, well, a Mercedes engine going pop in Qatar is something that I've seen so many times before, but that does huge damage to McLaren in their Constructors' Championship hopes. Weirdly, though, it does help up Lando Norris, because obviously it'll mean that he effectively gets a spot for free there and is up to P5 now in this race. So it looks like we're going to outscore him by, what, 4 points in this sprint? I think that would mean if we win the race tomorrow, that would be Drivers' Championship decided. One more lap to go then here of Sprint Race Saturday, and I think Carlos Sainz now, maybe it was when Oscar Piastri, his engine expired. I think Sainz got a little bit of damage in that moment because he has dropped away and actually given Ollie Behrman a bit of breathing room in front. Norris and Russell now have fought their way through, so Norris looks like he could still bag a podium from this sprint race there, seemingly out of nowhere all day long, but it's just kind of ended up in the right place at the right time. But at least for Ollie Behrman, we're going to see him and Haas pick up a podium as well, obviously from Sprint Race Saturday there. But for us at the front, We played the patience game early on. I made sure that we didn't get any damage at the start. Just kept it clean, kept it tidy. Bided our time behind Ollie Behrman, let him burn up his soft compound tyre, and then as soon as the advantage shifted in the favour of the mediums, that was our chance to pull away, and exactly what we need this weekend to remind Lando Norris that that McLaren package might be very, very good, but when we are in the groove, when we are running with a very, very aggressive setup, we can still be very fast. Look at the blistering on that left-hand side tyre, though. Tyre wear in the main event is going to be very, very tricky to try and manage here. But I'm not going to worry about that now as we make our way in towards the final couple of corners. Sprint Race Saturday is going to go the way of Red Bull once again. Absolutely love to see it and could prove pivotal come the end of the year. Get in there.
Yes, mate, I'll take that. Well done. We're really happy with the podium down here, so well done. Yes.
Well, there we go then. I don't know if that's ever happened before in Formula 1, that 4 drivers from the same nationality, excluding the Indy 500, have ever finished inside your top 4. Only Pierre Gasly and Lewis Hamilton there denied us of it being a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We will claim the victory, though, ahead of Ollie Behrman. Lando Norris in 3rd, ahead of George Russell there, with, as I said, the aforementioned Frenchman ahead of Hamilton there. Verstappen picks up a couple of points alongside Carlos Sainz there, just ahead of Albon and Antonelli. But with your 2 retirements being Bortoleto and Oscar Piastri there, means they have got a lot of work to do and probably some grid penalties as we head into the main event. Sit rep, though, 18 points now, the gap ahead of Lando Norris. So I'll need to double check how Countback is looking, but if we win the Grand Prix tonight, that might be it. That might be enough to be crowned Formula 1 World Champion. Constructors-wise, 17, the gap now coming down as well, so we need to try and make sure that we still outscore McLaren, but you can see as well, Verstappen suddenly now back up to P4 over on the championship, as Albon and Leclerc start to really struggle right towards the end of the campaign.
It's all about flow and pace today, qualifying in Qatar. A high-speed test that will set the grid for tomorrow's race. So welcome along.
Well, I've got to be honest then, as we head out into real qualifying, this I don't think was what anybody had expected when we returned to Qatar. It's a good job Pirelli forced to bringing the wets and the intermediates to every single weekend, because occasionally you can get little things like this throwing up.
Times, looks like the conditions are now ready for wets.
So yeah, team are adamant that we want to be on the wet compound tyre, but they still reckon the intermediate was quicker. Sometimes it can be a little bit of a glitch in this game, I've explained that before. The way it kind of simulates the inter and the wet time is actually based on F124, not on F125 data. So I've given myself enough fuel to go for 2 runs. I'm basically going to take this first one to kind of learn where the grip is, and then the second one, hopefully we can try and push on a little bit more aggressively. So I will make sure that I'm not burning through too much ERS, but hopefully we can also still set a decent enough time there as we get towards the end. Sector 1 there, trying to just keep the car inside track limits. First reference point is going to be Nico Hülkenberg. We are only 3/10 down, but obviously, like I said, we've used very little battery. This first lap then has been taken fairly easy, but Max Verstappen, of course, a driver that always thrives in the unknown there, straight to the top of the pile on a 134. We're barely out of the final corner by the time a 134 has ticked by. We go P11, only quicker than those Saubers. I don't think we're going to find 3 seconds on this second run, but hopefully we will find a bit there, as, like I said, it just means you know roughly where you can brake in towards turn 1, how much grip you're going to find on the exit of the corner. All well and good knowing that, though, but if you can't get the car pointed where you need it, it's largely irrelevant there, as trying to get the power down up the hill. Here we have obviously still got enough fuel, and we've got plenty of time to head back out on the full wets if I need to. I think this lap's going to be an improvement, but yeah, we definitely need the full wets. Well, there we go, George Russell now up to the top of the pile with a 134.1, so the track is steadily improving then for our wet compound runners. I mean, through Sector 3, we are finding bags of time at the moment. It feels so alien, though, to be driving this circuit in these conditions. I know I've had one wet race here before, and it was incredibly glitched. If I remember it correctly, everybody started pitting with like 2 laps to go. 35.0, though, puts us up to P4. We actually went quicker than Norris behind me that lap, so maybe the Inters are competitive. He's going to be last chance saloon then, and look at that. After we went to the intermediate, sorry, if we went back to the wets, everybody else then has now decided they want intermediates here, so no idea kind of what's going on towards the end of this session. Conditions haven't changed or anything like that, but this is just going to be one of those weekends where whatever you do seems to be the wrong choice throughout qualifying there. Make sure we get the power down on the run to the line, make sure we get the car up in hot lap mode as well. Let's just wait and see if we can find a bit more time then. We're still ahead of Lando Norris at this stage of the session. But is George Russell going to spring a big surprise in that Mercedes there? There is definitely some grip. You can carry a bit more confidence through the corners and just get on that throttle a little bit quicker off of the turns as well. As we make our way then up in towards turn 4 and turn 5 there. Oh, still getting that understeer inherent of a tyre that just hasn't got the grip you expect it to have, but 4 tenths up though by the end of sector 1. That is pretty reassuring now. We've just got to keep trying to find the lap time around the rest of the lap. The problem is, we might be going quicker, but is everybody else there finally getting a few cars through the final couple of corners? And let's wait and see what their time's going to be. Hulkenberg goes fastest. Track is definitely ramping up then. Everybody's coming through and setting purple lap times there. Album does a 1:31.8, and maybe it's one of those sessions where you want to be the last car on a run. Verstappen, 31.3 now. So have we just done this session the wrong way around? Did we use Inters when wets were the choice? And have we gone back to wets when Inters were the choice? Through the final corners!
Mind that front wing, it's going to need replacing if it takes too much damage.
Well, first of all then, no idea how we got away with such little front wing damage, but we are out of qualifying, and for the penultimate race of the season, we will line up P17. Qatar, it has thrown up a surprise, and it has absolutely screwed us. And there we go then, Max Verstappen clearly didn't like the idea of George Russell starting from pole position. Those decided he was going to take it for himself there. P1 for our teammate, and absolutely what he needs towards the end of the year there. Russell will line up second ahead of Andrea Kimi Antonelli. Albon and Lando Norris there inside your top 5. Behrman, another great effort to go quicker than Lewis Hamilton, with Sainz, Ocon and Leclerc all inside your top 10. But it got even worse for Piastri and myself there, because we still had 2 cars that were out on runs. I believe it was Isaac Hadjar and I want to say Esteban Ocon as well, right towards the end of the qualifying. But Bortoletto and Piastri just didn't bother going back out there. We have ended up sandwiched between them. I just cannot believe we have messed it up, and now we have got a lot of work to do.
Welcome back to Qatar and the Lusail International Circuit. There's a long history of two-wheeled motorsport action here, but in 2021, Lewis Hamilton won out as part of an epic battle that year with Max Verstappen. But who will win out tonight? So we're back here in Lusail, and this is the track map. 3.34 miles, 16 turns, and just 1 DRS zone out of turn 16. It's already a fast and flowing track after all. There's a good overtaking opportunity with DRS, though, through the long straight and into turn 1. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. What a qualifying yesterday for George Russell. He'll start today's race from pole position. And Andrea Kimi Antonelli completes the front row. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Albon, Behrman, and Sir Lewis Hamilton, and Sainz, Ocon, Leclerc, Lawson, and Max Verstappen, Hadjar, Doohan, Lance Stroll, and Norris, Hulkenberg, Gasly, Oscar Piastri, and Gabriel Bortoletto, Colapinto, and Mr. Monaco. And now it's time to head down to the track. And alongside me in the commentary box today, a man who I always look up to, which is easier said than done, Anthony Davidson. So we come to Qatar this weekend, and what's the word I'm looking for when I think about the middle part of this track? Relentless.
The whole track's relentless. It's predominantly built to be a motorbike circuit. For an F1 car, that means a lot of G-force. It's hot here, it's humid this time of the year that we come to in Formula 1, and this puts pressure on the drivers. It also puts pressure on the car and the demands of the tyres. So it's a brutal circuit.
Now, I know this isn't where we wanted to start this race, but given we're back here at the back of the grid, it means there's an opportunity to move forward. I've seen you karting back in the day. Let's go and do it again.
Well, lining up then at the rear of the field, but penalties galore. Lando Norris, Max Verstappen, both starting out of position as well. Oscar Piastri, of course, we already knew was at the rear of the field. And I've decided to take some grip pens, and we have started right from the very back as well. I'm going to try, though, and go for the alternate strategy here. I'm going to start on the hards. Hopefully we can stay out of trouble, and then try to go to the mediums towards the end of the race to be a little bit quicker there. But fighting your way through the order is going to be difficult with how much wing we are running as well. So, yeah, this is going to be a really, really tough night. But he's probably, you know, this will be championship defining potentially. So, you know, it's going to really, really test the driver's skill and ability as well. For both McLaren and Red Bull, we know there is an opportunity to make a huge leap in the Constructors' Championship as well. But let's wait and see what we can do then. The 5 red lights are on, and it's lights out, and away we go then here for the Qatar Grand Prix. They're not getting off to a good start into turn 1, but I'm not too worried about that one then, as we make our way down in towards turn 1. Colapinto and Bortoletto there, despite starting on the soft compound tyre, not really making any progress. Oscar Piastri also just trying to stay out of trouble there as Norris. What does he do in that McLaren? Does he go aggressive and hope that obviously he can try and make up some places early on? Or does he just play it a bit safer? He knows we're behind him and just make sure that he keeps us at bay and keeps his championship hopes alive as we head to Abu Dhabi next weekend. Only time will tell. I can see him side by side there, I believe, with Jack Dooham. So are we going to be able to do the old up and under on Bortoletto? No, we aren't. He's just going to spend, well, pretty much so far this entire lap side by side there with Franco Colapinto. Of course, two rivals in their Formula 2 days. Colapinto probably getting the better seat in Formula 1. He definitely got the better seat in Formula 1 there, but Bortoletto has easily been the more impressive driver so far in his time in Formula 1 inside this series. As Russell, though, still leading the way then towards the end of lap 1. He's got a Williams and an Aston Martin there in hot pursuit, but not really making any progress then at the start of this race. It will take quite a few laps, though, before these hard tyres become the one you want to have. So we've just got to keep it clean and tidy, and just make sure, yeah, that we are still with these guys when that advantage slowly starts to shift. Well, I don't want to think about too many hypotheticals too early on in the race, but if Lando Norris were to DNF, I believe we would need just a 6th place finish here to make sure that we wrap up enough points for the World Championship. And already then, starting to get a little bit bored of occupying the last spot currently in this race. As Verstappen, he's already making some decent progress, but I mean, look at the speed of Gabriel Bortoletto there to the inside, though, of the Brazilian down in towards turn 1. He might have speed, but we have confidence there down the inside, and up then into a mighty P19. Oscar Piastri there getting a bit of a wobble, and that might allow us to try and get a run on Franco Colapinto then, as Piastri clearly really struggling early on tonight there, as Franco just panicked for a second that he wasn't going to give us any room. But how often do you see who overtakes through there then? Around the outside we will go of the Ferrari man. How much longer will he keep hold of that seat? Coming to the end then of lap 4 here. I think Hajar now is going to be under some pressure from Nico Hülkenberg, but it looks like Charles Leclerc has really been holding up a lot of cars early on in this race. Lando Norris finally finding a way past him by the time they get down towards someone there, as Hülkenberg will make the move work now on Hajar. But you know, Oscar Piastri really not making much progress early on here, and he's stuck behind Pierre Gasly, who we saw in the sprint race was actually pretty racy. So kind of that horrible thing of you're a bit quicker than the car in front, who's a bit quicker than the car in front of them, but unless you do something like this, you're going to struggle to really make much progress there. As that doesn't bode well, does it? Oh man, just got a little bit too leery on the curb on the exit of the corner, and suddenly now we've got a lot of work to do once again. Well, I just made sure then that we didn't cook the tyres trying to get them back up to speed once again. As there you go, look at that. 1.5 second improvement when I'm not stuck in traffic there, as I think they're going almost 3 wide back in towards turn 1. But we've definitely got the speed there. That was just really unfortunate, because it felt like the hard tyre was probably about to become the one you want to be on. But yeah, Piastri then finally starting to make some progress. As I mean, tyre wear is not that bad right now. We could probably afford to stretch these quite deep into the race. Maybe get a late safety car, something like that. perhaps a gamble that could be worth the risk if we're still not making up much progress. Verstappen still ahead of Norris, though, is useful, because it does mean, of course, with Oscar and I out of the points, we should still gain on McLaren. I've tried to be patient, I've tried to be friendly early on in this race, but there just isn't time for it. With a championship on the line like this, there is all Bortoletto. Just gets a little bit of a wobble out of that final corner. Again, that Ferrari engine just giving him so much drive off of the turn there as Hajar gets jumped by Colapinto. And he might be about to get jumped again. There is all. We will go for the double overtake. Down in towards someone there. Bortoletto just getting a little bit panicked. Getting boxed in. But 2 cars navigated in one go. But Colapinto also on the softs. I mean, 8 laps in, they are really beginning to struggle, surely. As you can see, they're trying to get the car rotated up through the top of the circuit. Got to try and find a way around the Argentinian once again. And especially now, wow, that he's lost that DRS to the cars in front. We've got to try and push on and get on with it because we know that Gasly and Piastri's pace is pretty good there. That is a audacious dive bomb in through turn 7, but it's worked. Oh, come on then, let's see if we can try and get a run on Pierre Gasly. Is definitely now, the hard tyre is the one you want to have there as George Russell actually into the pit lane. The Mercedes is 2-stopping. Why on earth are they doing that there as we've got bigger things to worry about? Hulkenberg, Stroll and Piastri 3 wide down in turn 1, and look at that! Piastri's just had both of them in one corner. There's Gasly now getting a little bit caught up in all of the confusion there, and we will try and get a big run off of the turn then. To the inside of the Frenchman we will go. But what on earth is happening then as we prepare ourselves, or everybody else preparing themselves for the pit stops here. And Stroll as well, really, really struggling now on that subcompound tyre. But what a move by Oscar Piastri there to get around the outside of the pair of them. A moment of chaos in this Grand Prix, but why on earth is George Russell on a 2-stop? He's had no dirty air to contend with or anything like that so far in this Grand Prix. But clearly Mercedes would rather play it safe, try and go aggressive, and that I believe now means Hamilton, for the first time pretty much all year, is up into the lead of a Grand Prix. Can I stay? Well, not with lines like that, we can't stay in the range of Oscar Piastri. Once again, the loose back end of this Red Bull starting to rear its ugly head. Well, I'm pretty certain then it's only George Russell and Gabriel Bortoletto that are attempting the 2-stop tonight, but everybody else then peeling into the pit lane, including our teammate Max Verstappen, come the end of lap 12 here. So I assume, yeah, that is Hamilton is still effectively in the lead. Yes, it is. They're on to a set of hards he will go, as we will sweep past Oscar Piastri down in towards turn 1 as well. Doohan, Ocon, and I believe that's Carlos Sainz, currently your top 3. What a result that would be come the checkered flag. Oh, I thought that was an engine failure. Just for a brief moment, I thought that might have been an engine failure. Luckily, it's only DRS, but still rather annoying, actually.
Okay, there's a fault with the DRS. You will not be able to open the rear wing. We're working on a fix. Stay out for now.
That was a good job that didn't happen 10 seconds earlier. Otherwise, the DRS would be stuck wide open, and we'd probably have no choice but to retire the car. Well, I've said it before, the Aston Martin, actually a very, very good car on its tyres inside this game. It definitely helped us towards the World Championship last year, as this is definitely something I haven't seen before. Jack Doohan to the lead of a Formula 1 Grand Prix there, as Russell now, despite the fact he's already pit, almost back to the front of the order, but Alpine and Jack Doohan to the front. I mean, obviously all the rumours spiralling this week about Flavio Briatore apparently going backwards and forwards on who he wants back in the car. But if Doohan could do this IRL, or could have done this, maybe he could have kept the seat. That being said, though, Doohan is incredibly slow now on these medium tyres, and with George Russell closing in rather thick and fast, there's just nowhere to go around him around this part of the circuit, though, trying to get on the throttle as early as we can. But with George Russell now only a couple of seconds away, I was hoping we'd still be ahead of the Mercedes by the time we dive into the pit lane here, but I'm not sure we're going to be. As I mean, to his credit, he's got a 10-second gap over Hamilton. Verstappen is 17 seconds back in this race at the moment. So, yeah, he's doing a very, very good job there as to the inside of Doohan. We will have to go down at the final corner. That might have been a bit pointless. He's going to immediately dive into the pit lane anyway. But Russell now applying the pressure. We're going to try and go to the end of lap 17. And then I'm going to go mediums to the flag. I don't think it's worth risking, waiting for a safety car or anything like that. because it's highly unlikely you end up with a car in a wall here. Well, I wonder if George Russell has just been told to stay out of the DRS range, obviously, just to help look after his tyres a little bit more, because he's just been floating at about a second away. But this time around then, maybe if he knows I'm pitting, he's just got a little bit closer here. Watching the gaps a little bit further behind, though, Verstappen senses blood in the water with Hamilton. He's been closing in by nearly half a second a lap there, as that was aggressive on pit lane entry. But where are we going to re-emerge then in this Grand Prix? We need a good pit stop by the boys down at the team. And hopefully, yeah, we can try and get ourselves towards the front. There we go. 2.4 seconds. As still the DRS isn't back online. And that is going to become a much bigger issue towards the end of this Grand Prix. But we might be up inside your top 10 then at the moment. It's going to be close there. There goes Albon. Here goes Behrman and Carlos Sainz there. No, we're going to come out in P11. But we do stay ahead then, or we've actually overcut Oscar Piastri in this Grand Prix, so that has worked out beautifully. But of course, this is where we should be quick towards the end of the afternoon. Softer, fresher tyres than pretty much everybody else. We dealt with the pain earlier on in the night, and now I'm hoping we can really fly along. As already you can just see how much grip we've got. Closing in on Esteban Ocon. Can we immediately go to the outside then, as we're still trying to fire up these tyres? And well, we might not have come out of the pit lane in your top 10, but we have immediately bolstered ourselves back up into it there. Ollie Behrman up next then, as we make our way through this technical sector 2. Oh, he'll leave the door open, and we will get down the inside of yet another one. Come on then, Carlos Sainz. Let's see if we can try and get a run on him. Oh, there we go. The DRS finally re-enabled. Wonderful. Finally, that DRS back working again then in this Grand Prix. Around the outside then we go, and that could not have happened at a more perfect time for us. Well, by the time George Russell pits then, we should obviously come out well ahead of him once more, so it's gonna probably be a fight between Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton towards the end of this race. I believe the last time neither of those two drivers won a Formula 1 Grand Prix in an entire season must have been all the way back in 2006, before Hamilton had made his debut, and Verstappen was less than 10 years old. That goes to show just how in control those two can be in their time in Formula 1, as Russell then dives back into the pit lane, so we should get another one for free, as his teammate then coming under pressure from Albon and ourselves. Oh, Antonelli there, a little bit of a late defensive manoeuvre, tries to pinch us, but Albon and I will effectively Ricardo Zonta him down it towards turn 1 there. Russell, he could still be a threat towards the end, but hopefully not to us. It's getting a good run up the hill though on Albon. Oh, that got a little bit sketchy, but I just did not sit in behind with all the dirty air. Oh, there we go, new fastest lap of the day, and that sends a warning shot to that top 3 up at the front of the order there. Hamilton desperately trying to defend from Norris and Verstappen by the time they get down in towards turn 1. All this could really do, this might really fall into our lap towards the end of this race, because if those guys keep holding each other up, surely these tyres shouldn't be much of a cause for concern towards the end of the race. It's just how you play it. Do you go uber aggressive and try and make sure you get there as soon as possible, or do you try and be a bit more patient and make sure you got enough tyre come the end of the Grand Prix? That is the ultimate question then at this stage. As Charles Leclerc there, he's had a couple of rough weekends recently. Looks to be on a bit of a return to form in Qatar, constantly dragging that Ferrari to results it probably doesn't deserve. Right, come on then, Leclerc again, surely is going to be a sitting duck on the run down towards turn 1 as Hamilton up at the front of the order. I mean, we know that Aston Martin hasn't got much straight line speed at the best of times, and Verstappen finally will swoop through then and up into P1, but that last lap, we took almost 2 seconds at Lando Norris in front. 8 laps to go here. The championship could still be decided tonight. Oh, there we go, inside the DRS range of Lando Norris, but has Hamilton stayed in the range of Verstappen? No, he hasn't by the looks of it. So Lando Norris now trying to have a look around his outside to try and put a car between himself and ourselves then late on in the day, but such a valiant effort from Lewis Hamilton in an Aston Martin that obviously won the World Championship last season. Definitely hasn't quite had the pace to do it this season, but Verstappen now trying to run away, and despite starting from 10th, 14th, and last on the grid, it looks like still it is going to be McLaren versus Red Bull for the victory there. muscling our way around the outside of Lewis. And up then, back into third spot. We've got yellows right at the rear of the field. That looks to be Bortoletto for the second time this weekend, suffering with a mechanical failure. So clearly an issue with that Sauber car, unable to handle the heat, to handle the pressure right towards the end of this. Lando Norris is a driver that in previous years hasn't been able to handle the pressure either. And at the moment, he is trying to do everything he possibly can to soak it up. Let's not forget, your Season 1 champion going up against your Season 2 champion inside this series. But bizarrely, obviously, prior to this season, we never really battled with each other. But goes to show as well, of course, obviously, over in my team, Cadillac and Ferrari have won every single race of Season 4 so far. That championship decider will be going out on Friday. But with Verstappen now just still hanging on at the front of the order, will Lando Norris get a run on him out of the final turn? It looks like Hamilton now is really beginning to drop away then later on in the day, as here goes Norris to the outside of Verstappen. And once again, questions being called about where Max Verstappen's loyalties lie. He's let Lando Norris through there. Not really sure he could have done much in towards turn 1. But is he going to stick with him, or is he potentially going to back us up a bit more and give Norris a chance to run? Verstappen there kicking out the back end as well, but I mean, look at that already. He might lose this range to Lando Norris here, so like I said, is Verstappen just trying to back us up a little bit? I mean, he had the pace over Norris for quite a few laps here, but as soon as the McLaren driver's gone by, Verstappen really beginning to struggle there. He should still just be inside the range, but surely Laurent Mekies is on the radio telling his driver to get out of the way. Verstappen still yet to win a race this entire season. A few laps ago, it looked like it was his for the taking there, but to the outside of our Dutch rival we will go in towards turn 1, and he will again just back out of it there. So clearly being told if he doesn't do that, questions are going to be raised, and of course we know how much swing Verstappen has got inside this Red Bull team. But suddenly now, between Lando Norris and ourselves, if we win this race, it is championship done and dusted for the McLaren man. I'm pretty certain we've got more wins on count back over the course of the year. Norris has to do everything he can to try and stay ahead. Well, 2 laps to go then of this Grand Prix. Lando Norris still doing everything he possibly can. But if we can win this race, it will have to be down to those last few laps I did on the hard tyre. After everybody else had dived into the pit lane, we were just able to keep setting good lap times, keep dragging the car a little bit further there, and obviously was able to keep George Russell at bay as well. Activate the DRS then. Less than 2 laps potentially between us and a second Formula 1 World Championship there. Norris gives us a big old squeeze in towards turn 1. He is not going to give up on it though. It's all big snap oversteer, banging wheels through turn 1 there as we will try and go around the outside through turn 2 and up then into the lead of the Grand Prix once again. Here comes Norris though, a big slingshot up in towards turn 4. We're going to be side by side again then as I just try and make sure we stay in track limits there. And Norris, he can't do anything about it off the exit of the corner. He's not going to give up though, still side by side as we will squeeze him out through the exit of the turn. This would be enough to become Formula 1 World Champion right now, and with Verstappen still waiting in the wings, could we still see more chopping and changing in towards the final lap? These mediums, they have held on really, really nicely towards the end of the Grand Prix, but they are beginning to scream now with just 1 more lap to go. You can see the blistering on that front left as you make your way up in towards this final sector. Every time it kind of just reminds you as to how much pressure goes through that left-hand side tyre, through that triple right-hander. 1 more lap to go, though. Are we going to be able to defend from Lando Norris even down in towards turn 1? We will swing to the inside to defend it, as Norris, he's going to try and claim a bit of a toe from us. But where is he going to go? To the outside, he has to, as we will keep the car pinned to the wall. Lando Norris locks up in towards turn 1, though. He had the move done, but a little bit of a lock-up there, a little bit of a mistake from the McLaren man. Oh, there's more contact. Norris again understeers out wide through the exit of the corner. And now we've got to defend the inside line up the hill, because we know just how good of a run he can get. We keep the car there. We have to give him space, though, on the exit of the corner. Norris can't do anything about it. And the underbody has taken damage as well. Just seeing immediately how much we struggle to get the power down off the corner. 5 cars from 4 different teams now. A blanket could be thrown over and it would cover all of them in these final few corners of this Grand Prix. But a disastrous qualifying yesterday. We took some engine penalties. We've had such a good power unit throughout the Grand Prix here tonight. Surely Norris now can't do anything in towards the final few corners of the Grand Prix. Surely there is not a chance for him to get a run anywhere in towards these final couple of turns as we make our way down in towards the final corner. It has not been an easy year with the Red Bull Formula 1 team, but after Verstappen lost the crown out of the final turn, we're going to bring it back to Milton Keynes. Out of the final corner, we are world champion.
Oh, you worked hard for that one. Congratulations. Well done.
Really well executed race. Well done.
And that's the checkered flag. What an effort from the team here in Qatar. And a fully deserved victory too.
And this really is, as we know, Crofty, a team game. And a performance from the driver like this today gives the team energy moving forwards. It's closely fought in the Constructors' Championship, and this will go a long way to boosting that energy as we move forward.
Red Bull put up an outstanding fight for the front position today, and it's great to see it paid off for them. They do so much for the sport that you can't help but be delighted by today's race win.
Well, clearly then, according to the game, we have not done enough to win the Formula 1 World Championship this weekend. We'll have to take a look back at base. Maybe I got my count back wrong or something right towards the end of the year there. But for the second weekend in a row, it is going to be a McLaren and both Red Bulls on the podium. But from last to first, that has got to be one of my greatest drives inside F125 there. Lando Norris will come through for P2 ahead of Verstappen. Charles Leclerc, Lewis Hamilton inside your top 5 there with Albon, Antonelli, Russell, Oscar Piastri down in 9th, and Carlos Sainz there rounding out your top 10. I believe it was just Bortoletto, though, that failed to see the checkered flag when all is said and done. So definitely a weekend to forget for the Sauber driver there. But yeah, I mean, I just want to take a quick look then. Constructors-wise, we'll have made huge gains, won't we? 3 points now ahead of McLaren as we head into that season finale there. Williams locked in for P3. Aston Martin looked pretty much guaranteed P4 ahead of Ferrari and Mercedes there, and Haas as well, unless Alpine bag a 1-2 in the season finale. Looks like, yeah, the only real battle still yet to be decided is the one right at the very front. But a 25-point lead over Lando Norris. Yeah, count back. I'm pretty certain we have done enough there to win this, unless I got my numbers wrong. Oscar Piastri, though, still in 3rd overall ahead of Verstappen, as he's now got a 5-point buffer ahead of Leclerc. So it looks like despite how much Oscar and Max have struggled all year, and despite how much better Leclerc and Albon have probably been, it still looks like they're going to get the jump on the Ferrari and the Williams there. Both Williams followed by both Aston Martin and both Mercedes at the bottom of your top 10 in the World Championship. But yeah, Leclerc thoroughly outclassed Franco Colapinto throughout the course of this campaign. Still just Lawson, Doohan and Hadjar yet to score a point. But I don't normally do this, though. We're going to have to head back to the base to see how I've got my numbers wrong. Well, having a look then over at the standings and the season results, we have had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 wins over the course of the year. Lando Norris has had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 wins over the course of the year. So obviously, if he won Abu Dhabi, we both each have 9 wins to our name. We have had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 second places. Norris has had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 second places. So there we go then. Turns out, If Lando Norris wins next weekend and we don't score a single point, we would be tied on 446. We would each have 9 wins, but Lando Norris, courtesy of, what was that, 2 extra second place results over the course of the campaign, that would be enough still for him to win the World Championship, and I just had not factored that in to my numbers come the end of the campaign there, so well, it's a good job for you guys, because that season finale should be going live tomorrow then. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we will be back then for the championship decider out in Abu Dhabi. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 24 and the finale of season 3 of our F125 Red Bull Driver Career Mode. Yes, we return this weekend here to the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, of course, where championships have been won and lost before. If you guys remember, in season 1, it was a battle between Lando Norris and Max Verstappen for the championship, and Lando came into this weekend 23 points back behind Max Verstappen. Still managed to wrap it up. This year, his task is even more difficult. We head into this final weekend with a 25-point buffer ahead of the McLaren man. But if he wins the race tonight and we fail to score, we will both have 9 wins on the year. He will claim it based on second place finishes on countback. So basically, all I need to try and do this weekend is make sure that Max Verstappen doesn't finish. Lando Norris even doesn't finish. And maybe we could do that at turn 1. Maybe I'll try and bring out my best Ayrton Senna impression during this Grand Prix. But I just want to say a massive thank you to all of you guys for the support throughout the entirety of this 3rd season. It was a big and interesting switch to Red Bull, but of course we are right on the precipice of becoming just the 2nd driver ever in Formula 1 history to bag back-to-back championships 2 years in a row with 2 separate teams. Yes, the only other one, the great Juan Manuel Fangio, that I'm pretty certain did it with 3 different teams in a row, if I remember correctly as well, back in the 1950s. All we need to do, though, is try and bag 10th place tonight. You know, 1 point is going to be what it takes for us to be world champion. But we have got the constructors to think about as well. We have a 3-point buffer ahead of McLaren heading into this weekend. I could try and give you all the hypotheticals, but there's so many of them, it's near impossible to really know what is going to go down. So we need to go out there, we need to drive as fast as we can, and I also need to hope that Verstappen shows up, because he basically hasn't appeared all year long.
Welcome along, everybody. It's the fastest day of the week, qualifying Saturday, and we're here in Abu Dhabi.
Well, I guess the only real thing that could properly screw us over this weekend would be if we had a mechanical failure. But of course, even then, Lando Norris still needs to win this race. I have seen it before, though, on this game. I'm pretty certain last season, wasn't it? Red Bull, both of their cars blew up in this season finale within about 6 laps of the start. So I'm hoping that isn't like a bad omen ready for this weekend. Normally, like, reliability issues like that don't happen kind of year after year for the same teams at the same places. It is a bit more randomised and kind of decided upon. But anyway, trying to get the power down then out onto the back straight for this first run. It's a good job we've got such a buffer over Lando Norris. I'd be far more concerned if this was like a winner-takes-all affair or anything like that, because ultimately, coming into this weekend, I'm not that confident in Abu Dhabi, and I'm not sure it's going to suit the car either all too well. An absolute stinker in Qatar qualifying as well last weekend. And you can see there as Verstappen goes to the top of the pile, we are only 3/10 up on Franco Colapinto at this point of the lap, and he's a second slower than our teammate there. Carlos Sainz now goes to the top of the board, so Williams looking very, very good. Have we just got a bit more speed through that final corner? Look at that, Norris into the 1 minute 19s there. That was a barrier I didn't think would get broken around this circuit, but through the final turn then, where are we going to be at the end of our first run? 20.6. We have got speed in the final sector, though. McLaren have really come here to Abu Dhabi ready to pack a punch. Only 2 cars have been able to go around in under 80 seconds, and both of them are McLarens there. George Russell, to his credit, has done a 120 exactly, as in a 120.000. But let's just see then if we can try and join them in the sub 80 second club then. One final lap in this Red Bull car this season. And let's hope, that we can try and get a good one there. One worth shouting about at the end of the season. Already 3/10 up by the time we head out of Sector 1. That's exactly what we need there as well. On the brakes at the 50-meter board. Really struggle, actually, when to try and tip the car in down at the end at that hairpin. 4.5 tenths up, though, now, as we make our way out onto the back straight there, dropping a little bit of time. I think I just used a bit more battery earlier on in the run there as well. Nice and tidy through the chicane. Don't want to take any risks on the exit as well. This Red Bull can be sensitive over the curbing there, but still only 4 tenths up at the moment. As everybody else then coming towards the end of their runs. Have we seen any other improvements by anybody else? Maybe the track just beginning to fall away slightly, as now we're finding a bit more time. 6 tenths up. We need about 8 tenths, though, if I want to try and put this thing on that front row. But honestly, I'll just be happy if we get into the 1 minute 19s there. Oh, really having to balance the car, steering it off the rear end through those final couple of corners there. Is it going to be enough, though? Send it through the final apex, get the power down on the run to the line. 19.9. We end up P3. Well, there we are. Lando Norris there. He will claim pole position here in Abu Dhabi. Oscar Piastri joining him on that front row, as we will get into the 79-second barrier as well. George Russell just ahead of Max Verstappen, Carlos Sainz and Andrea Kimi Antonelli there, all up inside your top 7, with Leclerc and the Haas rounding out your top 10. Who will start at the rear of the field then for this season finale? Nico Hülkenberg, a second slower than anybody else. I think it's time to retire.
Welcome to the Yas Marina circuit for the finale of another thrilling Formula One season. It's been a breathtaking year, and we end it at a track that's been the scene of many glories and heartbreaks over its history. It's time to end the season in style. It's time for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. The Yas Marina circuit is made up of 3.28 miles of track, featuring 16 corners with 2 very long straights. DRS zones going into the heavy braking zones of both Turn 5 and Turn 7 offer plenty of potential for overtaking. The circuit comes with its fair share of tricky corners, which will certainly test a driver's braking management. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Lando Norris will lead us away from pole position, and Oscar Piastri completes the front row. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Mr. Monaco, Russell, Max Verstappen and Sainz, Antonelli, Leclerc, Stroll and Esteban Ocon, Albon, Lawson and Sir Lewis Hamilton, and Colapinto, Gasly, Doohan, Isaac Hadjar and Ollie Behrman. Hülkenberg and Gabriel Bortoleto rounds off the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track. And alongside me here today in the commentary box, Anthony Davidson. What a day in store today. Time to realise the dreams. And when we say dreams, we mean the team's dreams. It's the team championship that's on the line today.
Absolutely, Crofty, and you got that responsibility as a driver. You're the one sitting in the car, and you feel that immense pressure from those 500 or 1,000 people, depending on which team it is, working for you and your teammate to get the job done and bring those valuable points home. You're going to be celebrating with your team tonight if you get it right.
Right, well, it all comes down to this then, doesn't it? You're still in with a shot at the Drivers' Championship, the biggest prize in this sport. So get out there on track and come back with that trophy.
Well, Mark there, he understands the assignment. He understands the goal. One race between us and Formula One glory there. 25 points. As I said though in the intro, Lando Norris has been able to fight back before inside this game. Although that was only 23 points and it was against Verstappen. What can we do tonight, though? Only time will tell. But I think, honestly, the Constructors is going to be far more difficult to achieve. 5 red lights are on. Oh, and a mighty long hole, but it is lights out, and away we go then for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. And look at that, Piastri immediately getting onto a very good start. Is he going to dive to the inside of his teammate down in turn 1? Oh, there's contact between him, and Norris has already lost front wing. Lando Norris there, already in the wars, and that was not what McLaren needed. At the start of this event, we're going to try to apply some pressure as well as we make our way down in towards the hairpin. But Oscar Piastri, I mean, surely he was told just to hold station, sit behind Lando at the start, because Lando has to win this race. if he wants any mathematical chance. And Oscar Piastri maybe not happy with his teammate either, because again he's going for it, up towards the top of the hill, in towards Sector 2 chicane. And you can see there again they make contact, but Oscar Piastri around the outside he will go, and straight up then into the lead of the Grand Prix. How bad is Lando Norris's wing damage? That will be the next big question on everybody's mind, as he's going to try and go back to the outside of the Australian. I mean, look at that, Oscar. He's trying to give him the squeeze of all squeezes there. You make orange juice squeezing the orange car that much, but as we try and get the power down off of the corner, we're just watching this all unfold just in front of us. Verstappen lining up right behind me as well. Both McLarens followed by both Red Bulls there, and look at that, Lando. He hasn't got the rotation through the corners, and you don't usually see moves under the tunnel, or under the hotel, I should really say. But we have done it then, straight up into P2 of this Grand Prix. Lando Norris is going to try and stay out there. I was going to talk about it a bit later on, but I think sensibly, if we want to win the Constructors tonight, with the pace McLaren have shown, we're going to need one of their cars probably not to score points. And at the moment, Oscar Piastri, well, he might be helping make sure that one of their cars doesn't score points. That was ridiculous. Oh, we've got yellows already then. I don't know why, but we always seem to see mechanical failures very early on in the night here in Abu Dhabi. And it looks like one of the Saubers then already pulling over to the wayside. Not sure. Oh, there you go. That is Hulkenberg. So if this is his final Formula 1 Grand Prix, that's a pretty disappointing way to end it. Just lap 2 here, and the third Sauber mechanical failure in the last 2 Grand Prix. Bortoletto, of course, had 2 out in Qatar, but he's still going for now. But if I remember correctly, Oscar Piastri has only won 1 race so far this season. But early on here tonight, he is hoping to try and get a second one, as Lando Norris there, you can already see, he's losing bags of pace further back there now, getting jumped by Max Verstappen. So our teammate then up into the podium places as well, as we will try and make a move for the lead then. And this is not what McLaren need right now. Did they maybe just set their car up to be more qualifying focused than race pace here? Only time will tell, as Norris actually fighting back against Max. What this is also doing though is allowing Oscar and I to completely run away. Oh no, what's happened to Verstappen? Verstappen now suddenly dropping down the order, so clearly I think there might have been some contact between Lando then and Max Verstappen here, as back to the inside of Oscar Piastri down at the end of the first straight. But, oh, I mean, yeah, Verstappen's completely dropped off the face of the earth by the looks of it. He must be down to about 7th spot here. So I don't know if our teammate has got some kind of issue with his Red Bull, but basically now, for the team, this race has started to become a must-win for us. Even though, yeah, Norris now, that gap kind of levelling out at about 3 seconds. Has he taken Max Verstappen's front wing end plate? I've said all year long that I feel like Verstappen wants him to win. Has Verstappen somehow given Norris his own front wing midway through a race? Got more yellows out. We've got more yellows. Verstappen has got past someone. Could this be a red flag? I believe that's Leclerc that's gone spinning a little bit further back. I'll make sure there's a replay up on your screens at the moment, but Leclerc has been able to get going again, so we won't get a safety car this early on in the night. Probably a good thing, actually, because I don't think we'd be able to stretch the hards from here. A moment then, Oscar Piastri just does not seem to be able to handle our speed up at the front of the order, and Lando Norris as well doesn't seem to be able to handle the speed of the Mercedes cars a little bit further behind there. Norris now dropping down to P5. So I believe, obviously, mathematically now, even if Verstappen didn't score, we would take it by virtue of having more wins so far this year. I believe that's how the Constructors' Championship is decided as well there. Of course, Oscar's 1 with Lando's 8 would equal 9. And of course, we'd be backing our 10th victory of the campaign as well. So really now just trying to see if we can get away, if we can stretch our legs ahead of Oscar Piastri. But of course, I'm still slightly nervous. I'm always nervous that we could end up with the engine going pop. Well, as we start to see our first couple of cars then peeling into the pit lane, I must admit, it's Red Bull, yeah, it's not often this year it's felt this good in a Grand Prix. Enough balance on the rear end. I mean, when you get it hooked up, it is so quick and so pointy at the front of the car. You know, I know it's well documented, but you can see why Verstappen is able to extract so much out of it, and where others just cannot do the same kind of thing. But yeah, at the moment though, Oscar Piastri now floating about 3 seconds behind. He's definitely there ready to pounce if I make an error. So I'm just trying to kind of drive, you know, still up towards the limit, but not completely on it. as Antonelli and Russell there battling for that final podium spot. Really has been a pretty terrible year for Mercedes, all things considered. But a podium for them tonight would mean they could go into the winter break with a little bit of solace. But yeah, Team 1 is obviously moving over to hards. I'm quite happy just to cover off Oscar Piastri, go a lap after him, because I don't think he's going to undercut us by almost 4 seconds. Getting towards the end of lap 13. There you go. Team now screaming at me, get on the radio, get into the pit lane at the end of this lap, because, yeah, I mean, again, the Red Bull tyre wear definitely a bit higher than that of the McLaren, but even Mercedes able to take both their cars really deep into this race as well, so he's very, very interested in kind of the way these things work out there, is make sure I don't do anything stupid on pit lane entry, just so I get the car slowed down, as Piastri's going again. So clearly Oscar Piastri then has also said he wants to make sure he goes 1 lap further than me, and that could have been quite a dangerous game of chicken between the pair of us there, as nice and tidy out of the box. George Russell, Lando Norris then all into the pit lane as well, so 3 Brits there making their way through. So we're going to get jumped by Esteban Ocon. But I'm hoping we're going to come out then ahead of Verstappen in this Grand Prix, which we should just about. So our teammate then really, really struggling. So like I said, this is basically must win. We are trying to carry Red Bull on our shoulders towards the Constructors' Championship, which even obviously last year, 2024, Verstappen, despite how good he was, not even he could manage that. Come on then, Esteban Ocon. Don't really want to lose any time behind him if I don't have to, but I assume he will be into the pit lane or at the end of this lap. We just seem to be so confident through these final couple of corners. And again, able to dive bomb someone under the hotel there. But Piastri into the pit lane, Antonelli then into the pit lane. And Esteban Ocon, well, he's diving in, or he's going for the biggest dive bomb in the world on me through those final couple of corners. But back out into top spot then as Verstappen peels in. The team wanted me to box in at the end of lap 12. I'm really happy I didn't do that. Otherwise, we would have had a huge offset against everybody else. And I don't think it would have been for the better. George Russell, though, almost jumping now Oscar Piastri in this Grand Prix. And as much as, you know, people love the drama, people love the 8-way championship decider in the season finale that goes down to the very last lap, I'm really hoping that isn't the case tonight. We've got a healthy lead now over Oscar Piastri. And honestly, I'm hoping we can just quietly close this one out up at the front. Well, there we go then. That should point out just how quick Oscar Piastri is going at this stage of the Grand Prix. He's taken a good few seconds out of us over these last few laps. And clearly, once again, just wants to try and push to keep us in his eyesight here. Maybe push us, you know, if we had a mechanical failure or anything like that. Could it be appointed to having to push the engine a bit harder than I'd like to try and make sure we keep the Australian at bay? George Russell, Antonelli, Lando Norris, they're all still line astern as well. But yeah, Verstappen, though, I believe he's down in 9th, 7th, 6th, 7th, 8th, yeah, 9th spot at the moment. But Bortoletto definitely in front of him, needs to pit again. So Verstappen in 8th. And that would mean, obviously, if Lando Norris can get back past Kimi Antonelli, McLaren now, I think, would turn the tide. Nights like this as the sun sets here over Yas Island do give you a good opportunity to reflect in the world of Formula 1, and especially when we are still out front. But having to manage this gap over Oscar Piastri, it really has been an interesting season, hasn't it? Aston Martin was a safe space for us, of course, where we made our debut, you know, where we took our first win, our first championship, everything like that. And of course, happy memories here 12 months ago. Happy to give up the win to Fernando Alonso as we only just took the Constructors' Championship away from McLaren. Are we about to see history repeat itself, but with an all-new organisation? When I joined Red Bull, it was for one simple reason. Max Verstappen made it very clear in the media, made it very clear to everybody in and around the Formula 1 circus that I had won that championship thanks to the car. And I thought, what better way to prove him wrong than by entering his backyard and just absolutely throwing everything we possibly can at him. We got yellow flags out temporarily. I don't know if someone's breaking down or whether everybody's going. I think they're all going still. That could have been a bit bad there for Gabriel Bortoletto right towards the rear of the pack. I absolutely love trying to do my big old speeches towards the end of the season, and then immediately halfway through my camera decides to die. Absolutely fantastic. As I was saying, though, yeah, you know, Verstappen, he had made it clear that I only won that championship because of the car. So we have, well, we're truly going to disprove that this year, because we're going to win a championship, and it's going to be in his car, unless we still get a mechanical failure and somehow Lando Norris can make back up the 18-second deficit to his teammate Oscar Piastri and get through to Mercedes in the process here. But yeah, like I said, it really has been an interesting campaign. I've got an idea as to what I want to do for Season 4, but of course with the way the driver transfers work inside F125 and everything like that, even right now, recording, I don't know whether it's going to be possible. Luckily, I've got a couple of backup plans as well, sneaky with you all, but yeah, I mean, it has been a really good fun campaign once again, and it's kind of hilarious, isn't it, how driver career mode has been so much more popular on F125 than my team as well. So, you know, to be able to bring you guys along for this journey, you know, obviously on this channel, as we get closer and closer to 15,000 subscribers as well, a massive thank you to everybody for the continued support. But yeah, I mean, it's annoying, isn't it? The fact that there's still kind of, it's not really a glitch. I do genuinely think it's a feature that they've tried to implement. But for whatever reason, your teammate is terrible inside this game, especially in driver career mode. I mean, Verstappen, I see him pretty much spend every single season of every single career mode on this game kicking heads in, despite the fact I haven't seen him win a world championship. But the fact that he is looking almost guaranteed now to go winless in this final campaign, well, not this final campaign, but in this campaign, sorry, is kind of wild, to be honest. As I mentioned in Qatar last weekend, the last Formula 1 season where neither Verstappen or Lewis Hamilton won a Grand Prix was all the way back in 2006, before either of them had ever debuted in Formula 1. I mean, Verstappen was about 8 years old during 2006. Fernando Alonso was winning his second World Championship. Of course, he is now retired after last year's Grand Prix around this venue. I'm pretty certain, yeah, Kimi Antonelli had just been born, which is probably even more impressive than anything else there. Goes to show just, you know, how good Hamilton and Verstappen between them have been for so long. But also just, you know, times can change in Formula 1. Or weird game mechanics of F125 can kind of screw that over as well. But 6 laps to go with this Grand Prix. Again, things are all looking good right now, but a mechanical failure could scupper everything. 3 laps to go then. Oscar Piastri has not given up on this race as of yet there. He still wants to try and help his team win the Constructors' Championship, and with Lando down in P5, and I didn't even know where Verstappen is now in this Grand Prix. I think Verstappen is in about 9th spot here. It is now must-win between myself and Oscar Piastri in these final few laps. That 7-point swing will be enough to affect things either way here. If Norris can get past Antonelli, which I don't think is going to happen, he could try and help swing it in McLaren's favour. But as long as Verstappen stays where he is, I think it would still be enough to go our way. I'm trying to do the maths in my head. We've got a 3-point lead. If I back 25, that would mean we had a 28-point lead. If Verstappen gets 2 points, a 30-point buffer. And that would mean then that obviously Piastri and Norris would get 30 points as well. So that would mean we'd be all tied. And of course, again, obviously if we win this race, we will win it on countback. If Norris wins this race, and by some miracle Verstappen jumps way up the order, then McLaren would win it on countback. So we have got to try and defend from Oscar Piastri in these final few laps. And why is it every single season it appears like in this career mode there is going to be some Constructors' Championship drama out in Abu Dhabi? Oscar Piastri, I mean, he's got lap fresher tyres. We know how much better that McLaren can be on its tyres. And after last weekend, we were the one fighting our way through right towards the bitter end. This time around, the tables have turned, and we are trying to defend right towards the bitter end there. Clearly, McLaren again, and Oscar Piastri lulled us into a false sense of security earlier on in the races. Here comes Oscar. 2 laps to go with this race. Having a look for a move to the inside in towards turn 1. But again, we will just about hang on to it this time round. But I'm not sure we're going to be able to do a lot by the time we get out onto the back straight there. Desperate to try and defend from him. Give him a big old squeeze in towards the hairpin. A happy corner for Red Bull memories in years gone by, but almost not one tonight.
Spare energy, okay to use your overtake button.
Oh, Oscar Piastri, he's going to dump the ERS. He's going to drain the battery and using the power of the DRS as well. He is going to move past us there. He's done that before, though, tonight. And again, a little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact. We will try to return the favour there. Give him the place back there, but try and get a switch back off of the corner. But just look at how much drive that McLaren's got off of the turn. Nothing he can do, though, when we're the ones with the DRS there, as we will try and send it late on the brakes around the outside there. Oscar Piastri brakes rather early, but somehow we get it slowed down, and we are back into P1 then. Drama right towards the end of this evening's Grand Prix, and I genuinely thought we would just be bringing the car home in one piece for the victory. But Oscar Piastri, his pace towards the end has been absolutely relentless here. One more lap to go. Will it be going Red Bull? Will it be going to McLaren? Well, we've never really seen a Constructors' Championship battle between these two teams. If memory serves well, I guess 2010 was probably the closest we've ever had to it. But tonight, here in Abu Dhabi, it looks like we are going to get another one there. Oscar Piastri, desperate to get as close as he possibly can, but I'm just trying to recharge the battery pack there. It'll go to the outside yet again, and this time around we would just try and park it, run it wide through the corner, make sure we get nice and early on the throttle, try and break the slipstream as best as we can there, as Oscar weaving this way and that to go for it. He's completely unfazed though. The McLaren man back through, back into the lead of the Grand Prix. Can we do the same thing again? Oh, Oscar Piastri there, we hop over the curbing. He just about gave me the room on the apex, but he certainly didn't give me any more than he had to. But now, once again, we will get the DRS. Will it be enough to try and put Red Bull back in Constructors' Championship winning territory? Oscar Piastri there just leaves the door open. We will get the car slowed down on the inside there. We've still got to give him space. This has been a good, clean battle. And the McLaren man gets the drive off of the corner. He lifts out, though. We are still wheel to wheel as we make our way down under the hotel. One final time tonight. We have held on to the lead for now, though, but these tyres are completely gone. In towards the final corner. Can Piastri do anything more? I don't think he can. And right at the death, Red Bull should be Constructors' Champions.
Yes! Yes! We've done it! You are the world champion! Oh, what a win! What a season! We are going to celebrate hard tonight, my friends. Bring the car home. Nice one.
All incredibly proud.
Victory today then, but bittersweet emotions, I'm sure,
in-lap,
as the championship slips through their fingers. Even so, what a fantastic final race of the season this was.
Well, a great victory today for the final race of the season, and you take that energy with you through the end of the year, through the winter break, and it's important because your team lives off of that. You want them to deliver you the best possible car for the start of next season's campaign.
Red Bull put up an outstanding fight for the front position today, and it's great to see it paid off for them. They do so much for the sport that you can't help but be delighted by today's race win.
Well, there we are then, by just 0.4 of a second. That is the difference between victory and defeat there, as Andrea Kimi Antonelli, he must have retired on the very last lap of that race, but I don't think it made a difference. Crofty said that we lost the Constructors' Championship. I'll have to double check, but I don't think we have, unless my maths has completely failed me in this final race weekend there. George Russell will finish the GP in a very well-deserved P3. Lando Norris ahead of Carlos Sainz there with Charles Leclerc, Hamilton, Verstappen, Ocon and Lancelot inside your top 10. So once again, Max Verstappen trying to do everything within his power to make sure that we don't win this championship. Andrea Kimi Antonelli, Nico Hulkenberg, the two drivers that failed to see the checkered flag. But if we take a look then at the Drivers' Championship, Of course, we have done it there. 471 points to our name, 38 clear of Lando Norris, 10 victories over the course of the season as well. Safe to say, I think we did pretty well there. Oscar Piastri in a distant third spot, just ahead of Max Verstappen as well. So yeah, the Dutchman did only just hang on ahead of Charles Leclerc. But Alex Albon, personally, I think probably deserved that fourth spot. Just very, very disappointing the way Williams kind of fell apart right at the end of the year. Carlos Sainz, though, in P7 ahead of Hamilton and Esteban Ocon, so looks like the Brit got the better of his French rival. George Russell then just 1 point back behind Esti Besti come the end of the season, and Antonelli, despite that final race DNF, will hang on ahead of Ollie Behrman there. Gasly in P13 ahead of Lance Stroll. Franco Colapinto in what I hope was his final ever race for Ferrari, 15th overall in the World Championship, ahead of both of your Saubers, Liam Lawson, Jack Doohan and Isaac Hadjar, those three at the rear who failed to score a point. Constructors-wise, though, there we go. We've done it by just 2 points ahead of McLaren. I thought we had done. I thought Crofty there maybe was just losing his marbles. But for the second year in a row, the Constructors' Championship, very, very dramatic in this season finale. Williams hang on for a very, very well-deserved P3. I know a lot of you guys have been saying that I need to go there, of course, in the future. But honestly, it's just great to see Williams. I've had no influence on them inside this entire game, and they are just doing incredibly well. Aston Martin do hang on ahead of Ferrari. Mercedes will be very disappointed to be all the way down in P6 ahead of Haas, Alpine, VCarb, Kick Sauber even, and VCarb, yes, once again, unable to score a single point throughout the entirety of the campaign. Thank you all so much for watching, though. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed. Season 4 will begin very, very soon. I don't quite know just yet. But for now, we're going to leave you guys back-to-back Formula 1 World Champions. The first driver since Fangio to win back-to-back with two different teams. Very, very happy.